be good. I don't know about. Have a good day, Captain. You can go down there and go get some roaches. There's roaches down there. All good. You will get some. I love you. Have a good day, Captain. Nubs, have a good day, baby. Let me turn something on for you.
Wow.
This new Special Forces device turns men into beasts. It burns calories on autopilot by emulating 10,000 crunches in...
We're able to create pearls. This team's out there for this. Anyways, we now get to the flash through about winter 1988. The scientists are using the same parasites that created the pearls to remove the limitations placed on humans by their own DNA. That's a bold strategy, Cotton. He mentions how they have distribution in 6 out of the 8 territories. What is 6 out of the 8 territories? Well, it's never explained again or even that is. And everyone is required to wear a white wife beater. But during the press conference, people are getting slammed into the glass, denoting that everything is now going to crap. Then we get a playthrough of parasites just spreading, graves being dug, people getting bodied, you know, the usual stuff. Which now we end up at the present day, but considering this was in 720p, it's not our present day, but we meet a group of friends who honestly, we are back at this group has no chemistry and don't even look like they would hang out with each other. Anyways, Jamie organically introduces everyone. The older guy is her boyfriend Marco, the younger guy in the back is her stepbrother Justin, the woman driving is Sarah, and the girl next to her is her apparent best friend Kristen. And now you know the whole gang. But I also just want to point out the baby's eyebrows in the background. I don't know what's going on with that. So there's a lot going on in this car. Kristen spent her trust fund on Justin as he has low immunity and got sick. But apropos timing, because Jamie's great uncle Mason bit the dust and left her a $2 million property for her to sell, so now she's a millionaire, which is why they are even out here in the first place to pay back Kristen, it looks like. But as they drive, they pass by a green screen sign displaying the town name before zooming into a stock image of a house in the distance. A family is going to sleep for the night, but as the wife shuts her eyes, the daughter shows up. They flip on the light to see that she's infected as the dad tries to fistfight the parasites before getting infected themselves, showing that the island is very much so still sporting this parasite. And this scene, I'm pretty sure was directly ripped from Dawn of the Dead. I'm just pointing that out. Getting to the house, Kristen wonders how it's worth $2 million. Well, back in 2010, and considering the housing market right now, just wait 12 years, Kristen. I'm sure that shed out back will be worth $2 million easily, because the whole world has lost its mind. But Jamie stayed up all night making CDs, which, oh my god, I remember the days. But the plan is to get everything cleaned up and then sold off. Kristen grabs Justin and draws a mustache on him, and I'm getting the vibe. Justin is not on his Sigma male grind set right now. Maybe that's just why the baby had eyebrows. She drew it on. I don't know. Anyways, just so you know, there's no cell service out here. As Jamie enters the creepiest section of the house first, she finds a ton of dolls with hair. Okay, which then transports her back in time to her dancing as a kid and having a loving relationship with her mom, who is very proud of her. Now she's on stage, what is happening? So it's obvious at this point, Kristen is interested in Justin, but the dude is just not picking up the hints here. It's painful. But as Marco goes to play Snake alone outside, a car starts up behind him and takes off before they can answer Marco's questions. The next morning, Jamie is going through all of her uncle's rejected proposals, and Kristen is heading out for a run. Justin has got sorry written across his head, and considering Kristen used her trust fund to keep him alive, you think he maybe would be more grateful for that? Oh well. As Kristen runs along, she spots a group in all black in some sort of funeral procession carrying the pictures of 2 men as Mr. Creepy Trenchcoat hangs out in the background. We now head over to an autopsy table. 2 doctors are discussing how the parasites are coming back. They started with engineering the parasites to create pearls, perfect pearls, that they then sold to fund more research, which naturally somehow led to human testing. You know, standard jump there. But here's the statement. I mean, it's just beautiful. We set out to make the perfect human. They became stronger, intuitive. But we made one major miscalculation. The parasites need to feed and consume the host from the inside. Like, dude, no kidding, you don't say. But as the doctor walks away, leaving the lady doctor, a parasite exits the body on the table, and we see that other parasites are able to be bodied by salt. So now Larkin and Jake show up to scold Dr. McAvire as he brought Jamie to the island because he believes that she has the antidote. They say this is their mess to clean up, and there is not an antidote, so he should probably just drop it. But while they discuss the philosophical implications of what amounts to feeding people the parasites, the other doctor gets infected. Running in, they immediately dome her without a second thought. It's pretty brutal. So now we see Justin chopping wood. He talks to Kristen about being alone and writing poems in the sand with his tears, and how his mom will never understand him, but he needs a ride to the mall, so if she could just take him in the minivan, he can be with his friends. Okay, well that's a lie, but that's the vibe of the whole conversation. It's just super edgy. So Jamie has another hallucination fit where her uncle is measuring her and talking about antidotes. There's like a ton of exposition in this movie, by the way. You don't really get to see anything, you just get told it. But during this fit, Larkin shows up to snap her out of it. He extends his condolences, but tells her she can't sell the land to non-islanders for the $2 million, but he's willing to offer her $75,000 for the land and home. Oh yeah, that would become a straight-up waiting game for this old man to bite the dust, before me probably. Then I'll sell it, seeing as, you know, he's no longer even around. Or maybe just join the island council and stage a coup. Or just lawyer up, because I'm pretty sure, what is it? He says local laws trump state laws? Yeah, I don't think so. Okay, now for some reason Marco is checking under the mattress, like no prompting, he just goes to the mattress and lifts it up, and then they find something there. No idea why this dude, like, that's his first inclination. So Kristen and Justin are out for a walk where she continues to hit on him, but it's going over about as well as a fart in church. She finally tells him that she likes him, and he turns her down because of the game that they were playing, but then they go and sit by the lake. But as they talk about the game, Justin goes to get into the water, and we see Mr. Parasite Man with boots from SpongeBob movie standing near the water, as well as the parasite approaching underneath the waves. Also, we get this weird focus on Kristen's right butt cheek. I mean, we all know what they were doing here. And then Justin starts getting frisky with Kristen, but as he does, the parasite then enters his foot. Okay, so I'm not going to spin forever on this, but it looked like they were doing something, but they still just have clothes on. You know what? You can see it. Anyways, after entering his foot, his vision changes, and now he's been infected. Back at the 75K shack, Jamie and Marco find pearls and creepy dolls, which triggers hallucinations in Jamie once again. They also go on to find a movie as well, with Mason and Einstein being together, because as mentioned, a lot of doctors ended up on the island after World War II for some reason. But it's a video about the press day, as Kristen then comes bursting in, which everybody then exits the house just as the outbreak of the tape begins. So I guess bad timing, but Mason continued refining the parasites, but nobody saw it. As they yell for Justin, he's like right next to them, but they don't see him until he puts up his hand, and he's also not looking so hot. Kristen sees something moving under his skin as they get him back to bed. Jamie then rushes to Sarah's house, saying something is wrong with Justin. Kristen elects to stay with Justin at this point, and also, look at this dude following the car with his lights off, like real smart. That doesn't look obvious at all. Jamie then goes to another house where he spots a man in a chair not helping them because he's being eaten by CGI parasites. So Mr. Tailgater now gets smart and follows them with his lights on, looking like a normal person, while Kristen plays her accordion for some reason. But there appears to be someone outside. As Kristen goes to clean off the mirror and start her skincare routine, Justin accidentally rips the door off its hinges like soldier status. Justin now hears random talking in his head and asks Kristen for round 2 as, my man. Anyways, continuing to look for help, they spot the car that was following them earlier. As Kristen calls them over the walkie-talkie, she tells them that Justin's better now. I bet he's feeling a lot better. Marco also cannot find any phones in the area to call for help. Around 1 a.m., Justin just wakes up with super hearing and extreme sensitivity to light, even to moonlight. He hears some of the neighbors getting frisky in a house, which, okay. Then he hears stuff in the woods as he lets parasites out of his leg. Putting tissue paper in his ears, he goes over to Kristen, but she's not up for round 3, so he's like, alright, bet, and then goes to a bar instead. All the while, I just want to point out, Sarah is literally doing laundry at 1 a.m. Why? So now Justin dons the cool guy persona, puts on sunglasses at night, and then goes and orders a whiskey before spotting a woman looking at him. And here's where the cringe fest absolutely starts. He sits down with this woman and starts Goodwill Hunting her, telling her what she wants to hear. Her friend interjects, but he's like, you should leave him. Bro, you don't know completely unrelated circumstances. Like, I mean, I get reading the room, but this is ridiculous. So the cringening continues as the boyfriend isn't having it. He challenges him to fight, which results in, like, literally the scene from Spider-Man where everything is slower. I feel like this movie just borrowed a ton of scenes from other movies. The friends then jump in and it's the same thing. So now the girlfriend is hot and bothered by this, so she elects to leave with Mr. Parasite. So you just saw this guy crush pavement with his foot, and you go with him. Again, been watching too much Twilight around this time, at least she was, and I see the connections that they're trying to make here, and it causes me great pain. So going out with them, they are making out, and he just straight up rips out her throat when she sees his little friend coming out of his ear. I suppose that's what disloyalty gets you. He wakes up the next morning without the tissue paper, and he's like, oh, did that happen? Yes, it did. Jamie comes in and gives him breakfast to bed, and then starts expositioning again about her dad and mom. Jamie tells Justin that he's not getting that treatment because they aren't getting that money. He goes and then throws up what's left of that girl in the toilet and a bunch of worms. That was nasty. But Miss Trust Fund is out on another run. As she runs along, she ends up finding something, and Justin tests out his Captain America's strength on some firewood before going full Minecraft on some trees. Flashing back over to Kristen, we find that she finds a pathway to a graveyard. Looking at all the crosses, she turns around to spot Parasite Man is behind her. She maces him in the face and runs, as Justin now finds out he's got worms and then heads back to chop more wood, which I'm not sure that would be my response to that. But you see, firewood moves the plot along here. Justin hears a scream in the distance, but Marco apparently doesn't. He's out there awkwardly asking Justin if he can marry Jamie. I don't know, man. When I asked my father-in-law, it really wasn't that awkward. You just gotta find a pair between your legs and then just ask. But Justin is hearing more screams and tells Marco, "Sure, bro, I'd love to be your brother," and then runs off to find Kristen. But things aren't going so well for her as a giant parasite enters her mouth, so I can only assume that she's basically donezo now. Jamie finally tells Marco that they aren't rich anymore, but as he goes to propose in a living room, Larkin and McIntyre show up, saying there was a note on the door that someone was sick. Jamie tells them that he got better quickly, so not to worry about it, and then they start naming off his symptoms, to which she says yes, he had all those, which then alarms the two. McIntyre pulls out sunglasses that were found near a bar next to the woman's body, which her neck appears to be a lot more healed now, strangely. But as the team then heads off to the lake to go capture Justin, Justin starts looking a little more sick as time goes on. So now as Sarah looks outside, we also see that she's been infected watching a team run by. Heading back to Justin, he's holding Kristen's body, which probably doesn't look too good for his mental stability. Then the team moves in on him. So the budgeting of this film is truly something to behold. So now this fight takes place, which is hilarious. He counters all the guards, and just like the worms in Fry when he eats that ham sandwich from a gas station in Futurama, they start fixing his wounds. Again, everything is just borrowed. The worms in the movie are just apparently based off these other worms. So Jamie and Marco then run as they realize what's kind of happening. So Jamie gets grabbed and Marco doesn't.
When tape doesn't pass the test, use Velcro brand Sticky Back Dots. Easy does it with Velcro brand hook and loop fasteners.
notice. I'm not really sure how. Marco goes to defend Justin before taking a shell in the back, and the one guy who literally has the pellet dispenser drops it to hand-to-hand attack Justin. Why? Anyways, for this stupidity, he gets his arm ripped off. That guy deserved it. Also, you can still see his arm in the hoodie. He turns back around. Oh my god, this movie. Okay, so Jamie now gets dragged off to some unknown fate as Jake, Larkin, and McIntyre go to clean up the infected. Jake asks McIntyre how this happened. He suggests a potential half-life. As he goes to tape up his pants so he doesn't get infected, a parasite then crawls up his leg and infects him. McIntyre stands up, and then Jake immediately domes him. It's pretty brutal. Meanwhile, Jamie wakes up in Saw, but it turns out to be her Uncle Mason. He does some creepy stuff like pull a parasite out of his face and goes like, ooh, here, look, gross, right? Then puts it in some salt to take it out. This causes another flashback to where Jamie is hiding underneath a table and for some reason playing in a lab as Mason infects Jamie's mother with the parasite, saying that she has to give him the antidote now. Now, here's what I don't get. Why did she destroy the antidote? That doesn't make any sense. Shouldn't it be like a good thing to have the thing destroy the parasites? Larkin tells her to give it to them, but she literally doesn't have it. So snap back to reality, Jamie catches Mason monologuing about the countermeasures he has created and why he had to infect himself. And as he does this, she just frees herself because he didn't tie it very well, and then runs off, breaking all the antidotes he had created, sending him reeing over that. At this point, the island is now overrun with parasites as countermeasures are being set up. As Jamie moves along through what I can only assume is like a sewer system, she can hear a ton of noises from Mason having a temper tantrum down the way, looking for her. She ends up hiding in some room with a needle at the ready. Larkin then finds Mason and confronts him as Jamie nopes out to go get salt water. She pours it on Mason, whose parasites immediately jump ship to get away from the salt. So now it all comes out. Jamie is upsetting spaghetti at Larkin because she says he helped in her mother, but really Larkin helped her escape the island, as if she had the antidote, it would stop Mason's plan. I know, this all sounds really stupid. As she explains this, Larkin stops with the car in front of him. They find a baby crying as well as Sarah going completely feral from the infection, then spits a parasite at Jamie, pulls it out of her hand, and Larkin is forced to subdue Sarah. And subdue her he does. And they're also being, watched by Justin. Getting to a boathouse, they find the pearl operation, where the pearls are preserved in salt and shipped around the world. Larkin hands Jamie the gas can, telling her to go fill the boat as he goes to confront Justin, but he's mega infected and also going feral as well. Larkin throws salt at Justin, but then is bitten on the hand and neck by Justin as Jamie lets the boat go to get Justin's attention, then says, oh, if you're focused on the right hand, you can't see what's happening in the left. It was like the only reference they made that made sense because it happened earlier in the movie. So then she takes off with the baby in another boat, leaving Justin behind as he's apparently coming to and is normal now. So a good thing that water is brackish. Being out in the open ocean now, she sneezes and spits up a ton of parasites, which is the first time that we've seen anybody have any like sneezing or coughing of the parasites. I mean, vomiting maybe, which suggests that they are actually in the intestines, which we'll get to later, but why sneezing? There was nothing to indicate that they would be in the sinuses. Anyways, she goes to rinse her hand off in the water, but it burns her skin. She now apparently has the antidote in the clown doll, or at least the chemical composition of the antidote, which then she gives to a baby. And yeah, I'm sure that won't get lost. Also, when she stands up to jump in the water, the baby carrier is nowhere to be found on the boat, but as she jumps in, she basically dissolves. Then we get radio chatter that's just icing on the cake. There's a baby on a boat with no adults, so the Coast Guard requests permission to pursue rescue. Like, bro, what? That's not even something you have to request. You just do it and then tell dispatch afterwards. Like, what are they gonna say? Permission denied? Let that baby fry? God, this movie was just a stupid adventure. But now we jump over to Seoul 6 months later, as the Karen of the South Korean culture begins yelling at employees because she wants to return the pearls but is denied without a receipt. She starts smacking the glass in the display case, which cracks the pearls and lets out a parasite, as they have turned out to be eggs the whole time, and now it's officially on the mainland. Woo! So, oh man, where to begin on this one? First, what in the name of all that is holy even is this movie? They blew all that budget on the parasites, didn't they? Like, that CGI must be expensive. I'm not sure if this was in theaters or not, but I would have been pissed. Now with that out of the way, I think the first place we should start is with the parasite itself, then move on to what it actually does to the human body and how it may have succeeded in the matter, and why Justin did appear to be a bit abnormal concerning his infection, because there are clues as to why he may have accepted the parasitic infection much more readily. Concerning the parasite itself, the question becomes, what sort of parasite is it? Well, first we need the designation of parasites that will typically infect humans and cause illness, and these are known as protozoan parasites, which are single-celled organisms that can multiply and divide within the host themselves and are typically more dormant outside of the body. Then you have helminth parasites, which are essentially worms, although they are not visible to the naked eye in their adult stage, only being roughly about 20 to 30 cells in length compared to our eukaryotic cells. But unlike protozoa, they do not multiply within humans, and finally we get to the ectoparasites, which live on the surface of the host or directly interact with the exterior of the host, such as lice, fleas, and mosquitoes. Now, it is entirely possible to contract parasites in all sorts of ways. The most well-known parasite known to cause scabies is A, really annoying if you ever catch it, and B, purely a human parasite that likely has been with us since a time where we had much more hair all over our bodies. Then there's the personal favorite. It's known as Trichomonas vaginalis, which is a parasite that is literally an STI that presents in a lot of ways like gonorrhea or chlamydia in women, but will typically not inspire actual symptoms in males. You see, everything fun in life has to be ruined by some opportunistic infection.
Some people want double the chicken, slow roasted in a burrito with crisp, fresh purple cabbage. Some people don't. And some people are wrong. The Cantina Chicken Burrito, only at Taco Bell.
But I think we see fairly clearly that the infection taking place within growth is very clearly a helminth infection, based upon the presentation of the parasites and the actual life cycle, albeit there are some things changed about the life cycle, so let's take a moment to look at that. Typically within the life cycle of a helminth parasite, it requires a host for continued survival into adulthood. Those adults that dwell within the intestines of the host, which is also supported in growth as Justin ends up throwing up several larval parasites from his stomach into the toilet, which is nasty, reside within the intestines of the host, where they will mature into adulthood in both the movie and in reality. Once adulthood is reached, the next stage of the life cycle will begin, where the adult will produce eggs. These eggs are excreted at some point through feces production, which will then move into the dirt, which will result in the larva being released. So a couple things can happen from here. If the larva requires an intermediate host to get into the main host, it will infect another species that happens by. This actually happens with my favorite parasitic infection, toxoplasmosis. Essentially, the parasite will infect rodents, which causes them to abandon cover and will actually make them sexually attracted to the smell of cat urine. Then they will be eaten by a bird of prey or by a cat, resulting in the infection of the primary host, which in turn allows the parasite to enter the next stage of its life cycle. Now, other animals can get caught up in this, like humans, for instance, which is not the intended host, and as far as we know, unless you, drop in your house, cats typically won't eat you unless they're big cats, and there's really no bird of prey that we know of that can take us out, that we know of. There's no bird of prey on Earth that can take us out. We're too big. But they can eat us if we do drop. So if the larva does not require an intermediate host, it will directly attack the main host and enter the body. In nature, there are plenty of parasites that will enter through the feet of humans as they penetrate the skin and then move into the interior of the body to enter the next phase of their life cycle. The last stage of their life cycle is essentially growth and reproduction. They will continue to rob the body of resources for their own metabolic needs, hence the parasitic nature of the animal, and continue to grow until reaching full maturity. Once maturity has been obtained, the animal will produce eggs and then start the process all over again. Now, how this appears to deviate from the actual parasite within the movie is first, the parasite replicates within the body, which is not typical of helminths. This is not to say that there are no helminths that replicate within the human body, but the thing to remember is that parasites are under constant attack from the immune system, and as such, it's not only rare, but very rarely observed. So the general consensus is that they just don't replicate within us. The parasite does have some countermeasures against the human immune system, however. And again, I've said it once, I'll say it again. Unfortunately, we do need parasites, and parasites need us. Turns out evolving on a planet infested with parasites will do that to your meat suit. Recent studies are concluding that the rise of allergies in first world countries may be linked to the absence of certain parasites which calm our immune systems by manipulating them. Without these parasites, our bodies are overreacting to standard things that we come across, like foods, and then reacting more aggressively towards it. This indicates that if we ever want to leave this rock, we will have to figure out the immune response manipulation of humans, or again, my suggestion a few videos back was just eat like a pound of dirt. Either way, it's a problem for future humanity if we are to leave Earth. But this is essentially how parasites are able to continue living within our bodies, seeing as we do have some immune defenses. Now, you wouldn't say Homo sapiens are a very good species at fighting off parasites. It's just not what we do. Take a virus or bacteria, we have way more luck, and responses that we use and have at our disposal are capable of bodying bacteria and destroying the cells responsible for viral production, sometimes even to our own detriment. But parasites are different and difficult to get rid of. Because of their size, that's the first main hurdle our bodies have to overcome. For smaller cells to be attacking such a large animal, sometimes a parasite is just able to shake off the attack. In other instances, the parasite will actually grow thick material all over its body that when too many cells latch on and try to break it down, it will shed this outer layer and thus shed the immune cells off the body and continue on its way as the cells are just caught up focusing on attempting to break down the shell that's no longer even attached to the parasite. And still with others, if they don't have a way to sort of, not really don't have a way, but don't have to maneuver away from immune cells, then they can release a substance that just tricks the immune cells into entering a more subdued state. But even with all these adaptations, the parasites are basically living life on easy mode because our immune system is not really all that strong when attacking parasites. With smaller parasites, you typically will have a cell known as eosinophils that will launch the main bulk of the attack against the parasite, as well as just your standard macrophage or white blood cell. These guys are considered to be both in the innate immune response, with the eosinophil being a late-stage innate immune response, having more direction, but still not being a part of the adaptive immune system. Eosinophils have a few jobs, but their main job is to lyse, but then also produce an inflammatory response. They will latch onto the parasite and begin releasing cytotoxic materials to take out the invader. In some instances, a cell is able to achieve what it sets out to do. The parasite will lyse due to the material being leaked all over it, which will then disrupt its internal structures, leading to its end. But in a lot of instances, the eosinophil is not enough to subdue a parasite. It will try, but largely it will be unsuccessful. As a result, our bodies in a lot of ways have just learned to live with parasites. Again, because of the evolutionary pathway our species has taken, a vast amount of parasites that are just everywhere. But that's the thing to keep in mind when we go back to the Helminth and growth. Our immune system, well, for lack of a better term, they just sort of suck at fighting off parasites, and as such, parasites typically will continue to thrive within our meat suits until we begin excreting them out in one way or another, or they just completely break down our bodies, which will result in our end. Nasty little douche canoes. This is why I like to focus on viruses instead, just a different type of parasite. The Helminth and growth is likely a type of roundworm, however, but it has two pathways at its disposal concerning its life cycle. The first is they do mature within the host, as seen with anyone who gets infected. During this maturation stage, the symptoms appear beneficial to the host, which we will go over in a moment as to what exactly these are, but as the parasite reaches the adult stage, everything changes from here on out. Sort of like a parasite in the environment going from a small larva stage to clicking over to the infectious stage once a certain body size is obtained. So too are the growth parasites. Once their body is large enough, they will click over to the next stage, which is reproduction. So here's why the two doctors are complete idiots who just created this thing, for funsies. They were running off the premise that a parasite would not reproduce in the host, but seeing as they created pearls and the oysters, this was a big clue that they were in fact reproducing within the host. Rather than cracking open a few of the pearls and checking to see if they were actually eggs, they decided to just sell them and not do their due diligence. And because of this, they never understood that the parasites were actually splitting off into a new portion of the life cycle, which was reproduction within the host themselves. This means that when it came to humans, the desired effect of inject the parasite into the body to alter the DNA meant that during the larval stage of the life cycle, the desired results were achieved. But once the parasite continued to mature, it really just became warm Vegas in there. Everything was hooking up with everything else left, right, and center. This would ultimately raise the energy requirements needed by the worms because getting frisky and producing offspring takes energy. So where was the worm going to take that energy from? Obviously, the host. And this is where the immune response would attempt to kick in, it appears, but it was too late for the body. Speaking of, let's take a look at what the parasite was doing to the body and why it was selected in the first place. Once introduced into the body by either an injection from a needle containing likely the eggs, or at least the larva form entering, say, the base of your foot, the infection is all but assured. If you are injected with the eggs or smaller larva form, however, it would appear that it would take more time before the detrimental effects would begin ransacking your body. If you are infected with the later stage larval form that appears to be in the environment, or just infected with the adult parasite in general, you have much less time to remain functional before becoming worm food. And again, this is because it's all based on which portion of the life cycle the parasite is in at that particular point in time. An adult that infects is ready to get frisky immediately, which does suggest that there may be a form of asexual reproduction, considering Jamie was infected in the hand by one parasite, and yet she had all those worms in her. And this is something that Helminths are actually capable of, although most undergo a form of sexual reproduction. Once the eggs or younger larvae grow, they would begin interacting with the host on a cellular level, which is what the doctors and scientists desired. However, I still don't buy that that's what the results they were getting, but I think something else was actually happening. In their studies, they claimed that the genetic coding of a person was altered, but to fine-tune the genetic changes to this degree does not seem likely. Mainly because parasites can induce changes in the DNA methylation profile of, say, immune cells, for instance, but to change the actual string of coding...
How bad do you want it? Answer the Goonies double that field.
Does not appear particularly possible, as the parasites themselves do not appear to be infecting cells, and furthermore do not appear to be altering genetic coding. Also, for your information, DNA methylation is when a methyl group is added to a substance such as DNA or a protein, which allows it to function. So adding a methyl group to the DNA of an immune cell allows for that specific sequence to function. So from what it seems, this may have been the route the parasites were taking to increase gene expression in newly formed cells. But I believe that it's really just more of a hormonal thing than anything. Again, if it's adding methyl groups to certain functions of genes to cause gene expression, well, you could get a lot out of the body naturally by doing that. So we see that people appear stronger when infected. For instance, Justin was able to break off a piece of the parking lot before being stopped. On top of that, he was able to pull a man's arm off and in general had more strength than the average person and what they would possess. So how was this accomplished? Well, longtime viewers of this channel know that we humans are weak little babies, but only because of the giant nerd in our skull and it wanting us to be. On average, humans will only access about 30% of their strength normally, 50% through training and focus, and potentially up to 70% in an extreme situation where adrenaline is coursing through our veins. This level can be increased further if you were, say, an Olympic weightlifter versus somebody who was just, sitting on a couch for years at a time. The neural connections strengthen and improve through practice and repetitive motions with increasing pressure as your body thinks, oh, I guess I need extra muscle and neural connections as apparently we are doing something that requires it and I need to survive. So basically weightlifting is just hijacking your body's adaptive factor to think that whatever you're doing must be important. But we only access a fraction of our strength because otherwise our bodies would wear down too quickly. If we used 100% of our power our muscles are capable of, then we would just be in a situation where we were constantly injured. Imagine opening a fridge on 100% power and pulling the fridge down or damaging the door, and in turn, because you did that, damaging the joints in your shoulders and elbows. You damage things enough over time, eventually they would just break down. Muscle pulling with that force would crack bones in older people or completely tear away from the bone. Basically, as you might imagine, it's not a good time. The takeaway here is that we are all way stronger than we believe ourselves to be, but the brain is actively inhibiting strength expression as a way to protect our bodies, and you can access it, or at least a portion of it, through weightlifting. So another thing we see within the movie is that time appears to slow down at certain points. Whenever he gets into a fight, people seem to slowly move past him as he gets out of the way and is faster as a result. Now, this is incredibly cringy, as this is clearly like that scene from Spider-Man 1, the real Spider-Man, Tobey Maguire's Spider-Man, but the point is perception is increased. So let's see. Not only do you need to be stronger, but you need to have faster perception. Now, the general thinking is that time slows for you when you are in danger, something like adrenaline is released. And we are about to kind of use layman's term on this, and it's probably going to upset some people in the comments. But basically, when you go from safety to danger, the adrenal glands have their almonds activated. Your vision can slightly change, but to compare our eyes to a camera is not a one-to-one thing, because our eyes are really not like cameras. But the best way to explain it is your brain is working quicker in the occipital area due to an increase of oxygen and sugars, which would by comparison be like raising your frames per second from 30 to 50 concerning your eyes. But also your amygdala is activated within the brain during frightening events, which then you form richer, denser memories as to avoid that situation in the future. This runs on the same track as when you were a kid, you were making like a ton of memories because everything was new to you, right? So childhood seems to take forever, but as an adult, you make fewer memories, so time seems to slip by more quickly. Pretty wild, isn't it? Turns out the trick to slow down time is to make memories all the time. Anyhow, so while time doesn't necessarily slow down, our memory of specific events becomes richer, and it's important to note that there is a little bit of perception manipulation based on our brain activity, specifically, again, the occipital lobe, and that can help out in moments with perceiving. Although to slow down time as much as the guy was experiencing is not likely. However, the same adrenaline does help with reaction time, increasing it considerably to allow you to actually survive a situation with, say, like a saber-toothed tiger. So finally getting to intuitiveness, it seems like Justin is doing, again, the Good Will Hunting thing, and was able to read the room beyond what would normally be capable. But what is reading a room? Really, it comes down to nothing more than recognizing patterns and applying those patterns to the current situation to explain what's happening outside of what would be considered your scope of knowledge concerning that specific situation. If you do that, it would be like you could read minds, when really you are just analyzing the actions of others, such as aggressiveness antagonist towards a male that sits down to talk to your friend. Now, it's not perfect by any means, but that's what he's doing when he talks to Miss Loyalist's friend and then shuts her down. Their intuition is based on subconscious thought. So check it out. Have you ever felt like someone's watching you? You couldn't explain it, but you look around and boom, turns out someone was. It's not actually some supernatural thing or your brain perceiving outside of your scope of vision. The fact is that you actually did see them. You just didn't know that you saw them. Our brains evolved during a constant state of struggle against getting bodied by bigger animals. A predator's face just barely breaching a bush may not have been seen by your conscious mind as it's looking for other things, but a specific set of cells within the brain would fire off to alert you to be on edge as something was watching you, potentially picked up by your peripheral vision. This would make you feel on edge as you would look around and potentially even spot the predator before it got to you. This low-level running in the background type of vision exists as what's in front of you is important to your survival, but what you don't see in front of you could also be important, but it should not take precedence over your central vision. So, that feeling of being watched is because actually you saw that person looking at you, but you didn't see it with your central vision. You caught a glimpse of them from the side and your brain recognized a pattern and is trying to alert you to something that is basically looking at you. So that's why whenever you feel this, trust your gut instinct and follow it, because you saw something you don't actually register that you saw. But this is also where the apparent intuitiveness comes from. The brain is still running its standard pattern searches in the background, and with the worms potentially affecting the neurons' functionings, as a result, this causes the person to appear to read a room at a higher capacity than what is normal. Now, all of this combined says to me again that this worm is affecting hormones more so than the actual genetic profile of a person. The first problem with that line of thinking is in what capacity would it be affecting the DNA? Is it replacing gene sequences? Is it turning off or switching on other genes? How would it know to do this? How would it survive the immune system? All of these come together to say what is actually happening here is it appears that the parasite is manipulating the body through expression of hormones, either by the worms themselves producing it or by co-regulators that cause the organs to release the hormones.
Royal Prestige. Nunca dejas de sorprenderte.
During a fight, more adrenaline would be released, making the person much stronger than what could be considered average, but not so strong that they rip muscle away from the bone. Since we don't really see any signs of a crazy amount of muscle gain or changes on a fundamental level, we really just have an enhanced human. Now, the guy who gets his arm ripped off, remember, that's Justin in a more feral state, so his brain has even less control over the strength that he uses, so likely that's how that was capable, because there probably is a fair amount of brain damage once you enter the feral stage and the worms begin snacking on your neurons. But this low level, either adrenaline level or hormone that mimics adrenaline produced by the worm, would also give Justin the ability to form dense memories and increase the oxygen and sugar going to his brain, allowing for it to work at an increased capacity. But there is a downside to all of that I think is readily shown. Once humans are enhanced, it's really like burning the candle at both ends. Twice the light, half the life. The body quickly begins to be used up, which also shows a difference potentially between a normal person infected versus Justin. We know Justin in the beginning is immunocompromised, and because of this, he has less of a response to the parasitic infection, whereas a normal person's eosinophils would begin attacking the parasite as quickly as possible, and as soon as it was detected. Because of Justin's lesser response, the actual hormone manipulation by the parasite was quite successful for himself and allowed him to maintain his humanity longer. But you could tell the dude was hungry by him wanting to snack on people. With others after their infection, not only would their immune systems require energy to combat the parasites, but running at higher levels, using up sugars brought on by the parasite infection, and parasite using the same energy pool would dry it up quickly, leading to the host to expire much faster as the parasite continues to eat the person. Basically, it appears that Justin's negligible response to the parasite concerning the immune system is what allowed him to survive longer and enjoy the benefits of the hormonal changes brought on by the parasite, but would still go on to run out of time as the parasite continued along the same route as they do with all humans and replicate within the body of the person, leading to their downfall. Now, the final thing I wanted to touch on before I wrap up this disaster of the plot is salt. We see several times throughout the movie that salt gets rid of the parasite itself, which is great, and much like a slug, getting salt on it forces water out of the parasite, which in turn causes it to become desiccated, and in some cases can actually lyse the creature entirely. And this is wonderful because then it can no longer spread, which may be exactly why when it came to the oysters, the parasite directed the oysters to build pearls, because if you didn't know, oysters are exclusively going to live in salt and brackish water. And if the parasites are just absolutely destroyed by salt in general, they would need protection. But that brings up this point. That makes zero sense. Much like a lot of things in this movie, honestly. honestly. I always try to explain these, but the plot holes are too large for this one. How is it possible that an oyster was infected with a parasite and the parasite survived to be contained within a pearl if when the parasites are in humans and we touch salt water, our skin falls off? The skin is actually an extremely good water barrier, and you'd think the parasites underneath would be protected from the high salt content. But apparently our skin just kind of sloughs itself away if salt even comes into contact with it. Yet when the parasites were in the flesh of the oyster, it was able to survive. I conclude by saying, whoever suggested I cover this movie, why did you do this?
The new $7 Lux Cravings box from Taco Bell with the beefy 5-layer burrito, Doritos Locos Taco, and the Chicken Chalupa Supreme. The only thing not Lux about it is the price. The new $7 Lux Cravings box, only at Taco Bell.
With Asana, you can drive clarity and impact at scale by connecting work and workflows to company-wide goals. Asana, a smarter way to work. Try it for free.
But won't someone think of the museum funding? So you've got a guy whose literal hypothalamus gets eaten out of his head. The rest of his body is torn apart like a Quantum TV copyright takedown request in a courtroom, and whoever or whatever did it has still yet to be found. Why would you still proceed with a gala the following night? Well, because of that almighty dollar, baby. In the small town of Chicago, at the Field Museum of Natural History, a researcher was dispatched to make contact with the tribe and learn of their culture. However, as a prank bro, they end up giving him something that would transform his body into what is essentially a complete hormonal monster, or as we like to call them in our species, teenagers. And I can use that joke because of my advanced age now. But as the ship that was supposed to transport his findings in crates heads back to Chicago, the vessel then goes dark and sort of just like lazily lists through Lake Michigan for a few weeks before finally being picked up and brought back to the harbor. What was on this ship and what the crates would contain would be brought back to the museum to kick off an all-you-can-eat buffet scenario. So in today's episode, we'll discuss the creature's morphology, how it came to be, what are those egg-looking things on the plant leaves, and how the body is impacted by their infection and subsequent DNA implementation. But first, this episode is sponsored by NordVPN. Are you ready to take back control of your internet experience today? Well, I hope you are, because if you aren't, I'm already tracking your IP address and I'm outside your door. Heading to nordvpn.com/Roanoke or clicking the link in the description, you can get a 2-year plan at a huge discount with an additional month free. So, what does Nord do? Well, with its new threat protection, it steps up cybersecurity to protect you from malicious sites, downloads, trackers, and intrusive ads. And even if your VPN is not turned on, it will continue to look out for and alert you to those threats. But with all that, you still get the protection of what NordVPN offers, such as changing your IP twice to cover web traffic, obfuscated servers which hide your internet traffic, and the ability to use the servers in over 59 countries with more than 5,400 servers, allowing you to jump across the planet so that I end up at the wrong door, all while maintaining an ultra-fast connection across multiple devices. So if that sounds like something you'd be interested in, head to nordvpn.com/Roanoke or click the link in the description to get the risk-free, money-back 30-day guarantee Nord offers. It's a 2-year plan with 1 month free. All right, let's get back to it. So as per usual, up on screen there'll be a timestamp. If you want to bypass the summary of this movie and head straight into the science, go there. Now, I got a request to actually cover Relic, only to realize there is another movie from like 2020 about mold called Relic, and that possesses people or something. I don't know. I guess I'll have to cover them both. Anyways, let's get to why when you go to Chicago, you should just assume everyone there is trying to eat large portions of your brain. So we start off our story with this being Paramount, so you already know I'm screwed with copyright. But we flash on over to the fires with tribesmen chanting and dancing around it. The main guy appears to be mixing up something while another man takes pictures of the ritual that is being performed. Leaves are grabbed that appear to have some sort of seeds on them that are then added to the boiling water. As the resulting tea is poured into a cup, it is given to a man who was taking the pictures. He basically just says screw it and drinks it before going on an awesome trip, or possibly not so awesome trip, because he's really just sort of like zoning out as a priest gets in front of his face while then he cowers and talks about Cathoga and goes into full fetal position. Immediately heading to the harbor now that the acid trip has worn off, he tries to get the captain to take the cargo that he put on the boat back off the boat, but the captain basically tells him to go suck a railroad spike. So he does the next best thing, which is sneak onto the boat and hide amongst the crates. Heading to the storage area, he ends up finding his crates and opening them up, but he doesn't find what he was actually supposed to, as those are above deck for some reason. So he has a temper tantrum, screaming at the sky above. Heading to Chicago, the police now arrive at the harbor to investigate the ship. By the way, for some reason, custody of this guy's dog is like a running joke throughout the entire thing. Like, if you haven't seen this movie, the 90s, that's all I can say. So the ship is registered out of Brazil and there's blood all over it. Heading below, they're told that it was completely abandoned, so they just assume it was a drug thing gone wrong. But they open up the bilge to find, well, there's the crew completely torn apart. 1 week later, we are now over at the museum as two kids skip school and go to a museum. Okay. I swear, every adult at this point also is yelling, "Walk, children!" Like, let's see some action. Trip a kid. So, bad natural parenting skills from me aside, as they walk up to a woman, they just sort of stare at her, and she says that she's a doctor and an evolutionary biologist. What a nerd! I mean, she was really so close to the true Chad route of biology, which is microbiology. Oh well. As Margot walks in, Edna from The Incredibles goes to her and tells her that her rival is going after her grant money, despite him having his already. And I have to tell you, that is one of the most true events that has ever taken place in a movie. Scientists can be exceedingly political and backstabby if you aren't careful. Plus, they can honestly be some of the biggest bunch of bitches. So she says that Margot is better than Greg, but I have to say, Greg is the one who was there already on time. Anyhow, Margot goes and walks past John Whitney's office and sees the crates in there. Continuing to investigate the crates, she asks if anything was in there, but really nobody knows. There's just the leaves. However, looking at the leaves reveals some sort of egg, but it's suggested that it's a parasite. Dr. Frock suggests not to take any chances and that they should just go ahead and burn it. But as Margot keeps looking at it, he says go ahead and check out what it is. So like super late at night, the kids are still at the museum and the question is why? You already successfully skipped school. Go home already. But as the security guard goes to smoke tobacco only in the bathroom, we hear wheezing from something. He asks if it's another guard, but nope, it's Dumpelstiltskin grabbing him from underneath the stall with its big old monster hand. And if you get that reference, you can officially be my friend. Margot, meanwhile, is still in her lab portion of the museum putting little parasite eggs into vials. By the way, the rest of the science team is also there, and they actually have a sense of humor, which is completely unreal, immersion broken, 0 out of 10. But the kids are also still there. Like, the overhead PA system is like, the museum is closed. Go home! Margot goes and signs out, and then hears doors opening. The kids head to the stairwell where they spot the monster mash and the hypothalamus smash, before we jump on over to the next day. Then we get some amazing dialogue between Greg and Margot, and he says someone has gotten in the basement with a candlestick. She walks off and he yells, "Oh, you think I'm an asshole, right?" "Yes, bro. Somebody just got their brains sucked out." Who even says this? Very organic. The cops then stop Margot and bring her to Lieutenant D'Agosta. So this part is like really dumb here. There's this theme of superstition running throughout this whole movie, but as the lieutenant heads in with the other cops, the security guard's head is ripped off, right? But then Margot follows them in there a few seconds later. There were like 10 cops outside, and nobody thought to stop her from entering a literal crime scene. So she has this freak out, as one does, over seeing a man just torn to shreds. But later, she will accuse D'Agosta of not shutting the door and being the bad person. Like, I think deductive reasoning should have told Margot, oh, hey, there's this murder. Maybe I shouldn't enter this room, just for funsies, but she does. So I don't know. My personal opinion, it's her own fault. You put your hand in a fire because nobody told you not to, and your hand gets burnt, it's your fault. So now Edna, which I gotta tell you, I didn't even bother learning her real name because she's Edna from The Incredibles, reminds the lieutenant that they still need to be open for tomorrow, but D'Agosta reminds them they still have no idea where this person who did this actually is. They need to sweep the museum and make sure it's safe, which is a big museum, so, that might take a hot minute. D'Agosta then goes to meet with Margot and apologize for leaving the door open. Again, she's the one who walked in. It's just a weird hang-up. D'Agosta then asked about John Whitney, as his office was vandalized after last night. Back over at the relic restoration area, the person working on it says it's a chimera, so it's really hard to tell what she's working on. Chimera being the important part, we'll find out later. Margot says people either see it as a god or enemy. It just really depends on the superstition of the people. And we now get to the real good stuff, the autopsy. The ribcage has been sliced at the sternum, the pectoral muscles sliced in half, as well as opening the ribcage. The head has been cut off at the axial process and atlas, so C1 and C2, just at the base of the skull where the brainstem sits. The hit after came to the back of the head, with the occipital lobe being completely crushed, as well as a large portion of the parietal. After the guard was got, the brain was then pulled out through the hole. Apart from the damaged areas, the thalamic region is completely missing, which also means the pituitary area as well, so basically regulators of the hormones are absent. Meanwhile, after an Evian product placement, Margot's analysis of the fungus was reported back that it was loaded with hormones, specifically animal hormones, which, as you might imagine, is a bit strange. D'Agosta at this point tells them to check the bodies from the ship, see if the thalamic regions were taken from there as well. Meanwhile, Margot Margot's does something you never do, and that's go into the closed exhibit at a museum at night that's based on superstitions when someone just literally got destroyed in the museum. There's not believing in superstitions, then there's just spitting into the face of chance, that's all I'm saying. But as she walks around, she hears wheezing. Freaking out, she then hoofs it out of there and runs towards Murder Bathroom, but she's being followed. She gets on the toilet and then realizes it's just a cleaning lady currently having what sounds like a COPD attack, because good lord, I mean, that warrants a trip to the hospital. As the police continue searching for whoever destroyed the security guard, they end up finding a blood trail in the basement. Augusta gets a report that the people on the ship are all missing their hypothalamic regions too, concerning the attacks. Augusta then goes to Margot to talk to her about her field of study. He asks if we are still evolving, and she says yes. Is that good or bad? Well, it depends. We really don't have any natural predators anymore, so we're sort of off the reservation as far as what the future holds. Either way, it'll be an interesting ride. Anyhow, Margot takes Augusta to Dr. Frock to discuss Whitney. I know, like 12 names in 4 seconds. As they discuss the works of Whitney and what he's doing, Dr. Frock mentions how he believes in the Callisto effect, which basically suggests that life evolves gradually over time. But some event causes the creation of a short-lived aberrant species to spring up out of nowhere. So now you know what the Callisto Protocol is referencing when it comes out. Augusta then asks them, would this cause someone to, I don't know, eat a hypothalamus out of humans' brains? Everyone's like, dude, what? So the cops in the basement just straight up into Homeless Man at this point, but the movie added like this insectoid noise to him, which was ridiculous. That said, he was into young pre-adults, so I guess really he got what was coming to him. So they pinned the attack on the museum to him. It was the homeless convict with an axe in the bathroom. And we now meet the mayor of Chicago, who requests to be called Your Honor. It's a big no from me, dog, but then again, they say I have a problem with authority. Anyhow, the mayor basically tells him the gala needs to happen, so good job on finding the problem. Augusta then tells him basically they need all of Chicago PD there that night because he doesn't believe that they actually found the guy responsible for what's happening. I mean, that guy would literally have to punch through a skull, so I don't really know. At this point, Margot opens up the box containing the leaves and finds one of the beetles has completely changed into something different. It has apparently somehow gotten gecko DNA in its beetle DNA. Greg walks by as Margot continues working, and everyone is now arriving at the museum. To attempt to find whatever is in the sewer system, they break out the dogs and get it sent to track it. Dr. Frock comes down to tell Margot to get ready, and she says that she ran another analysis and found the fungus contains reverse transcriptase. Dr. Frock suggests it's heavily infested with a virus, but it appears to be the fungus itself that is encoding the DNA it acquires in the cells of other eukaryotic organisms for animal proteins. So we now get to your standard juxtaposition between the cops in the sewer system looking for a monster and high society eating tiny salmon crackers. Dr. Frock and Margot continue to talk about the plant. The plant itself has a high concentration of what is found in the human hypothalamus within its cells to an astronomically more potent degree, which they piece together. Whatever it is needs the hormones on the leaves, but it's settling for human brains in the meantime. The dogs are now on the trail of the monster, which now we get to witness incompetence to the highest degree. So this museum is like ultra secure for some reason. The security personnel are discussing if they should close down the lab wing, and rather than send someone to check, if anyone's in there, they just trust Greg over here after saying it was completely abandoned when he left. So good enough for them. So they end up locking it down, subsequently trapping Margot and Dr. Frock. This causes Margot to form the idea of taking the man in a wheelchair down a set of stairs to the sub-basement. We now discover that a coal line runs all the way from the museum to Lake Michigan, and this is how they send coal in to keep Chicago warm. They cut the dogs loose as they are on the scent of something at this point, and one of the dogs gets got, which then sends the handler, Bradley, running after Pollux. Dagosta sends another officer back to get more backup as he goes after Bradley. Bradley eventually does find Pollux, but then gets immediately eaten, but Pollux is still left alive. High Society is meeting in front of a new exhibit, completely unaware of what's happening below them. Dagosta is now on his own as Bradley has become brain soup. As he moves along, he finds a bone pile of human skeletons before finding Pollux down there, who's pretty jazzed to see Dagosta. The cops now head up to the exhibit to get the mayor out. As they arrive, a body is then dropped on an exhibit for some reason, which causes a panic. I mean, hold up, wait, the thing was in the sewer with them, or in the coal chute, just 4 seconds seconds ago. How is it now back in the museum? I mean, I get it's fast, but no, it's not that fast. Anyways, at this point, the security system of the museum, the security system begins spazzing out, which means it was in the friggin' power room. How did it drop a body in the exhibit? Unless there's like 12 of these things, which there's not. There's only one. Anyways, so like I said, the museum begins spazzing out as all the fire doors are shut and locked, and the power to the building is cut. So that's good. This causes even more panic because water, you know, which high society turns into what we all turn into when panicked, a bunch of idiots. As people are literally tripping and trampling over one another, the big fire doors continue to come down, and like, good lord, holy crush zone, Atman. Security in the back realizes that they need to get the power back on, so we get like this almost Jurassic Park moment. One of the personnel walks out, and the guard's like, oh, leave the door unlocked. I don't like it when you lock the door. Then he goes in, realizes the wires have been ripped out and fried as something attacked it. He then heads back into the security room, talking to his partner, then goes like, hey dude, why aren't you saying anything back? But the guy's been decapitated, and he's next. Definitely a hold on to your butts moment for sure. In fact, actually, there's been a couple points where I'm like, man, this is really like Jurassic Park-esque. So DaGosta now goes to security to find everyone in there has gotten got. There's some argument taking place inside the museum of what they should do while they're waiting. DaGosta tells them to take the coal line out of the museum. They continue arguing amongst each other, and one of the officers stays behind, breaking up the coffee dream team. I know I haven't mentioned them before, but that was like their whole thing. Coffee and discussing coffee. So you either somebody gets custody of your dog, or you discuss coffee. This was 90s. As DaGosta sees a door opening, Pollux is growling. He bursts in to find Margot and Dr. Frock before turning around and seeing that the thing is actually charging them. Pollux the dog does the smart thing and says, screw this, breaks off the collar and runs. DaGosta is able to get the door closed in time, but it just barely holds up. Honestly, had that thing probably kept trying to break in, it could have done it. Realizing that this was a regular animal that has now turned into something else, they also figure out that it needs hormones for its own body to regulate its functions, or it will meet its end, which is why it keeps attacking everyone. Dr. Frock elects to stay behind while Margot and DaGosta go and figure out what exactly was that crap that was leaking out from under the door after it attacked. So now the cavalry has arrived and is attempting to cut open the door. Seriously, if this is a real fire door, why would it close from the front? Don't people need to get out? This seems like surely this doesn't exist. Anyways, those that stayed behind in the museum are now getting attacked by the creature as it's beginning to tear heads off and flinging cops everywhere, knocking them out. Getting a look at this thing, well, it's pretty ugly, like a fish frogman thing. And it's going after Greg as it eats him, and then we hear the Wilhelm scream, which is pretty hilarious. So they finally get a result back from the DNA analysis. This thing is still changing and becoming more reptilian. National Guard members are being dropped onto the roof to enter the museum to get everyone out. At least I think they're National Guard. But as they descend, the creature begins attacking them one by one and just tearing off heads. I mean, that totally blows. You think someone would like yell up about this crap? But anyhow, this thing can climb the walls, so it's not like it's having a tough time getting anyone, and the personnel up top can't seem to pull up one guy with their weak little baby arms, so he gets totally bisected. As Dr. Frock sits in what is basically a cage, the thing comes to visit him. Looks like a mix of a predator and a dog. Margot and DaGosta then realize that since it's mostly reptilian, its body temp is not stabilized, so maybe they can freeze it. As Margot goes to get Dr. Frock, they realize that he's been eaten as well, or at least his brain has. On the heels of the group that was sent into the coal chute, the officer in charge states that he thinks this thing is following them back there. DaGosta and Margot then go to create a distraction to get it to come to them instead. As the group moves through chest-high water, the officer in the back gets grabbed and pulled under and decapitated, so definitely no more talk about coffee. At this point, others begin getting grabbed and taken away as well before it breaks off its attack for a moment. DaGosta now gives Margot his lucky bullet as she gets ready to freeze the thing and puts the leaves on the grate. The creature ascends momentarily and looks at him before going back under. And as it ascends once more, it's about to attack DaGosta, but he's able to force multiply it in the face as freezing it did absolutely nothing because it appears that it does still have some warm-blooded tendencies. So Team 1 has now officially made it out of the coal chute a little lighter than before. Margot and DaGosta, however, are still down there with that thing on their tail. Also, the firefighters are almost done cutting through the door. Margot and DaGosta argue about who should be safe, to which Margot's analysis has now finished, finding out who the DNA belongs to. Well, surprise, surprise, it's John Whitney. I'm as shocked as you are. As Margot runs to find DaGosta, here's Johnny. Crashing through the roof, he has now begun basically just looking for her. DaGosta is hilariously stuck behind the door that he locked to try to protect her, but he's not much help. And also, Whitney is just breaking down the doors that Margot closed like they didn't do anything. So Margot goes around opening up every single chemical container that they have, as well as mixing some together. Potentially, I thought it was to cover percent of her hypothalamus, but it's actually something else, because it really doesn't work, and John finds her pretty easily. But luckily, there's some serious plot armor on her, and it stops before biting off her head. Maybe it recognizes her? Not sure yet. But she drops the chemical that ends up exploding. It appears possible it may have been pure sodium dropped in water, which ignites all the chemicals in the area on fire, burning Whitney before it finally explodes. However, Whitney is hot on Margot's tail. She hits the Soup of the Day lid and jumps in as Whitney is trapped in the explosion and exploded. And I gotta tell ya, this was the slowest moving explosion I think I have ever seen in my life. The mayor now threatens the police chief to leave DaGosta alone, seeing as he saved everyone, which I'm not sure about the politics there, but Anyways, the creature has been destroyed. They find Margot is stuck in the tank and let her out, and DaGosta has survived the attack, all thanks to the lucky bullet. I mean, you know, presumably. But they forgot about the biggest monster of all in Chicago, the crumbling infrastructure. Ooh, that's a really lame joke. With all that wrapped up, I think we all learned, if a tribesman hands you a drink and you have no idea what's in it, probably the last thing you want to say is, screw it, and then chug that down like a college freshman at a frat party doing a keg stand. Because it might just be the Megamycete. Actually, that's the wrong thing. It might just be a similar fungus. So where do we begin with this one? I think to understand the operation of the fungus and how it alters the human form, or really any form it comes into contact with, we must first understand what has happened to the person infected and subsequently how they became the Cathoga, really any animal infected, which just becomes a bastardization of their original evolutionary pathway. Because we haven't done this in like forever. This is going to happen.
New Aveeno Daily Moisturizing Cream instantly strengthens skin's moisture barrier.
Have to be something you relatively trust me on, as I pull the concept art to make sure that I could actually see this thing properly, so you know where we have to start. Starting with the feet, we see this creature is quadrupedal with 4 large limbs in equal mass to one another. The back appendages have claws several inches in length, hypothesized to be around 5 to 8 inches, which allows it to dig into walls and scale anything that it would like. The hind limbs of this creature, for the most part, is walking on the balls of its feet. Considering its chimeric nature, this is to be expected. The structuring of the leg overall is digitigrade with a sharp 90-degree angle formed between the ankle and gastrocnemius and soleus when walking forward. But when it's standing and not moving forward, the angle is less aggressive. The thighs are not particularly muscular on their own, or at least their appearance is covered by a large, thick, scaly covering. In fact, in the book, this scaling is so thick that force multiplication is virtually useless against it, as the bullets will either deflect off the body entirely or will not pierce deep enough to damage anything vital. On the back of Cathoga exists a tail that resembles that of reptiles. The tail, when running and jumping, would likely stabilize the chimeric beast, giving it agility that would not be suspected concerning its size. We see some of the mammalian traits are also emerging concerning the tail, as around this area, hair has sprouted out of the lower lumbar spinal area, right around where the human tailbone would sit, which is likely also owed to the human element, as hey, we evolved to have hair back there, thicker if you're a male. That's classic. Moving up to the abdomen area, we see the skin here is actually appearing to be thinner and likely would be more susceptible to damage, as the smoothness denotes potentially thinness here. Which I would like to go on a side tangent for a moment about actually Cathoga is better put together than humans are. So I mentioned this previously, but humans are creatures that our setup sort of sucks. Our bodies still readily indicate that quadrupedalism was in our past. And is that a word? I'm not sure, but today it is. So take an animal walking around on all fours, right? Well, on the outside of its legs, you have leg meat, bone, portions of the pelvis protecting the internals of the leg, where things like the femoral artery and femoral vein sit. Things that need to be protected, which usually are by the aforementioned. Well, with humans, because we stand upright, there is a triangle in our groin area that completely exposes this critical area to damage, as nothing is protecting it from the front, seeing as we have really not had time to evolve protection in this area. It's actually pretty hilarious just how bad our design is, actually. To add to that, take our greater omentum in our abdomen that lays against the inside of our abdominal muscle wall. In quadrupedal animals, should they take a hit to the guts that pierces this wall, the greater omentum will actually fill the hole, hopefully stopping the bleeding, because gravity is pulling the membrane into the new wound. However, because humans walk upright, the greater omentum just sort of hangs down, which means gravity cannot pull it into the wound. Although I will say, if someone gets stabbed, their first inclination is to double over, potentially allowing the omentum to do its job. But I just wanted to tell you that John Whitney turning into this creature actually ended up solving a lot of horrible design flaws of the human body. Anyhow, so now that we know how bad our bodies are at bodying, moving up to the torso of Cathoga, the creature has a large barrel-chested appearance, likely indicating massive lungs and a large heart. The skin of the back resembles that of a crocodile with large spines that jut upwards around mid-thoracic. Flanking each side of the chest sits powerful forelimbs that are as large as the hind limbs. The triceps on this thing is ridiculous. Like, you ever seen a picture of a tiger? That's what it looks like. On the elbows of this creature, there's a few sharp protrusions, which can be used to slash as it runs. Descending down the arms to the hands, we see that 1/3 of the limb is simply composed of just hands. The human features are all but obliterated concerning these hands. They are actually appearing exceedingly gecko, with the 2 middle fingers being larger than the other smaller fingers flanking the sides. Something that can be seen on the hands are folds of skin like with geckos, which is actually how they attach themselves to walls, so likely that's how this thing uses its forelimbs to walk up walls. But the claws are also large and are regularly used for slashing. Moving back up to the neck, he's a wide boy. The neck is just barely smaller than the torso, showing there is a very poor delineation between where the torso ends and the neck begins, and even where the head is as well, as it's all compacted into one large space. On the back of the neck exists a sort of mane of what we see with equines. Then moving to the head, well, chimeric additions to John's DNA did him no favors. The head is oval in shape, and actually a comparison could be drawn between him looking like an anglerfish more than anything, just an anglerfish with a body. The brow ridge has retreated up the head and turned almost adjacent to where it would normally sit on a human. The eyes are beady and small, but forward-facing, denoting that he is still predatory. If him tearing apart people was enough to indicate that. But I did have someone just recently tell me that forward-facing eyes does not mean that something was a predator, because things like gorillas are not predators. Well, eyes facing forward suggest a predator because it allows for stereoscopic vision, which in turn allows depth to be judged, which predators need to track prey. Now, a case can be made when it comes to, say, like snakes, sharks, alligators, etc., that they do not have forward-facing eyes, therefore not everything with forward-facing eyes is a predator. Just remember, forward-facing eyes typically is indicative of predators, which I now have to remind you, Keebler elves have forward-facing eyes. We all know the average Keebler can run up to 35 miles per hour if it smells a child's blood, so you wonder why they're trying to give us all cookies. It's to make us slower. So mental breakdown that I just had aside, the Cathoga's lower face is where the real horrible stuff is. The mouth opens up to reveal teeth several inches in length that curve out and then back into a point. Flanking each side of the mouth are 2 sets of tusks, although really, mandible would be more appropriate. The creature can use these to wrap around a human's neck and lift them up, and then use the forelimbs to basically just pull down on the body, separating the calcium container from the meat suit. As made mentioned during the autopsy, with the C1 to C2 separated, which is a pretty precise severing, actually. Pretty sure that would send you to immediate shock, so you really wouldn't feel too much. Not a great way to go, though. The overall body is, again, protected by a thick, scaly hide capable of withstanding everything, except for the slowest moving explosion I've ever seen in my life. That's where the line is drawn. So with its morphology covered, we can now begin to start understanding how it may be possible that this thing came to be. So I have to ask you, are you ready to give up on the human race? Well, you may be after I tell you this. So DNA, as we know, is critical to cellular function. Without DNA to literally be the foundation, house, and environment of gene expression, there is no life. We're just organic molecules floating around doing nothing. I literally saw a tweet the other day with a dude saying that DNA plays no part in our lives. Like, it's apparently completely useless. I don't think I've been stunned a lot in my life, but that just, it threw me for a loop. I cannot believe this person knows how to spell, and that's what they chose to spell out. Twitter strikes again, I suppose. But the point of me mentioning DNA in the first place is the importance it has. Now, I don't think I have to sit here and tell you about DNA, but I am, because genetics is good stuff. DNA directs everything. It's essentially the roadmap and compass for our bodies, as well as a set of rules. Our body will read DNA to create everything we need as long as ribosomes have material in which to build it in the first place. The flow of this is fairly simple, as whatever is in the DNA, or whatever is needed, is then translated from DNA into something known as messenger RNA, or mRNA. This mRNA is then read in order by the molecules called transfer RNAs, or tRNAs. Then the tRNAs will link up with the ribosomes, which will then link together the amino acids to form the polypeptide, for now that to go out and do its job. A little dry, but the point is protein synthesis is really as simple as getting the info from DNA to make it into RNA. Ribosomes then turn it into a protein, which as we know is a building block for cells in general. But something to note about proteins is that they can also be hormones. So buckle up, because we are about to get into why Cathoga is snacking on human thalamic regions, because we need to learn about the endocrine system. And also some people say endocrine. It's a lot like Neanderthal or Neanderthal. It doesn't matter whichever way you pronounce it. Don't be an elitist. Without the endocrine system, there is no point in attempting to be multicellular. Hormones are critical to the function of the human body and signal physiological changes to one another, as well as in general the upkeep of your life. There are several examples all throughout history of issues with the endocrine system affecting a person in a massive way. For some, if there's an issue with, say, the pituitary gland not signaling to the rest of the body, they need to begin the process of puberty, which actually can be caused by something like nutrition deficiencies or certain tumors that grow in the pituitary gland, which there's a story about a kid who ended up getting part of his, I believe, he got all of his large intestine and like 75% of his small intestine sucked out of his body, so he could never actually get the nutrition that he needed, so he literally did not age or look like he aged past, I think it was like 13 or 14 14 years old. But again, this can, if you have issues with pituitary gland or lack of nutrition, this can literally cause a person to have the typical age of puberty bypass them, which will leave them smaller in stature than your standard adult and with more childlike features such as a smoother brow ridge, larger eye to skull ratio, shorter limbs, less muscle mass as well as bone mass, and can cause things like sterility issues. And that's all.
Keep your teams aligned on the latest plans. Try Asana, a smarter way to work.
Change can be scary, but when you add slow roasting to the mix, double the chicken, plus fresh purple cabbage packed into a bowl, it can also be delicious. The Cantina Chicken Bowl, only at Taco Bell.
All because your hormones are just not signaling correctly. In others, an almost second puberty can be activated within people after adulthood has been reached under the same issues, resulting in gigantism in Homo sapiens. This can lead to people being well over 7 feet tall, with structure changes to the skull and limbs, resulting in difficulty eating and speaking, nerve damage in their limbs as they continue to grow and stretch the nerves past their normal capacity, and difficulty walking, as well as extra strain on the heart to account for the new body mass. And this is all, again, under the influence of the endocrine system at work. The endocrine system serves as a way for cells to signal one another that something needs to be done. Our bodies are a well-oiled machine, but when that process fails, it fails in a big way that is readily noticeable. But essentially, these hormones are sent out into the body to get into another cell to create a protein the body may need, which in turn is subsequently created for the body to use. The issue, as mentioned previously, arises when the body doesn't need the cells to undergo the protein creation process, or cells are signaled incorrectly or in error, which causes their activation, which can then screw with the homeostasis. Or hormones are not released as they should be, and cells are never told what they need to do, so they continue on like normal, which can then lead to disruptions in the body that can ultimately be fatal if not addressed. And this is the issue that we see with Cthoga. It's clear that the Chimera additions to the DNA have completely jacked up its ability to produce its own hormones, which probably isn't shocking to anyone, as this is the whole premise. But the main question is, why did it turn out this way? Well, again, it goes back to protein synthesis. While our genetic coding is largely junk DNA or ancient viruses that left their coding behind that has been inherited by the offspring, a lot of DNA serves critical functions to the survivability of a creature, such as hormone production and release. When John ingested the fungus from those leaves, as mentioned by Dr. Frock, this fungus was infested with a virus that contains reverse transcriptase. But I don't think it was a virus coding for animal proteins. I believe the fungus itself, which may have been mentioned, but I don't really recall if it was or not, is really the one with the reverse transcriptase. Which, let's go into that for a moment. Not my dementia about the fungus. So what is reverse transcriptase? Well, Dr. Frock was correct. As we know it, typically it's viruses that hold this enzyme. But the reality is we have found reverse transcriptase in bacteria, animals, plants, and likely fungi. So really, it's not just relegated to the land of viruses. But what it does with specifically viruses is they will attach to a cell, drop off its RNA along with reverse transcriptase, and then it has the ability to encode that RNA into the DNA, and then will insert itself into the genome of a cell, forever being a part of that cell. And that's why HIV is so bad, because as it enters your cell, it literally encodes into your genome, meaning that whenever that sequence is read, boom, more HIV is made. This allows the coding to continue even if the cell undergoes replication, then it's passed along if it's inserted into sex cells, and so on and so forth, until the gene is likely eventually broken through sexual reproduction, with genes being recombined and mixed to create offspring. Fragments, however, still persist within the genome, which is how we now know we are about 8% viral coding. But the issue is implantation into the genome of a creature. It's clear that the fungi is using reverse transcriptase to implant into John's genetic coding. Likely a large portion of John's own coding was separated, breaking many gene functions along the way to insert some random gecko DNA. Then further down the line, fish DNA would be inserted, where potentially the gene to produce, say, human growth hormone would be located. But that fish DNA had a piece of its own DNA broken off, where things like oxytocin would have been produced. Basically, the fungus did not necessarily care where genes were or were not broken to be inserted into another's genome, and as a result, this caused the chimeric additions to be an absolute detriment to the function of the human body. This also had the effect of new protein structures arising within the body of John to also change his physical appearance. As the body would continue trying to read the genome in order to produce the things the body needed, this would do two things. First, the hormones necessary for the creature's survival would be corrupted and not be able to be made. This resulted in signaling to break down if Cthoga did not get the fungi, which contained the hormones that he needed. This is why he was going crazy for the plant leaves, because ultimately, if he did not ingest the fungus, his cells would devolve into a self-destructive pattern. But also likely where the genes was located to produce that many hormones needed, seeing as it was broken down and replaced would cause other proteins and chemical messengers to likely be created instead. As these flooded the body, they would begin telling the cells to do some very strange things. While the cells were still somewhat human, remember, it's just a cell. It has no affinity for some particular structure concerning what we would like, just as long as the cell itself survives. Being directed by the hormones, whether those be lipid-based or protein, were still created in the body through the direction of foreign DNA. And this would tell the cell that the body structure should look this way instead, and whether that be a crocodile, fish, or Leopleurodon. Now, typically, however, your physiology is determined when you are gestating. You really cannot change it all that much, barring some injury of some sort. But again, just like with gigantism, the body is able to be changed to a relatively large degree, not unrecognizable to the Cathoga standard, but still change with the direction of hormones. And this is what I believe is happening. Even though John is still, or I guess, he was a human, the foreign directions are still changing his body, causing his skin to thicken and change colors as new melanin production pigments are made and skin growth increases, causing callus-raised areas. The bones are told to soften and lengthen under the direction of osteoclasts, then by releasing osteoblasts to re-strengthen them in their new forms. Organs would likely continue growing as well as growth factor was added, but you also need to remember John was actually still getting the fungi for a time. In the book it was more apparent, but as made mention by Margot when she mentions the potency of the fungus concerning these hormones, my fish boy John over here was eating this, introducing massive amounts of things like human growth hormone into his body. This coupled with the new formation from his genetic coding means that the body was primed for growth, and what a weird growth it was. If he was all human, he would have likely just become absolutely shredded and larger than the average person in height. But because of the interference of other genomes, he instead became a monster that is hypothesized to be 10 to 15 feet in length, which comes out to 3 to 4.5 meters in length, and stand roughly 7 feet tall on all fours, or about 2.1 meters. When the plants were incinerated after being taken off the boat, he no longer had access to the fungus that was not only keeping his body operating as if in normal conditions, seeing as he was dependent on them and could not create the necessary hormones himself, likely on par with someone who may have type 1 diabetes and cannot produce insulin by themselves or have difficulty producing it, meant he became reliant on outside means. But with the addition of such a potent amount of hormones, it continued to alter him as well. In the book they mention that really John didn't turn to taking out people until the leaves were taken away from his grasp, and that required him to try to find an alternative, which, considering he used to be human, means he needed the area that has the highest concentration of hormones in the human body, which was the thalamic region of the brain. But all this indicates also that John is still somewhat there mentally. While his body has been warped and changed by the introduction of foreign DNA and a ludicrous amount of hormones, his brain still possesses the same connections, as in those have not been severed just because the DNA of the neuron itself has changed. Now, he in no way is still operating at the same capacity of higher thinking the average person enjoys, but it's likely more like a memory that you could barely just sort of recall, but you really just get a feeling of when you look at something that you used to remember what it was. For instance, sometimes when I look out like into woods or anything that have specific spacing between trees on a cloudy day, it makes me like almost remember something about my childhood, about playing in woods. That sounds nefarious, but it's a good memory, trust me. I can't actually recall what I'm trying to remember. I think the phrase I've seen people use is like superliminal spaces. That's basically what John is seeing when he sees Margot and then stops himself from attacking her. His brain still maintains some connections from his human life. Like again, literally the connections are there. They're physical connections between the neurons, and that would likely indicate that a memory is present. But because his brain's functions have been altered due to the changes with his body, it's like a memory of a memory, making that control fleeting.
Visit BudLight.com for a chance to win NFL Sunday Ticket from YouTube TV.
Cheers! So let me ask you a question. If there was a real honest-to-God invasion of zombies, and like most of the planet was overrun, would you actually stay in the city with a puny fence and live your life like a canned sardine? Or would you just like jack a boat and go to an island? Well, if you said either, then you're completely screwed, because either way, the old thinking organ is becoming brain food in today's episode. In the events of Land of the Dead, taking place after humanity has virtually already lost the battle with the zombie horde, humans have been isolated into small holdouts and cities, attempting to stay alive and reclaim the mantle of, owning the planet. Assuming zombies to just be the mindless masses they always were, humanity got creative in their ability to address the horde by distracting them so that they could raid neighboring, overrun smaller towns for food and supplies. But by leaving the horde out there and not doing the smart thing, which would be actually addressing the infected threat while they were distracted, they end up leaving the turned people to walk around and continue their afterlives. However, something strange begins happening amongst those who were infected. They begin repeating patterns patterns of what their lives used to be, and through this process, one arises due to his Sigma male grind set to become the Alpha Chad we always knew he could be. Due to the constant attacks by the non-infected, he amasses a group to strike back, but by doing so, it shows that those who were bitten in turn may retain some of their mental faculties post-infection. So in today's episode, we will talk about how this may be possible, as well as the effects of the infection, why it took so long for them to finally begin exhibiting signs of mental processing power returning, and ultimately, what it could mean for the fate of the species that has been split. Alright, so you know the drill by now, but first I have to say, if you haven't played the game, actually Land of the Dead, it's hilarious. Literally on the first mission, you're like a farmer and someone wanders into your yard and the objective becomes find out what the stranger wants, and then you immediately put up your fists. Also, there's something in the game called Kung Fu Fist, which is legitimately the most OP force multiplicator in the game. But this is over the movie, so if you haven't seen it before and want to watch it yourself, there will be a timestamp up on screen to bypass the summary and then head straight to the science, go there. But for all others, let's get to why when someone shows up in your yard, you truly should just put up your fists and then run at them. No words exchanged, just violence. I don't care if you say you're from the city here to figure out why I'm building a tunnel in my backyard and I've severed several power lines and wires. So we kick off our story some time ago in the movie and real life, where I totally forgot about the head in the cooler at the post-credit scene in Dawn of the Dead, so it's a relatively supernatural disease that has some real biological implications. Maybe it's not supernatural, but we'll get into that. And now that I've finally addressed that, we can all go back to living our lives. But some time ago, if you didn't know, Land of the Dead is a sequel to Dawn of the Dead. Actually, it's a sequel technically to Day of the Dead, which is a sequel to Dawn of the Dead. And there's a few others in there, but you get the idea, it's all connected. Anyhow, some people are getting got, and anyone unburied is rising to their feet to attack the living. So essentially the whole world is boned. And we now flash over to today. Groups of zombies are just hanging out in a park, a church, but what's interesting is some are actually attempting to play instruments within the gazebo, likely something they have practiced quite a bit, indicating that neurological function appears to be improving, or at least the strongest pathways that have become something autonomic or likened to it at this point are firing once again. As a zombified couple walks through and lets a gas attendant know that they are there, he walks out to go through the motions of refueling the vehicle. While he does this, he's being observed by Riley and his partner. We'll just call him Peon because he's not really that important. They're discussing how the zombies are pretending to be them, but really, they're technically living out their previous lives, albeit much less graceful. As Big Daddy looks on, and yes, that's really his name, he spots Riley and Peon, but rather than he, shambling forward, he calls out to the other two walking along, indicating that while speech is definitely not on the menu, caveman grunting is. They respond by appearing to understand the directive and moving towards Riley and the Peon. Meanwhile, Demora and his group are offloading some trash into, I'm guessing, a trash area, as one of the boxes bleeds for some reason. Then moving back to town, we meet the rest of the merry band of bloodthirsty raiders. Charlie has been keeping an eye on Riley and Peon, making sure that they are safe, although he doesn't give a crap about Peon. Prior to the raid, the group begins setting up fireworks as a way to distract the infected while they go in and look for supplies. Riley confronts Demora, telling him that the walkers are up to something as they are communicating and it may not be safe. But Demora wants to get in there for a specific reason, so he files that under advisement and starts the raid anyways. We also learn it's Riley's last night doing this, so we can't have any screw-ups, but that just means you're gonna have screw-ups. It's called Murphy's Law. So now we see that the fireworks actually work really well. The zombies aren't able to keep their eyes off of them. Now, I get it, lights, noise, kind of keeps their attention, but the cars and bikes with the lights and the people yelling are doing the same thing. Not really sure how that stimuli would trump what's happening all around them. It doesn't really make much sense, but it doesn't matter because Big Daddy is still up and in action. As the raiding party descends into town, the zombies are getting obliterated, which you'd think they could just clear large areas by using the same process. But Big Daddy is not swayed like the others. He ends up saving a few of his infected friends, but many more are destroyed. He also understands the concept of just the head being left over and how much that would suck, so he takes out one of his zombie friends that he did try to save earlier. So apparently the fireworks dispenser is now jammed, so everyone is left on their own to get out of town. Peon and Demora watch as the, good God, what is that? The Raid Mobile 9000 just sort of mows down everyone. Demora and his crew stop off at the ethanol store, which is sponsored by Malibu, it looks like, as Demora then gets attacked. He's able to take him out before getting bitten, but it's pretty close. Peon then stays behind to pick up cigars before getting bitten himself. He goes outside as Riley pulls up and takes out the security. Peon takes himself out before Demora can, and that's why his name is Peon, because it never really mattered that we get to know him. Now we see Big Daddy lift a force multiplier off someone riding by, which I have to say, alright, so, into the world, supplies are probably low. Wouldn't that be a little more concerning to kind of get that back? But you'll see that a lot in this movie. Like, nobody can aim, ammo is expended hilariously bad and without concern. I just think, it would be wise to conserve it, but hey, I'm not in the apocalypse yet. That's scheduled for 2025. But Big Daddy remembers the handheld he got and elects to keep it as he begins walking with his horde in the direction the raiders amusement. Heading towards an FOB area, Riley and Charlie board a truck and then head towards Fiddler's Green, which is basically for the rich and famous. Their job is to secure food, but Demora went off the reservation and decided to make a pit stop at the ethanol station. So he gets chewed out by Riley for it, and Demora is trying to be able to actually live in Fiddler's Green, but it's likely not going to happen. As he goes to meet Kaufman, we get sort of like the high society Fiddler's Green, you know, all that good stuff. And in juxtaposition, Riley heads out to where the normies are. So we get like this rundown now on the protection of Fiddler's Green. They're bordered on two sides by a river, which protects them, or at least they think it does. It's foreshadowing. And an electric fence on the land-based side. The walkers don't show up too much anymore, as they've learned, well, they're just gonna get shocked. And here we see what I was talking about. So a zombie walks up, gets shocked, and a soldier is ordered to shoot its face off. She doesn't even aim. She just fires from the hip in a spray and pray pattern. Like, dude, at least attempt to look down the iron sights. We meet Mulligan now, who is sowing the seeds of discontent as he wants everyone to live in Fiddler's Green. Riley has shown up with antibiotics for his son, as he's just that sort of guy, but tells him there's no point in living there as they're all just locked in. It's a real nice prison up there. As Demora heads up to meet Kaufman, he hears crying and decides to go check it out. As he moves through, he sees a man has used some rope to separate his brain from the rest of his nervous system. Then the old man comes back to life and attacks everyone, but Demora is able to take him out before the infection can spread. Riley now heads to the shop to find out what happened to his car, but it's gone. And now we see that everything is zombie themed, which, I mean, I don't know. If you take the extinction of the human race seriously, seems like a bad idea. Zombies are chained up and you can take pictures with them or fire a paintball gun at them for some reason, because that's fun. But the real entertainment is the people within the walls, if you know what I'm saying. But there's a betting ring with the zombies in the middle. A woman is thrown in as she's supposed to fight them. Riley now goes to confront the man who suspects got his car stolen. As he goes to order a drink, he also orders his force multiplier. Riley now sees the woman in the cage and takes out the zombies before she can get got, which then begins a bit of a fight, which Riley gets ridiculously lucky like several times, and Charlie is able to dome the guy before he's able to take out Riley. Riley then goes and checks on Slack, as they know one another as they've seen each other around. And oh, thank God the cops are here. They now show up and arrest the rest of them who didn't do anything. Well, I guess, you know, technically murder is something, but they discuss getting out while in their individual cells, and the cops bring in someone for interrogation. We now see the Horde has arrived at a wooden wall, and we also see that their problem-solving skills are getting better. As Big Daddy goes to the wall, he realizes that he can't just go through it, so he elects to have the butcher zombie hit the wall with the cleaver, which then opens up a hole. As he looks through, he sees Fiddler's Green, but then somehow a zombie comes swinging out. I have no idea how this happened, which then startles Big Daddy, but further infuriates him as zombies are being used as subhuman fodder for target practice. Back at the Tower of Dreams, Demora finally meets up with Kaufman, pouring himself some champagne. Kaufman's a little confused. Demora mentions how he has enough money now to afford a place here, but Kaufman tells him there's a very long waiting list and he's not even on it, basically. What a tool. We figure out that the bleeding box is now Kaufman is really just having people taken out, so there you go. Kaufman tells security that he needs Demora to basically be gone because he doesn't need him anymore, but Demora is able to take him out before he gets got. Heading back to the Normie Central, Demora then goes and picks up the rest of his crew. As he goes to pick up his vehicle, there is a man taking out the inflatable, but I'm not really fully convinced that isn't Kyle Hill, the science man from YouTube. That as they take pot shots, they realize that there are infected around them, which is apropos for Demora because his ticket to get out of there was scheduled for the day previous, which the guard questions him about. But we're having to try to mix things up a little bit and shoot his way out. The guard's attention is attracted by the yelling, which gives Demora and his people a chance to slip away. Big Daddy's Horde descends on the compound and knocks over the fence. Hilariously, one man like rappels out of the safety of his tower and just directly into the Horde. Like, bro, what was the thought process? But as Big Daddy sees Demora and his people get away in the same vehicle that they've been chasing, this makes him activate the force multiplier, which he now understands how it works. He takes aim and begins taking pot shots at the vehicle, but it's armored so it does very little. At this point, the guards are ripped apart, but Big Daddy stops them from eating everyone, likely to replenish their numbers. Demora threatens Kaufman about his money and how he's going to destroy his tower if he doesn't pay him with interest. Kaufman instead pulls Riley out of the holding cell and entrusts him with the job. Get close to Demora and then take him out. If he pulls this off, Kaufman will give him a vehicle and enough force multipliers and ammo to head north. He's told there is nothing up north, but that's sort of the idea. I mean, I'd rather go south personally, milder seasons. Demora now leads Redshirt number 2 on a skateboard out in a random area. His job is to stay there and keep an eye on them. Entering the dilapidated building himself, he lights up and then is scared by a rodent. Meanwhile, back in the locker room, pregame smack is being talked by Slack about going after Demora. She's not too hip on the idea, but hey, he got her out of prison. The board now decides that they need to add some team members to find Demora. So now we meet Manelet, named after some bullfighter. Monica, named Motown, because why not, and Pillsbury, because he's a big dude, like, you know, so obviously big dude named Tiny. And Pillsbury is ready to go and do something. Heading out to the forward operating area, it's basically completely destroyed. Also, quick question, why does Slack always look like she's on the verge of crying? I have no idea. Anyways, as they walk, the question is posed if the zombies can get past the river, which at this point, Riley isn't actually too sure. But he does know that they need to get to the vehicle, Dead Reckoning, and also get it back, and he doesn't really care if there are zombies out there or not. They now hotwire a car as Charlie takes out a zombie about to attack Slack. Now, Riley and Manolette open the door and find a leg that is basically just gone, and then they find the rest of the soldiers out there who've been infected and go get the ammo before finding the whole area is actually infested with a ton of them, as they are pretty much all infected. Riley and Manolette open up on the infected and begin taking them out before Slack saves Charlie, so debt repaid. As Manolette goes to start the car, a nearly headless Nick zombie flings its head around and then bites him, meaning that he's infected now and barely even made it past the exit. They now then take off into the night, though they know that basically Manolette is just totally screwed. It takes less than an hour to turn, which we now learn from Riley because he had to take out his brother. Slack turns around and takes out Manolette. Back at Tenpenny Tower, Kaufman mentions how they have established outposts and supplies in case they need to escape with their families and necessary security personnel. Now heading back to Demora, we see he's not doing the towel pull-ups correctly as he's not extending his arms fully, but he's waiting on Kaufman to send him his money. Riley and the rest of the group are driving through the wasteland known as Pittsburgh suburbs, and at this point, I think I just dunk on like the Northeast for no reason. I'm sure it's nice up there. Anyways, Maine was nice. Riley then gets the car to stop. He says Kaufman isn't getting Dead Reckoning back because he's going to take it. That said, they can have Demora if they really want to complete their mission. He doesn't care, he just wants out. They decide to agree with the deal and then keep moving. Meanwhile, Tony Hawk, who has earphones on, like, bro, zombies everywhere. Wouldn't you want to hear? Well, you know, they're everywhere, so he spots a zombie and then takes it out before riding around more on his skateboard. He's then accosted by his #1 fan before having a meet and eat with the rest of the zombie horde, ending him. At this point, the group has reached the river as Big Daddy is the first to go in and the rest watch. Demora now gets his group to load up the concussive force detonators as Riley and his group continue to track. Meanwhile, Big Daddy and his squad have begun exiting the water as clearly that wasn't much of a barrier. Kaufman is now getting concerned that he's about to be shelled, so he tells his worker they're leaving in the limo. Kaufman goes and pulls his money out of the bank while everyone in Normieville is getting attacked because the rich area is located further in the defenses. Riley and his group now arrive where Demora is. Pillsbury changes teams and punches out Motown to help Riley and his group. Charlie meets up with Riley down the road and go cut off Dead Reckoning. Demora lets Riley and Charlie in as Slack and Pillsbury take positions. Obviously, Demora is a little wary of Riley as he accuses him of working with Kaufman, which technically yes, but Riley basically tells him, yes, that's exactly why I'm here. Demora gives the order to lock in the tower for its destruction as the safe zone is completely ransacked. Big Daddy teaches softball extraordinaire how to fire a force multiplier as Meat Cleaver Man stops a soldier from throwing a concussive force distributor, which sucks for that guy. Meanwhile, Motown is back up in action, which, by the way, I know they always show people being fine after being knocked out, but if you are knocked out for more than a few seconds, that could cause like literal brain damage, which you didn't hear from me, but the easiest way to knock someone out is a nerve that runs under the jaw around midway back. If you hit that, it's like almost an assured knockout. Like, I don't use that though, you know, only in emergencies. Riley then tries to appeal to Demora's humanity by telling him he will be taking out a lot of innocent people. Riley instead then jams its functions as Demora is then kicked out of the vehicle and hit by Motown. Of course though, then she gets bit and has her ear bitten off, which seems like it kind of hurts, but is then domed by Slack at this point to put her out of her misery. Now Riley's group takes over the vehicle and they call back to Kaufman, who literally just took out a board member as he was trying to stop him, which Kaufman now realizes, man, that was really bad timing. But then an explosion happens, which alerts Kaufman that they are still actually under siege. You think there would be like, I don't know, an alarm system in place? But Riley asks Demora where he's gonna go, and then lets him go towards Cleveland. Riley now elects to head back and try to save people as the infected are continuing to ransack the area. As Demora and his friends walk through this area, Demora takes out one of the zombies, but then is bitten on the hand by another. He takes it out before his friend realizes that he's infected. He says, hey, I'd rather be a zombie than just have my friend blow me away like I've done to other people. So actually, kind of a coward's way out, to be honest with you. But back at Zombieland camp, everyone is basically losing as Big Daddy takes out an infected who was on fire. Grabbing a jackhammer, he begins to understand electricity, sort of, as the rest of the group now picks up tools and continues to fight. Demora heads back to town as he's going after Kaufman. The zombie group has now arrived at Fiddler's Green and breaks in using their tools as people begin like noping out of there, right? Which I have to ask, if the zombies are moving so slow, how are people still getting like eaten? I have no idea. Arriving at the drawbridge, the Dead Reckoning has to stop and then opens the door for Riley so he can go lower the bridge. A group of uninfected now show up to the electric fence and test it out, realizing it's still very much so activated. Shouldn't you have like a switch on the inside to deactivate it? I don't know, maybe this this city's built terribly. Outside the Dead Reckoning, a group of infected is besieging the vehicle, though it's not really effective because that thing's like a trillion pounds. Riley gets into hand-to-hand with one of the infected before running back to the vehicle and finding there are infected everywhere. The bridge is now down as the driver lights up the zombies out in front as one is hanging off the back. The electric fence group now sees the infected coming. Riley's team sends up fireworks but is no longer working on the infected for like more than a few seconds. The tower at this point is now completely besieged. Kaufman takes aim at Big Daddy, but it does very little to his meat suit. The worker goes and opens the door to the garage, and Kaufman does nothing to help. At this point, Big Daddy then finds the car, and the worker runs off. Big Daddy then goes and fills up the car with gas and walks off up the ramp. Kaufman now goes and grabs his ammo and money as Demora shows up firing a shot at him. Kaufman returns fire, but it's clear Demora is infected as he slumps against the wall. Kaufman, making the #1 mistake, turns his back on Demora before getting attacked. But it really doesn't matter as Big Daddy rolls a container down the ramp and blows up the limo, turning his organs to liquid from the shockwave. Pulling up to the electric fence, they find everyone is basically being eaten. So to put everyone out of their misery, they fire a concussive force detonator to take every one of them out. High Society apparently didn't make it. However, behind the infected group, the normies did make it. They are now free to turn the place into what Mulligan thought it should be. But we get one last jump. The zombie from earlier on the bridge jumps onto the guy in the vehicle, but Pillsbury takes it out and then throws it overboard. Riley now locks sight on Big Daddy, who keeps walking. The driver goes to take them out, but Riley says they're just looking for a place to live like them, so don't take them out. They now head north, burning through the last of their fireworks, which again, why north? Plus, you could also use that gunpowder if you're going north for like, I don't know, fires? I mean, they've got colder winters, milder summers, but it just seems like an island would be better, although that one island in Dawn of the Dead really wasn't much better. So to kick off the science portion of this video, we must first understand the actual pathophysiology of the virus that has infected these people and ultimately what it would result in. To do this, we have to go back to Dawn of the Dead for a moment. So remember that episode I did that was flawless and in no way had any mistakes? And if you say there were, you're a giant nerd? Well, welcome to the party, because I'm a giant nerd as well. There's a friggin' head in the cooler, which at the time, and as we understand it now, indicates a supernatural element to the whole infection process. But then that raises the counterpoint I always say in a situation like this. Just because we don't understand something right now does not mean it's magic. Take someone from the Dark Ages, show them a car, turning on the TV with a remote, or even a space shuttle, tell them that we've been to the moon, if you believe in the moon. There's people in this channel that don't believe we've been to the moon. It's very interesting. But you'll have that person calling us witches and wizards and brandishing pitchforks. It really comes down with our species that if we know something, we feel like we've always known it. If we don't know it, then it must be magic. Remember, 1% is what you know, another 1% is what you don't know, and the other 98% is what you don't know that you don't know. And that's really what will get you, and that's why Twitter is an absolute nightmare. Anyhow, I shouldn't have checked that site this morning. So, when we see the head in the cooler, the thing to understand is, for this to exist as such, it requires an infection that we do not know about, but can attempt to understand, as it's really all based on cellular function and how it's able to persist without regular systems in place, allowing the cells to normally survive. So how does this work? Well, the first parameter that we need to establish with the infection route is that the body does get bodied, technically, but it might be something a little different than what we would normally think. When someone is infected with this plague, they will stop breathing about an hour in and quickly change after that. And that's the key to what's happening. When people drop this virus, it's not so much that they've been gone for a super long time or are rising out of the graveyards, though a case could be made if you buried somebody really quick, they would probably be trying to rise out of graveyards. But the point is that they're all flatlined. They had recently just dropped, meaning that a lot of their cells are still technically alive. There's this common misnomer that when you finally take your last breath, because end of life appears to be a nightmare from my layman's perspective, while you, at least your consciousness is out of the game, that your body is also just completely gone, but really, you're still technically alive. The nervous system will expire within 4 to 10 minutes of not receiving oxygen, as the maintaining of all of our autonomic functions of the body and consciousness not only takes a lot of oxygen, but also takes a lot of calories. In fact, the brain alone, being just 2% of our mass, uses roughly 20% of our calories, which is about 320 to 450 calories a day just to think. That's like literally a Big Mac. And then your brain also uses 20% of your intake of oxygen, which, speaking of that, you're breathing manually now. As a person stops breathing, the central nervous system quickly begins flatlining out, leading to cellular expiration. But I believe it's not a full process, which also would explain the mental recovery later seen concerning the return of some mental faculties. But rounding back to my earlier point, me going on about things that we don't understand is because we are multicellular organisms, we like to think of ourselves as basically the pinnacle. Single-celled organisms are so last billion years ago, but really, down to its core, we are just a single-celled organism living in a colony working together almost flawlessly to keep the colony alive as a whole, and this is us. Should a virus come along and potentially change the cellular functioning towards something more single-celled, it's possible that the entire functioning of the body would change, and it may even change things like metabolism, which this sounds a little far-fetched, but we will get into these issues momentarily. But I would like to turn your attention towards cancer, for instance. Cancer is a biological douchebag, literally the embodiment of, if you aren't rooting for the home team, then get out of the stadium, and then staying there anyways, stealing popcorn and holding up a picture of themselves and cheering for that. Again, total douche canoe. But cancer also has abilities that our bodies do not necessarily possess normally. It's been known for a while that human cells cannot exist outside the body for very long. Sure, you can grow some tissues for a little while. White blood cells can last a few weeks on their own, sperm cells a few days, but growing tissues is virtually almost impossible. The reason is our cells rely on other cells in the system to survive, and without them, even with nutrition being in the area and coming in, there are likely hormones lacking that aid in cellular coordination and internal coordination that keeps the cells functional, so eventually they expire. The same cannot be said for cancer. Cancer will absolutely survive on its own in an environment outside of the body as long as there is nutrition, which I wanted to bring something to your attention that is a side tangent, which is actually like super cool. I read about this the other day. Currently, there are studies being done on the medical application of ultrasound to destroy liver cancer tumors. They have found that using ultrasound will cause the tumor cells to flex and contract, creating air bubbles that will destroy them, and by hitting 25% of the tumor, this will cause the immune system to respond more aggressively to the cancer and destroy it, which is absolutely awesome for the cancer battle our species is currently facing. I swear, ultrasound has like so many uses that we haven't even tapped into yet. Side tangent over, the thing to understand about cancer is it can actually survive outside the body, as I stated, but it goes back to the genetic coding, or DNA, as it always does. Let's call it the body gene. This gene is extremely simplified to an extreme degree, but it keeps the cell in line with what's good for the body. If this gene is broken, the cell will typically undergo apoptosis under the direction of the immune cell or by its own directive, basically causing itself to burst because it could damage the body. However, if enough genes are broken through things like mutations, this will lead to cancer, and it will no longer respond to the body's orders or to take itself out, in which case natural killer T cells are sent out to destroy them. This leads to it rapidly dividing and taking up resources in the body and almost being its own organism. I mean, to a degree, I can't fault it. It wants to survive, as that's the point of life, but this is the person's meat suit, and if it really wants to survive, it can go out and get a job. Although, I gotta tell you, I suppose there are enough tumors walking around the world as is. But all of this is to say, what I believe is happening in those infected by the actual disease is they may have their genetic coding broken in specific areas. At first, there is a fight within the body as the innate immune system is activated, leading to people looking sick and likely heading to the hospital. But as it continues to infect the body, eventually these critical areas will be disrupted. This is achieved through viral genetic coding, along with the introduction of reverse transcriptase that would allow for the viral coding to enter the DNA and then break specific sequences as it was encoded. This disruption causes the largest issue, the actual expiration of the person as we know them when it comes to their nervous system functions, or specifically the brainstem. As the nervous system cellular activities are disrupted, this would lead to a person to stop breathing, for their heart to stop, and subsequently could lead to brain damage as things go dark. But eventually the body appears to start back up, and this is what I believe leads to the land of the dead zombies. Before moving there though, we need to understand what else the virus would likely do to the body that could explain what is happening to them to seemingly survive things that normally would body us. But we also need to identify the problems before getting into the mental recovery stage of the infection process. As the virus encodes into cells over the course of an hour, as made mention by Riley, who had to take out his brother, it's clear that the immune system in no way has a handle on this. Because it happens so fast, the innate barely has time to engage unless quite literally running into the virus and attempting to destroy it through phagocytosis. As the virus enters virtually every cell, it would break the genes likely responsible for multicellular cooperation. This critical break would cause the cells to begin exhibiting the single-celled activity, but remember, it's more complex than just one gene. Likely not breaking every gene responsible for multicellularism, this would leave the cells in a bit of a strange limbo with one another, partially cooperating, partially existing as a single-celled organism. I mean, even with cancer, we see as a tumor grows, there's communication between cancer cells, even to the degree as coordinating and moving through the body. It has been separated from the body, but it has not completely separated itself out from being multicellular. The same can be said with a cell infected infected with this disease. The new functioning would mean that every cell is basically for itself, but it is still able to communicate with other cells in order to complete a function. And this would also potentially explain the absolute degradation of the human form concerning the infected. Getting a good look at the infected, we see several things indicates it totally sucks to be them. First, the skin all over is ashen and brittle with several bruises indicating clotting factors underneath have long since been activated, leading to specific patches of integument system to have absolutely been destroyed. With these cells dead, they aren't coming back, as it would appear to me the virus actually needs to infect living cells in order for it to properly encode into the DNA, and not just any cell can be reanimated. Because remember, the body for all its intents and purposes is reanimated, but on a cellular level, it's likely a combination of living and dead flesh. The living flesh being the functional flesh, and the dead flesh just hanging on. We also see in the sclera of the eyes, many blood vessels have been broken, or bursted at least, as well as the sclera itself having turned yellow, indicating that toxins are not likely being filtered out by the liver, leading to jaundice, which this can also lead to a whole host of skin issues, but again, it shows that possibly systems in place are no longer functional. And then we can also assume a lot of the smaller blood vessels within the body have also burst, which is going to cause some requirements later as to how these creatures could possibly survive. The muscle contractions are rigid and difficult, indicating two things to me. First, the muscle cells partially underwent rigor mortis, although this would take some time in reality for this to happen. Likely not in the allotted time of when someone gets back up, but considering the amount of time that has passed, likely the muscles are also having difficulties as far as functionality due to nutritional deficits and damage over time, as again, because the body is acting partially as an individual cell, or at least these cells are acting individually, and also as a whole they're acting as a multicellular organism, it's possible the healing factors that we have far outclass those infected, as their bodies are no longer working in a cohesive manner. Because of this, any damage to the muscle through use or injury would remain that way much longer, potentially even permanently. Though I doubt it's permanently, because they can still move years later, so some healing must be taking place. The second thing this indicates is that the nervous system attached to the muscle, known as the motor neurons, are heavily impacted and damaged as well. But that would mean also that the nervous system itself is still sending orders to the body to contract and move. And if you think that's crazy, well then look no further than the zombie's response to light and sound. We all know that they move towards these things, indicating that the nervous system activity is still present, if not a little rudimentary. But because things like the auditory nerve are still reporting to the brain and it's interpreted, and the optic nerve is reporting to the occipital lobe and that is interpreted, it's pretty clear the brain in some capacity is still functional and working together, which means it would appear more than capable of sending information to the muscles to move. That would mean the nerves themselves are still capable of functioning with one another despite being infected and changed into this half-in, half-out nerve cell that's for itself, but will still relay signals back to the cell next to it, and so on and so forth. So now we have to talk about the actual issues for a moment. Our bodies have developed in the way that they have because of the necessity to keep the interior cells alive. Sure, when a single cell is floating around, or even a small group of them, oxygen and nutrients can drift through, allowing the cells to survive. Things like bugs are an example of more complex creatures surviving with something known as an open circulatory system. However, it's not very efficient and leads to smaller body size because oxygen simply cannot permeate through the body of larger animals with the open circulatory system. With a closed circulatory system like we humans enjoy, we can be larger because oxygen is delivered via the bloodstream to all parts of the body. And this allows even the deepest cells of the body to receive the oxygen necessary as well as nutrients for their survival. Now obviously this is the crux of the issue. We see when zombies are beheaded, it will stop their movement as the brain can no longer send signals to the body, which also supports the nervous system is still in control, but also the lungs are no longer able to supply the brain with oxygen, and oxygen would not be able to permeate into the brain through the new neck, which should end up causing the brain to meet its ultimate end as the cells still need oxygen. Well, at least with our metabolism. And there is unfortunately no way around this. The only thing I can see happening, again, is if the metabolism undergoes some sort of change towards a more efficient anaerobic metabolism when entering a stress state, allowing the zombie to survive longer. But that doesn't seem possible given what we know about our metabolisms. But that would be the only way around it, which considering the zombies are walking underwater for an extended period of time without drowning may indicate that the cells have become anaerobic. Again, in humans, this is an extremely inefficient way of making ATP for the body. The whole process would really have to be overhauled. But for the sake of argument in this video, we would have to assume that is exactly what is happening in the bodies of the infected. With these altered metabolisms, cells being in an intermediate stage between single cell function and cancerous tumors, but still able to communicate, this would explain the apparent durability they have at receiving wounds, as there's no specific system that shuts them down concerning cellular function, apart from the brain being in control of the actual body. And this is what would ultimately cause the brain to regain some of its function after enough time had past. And I'm certain some of you saw this coming, but looking at the fact that we know the nervous system is still functioning even with damage to the body, not healing as fast, the anaerobic metabolism of cells, keeping the individual cell alive even after the host should expire by either damage to the body or literal head and shoulders cleanse, and the same cleanse showing the body relies on the nervous system even after apparent bodying, I would have to say I believe it all boils down to the immune system giving up accompanied with neuroplasticity. So let's start with the immune system. It's a finite resource if you didn't know. There are diseases that we face even today that can absolutely deplete these defenses, and it's not HIV, it's rabies. That's not rabies, but it's actually the measles. If you contract measles, the fight can be so intense in your body that it can actually deplete it, making you vulnerable for several months as it has to build back up again. And it can still affect you years later, as it could end up destroying immune system memory cells that had fought a disease before. So when that disease shows back up, your body has no memory of ever fighting it in the first place, which then kickstarts the infection all over again as if it were brand new. And just for your information, HIV just really kind of breaks the chain of communication by destroying CD4 and CD8 T cells, making your immune system not be able to function properly. That's really how it gets around all these issues. But with the virus invading the body, again, at the beginning there is a clear immune response. But as time continues on, this response becomes less and less as either the immune system is depleted or converted by the same infection that is converting the rest of the cells. Once this is done, something critical like inflammation would decrease as well, which would take pressure off the brain, which means anything like meningitis or encephalitis would decrease, again, taking pressure off the brain. Although the damage left over would likely be permanent, or slightly permanent, because this leads us into our next point, which is neuroplasticity. Neuroplasticity is essentially the brain finding a new way to route information. When you're first born, there is a ton of neuroplasticity happening within the brain as new neurological connections are made like hourly. There is actually a child out there right now, if I remember this correctly, whose brain was mostly assist. I think it was like 70% or something like that, but because it happened when they were so young, the brain's plasticity levels were higher and they were able to basically recover to the point that they were able to maintain normal cognitive levels with very few issues, which is wild because assist is virtually unusable. It's basically just fluid fill. But that's the power of forming new connections. And we do see this in adults, just not as frequently. If someone suffers brain damage from a stroke to the left hemisphere, which is typically the language-dominated side of the brain, this can lead to things like aphasia, which means they have difficulty understanding language as well as speaking it. There have been examples of spontaneous recovery to literally 100%, which completely reverse the aphasia, which just know that this is really friggin' rare, but it does happen. But this was because the brain was able to make new connections for them to regain this ability. That's why after a stroke, it is critical to go to rehab for speech and motor functions, as your brain is in recovery mode and new connections can still be formed. But this plasticity has the ability to bypass injury in the brain in order to regain former functions, as that is what's beneficial to your health and survivability, and it doesn't go away just because of an infection. Your brain still wants to survive, and this is what I believe is happening with the infected. As time passed, the immune response drew to a close, and this left the brain in a damaged state. The younger you are, the more plasticity you have, so those who were infected younger and may not have received critical damage, or those who were older and may have had actually weaker immune system responses, may have escaped the worst of the brain damage, which allowed them to do the next thing years later, start recreating the motions they did in their former lives. This process is simply a pattern of nerves firing within the brain that were the strongest pattern due to repeated application. But this would do something that nobody in the Land of the Dead world would get. This repeating pattern was a piece of their humanity coming back to the surface, which in turn may have activated other pathways within the frontal lobe, which would then trigger the next part, reasoning. So think of it like a spark that slowly grows into a fire that then grows into a larger one. This repeating pattern activated older pathways of the brain that then spread out over time, reactivating any pathway that wasn't actively destroyed during the infection process, which again, because of the slower healing factor, led to a form of neuroplasticity to begin taking place in the brain. Even areas of the brain that were heavily damaged still had some potentially surviving neurons in there that through plasticity, new routes were formed to those areas. But this process is exceedingly slow because it's already slow in normal people. But eventually this would lead to those who were infected around the same time to slowly begin coming back to the surface, although in a much more stunted way. Basically knocking our brains back to likely Homo erectus status, to be honest with you. But since this plasticity had reopened the frontal lobe for business, learning and formation of new skills, or at least the acquisition of older skills brought back to the surface, was unlocked, which would lead to further new neurological connections to be made. Essentially, the brain is recovering to a degree through an extremely slow healing process, which may be brought on by the nervous system still being active, which is how they even see or hear, which allowed for older memory pathways to be activated, which then caused connections to begin reforming and reigniting. Ultimately, as seen at the end, where Riley sees Big Daddy, he's clearly the leader and doesn't really want to mess with people. He just wants to be left alone alone, it was on a warpath for what the raiding party did. Because of this, given more time, it's possible people who were infected, while not returning to their former human level of intelligence, could return to something higher than a standard primate, seeing as they can use tools and understand them, but likely not to what they once were. If humanity could wait out like another 10 years or so, communication may become possible with the infected, but humans being humans, if we think something is beneath us, we basically just tend to attack first and just ask questions after the fact. What would you do if you had something rapidly plopping towards you at roughly 60 miles per hour, which comes out to 96 kilometers per hour? If you said imbibe ethanol to the point of intoxication in order to make it allergic to you, then you are today's winner of the ADHD Olympics, because I have no clue how you would even put that together. On a small island off the mainland of Ireland, something would touch down in the ocean that would begin first harassing the native whale population before moving on to dry land to attack the small town and begin eating the citizens. However, through the experience of one man named Patty, it would become apparent that the alien was never really ready for what humanity does to their own bodies, despite it literally being a toxin and doctors everywhere saying stop, do that. But then again, you gotta ask yourself, what do those giant nerds know? Anyhow, this creature grew, more would begin popping up as it would attempt to then track those down in order to get a foothold on this new world. In today's episode, we will talk about the monster from the movie Grabbers, its morphology, as well as its glaring weakness, which is just absolutely hilarious. That doesn't mean, however, that it can't just fling you several miles away from where you first stood in front of it. But first, this episode is sponsored by Raycon. Are you ready to blast music utilizing earbuds with comfortable customized gel tips straight into your ear holes? Well, you better be, because using the link in the description right now, or heading to buyraycon.com/Roanoke, you can get 15% off your purchase today. With its noise isolation fit, but also in awareness mode, you can hear what's going on around you, or you can just completely tune out the teenager in the gym squatting the bar and yelling because of reasons. Plus, with 3 sound profiles of pure sound for perfect vocal clarity, balanced sound, great for a variety of genres, and bass sound, which boosts the bass, there's a profile for literally everyone. And with summer basically upon us once more, we all know we're going to be around pools a lot, and with that, none of us are really graceful. Either that or it's just me, with these water-resistant earbuds surviving being left outside in the rain or dropped in a pool or puddle accidentally and then retrieved. You pop them back in and continue listening to your music. Mine have actually survived a few washing machine adventures, so that's been pretty great. But all with its 32-hour battery life, 8 hours of continuous playtime at half the price of other premium audio brands, it's really no wonder that Raycon has got 49,000 5-star reviews. So if you'd like to scoop yourself up a pair today, head over to the link in the description or go to buyraycon.com/Roanoke to get 15% off your order. All right, let's get back to it. All right, so everyone knows the drill by now, but if you haven't seen this movie, I don't know how this got past my radar, but it was pretty hilarious. So if you want to watch it first, I'd highly recommend it. If you want to bypass the summary, there's a timestamp up on screen to move to the science portion. For all others, let's get to why when you see someone pulled up into the sky in the dead of night, your first instinct shouldn't be to just follow them out there and see what grabbed them. So we start off our story over Earth, as you do, as something enters Earth's atmosphere, landing near Ireland, but in the ocean. Man is currently mopping the poop deck, and that is what I assume is the poop deck. I really have no idea. As he hears something, he looks up and spots the meteorite coming down near them. A little while later, the trawler is responding to an unknown distress flare, but they literally just saw it land in the ocean, unless this was a secondary boat, but I didn't see a secondary boat. So it was definitely the meteorite. That's not a distress flare. I'm not really sure how wires got crossed there. Anyways, they radio back to the Coast Guard before the captain yells out to the man asking if he sees anything. Just then the man spots something under the water and is pulled overboard as the captain runs out there to check on him. As the captain looks on, he too gets hit through the chest and then pulled in. So let me ask you this, you've just seen 2 people get pulled into the water. Why at this point would your first instinct not to be to, I don't know, barricade yourself in the captain's nest? Well, man number 3 decides he's got a better chance than the other 2 and then runs out there. To mess around is human, to find out is divine. As he hears squelching, he looks up and is immediately got by something unseen. So now we meet Garda O'Shea and Garda Sealbon, but that was really just to make you angry. It's actually just O'Shea and Nolan. We see O'Shea is feeling a lot like how I was feeling this past Sunday morning after hanging out the in-laws, and Garda Nola, we'll just really call her Lisa, is arriving on the ferry. As O'Shea goes to pick her up, they're off to a good start. Man, I'll tell you, Ireland seems pretty scenic, but as a man and his dog walk down to the coast, things turn bad pretty quickly. Looking out, he spots a pod of whales all washed up on the beach, which, as you might guess, is a bit strange. Heading into headquarters, Lisa meets with what I assume to be the captain. He's going out of town for like 2 weeks, so Lisa's there to help assist O'Shea with policing the island. O'Shea complains about it, but it's clear the captain does not have much faith in him. We now meet our man Patty. As he goes to check his lobster traps, he has something that he's not really sure what it is. Calling over his friend, the guy looks at it and then is immediately sprayed by a liquid, which is a total bummer. But O'Shea and Lisa talk about how she was stationed in Dublin, and she brings up how it's always the quiet places where the crazy stuff happens. And have you seen the crazies? It's true. Heading out to the beach, the Garda has been called about the pod of whales that have washed up on shore. Dr. Smith is already out there getting samples as he meets Lisa and seems rather interested in her. Lisa asks why they have wounds, to which which Smith replies it's probably because they all died out at sea for some reason, but it's definitely a mystery, and then they just kind of hit the rocks on their way in to account for the wounds. But the ocean is a harsh mistress, so who knows what's out there? Hopefully not something capable of rapidly plopping. Okay, so there's this part where O'Shea asks Lisa, using his hand, what's that? To which she has no idea, and then he just turns it over. He's like, it's a dead one of those. It's just really fundamentally it's a bad joke, but I would implore you to use that on someone because it's way funnier when you actually get to do it. I used that on my wife, she didn't get it, I loved it. Meanwhile, Patty has now grabbed the creature in the lobster trap and brought it to the bathtub. O'Shea and Lisa now go to Daly and Coonies to employ them and their crew to clean up the whale carcasses. As they finish up for the day, Daly goes back to grab the shovels before spotting spherical objects in the sand. As he goes to return to his crew, he is grabbed by something then dragged back into the ocean. Cooney gets tired of waiting on him and then goes to check on him, but realizes he's pretty much AWOL. We now learn that Lisa is staying at the pub. Bartenders attempt to hype him up, but he's actually still just pretty depressed. Meanwhile, Patty is staring at O'Shea. O'Shea asks him what he wants, and begins telling him about the sea monster he caught today, and it's in his bathtub. Later that night, as it rains, Todd is sleeping in his chair, and he's hearing a knocking noise at the door and yells for Irene to go get it, but she's not dressed. As he goes to check, I swear, the Irish just have like the way with words. It's Cooney, and he yells back to Irene that he's pissed as a fart, and I will absolutely be using that on my friends who, you know, imbibe. He's just sort of like banging into the door. He's being held up by his hands, which I'm not sure how you wouldn't notice the monster tentacles doing that, but eventually drops him as he is clearly checked out of this mortal coil. Todd goes to check on him, but then is dragged upwards into the sky as Irene runs inside and closes the doors. Eventually, though, she hears it coming down the chimney, and as she goes to close the flue, she is pulled up and then taken out. Meanwhile, back at the pub, O'Shea goes to shoot his shot 2022. He asks Lisa to come down and have a drink, to which she declines, saying that he's drunk. Patty now returns home to deal with the sea monster and finds it escaped and left an egg. Looking into the corner of the room, he spots Hermaeus Mora as it shoots its tongue out and tries to bite him before attracting it quickly. It then attacks Patty, but he's able to stomp it out. The next morning, the bartender tells Lisa about O'Shea and talks about how he's a widower and how a storm is due in. She then tries to get her to change rooms, you know, for the bigger bed and whatnot, as Lisa then heads into work. She had brought O'Shea to the station to sleep it off as she couldn't actually end up finding his house. She then gets a call from Dr. Smith and Patty for his findings. Patty calls them grabbers as, well, they just kind of grab you. Everyone says hi to Lisa for some reason, and she asks about the grabber. They aren't sure if the thing is dead or not until Patty whacks it. I guess you could call that a patty whack, pulling out its tongue and then spits out like a frog and then sucks the blood out of an animal that it comes across. Thus, that's what they surmise what the tongue looks like. It appears the creature can live solely off water and blood, making it incredibly adapted to Earth's biosphere. Dr. Smith also surmises at this point that it's a she, as he also found that the creature was pregnant. As O'Shea and Lisa then drive around, he spots Cooney's car down at the beach, which, as you might imagine, is a little strange, especially since they're really not supposed to be down there. They go and check out Todd's house as they spot all the lights are on and the roof has been messed up. Lisa climbs up a ladder to figure out what happened and spots some tattered clothing. She recognizes the smell of the creature and then begins pulling on the clothes as it's stuck on something. Eventually, O'Shea gets a headbutt from Todd. The doctor says that he must have been mauled by some sort of animal, maybe like a tiger, as Patty shows up to talk about the creature as it destroyed his bathtub. Lisa is confused, though, as the creature needs water to survive. Patty mentions how it rained that night, but when it rains, there is no dry land. With a storm coming in that night, that potentially means that this creature could ransack the entire island. They figure out it must be in Black Rock Caves, so when the tide is out, they go to check on it. O'Shea and Lisa enter the cave looking for the thing as they get all the way to the back before finding a fisherman's jacket from the lost boat earlier. Meanwhile, Patty has located more of the eggs in the sand. As he goes to remove the sand, he then realizes these things are basically on the verge of hatching. O'Shea now calls out to the fisherman before turning around and spotting the thing is like literally right there with them. Lisa and O'Shea hightail it out of there before O'Shea turns and says it can't get through, it's too big. And of course it shoots its tongue out at him, which inspires all three of them to take off. Remember, never turn around and look at the thing that you're running from assuming it can't get you, because that's exactly when it gets you. O'Shea calls the Coast Guard, which apparently they know of him unfavorably, and say the Coast Guard boats have been called back due to the storm that's headed their way. Lisa and O'Shea now head to the lab to burn the creature with gas and fire. Dr. Smith attempts to tell them to stop, but they don't listen. As they light it up, it activates the fire suppression system, which, you guessed it, gets everything wet. They approach it with a chair, a pocket knife, and a rolled up magazine, and then Patty just straight nopes up out of there. Shockingly, the creature goes for the man with the magazine and begins attacking him after squirting him. Now it becomes an attempt to get this thing off of his face. As it begins biting into his face and drinking his blood, they're able to pull it off as it spits out his blood, and they all go and try to stomp the thing out. But these things are actually like extremely durable, and the dead space level of stomping have to continue. As I talk about how Patty survived if it took two people to get that thing off of O'Shea, they ask how he even survived. Dr. Smith suggests it didn't like his blood very much, so what did he have that day previous? A banana, some chips, and literally Viking levels of ethanol. They now devise a plan. As long as everyone is hammered, they can survive until tomorrow morning when the Coast Guard shows up. So they need to have a lock-in at the pub. They inform the bartender of what is happening, and by the way, his name is Brian, and you know what's going on, what they need to do. They then convene and try to figure out how blasted they need to get for the night, and decide that Lisa is the fittest and doesn't drink at all, so they can use her blood alcohol content to see at what level the creature is affected. O'Shea elects to stay sober to keep an eye on everything while this is going on. Lisa disagrees, but he knows the island, so his plan is to be the DD. So as she's knocking them back like a college freshman at a fraternity party in July, they realize that Patty also has some special brew as well. He pours her some as she chugs it, and that's what sends her over the edge. They give her a blood test as the creature drinks the blood and begins rattling the cage. It appears to go into anaphylactic shock and then starts foaming at the mouth. They test Lisa's blood alcohol level, and she blows a 0.2, which if you didn't know, that means 20% of her blood is essentially alcohol. That's really high, like dangerously high. As night begins to fall, O'Shea and Lisa head to the church to get everyone together for the shindig at the bar. Everyone's a little confused, but as soon as they mention it'll be a free bar, everyone is immediately down to go party as the storm begins rolling in. Basically, as soon as the thing starts, everyone is, as the Irish say, pissed as a fart, while the group in the back of the bar puts together every counter that they have for this thing. The bartender brings a super soaker, suggesting that they should fill it with petrol, which is a smart man. So as Lisa and O'Shea share a moment in the car, but he's sober, she's hammered, he ends up turning her down, at least for now, because that's what Chads do. But considering everyone is drinking a diuretic, eventually you're gonna have people that have to pee. Dr. Smith heads to the back and then tries some of Patty's home brew, while Dr. Gleason goes to the bathroom. It's closed, so then he just heads outside to go pee. Now the issue with being inebriated is it lowers your ability to really care, as Patty just straight up lets Dr. Gleason go outside to pee. Lisa then talks about how O'Shea's wife bit the dust, but as it turns out, the bartender's wife was really just trying to hook them up because O'Shea's wife just met someone else, so they just ended up splitting. Meanwhile, back outside, something is approaching Dr. Gleason. It's a bunch of younglings squaring up on him. It attacks him, but because they're so small, they're able to free Gleason from the hug of death as Lisa goes around smacking them with a golf club. At this point, they turn around and spot Big Daddy coming to check on the kids. It grabs Gleason and pulls him over before squaring over his head and then pulling off his head. Whoa. So, you know, technically if that happens quick enough, you would still be somewhat conscious, though in complete shock, I imagine. That's gotta be a nightmare. O'Shea and Lisa then run to the police cruiser, which does the car and the horror movie thing and won't start. Lisa attempts to arrest the creature as they turn on the police sirens and lights, which distracts the creature as it absolutely shreks the car later. We think at this absolutely ridiculous moment considering they are all in the same room, which made me laugh. Brian starts running in screaming for the lighter, but Smith is absolutely schlackered. Eventually he is able to crawl over and light the candle for the super soaker in this like creation of Adam scene as Brian then goes out to fight the creature. Of course, upon getting out there, he nopes out and runs back inside. Drunk planning. There ain't nothing like it. They now realize that they are out of beer unless someone goes outside and changes the keg, which at this point O'Shea realizes that they need to move the party upstairs as just a precaution. As people attempt to go home, this causes Patty to tell Brian to chill or he'll give himself angina. Lisa spills the beans that everything is under control and nobody is trying to take them out, which then kind of alerts everybody, but Smith yells that they need more ethanol and then goes outside to get a picture of the creature. Drunkenly stumbling along, he does eventually come face to Squid Mouth with it and gets several pictures. As O'Shea yells for him to come back inside, Smith continues to stand there as it uses a tentacle on his head, realizing he's completely unappetizing. Smith starts talking about how it's just an animal and then gets flicked off into the distance. I mean, I don't even know how far that was, maybe like half a mile, but he's completely hammered, so who knows? Maybe he survived just going completely limp. Heading back inside, everyone just saw that thing outside the window, and the children begin breaking into the bar. O'Shea barricades the door and attempts to just wait it out. O'Shea tells everyone that as long as you're inebriated, you are safe from the aliens. But as they wait there, they realize the Big Daddy creature has a sheep that it's basically flinging against the door. It's a mating ritual, as the male has followed the scent of the female juices sprayed on O'Shea earlier, which is exactly why it went after Todd after getting sprayed in the face as well. Which means now this thing is trying to mount O'Shea somehow, and in its frustrations will likely end up ripping him limb from limb. That's a terrible way to go. As Brian checks his alcohol levels, they are already beginning to sober up, and good lord, like that's a crazy quick sobering process. Patty suggests throwing a concussive force detonator, which Brian then asks, does he have it on him? But apparently, like, Patty answers that he doesn't have it, like, on him. And I think someone needs to go check Patty's house to see what he's doing over there. O'Shea comes up with an idea. They need to dry the creature out to get it to stop. They will use the grabber to grab the grabber and lift it into the air and let the sun dry it out in the morning. Lisa volunteers to go there and get Brian's truck. Lisa now descends into the grabber young area before nailing one to the bar top and then kicking another into the jukebox. O'Shea and the rest of the group make a decoy of himself as Lisa goes and grabs the keys, lighter, and Patty's brew as tentacles then start entering the kitchen. Walking through, she gets grabbed, which causes her to accidentally light the bar on fire, but she's able to free herself from the creatures as everyone realizes that the fire is spreading. O'Shea now escapes out the window as Lisa pulls up with the truck. He jumps in before the creature can grab him, and now we get like the rapid plopping as this thing Beyblades its way after the truck. Like literally, that was the subtitle. It was ridiculous. But getting to Daly's dig site, they can't figure out how to get the crane going as O'Shea makes a run for it with the creature giving chase. He jumps onto a central platform, but is stuck there as the creature squares up. He takes aim with the flare gun, pointing it at the barrel of gas as the creature shoots out its tongue and then pulls him to the ground, injuring his, I believe, femur. The creature then begins descending as Lisa shows up with a bulldozer and knocks it into the pit, pinning it with its weight. As Lisa goes to climb out, the creature grabs O'Shea as she hands him Patty's brew, and it turns out that Gleason's plan was actually right all along. He pours Patty's brew down the throat of the creature as O'Shea is then thrown upwards. Lisa then grabs the flare and fires it into the gas canisters, blowing up the creature. As day breaks, the bar is saved. Brian and Patty go in for another drink as Lisa and O'Shea walk back to town. O'Shea throws his flask away as O'Shea then tells Lisa that he wants her to stay, which she then agrees to do. As they keep limping along home, O'Shea suggests that they need to go pick up Gleason's dog as well, since he's basically just ahead now. And as we sweep over the sea, oh yeah, the eggs they're gonna hatch. Well, they're about to hatch, so the adventure is about to begin again. And that, my friends, is why you don't stop for breakfast when there's more aliens to subdue. So I believe the first place we should start is the life cycle of these creatures, because they actually appear to have similar cycles on Earth, or at least similar organisms exist to them, and how this tells us something about where they may have come from, and then move on to what is causing their interaction between the human blood mixed with alcohol, why it's affecting the grabber in such a horrendous way. So obviously, the first stage of the life cycle is the egg, meaning that the creature is oviparous. However, the egg hatching appears determinant on the cycles of water, which may have told us something about its life cycle originally. Now, the eggs need to come into contact with water in order to properly hatch, but that creature intentionally chooses land in which to lay the eggs on, which is an interesting idea considering what it needs to survive. But again, this tells us about its home planet. Shallow oceans may have been something that were fairly common. Getting a look at what we would call a newly hatched stage, these creatures actually bear a striking resemblance to a sea anemone in terms of how they look, with the lower, smoother portions of their body attached to the sea floor and the tendrils up top. What is interesting is if you didn't know, sea anemones are actually predatory and will eat animals that they come into contact with by releasing toxins to subdue the animal. In fact, there's actually some that are known to literally be lethal to humans. So you'll notice throughout these stages of the life cycle that they appear to all take on the form of similar animals down here on Earth, but still remain as the same species, indicating a metamorphosis at some point may be taking place in these creatures as they go from the larval stage to the adolescent, because there are some major changes between the larval and adolescent stages. The adolescent stage is where the tentacles and tendrils have begun forming, which makes them just a smaller version of an adult. Now, the metamorphosis that I'm referring to would have to be in between these stages to actually properly work, because of how much they do change. Now, do they really just melt down and become something completely different? Highly doubtable, but they do change enough. But anyhow, the adolescent that Patty was able to grab and keep in his bathtub is interesting for a few reasons. Because we know the larger one is male and the smaller ones are females, this could be some form of sexual dimorphism concerning the sizes of these creatures, but I think I'd be more inclined to believe that the smaller ones, while female and laying eggs, are just younger than the larger one. Regardless, what's strange is there's no indication that the one in the lobster trap had come into contact with the male at any point, although his ability to find her based on her juices that she puts out means really at any point she may have been found. So this raises the question, do they reproduce asexually, or was there sexual reproduction? I honestly really can't tell, because I don't know if the male came into contact with a female at some point prior to being trapped in that lobster trap. But during this adolescent stage, this is where they will gain the ability to use their tongue as a firing barb in order to suck the blood out of the targets. The larval stage, they can really only grab onto your face as humans are too large, but they appear to be able to still suck blood from you to a degree from the mouth and face of the chosen target. With the adolescents, though, this barb allows them to pierce the skin and suck the blood. That way, as when O'Shea was attacked by this creature in the lab in a forced makeout session, which is something you never want to do with a bloodsucker, it was able to pierce some portions of his face and then get to the blood. But during the adolescent stage, it appears maturity is mostly achieved, and really the only thing left is the indeterminate growth. Determinate growth is something a lot of animals on this planet, like snakes, amphibians, lizards, and a lot of fish like grouper, are able to achieve, but basically what it means is they can get as large as the environment allows and will continue to grow as they age, never really stopping as long as they have the resources in which to draw from. This may really be the only difference between the larger one and the smaller females. While being male may have its roots in being larger as to compete for mates, the females are just younger and newly hatched. Which, by the way, we don't even really know if this thing is male, female, or anything, because after all, they're aliens. So it could just be both male and female. I mean, even Nemo's dad will turn into his mom given enough time as the dominant male, which is, if you didn't know, that's actually what clownfish do. The dominant male will eventually become a female, and nature is absolutely bizarre sometimes. Anyhow, the the final stage is larger. As they continue to grow and consume things like whale's blood or fisherman or Dr. Gleason, this will allow them to eventually reach a size where, like with Dr. Gleason, an entire head can be popped off like opening a Coke bottle to get to all that blood inside as the creature continues to feast on the entire circulatory system. This results in a creature that really, the best way to describe it is Hermaeus Mora from Skyrim. A collection of tentacles all over its body with a central mouth, much like that of the cephalopods on Earth, which may indicate at some point the creature will actually leave the shallow seas of its home planet in order to go to deeper portions of the ocean in order to find food to eat. Basically, the adolescent stage gives them the ability to skewer animals and suck the blood out of them, while the larger adult stage gives them the ability to completely consume organisms whole with the twisting method that we see on Gleason, which probably just ends up twisting the body to the point of squeezing out blood and then removing the head, which is a pretty gruesome way to go. The creature does not have any eyes to speak of, at least from what we can see, which indicates that potentially this is not a planet that receives a lot of light. Instead, it appears to follow its sense of smell and could even potentially have chemoreceptors within its skin, which does two things. First, in times where it may be a dry environment sort of deal, these chemoreceptors would shut the creature's movement down in order to conserve nutrition. Once water is detected, this will revive the creature from what is basically a self-induced stasis in order to hunt for blood. The other ability chemoreceptors would allow for, as long as the skin is wet, this facilitates the ability of chemicals in the air to bond with the skin better by creating a medium in which the chemical can actually sit in to be absorbed. When this happens, any chemical in the air, like the juices the female releases, the creature can literally feel its location based on where the scent is coming from. Think of it like super smelling, but with your skin. Because of this, the creature can track from the winds, as well as figure out where prey may be based on a different scent that bonds with the chemoreceptors. Once the prey has been found, the central mouth will pull back its protected bony coverings, which appear to operate like teeth, and swallow, say, like a human whole, twisting them apart inside. But this life cycle does tell us a little bit about where it comes from and the potential climate of that world. First things first, this creature would have likely evolved on a mostly water planet, but with pockets of dry land, likely much like Earth had hundreds of millions of years ago, and the land had not yet been colonized with animal life and instead was likely rather barren with no real reason for anything to go up on land. However, the species that adapts to niches is the one that can usually end up thriving. At some point in the evolutionary history of this creature, it would have gone up on land much like a tetrapod did on Earth, where it may have been able to adapt in a lot of the same ways. We know on Earth, cephalopods, for instance, will do this from time to time. In fact, it's a well-known issue that octopi will regularly escape and become escape artists from their tanks due to their intelligence and will crawl across the floor after escaping their tanks to neighboring enclosures. I can't remember the aquarium, but there's actually a fish tank nearby to the octopus tank, and they kept going missing regularly until they checked the cameras and realized the octopus was leaving its tank at night, going over to the fish tank, eating a few of them, returning back to its tank before the morning crew arrived, which is just absolutely crazy. Basically, cephalopods can be highly intelligent if you didn't know, and they can survive outside of water for a little while too. This creature would likely do the same thing, considering it's fairly similar to a cephalopod of its world. Ascending to the surface and onto land, it would have ended up changing them almost the way of amphibians. So the generalized thinking is fish need water. I know this is groundbreaking scientific content that you show up for. Then over time, the skin of the fish would change, with the amphibians needing both water and land, until eventually reptiles came about, and then moving fully onto land, then mammals and humans, and so on and so forth. But consider the grabbers to be an amphibian stage of this process, likely an early amphibian stage. So back to the planet. With some land, this would allow them a degree to exist on Earth the same way, as long as it was raining and their skin was wet. This stasis could be avoided because, if you didn't know, amphibians also process oxygen through their damn skin. So if the skin is dry, it decreases their ability to breathe, although their lungs still do actually play a role in breathing, but dry skin can lead to the destruction of the amphibian. And considering what a grabber is doing on land, it has a metabolism, so it must still breathe a similar oxygen content that Earth has. But because of this means that there may also be, or must also be, weather patterns that are fairly consistent, which allows the creature to move up on dry land. Because obviously, dry land that is not colonized with life would keep creatures that were young safe from other animals that may be able to eat them. Within the oceans, this is pretty much a huge problem, which, if this water planet had very little land, or is believed to be so, I mean, it's possible that storm systems exist almost constantly at certain points in the year, as there would not be much land to slow it down or rain itself out. The planet would likely have a vast shallow sea in a lot of ways that early Earth did, and even actually later Earth, with tiny islands really being all you could find. These seas would provide the perfect place for the larval stage to hunt, as they would likely be protected from the larger predators in deeper waters. After exiting the safety of the dry land by being awoken by possibly either seasonal storms or shifts in tide, and growing large enough, their tentacles would eventually form. And then they would move on to the next area of the planet, which was the deep ocean, where they would then contend with larger predators and prey, being no stranger to latching onto whales and lacerating their skin to suck out the blood. Just remember, the ocean ocean is nightmare fuel. But all this is to say, though, I don't believe this hypothesized planet would be like a tropical paradise. I also believe that it may have a very slow orbital period around the sun, but also a highly elliptical one that may have been its undoing. When the planet was closer to the sun, this would obviously warm up the planet considerably, creating the hypothesized storms as more energy was added to the atmosphere and the planet was heated up. This would be a triggering event of the mating for the grabber species, which then they would go onto dry land, lay the eggs, and return back to the water. However, as the planet swung back out, things would begin to cool. The ocean would turn colder until the top would freeze over, and likely the shallow seas would freeze completely as well. When this happened, any adults in the area or adolescents would go into like a stasis as liquid water turned to ice, which alerted their chemoreceptors. It was basically time to enter hibernation until the water thawed once more, because it's no longer liquid water bathing their skin, but just ice. Now, due to this elliptical orbit, this would cause a very predictable pattern concerning spawning seasons, thawing, storms, and refreezing, likely creating something of a frenzy. But swinging that far out also creates other issues. Asteroid belts are very common in star systems. Luckily, we have Jupiter, which essentially safeguards Earth from most asteroid strikes, but not every planet would be so lucky. Swinging that far out may have put this planet near or even going through an asteroid belt, which ultimately resulted in a planet being struck. Now, it's hard to know if this was a planet-ending event or really just liken it to the one that hit our planet 65 million years ago. But what could be known is that this must have contained enough energy to likely blast a chunk of frozen ocean out into space, with the creature still encased in that ice, and then drifted through space until finally it hit Earth. You might be asking yourself, how is that possible? Well, did you know that amphibians will regularly freeze and then thaw back out once it's warm again? They're able to do this by increasing the glucose content in their cells to stop damage from destroying the cells. Basically, the cytoplasm won't freeze properly or won't freeze jaggedly if there's a ton of glucose in it. This effectively means that really, I guess you could say it kills them, but the thaw back out is what kind of revives the cells and then returns them to life as more energy is added. The same, I would wager, could be said for the grabbers. Once energy was added, they simply thawed back out and continued doing what they would do, probably unaware that they had drifted through space on a magnesium-fueled ice chunk, which it's magnesium because it burns green, which also, what's interesting, is Neptune and Uranus may need to be classified as water worlds, as they may literally be holding a ton of liquid water with just a crust of magnesium over it. So anyways, once landing in the warmer waters, well, relatively warmer waters, after all, it's the Irish Sea, of Earth, they were able to snap back like they would on their regular planet. With their morphology and potential origins covered, the last thing we need to talk about is how they get absolutely destroyed by ethanol. Now, it's clear they have a compatible biology to some degree with Earth life when it comes to drinking blood. They have all the necessary enzymes and mechanisms in place in order to process the blood as nutritional and add that into their own bodies to keep them alive. However, unlike on their planet, it appears ethanol is quite foreign to them, and that's likely because vegetation has not made its way up onto land yet and has not produced sugars in order to fuel its survival or attract animals. On Earth, there is an example of all types of animals drinking besides humans. If I remember correctly, in Africa, there are fruiting trees that will drop the fruit on the ground and animals will wait to eat it until it has started to undergo the process of fermentation. I remember watching a documentary where there were monkeys in a tree and they were eating it, having a great time. Elephants showed up, ate the same fruit. I think a boar did too, and it was clear the animals were just absolutely hammered. What was even funnier is they all woke up the next morning and the monkeys behaved very similarly to humans who were hungover. But because of the fruiting bodies and the regular process of fermentation on this planet, animals needed to develop a way that if they ate fruit past its prime, they needed to be able to survive a possible intoxication event, even though we just use it for fun now. Enter alcohol dehydrogenase, or ADH for short. This enzyme is responsible for helping to metabolize and process ethanol as your liver converts the ethanol to acetaldehyde, which unfortunately can cause cell damage. Then aldehyde dehydrogenase 2 comes in, or ALDH2, which converts the acetaldehyde to acetic acid, or basically vinegar, which is non-toxic. And that's how your body deals with alcohol. Now, everything working together is pretty great in humans because imbibing ethanol and having it broken down means you get to borrow fun from the following day. Doesn't mean you should, but everyone makes their own choices in life, myself included. However, even in our own species, this method can get screwed with. It is known in East Asian countries like China, Japan, and the Koreas that at some point the gene responsible for this enzyme was mutated and rendered essentially defunct. Bear in mind, this is known to happen with all ethnic groups. It really doesn't matter where you're from on this planet to have some of this in the running, but in East Asia, it's highly more prevalent. This causes the person with a defunct gene to not be able to process alcohol as well, which leads to a flushing of the skin, itchiness, rashes, and basically what we would call an allergic reaction, all because the enzyme is missing or altered in some way. This has actually led to East Asian cultures to not really drink that much, but for someone who does, it increases the risk of cancer as the body isn't able to properly process ethanol, as after all, it is a toxin. This is what I believe is happening within this creature. Because the land is likely barren or vegetation that may have sprouted up produces no fruits, as there are no animals to take the fruit anywhere, the species never had to develop an enzyme to break down alcohol. Because of this, their body coming into contact with it in any way would inspire a massive allergic response, resulting in shock, foaming in the mouth, and subsequently the shutdown of their body. A high enough ratio of it was able to disrupt the other chemical reactions of life. As humans, we just happen to store alcohol in our bloodstream while it's being broken down, which just so happens to be exactly what the creature wants to drink. So without ADH, their bodies are massively susceptible to the toxic effects of ethanol, as their entire immune system would release inflammatory chemicals, shutting their breathing mechanisms down, leading to their quick end should they drink the blood with a person's alcohol past a certain limit. It appears like with Gleason, the level after only 2 pints was low enough that it did not affect the larger grabber. But with Dr. Smith, who was well beyond 2 pints, the creature could literally smell him as he exuded alcohol from his pores, and that was picked up by the chemoreceptors of the grabber. And just like with most things concerning allergic reactions, your body actually typically has a threshold of what it can deal with versus what it can't deal with. So what does this all mean? Well, during an alien invasion, best thing you could do is head to the Winchester, grab a pint, and wait for all this to blow over. The concept of something living inside us, unknown, is an idea that typically frightens people to their cores. The usual suspect is something like a parasite, a microscopic organism feeding on your cells and nutrients, robbing your body of what you need to fuel itself, all while benefiting from your absolute detriment. Given enough time, these can have severe consequences on your meat suit's functionality and could ultimately lead to your end as the parasite continues on and continues the cycle. In nature, animals are hardwired to react to things such as parasites because of the impact that they have on our survivability. But what do you do with a parasite that can not only think, but can section your mind out of your body while it takes control? If you said start a Matrix-style fight in the middle of a Seattle police department, then you are correct. In Seattle, where it always rains, one could be forgiven for thinking it's New York with the bug monsters or something. A woman named Madison and her husband Adam from Supernatural, I guess his name is Derek, but it's really the only thing I've seen this dude in, inadvertently awakens something in Madison because Derek is a complete loser, but then swears he's a nice guy who finished his last. After doing so, it results in a revenge quest that would make the Punisher proud as people in key positions begin dropping. So in today's episode, we will talk about what this creature is, why it's not even really a creature, and also talk about just how absolutely stupid, I mean complete nonsense this thing is. Like, bro, what is even going on with the electricity, and why is this thing like superhuman? It doesn't make a lot of sense, but I'm going to attempt to make it work. But first, this episode is sponsored by Left to Survive, a third-person cinematic zombie shooter available on mobile and PC. Using my link in the description or scanning the QR code entering START22, you can get exclusive bonuses and rewards for the next 2 weeks. What is Left to Survive? It's a zombie shooter with an exciting storyline as you destroy hordes of undead, develop your base, and upgrade your characters, as well as competing with other survivors. My personal favorite aspect is the building of bases and developing camps to defend against zombies and opposing factions, which means as you build your base, you can engage in PvP between players such as with tournaments to obtain unique weapons and equipment to add to your arsenal, which in turn allows for raiding of higher level bases for more resources. And with over 50 million players worldwide playing on mobile devices and PC, a successful raid of an enemy faction is never too far away. You can install Left to Survive for free using my links in the description box under the video or scan the QR code up on screen and use special promo code START22, and for my subscribers you can get an exclusive 10 weapon keys, 25 XP boost, and 50 gold. Hurry up as the rewards are only available for the next 2 weeks. Alright, let's get back to it. Alright, so we all know the drill, but for anyone new here, up on screen will be a timestamp. If you want to bypass the summary of the movie, then head there. Although it's going to be one of those that it's just, you gotta dunk on it. So if I had to watch it, so do you. It's really the only catharsis that I actually get. For all others who want to join me on this face for Seth's journey into the skull, let's get to why it must be really easy to get away with game-ending people in Seattle, because these detectives don't really seem up to par unless evidence literally falls through the roof and lands in the same room that they are currently in. So we start off our fun-filled journey of brain discovery with a CGI building on the west coast. Judging by the trees on the literal coast, I'm gonna say it's either Oregon or Washington, but considering where everyone just so happens to be later on, definitely gonna say Washington. Washington. It's 1993. Nah, man, I miss the 90s, or at least what I can remember of them. And here is Dr. Weaver. She's talking about how Gabriel is becoming more malicious and grumpy, and for some reason has superpowers, which makes zero sense. She mentions how they won't be able to contain him, and again, why exactly? I mean, it's basically just a gross lump that she has, you know? But we'll kind of get to that. Also, whoever suggests this movie, why have you done this? Someone mentioned this the other day. This channel is becoming gaming and Roanoke's B-grade science breakdowns, so I really hate that you're correct. Moving on, the light flickers, which kicks off that there may actually be a problem arising. Security arrives to tell Dr. Weaver that Pizza Face has become aggressive. Somehow, Gabriel is drinking the electricity as the doctors are just getting wrecked. Security goes in and gets his arm broken, ouchies, and Dr. Weaver takes a shot with a dart, knocking the creature unconscious. Also, a lot of nurses aren't going home after that workday, it seems. Gabriel has been a bad guy, and as he communicates over the radio, he tells basically everybody in the room that he's gonna body them. Dr. Weaver mentions how it's time to cut out the cancer, which kicks off this Thanksgiving levels of intro music. It's actually unironically hilarious, and it's also just really long. And if you've never seen Thanksgiving, well, welcome to Thanksgiving Z-grade movie coverage of next year. Well, I guess this year. Moving on to present day, Madison comes home from a day of working at the hospital to her husband. She mentions how she's tired and needs to rest because, you know, she's pregnant, which upsets Derek as he was watching the game. It's like, man, just use those sticks the good Lord gave you to walk down the stairs and use the TV down there. Instead, he opts for a right proper domestic, like a complete tool, as Madison ends up hitting her head, and hitting her head pretty hard. He does the whole thing about blah, 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 I didn't mean it, blah, 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 I moan when I poop. You know, the usual stuff someone says like this, as she then locks him out of the room and takes a nap as she's bleeding from her literal skull. I think that would warrant a trip to the hospital, but hey, whichever. Later that night, Madison goes to sleep with a concussion, as one does, and Derek is sleeping on the couch. He hears a noise and awakens to find someone has turned on the blender. Walking in, he finds that no one is there, as then the fridge door opens. Also, why is it foggy in their house? The TV now turns on as he spots a woman sitting on the couch, and here's where it gets super, just mega dumb. Like, the seat moves. It shows someone was sitting there, right? But he sees no one. So why is the seat undepressing? Like, okay, sure. You'll see why later this scene is just a real head scratcher. Anyways, husband of the year gets grabbed as Madison wakes up. She heads downstairs and finds his head is twisted around like a chicken wing at dinner. Then this thing like Ring Girl crawls towards her as Madison nopes out, but she gets knocked unconscious as Seattle's finest finally arrives. No forced entry into the home, and Madison is at the hospital, which she should have gone for anyways, considering her head hit the wall pretty hard. Of course, husband of the year was guarding the stairs, so, you know, maybe she couldn't get out. Anyhow, Madison ended up losing the baby due to that, but it really wasn't that, it was something else. So 2 days later, she's pretty catatonic as she's super depressed. The detective now shows up to talk to her, but we get the princess from Family Planet instead, as Madison won't speak. 2 weeks later, Madison appears to be good to go and heads back to her creepy house where surely she remembers the thing in the house. I mean, I wouldn't stay there personally, but hey, everyone's got their own battles. Heading into this creepy house where it's always foggy and haunted at night, she notices the lights outside flickering. Looking out, she spots a figure walking towards the house, but then she can't see it. So now she decides to lock up her doors, which you should always do at night before showering. And then she spots that one door is open. I mean, clearly, dude, my first instinct would be, oh, it's already in the house, I need to get out of here. But then she takes off upstairs, which, okay, the house is creepy, but it's actually still a pretty nice house. I mean, this is Washington, too. Like, wasn't she a nurse and the dude was looking for work? Dang. Anyhow, the next morning, she locks everything down. Madison is upstairs looking at the caved-in portion of the drywall as her sister climbs up like a true weirdo. We get some exposition on how Madison was going to leave him, but she got pregnant at before she could leave. She wanted a biological connection because she never really had one, and then she tells her sister that she was actually adopted when she was 8, but she can't remember anything before that. Jumping over to Seattle, I wish I'd actually known this when I was there for PAX West back in 2019. There's actually an underground portion of Seattle that after a fire, they just sort of rebuilt it 1 story higher to stave off flooding, which is actually like a really cool idea. As the woman talks, the lights flicker, which is never a good sign, but after the tour, she goes to lock up for the evening and close the underground city, but she hears something back there and it makes a clatter. She yells into an abandoned city that they're closed, which, no. I mean, you're gonna come to find out that the decisions that people make in this movie is like, what? But you wouldn't catch me doing what she's doing. That's just asking to be completely trekked by some sort of ghost or something. Anyway, she hears running at her, and as she wastes time trying to turn on the lights, only to look up and spot Pizza Face Extraordinaire. Waking up in what appears to be an industrial building, you're going to laugh when you actually figure out where this is, because this also, I hate saying it doesn't make any sense. There's a lot of things here that just don't, it just doesn't jive with me. You know what I'm saying? Anyhow, Gabriel talks to her about calling Dr. Weaver as Gabriel tells her it's time to cut out the cancer. Dr. Weaver goes to her patient book and finds a reference to cutting out the cancer as she remembers it. Later that night, as Madison is doing laundry, the lights flicker, but she ignores it. She sees a woman run through her house as her head starts bleeding again. Heading into the laundry room, She looks to her left and spots a face there, and then it's stuck and can't move. We get to see the ring thing start throwing around Dr. Weaver as the entire place changes. So she gets thrown around a bit as she heads into the kitchen, with Gabriel grabbing the trophy from Dr. Weaver's excellence in science, as Gabriel then completely savages Dr. Weaver behind the island. So the cops show up to the house the next morning, which we get this one detective saying she fought to the end. Okay, first, how do you know that? Second, no, she didn't. She really just ran most of the time. And third, what evidence is there to support this? Moving back to the industrial area, we get some rips as well as Gabriel leveling up his blacksmithing for Daedric armor by creating bronze daggers. Madison confesses to her sister that she saw Dr. Weaver bit the dust, which I know you would want to tell your sister that, but that's a great way to get committed. We now move on to victim number 2. And what are the odds that all these people are still living in the same place like 20 years later? Amanda's talking on the phone about Dr. Weaver getting got as he turns around and spots his window open and literal footprints in the water leading towards the closet. Again, why would you not leave? Instead, he just walks in there like, oh, this is normal, not a problem at all. And then we spot Gabriel is in there with him, but luckily he moves like ridiculously quiet. How does he do this? We actually don't know. The world, nobody knows. I don't know how he moves so quietly. Anyways, back at Madison's house, as she rolls over, she sees that she's actually laying next to this dude and is having a sleep paralysis dream as Gabriel then crawls over her and towards the man. Pulling out a dagger, oh man, just straight up takes the guy out like super quick. I mean, the takeouts in this movie are just crazy fast. It's completely on sight. So Madison now tells on herself that she's seeing visions of people getting got. Okay, so good intentions, but that's a great way, like I said, to get arrested and committed on the spot. Like, what do they call it? 1013, at least in Georgia? So the cops decide to go along with these psychic visions. They canvass the apartment building as one door opens when she goes to knock. So they enter a home with force multipliers drawn, saying if there's anyone home, you need to let us know. Pretty sure that's a violation of constitutional rights. Maybe you should let them know that you're in their home. But they find the old man in the bed confirming Madison's visions, although odds are they would just arrest her on the spot, like I'm 39% certain. Like, she had information about a murder. So any cops in here, that would get you arrested, right? Anyways, let me know in the comments. Back at the station, Detective Moss nails it by saying they're putting a lookout for Sloth from the Goonies when Madison shows them the drawing, which is hilarious. Madison now heads into the bathroom of the police station where the lights begin flickering on and off, indicating spooky happenings. She checks her phone and receives a call from Gabriel calling her Emily. He just wants to talk and see how she's doing. He mentions how Madison is her fake name, and they go back and forth with Gabriel telling her that she knows him. She tells him to stop, but he says the party is pretty much just getting started. Madison and Sydney now head over to their mom's house. Madison mentions Gabriel to her adopted mother, as she just so happens to have some creepy home videos. Apparently when she was a kid, she had an imaginary friend who mega sucked. He would call her on the play phone and tell her to take out her adopted mother. You know, real Ranger McFriendly stuff. As Detective Shaw watches the doctor's laptop, he ends up finding evidence that A, the doctors were all connected, and B, Madison is connected too. Detective Shaw now rushes to the doctor's, or the last doctor's, home, and as he heads in, he catches Gabriel in the act of having just ended this dude in the bathtub. Madison is in there trying to warn the detective as Gabriel is Spider-Manning in the corner of the room. Detective Shaw now begins giving chase to Gabriel, which, I mean, good on him, but no thanks at a certain point. He ends up chasing him all the way to underground Seattle as he reverse crab walks into a wall and then heads into the unexplored infrastructure of the area, finally before ending up in some sort of carriage area that's somehow also mega foggy, like someone was actively going a little crazy with the fog machine back there. But Gabriel starts throwing carriages at the detective before getting into a hand-to-hand and then running up and escaping through the roof. The detectives visit Madison and tell her that her name was Emily and she needs to go to a hypnotist to unlock some older memories. And unlock them they do, like really easily, in fact, almost too easily, like surface level easy. So we get some memories of Gabriel telling Madison to cut the cake, but really it was just to fool her into getting the knife and trying to take out Sydney, which, you know, alerted the parents that something was strange about their adopted child. So Beverly touches Madison's forehead and she's back now. She now realizes Gabriel wanted to hurt Sydney when they were younger because Madison wouldn't need Gabriel anymore for some reason. I don't know. I don't really track on this either. She didn't seem like she really needed him in the first place. It really just like he was annoying her. If anything, she probably thought he was more of a nuisance. So panning over to Seattle, you're about to laugh. Okay, get ready. The woman trapped in the industrial area of someplace, she's able to free herself and grab the knife. Getting to the floor, she takes a few steps and oh wow, look at that. She falls through the roof of Madison's house as Madison begins screaming. So I have several questions, but the most glaring one, how did she not hear that woman up there? But also, bruh, where is this fan on the side of the house? Based on where she fell, that industrial fan up there should be facing out in front of the house, I believe. But even if it's at the side of the house, you don't see it anywhere. It's just completely strange. You could say, like I said, it's around the house maybe it's in the back of the house, but why would you have that up there? Okay, that is a giant fan that is just open to the environment, right? And it rains a lot in Seattle. You are just begging for your ceiling to collapse in because of moisture. No. I refuse to believe this fan is up there. So now they question Madison at the station over this. The lights begin to flicker as Madison tells them that she's telling the truth, and the lights explode. So now Detective Shaw gets a call from Gabriel as he taunts them and then dunks on Madison. The police now know that Madison is essentially innocent, supposedly, but decide to put her in general population anyhow. Sydney now heads over to the creepy hospital with the ocean view and parks like crazy close to a cliff. Heading into Creepy Manor, she decides to hit up the archives. I still don't know why one person taking out a few nurses caused this whole place to shut down. So anyways, as Madison is yelling about how she's not supposed to be in the holding cell, we get your standard group of people. Meanwhile, Sydney locates Madison's files pretty easily in the basement before hearing that the place is basically just straight up, like, it's really haunted because stuff is moving in the back and it's never extrapolated on. Finding one of the tapes, she brings it back to her mom's house, and we now meet Madison's mom, or Emily's mom. She was a youngin' when she wanted to get rid of her child, as apparently it was an abomination, but now she's in a coma in the hospital. Turns out the woman in the attic was Madison's birth mother all along, so there you go. How apropos that literally nobody moved anywhere else in their entire lives. I mean, even after the hospital was shut down, wouldn't they find employment elsewhere? So now we get this whole thing about Madison was able to break this kid's arm named Bobby because Gabriel makes her strong. Dr. Weaver now wakes up Gabriel. We get the reveal like, ooh, spooky, there's my handsome little man. Dr. Weaver goes on to say that Gabriel's a parasitic twin, and usually one is underdeveloped, but in this instance, the twin is somewhat viable, but is still attached at the brain. Gabriel is feeding off of Emily. But here's what's dumb to me. These people are like perfect strangers in the holding cell. Why would they work together to mess with Madison? I mean, I get it, perceived weakness, but how many of them are like in there for just drinking or doing something stupid? This is jail, not prison. So it's not like they would even have time to like form gangs and stuff. On top of that, I mean, I've been to Seattle, so I wouldn't doubt it, but are there just roving bands of female gangs out there? Probably. You know what? I think I answered my own question. But we get some more info on Gabriel. He's able to access the occipital lobe and make Madison see what he wants her to see. Big if true. So we get the final piece of the puzzle. What they had to do to Gabriel to keep Madison alive, or give her a normal life. Gabriel is able to trick Madison into making her see her regular life while he takes over. So they cut him apart and then pushed his pigman face back into her skull and took out as much as possible, effectively reducing him to just being a piece of her rather than like 1/4 of her. But when she hit the wall, it split open her skull, which ended up, I guess, waking up Gabriel. So anyways, as Gabriel pulls back her hair, her skull breaks open again, and we see Mr. Gabes is coming out to play. He takes over and immediately starts reforming her body in a way that he could now move it before tearing everyone apart. Game plan: lay in the corner and play dead before you end up as actual dead. So now the cop does the smart thing and literally puts his arm into the cage and takes pot shots at Gabriel, which now means he is able to escape. And he also takes, like, everybody in there's already gone, right? And then him basically tagging this woman in the back with lead is not helping the situation. Just leave her in there. Like, she's not going to escape. Sydney calls the detective and tells him what's going on. So Evidence Lady is putting up some evidence in the back as Gabriel is officially free and taking out cops left, right, and center. She elects to hide, which is probably the smart thing, as Gabriel begins looking for his stuff. The detectives enter the station as we get to this. God, what is this? I mean, Gabriel is fast, but you're telling me out of all the force multipliers there, out of all the lead flying around that room, not one hit her in a vital area. Huge bravo. And we actually see it is Madison's body, as you know, which is creepy, but as Detective Shaw calls out, she ends up sort of like coming to realizing that she's not in control of her meat suit, but it's fleeting. So then she reverse crab walks out of there. I mean, Gabriel's aim is a little ridiculous, hitting both the detectives with the chair, but it's pretty cool. And as he escapes, I mean, he's basically got a count of like 30 cops. Would have probably been a good day to call in sick, but luckily both detectives have mega plot armor and are good to go. Meanwhile, back at the hospital, Sydney goes to talk to security, but as he talks to her, his pacemaker explodes, taking him out as here's Maddie. So Gabriel is a little upsetty over Madison choosing Sydney over him. I don't think it was really like a choice, but the mom talks to Gabriel as Detective Shaw comes in and pops Gabriel in the back, which was just Madison's abdomen. To which he then stabs the detective and flips the bed over onto Sydney, screaming, "Ree, she's not your sister." And I can never get that high pitched again, but he literally does Ree about it. So this part is kind of funny when the first time I watched this. So Sydney starts dropping facts about how Gabriel would feed on the babies, and that's why Madison couldn't remain pregnant, and it was all to build himself back up somehow, which we'll get to, stem cells perhaps. So she's telling Madison to come back and that she needs to take control, and it does look like Madison's getting control. And then Gabriel just straight up domes Sydney. He then walks over to his mom and takes her out by suffocation, meaning the bad guy actually won. But wait, it was all a dream. So as it turns out, Madison did get control and trapped Gabriel in a dream he wanted to see. So as they share the same brain, Madison is able to retain control just before firing and then seal off Gabriel in her head. He vows to come back, and I mean, now that she's actively aware of him, I kind of doubt it. So Madison, now I mean, what? She's able to access his strength with Gabriel without him? home, I guess? She lifts the bed off Sydney to save the day while the mom cries quietly in the corner, so they hug it out now with Madison probably slowly bleeding out due to, the bullet in her guts. And also, maybe somebody might want to check on that detective. But anyways, the electricity buzzes, meaning that, oh no, Gabriel is still there. So to kick this off, I think the classification of Gabriel is actually wrong. As we know, he's considered to be a parasitic twin, but the reality would suggest something is different than that, which would explain probably why he's so pissed. But to form an understanding of this, we must first learn what a parasitic twin is. These things actually exist in real life, however they are incredibly rare to the point that most doctors will go their entire career without ever having seen one themselves. Because of this, actions may be taken that would seem barbaric to the outside observer in terms of treatment of this parasitic twin, but the cure is in fact better than the disease. The parasitic twin, as the name implies, is a twin who formed alongside the dominant twin, but now has been fused into the dominant twin and feeds off their nutrients. During the course of gestation, after the two had already split and were on their way to form identical twins, or the two eggs were fertilized in the case of fraternal twins, something would happen that would cause one of the twins to cease their formation. Strange thing is, we aren't 100% sure how this works exactly. There are a few ideas, like some sort of vascularity issue within the mother or nutritional issues of developing two fetuses. These are all hypothetical solutions to the question. Ultimately, however, one twin will be straight up absorbed by either the other twin, typically early on, but now there have been cases where fully formed legs, genitalia, arms, etc. have grown out of the other twin. But even with this, there is no movement or control from the dominant twin, indicating that while this area continued to grow, the parasitic twin is long gone. But that's the key here. When the parasitic twin is absorbed by the dominant, that's the end of them. Or likely they already met their end, and that's why they're essentially being consumed by the mother's body, the placenta, or other twin. Where I believe the misdiagnosis comes from is the part right here. We see with Gabriel, he's very clearly functional to a degree, using his underdeveloped arms, conscious as much as Madison is, and capable. Maybe a little too capable, as the movie shows, but capable nonetheless. This would completely change the diagnosis of the two, resulting in a new classification, at least new when applied to them. They're simply conjoined twins, which would imply that Dr. Weaver, who received an Excellence in Surgery or Science Award, whatever the crap that was, is actually a friggin' butcher. Can you imagine just cutting off one of the conjoined twins and being like, well, the other one gets to live. Sorry about you, dude. Like, that's just completely crappy. So now there's no denying Gabriel is, not the easiest thing to look at in the world, and this would clearly forever and always change the way Madison's life would progress, having her bro hang out on her back and top of her head. But the issue is the fully formed consciousness. This designation means that when both were forming in the womb, they never split into two fetuses and then Gabriel was reabsorbed. Instead, much like with conjoined twins, the zygote would fail to separate after 13 days. When this happened, the body would remain physically joined. We know with some conjoined twins, and specifically with Gabriel and Madison, or Emily if you want to call her that, they can join ventrally, laterally, and dorsally, with these two split specifically dorsally. The terms to explain their fusion would be rachipicus, or the vertebral fusion above the sacrum, and craniopicus, or the skull fusion. Essentially, as they went to part ways, their backs would remain joined together and would not progress past this point. Now, there's only so much room in a conjoined skull, unfortunately, so as their brains began to form, they would form together. But the issue would arise during this formation. It's no secret that Gabriel is the underformed twin. Because of this, it would use Madison's formation as more of a scaffolding for his own brain, which as a result would mean that Madison's brain would be set up with all the typical lobes and connections that one would expect, but would have an unfortunate link to Gabriel. So with all the standard lobes there, with the frontal lobe existing much like it should be normally due to proximity with the parietal regions, filling in as normal with the temporal joining them, there would however be an issue with the back of the skull and the tissue associated with it. This is likely where a few changes would begin happening, which would also explain Gabriel's mannerisms to a degree, or at least his abilities. Likely the skull of Madison and Gabriel, having been joined, would be marginally larger than a standard adult female, and likely larger still than a male's. Because of this, more room for brain matter would exist, which means Gabriel's brain likely was grown into a degree as well. And judging by the shape of Gabriel's forehead, we could assume again some brain formation, but more importantly, we can assume this based on his goals and planning. While seeming a little rough around the edges, this planning would require likely a frontal lobe due to higher cognitive thoughts such as problem solving, planning, organizing, and thinking. However, remember the scaffolding I was talking about earlier. This is what I believe is the intrinsic link together. With the frontal lobe intact and relatively functional, this means that Gabriel is aware that he's alive and a being. Because of this, he would be capable of conscious thought and understanding. He would, however, also require the use of Madison's neurons for sensory information and likely memories. But more importantly, likely he would need the usage of her occipital lobe. Madison and Gabriel would likely use the same occipital lobe to some degree. We can see that even though Gabriel's eyes appear a little underdeveloped, they do work as clearly he can see and hunt the general area for whoever he's trying to take down. His own optic nerve would likely have less distance to travel, and this may be why he's able to react quicker as there's less distance, although it would be negligible. But he uses Madison's brain and likely his own neurons, which have fused into this area to determine visual information, but this likely is how he would be able to also keep Madison contained when need be. We know from what the doctor has said that Gabriel was capable of placing Madison in a sort of stasis. In her mind, she was still going about her daily routine or sitting in a jail cell, when really she was actually just being stomped out. Gabriel would take over during times of extreme physical duress. When this would happen, Madison was placed in a sort of dreamlike state, but the question is how? Well, it appears to me this would not have been easy, and likely as a child it wasn't even possible. But let's be real here, it's likely not possible anyhow, and that's what this channel's for. The context clues given to us throughout the movie is that Gabriel was using the fetuses located within Madison in a way that would grow his own body back. Now obviously this is ridiculous, potentially. We know in the fetuses there's a fair amount of stem cells, that's maybe what they were going for. Which, let's go over that for a moment. A stem cell is essentially a cell that can become any cell that we may program it to be or place it near that it'll take on those traits. Because remember, all of our cells have the same DNA, barring mutations, and whether it be a skin cell, an endothelial cell, a neuron, an immune cell, a muscle cell, they're all the same cell. They have just differentiated. This differentiation allowed for multicellularism and for us to be as we are, because without it, we would simply just be a blob of cells. The stem cell is the precursor to differentiation. With certain genes switched on and others switched off, it can virtually become any cell within your body, which obviously makes it highly interesting, seeing as ailments within our bodies potentially attack specific cells that would be critical for our survival and could possibly take us out of the game. So let's say you take a stem cell and place it in the muscular system of the body with someone who has muscular dystrophy. Not only can it help with dystrophin, but it can help rebuild the area and convalesce it to the point that it effectively limits the progression of disease. In other areas concerning injuries to the spine, by differentiating the stem cells actually into nervous system tissue, the damage to the spine could be effectively repaired, which in turn may allow someone to walk once more as the gap is bridged and signals can be sent to walk, along with sensory information can be sent back through the spine up to the brain. Stem cells are likely the future, but obviously the issue is, or at least the issue with the thinking is, that stem cells can only come from fetuses. The reality is adults have stem cells in their bodies that we can really access and utilize, but it's become something of a taboo as of late to experiment and test on this because of the place that people have been told stem cells come from. Likely we will get past this eventually, but for now, relating it to Gabriel, this is likely what he's doing with the unborn children within Madison. As the fetus grows, he would begin stealing stem cells from it to fuel his own growth. Eventually, this would put too much strain on the child, resulting in its end, but leaving Gabriel a little stronger than he was before. Now, clearly, where this would need to go is the actual neural capacity of Gabriel. Likely between the frontal lobe and Madison's occipital lobe, there would be a disconnect as the brain is totally separated from Madison's brain, or too largely separated, and there's very few connections apart from just the optic nerve that likely runs to this lobe. However, try as you might, you can't communicate with your occipital lobe, can you? I know, it's annoying, right? You have to just do it passively by looking around, but that's kind of what Gabriel would be experiencing when trying to interact with Madison's brain. So this would be the hurdle Gabriel would need to overcome if he was able to take control of Madison, and this is why it took so long, 20 years in fact, or a little over 20 years. As the stem cells were directed north, eventually a small connection would form between Gabriel's frontal lobe and likely the back of the parietal lobe, as well as Madison's occipital lobe. Once connected, Gabriel's thoughts would start trickling into the brain of Madison. Now it could be argued that this is how it always was, as when he would call Madison on the phone as a child or take control of her, but as her brain continued to grow, eventually Gabriel would lose this fleeting control over her until she started getting pregnant. Once getting pregnant, this was Gabriel's chance to exercise control once more, to grow his own meat suit within Madison and form stronger connections. But the next question is, how would this be possible? Once enough of a connection was established, Gabriel could influence directly how her brain was functioning by using his own brain to think. Because of the newly formed connections between the frontal lobe and the occipital, it's a little hard to imagine as none of our brains really work this way. But I believe conscious thought would have more of an impact on the actual visual interpretation due to the functionality changes in the occipital. By imagining a scene and keeping that in his mind, Gabriel could trip the connections in the occipital lobe, making Madison essentially hallucinate. Now, a few episodes ago, we talked about visual hallucinations and how the neurons actually need to be in a depressed state and not communicating as much for visual hallucinations to actually present. But with the Madison-Gabriel connection, I believe it may work a little different. So I want you to close your eyes and imagine a room. It could be any kind of room you want. Far left corner is a red couch. To the right of it is a lamp, and there's a rug in front of it. Now likely, you aren't in a room like this, but you essentially just created a mental space out of nothing due to your neurons firing. You didn't see it, but you imagined it. I would suggest this is how it's happening with Gabriel. You can even do the same thing by keeping your eyes open if you really wanted to. You are still taking in visual information readily, but you can still imagine a place despite it not existing within your reality. So I think we kind of all get it by now, but I believe at its core, this is how Gabriel influences what Madison sees. This is why occasionally when her eyes are open, she can kind of see what's going on, or sometimes Gabriel's vision actually trips her occipital lobe into interpreting what he's doing, which superimposes over the false reality that she's currently existing in. And this bleeds over and indicates that the connection between neurons has grown much more robust. So I'm going to actually do something here that I haven't done in a while and dedicate just this next part to dunking on this movie, because what the sweet hell is this? Okay, so we know neurologically there's a connection here, but can someone explain what is going on with the electricity and how it's able to utilize radio waves? I mean, I'm gonna explain it to you, but what? So we see it has an influence on the electricity wherever it goes, right? And I know a lot of people are coming here wanting me to explain that, and I mean, I'm going to take a crack at it, but I have to warn you, not only does it make zero sense, it's incredibly dumb. I think Gabriel must be like a supervillain, but we hear Madison say Gabriel makes her stronger, and when he does take over, he literally dislocates her arms in order to use them properly. Otherwise, the physical connection between the joints would stop him from achieving any sort of meaningful moves. But somehow, Gabriel appears to be able to control the electricity in the area, which I also believe may be related to the muscle strength that he contains. By having this higher affinity for electricity production, he could, in theory, increase the strength of muscular contractions, but not in a way that we would think. Normally, an electrical impulse is sent via motor neurons to contract muscles in a controlled and steady manner. Gabriel, the movements do seem a little more jerky and powerful, and this is, I believe, connected to the ability to influence electricity, which Madison is able to access in the interrogation room to blow out the lights. Let's start by saying, yes, this is stupid. Now that that's out of the way, this would require the formation of an entirely new organ in the body. Now, technically 2 new organs. And for that, we would have to probably borrow this idea from electric eels for inspiration on how this may be possible. We know that Gabriel is screwing around with neurons. I think I've probably driven that point into the ground. So what do neurons actually use to communicate? Well, neurotransmitters and electricity in its most basic form. A jump to a new form of cells known as electrocytes, which are derivatives of neurons, would be something needed for Gabriel to function the way he does. Electrocytes are disc-shaped electricity-producing cells where the inner periphery is negatively charged and a potential difference of just under about 100 millivolts relative to the deeper portions of the cell interior, which have more potassium ions making it positively charged. When a shock command is issued, low electrical resistance develops between one side of the cell and the interior until eventually this results in a shock being delivered that is sent from cell to cell to cell, which can deliver either a large shock in the hunter's organ, at least in eels, or a smaller one in the sacs organ concerning communication. With electric eels, this is how they navigate murky waters and communicate, sending out small little shocks to let others know to either stay away or that they are there. When hunting, they let out one larger, more powerful shock to mobilize prey in the area so that they can be sucked in via the mouth and eaten. For any of this to make any sense whatsoever, Gabriel would need to develop these organs, which is not entirely impossible, just exceedingly unlikely since our genetic coding likely doesn't have any information on how to actually build the cell. Plus, even if it did, you're talking about Gabriel somehow unlocking this on a genetic level, which I'm afraid not. But then, there were actually a lot of stupid things in the movie that made me kind of scratch my head, which I will complain about in a second, but let's say for a moment that somehow Gabriel was able to obtain these organs or get them built from the stem cells from the fetuses, and likely still also had maybe a version of it when he was younger. This allowed him to contract the muscle with more force, making her stronger as a child, strong enough to throw adults around, break arms, and in general overpower humans. This would be the activation of the hunter's organ. But this is really not all that surprising. I've said it before that our bodies contain way more strength than we actually think they do. If every muscle in your body pulled in the same direction, you could lift around 25 tons, and that's in all of us. By contracting the muscle with more force, we could break bones, damage muscle, but in turn produce way more strength than what would seem normal for the frame of a person. That's why Gabriel's motions always seem jerky and in some cases seemingly faster, as he's not sending information for the muscle to contract so much as he's literally just electrocuting certain portions of it, causing it to contract more forcibly, and as a result make Madison stronger and faster than you would expect just by him taking over. And this may be why the police had trouble actually winging Gabriel in the police station. Not only is the optic nerve shorter, but you would also have access to this physical organ. Because after Gabriel's contained, remember, she still has access to these neurons that he had as well in the end that made her stronger, but she didn't have the jerky movements, meaning that likely she didn't have full access, and by locking Gabriel away, a portion of that organ would be lost as well, or a portion of both organs. The sax organ, or the lower voltage organ, would likely be what's used to communicate. Just like with electric eels, who send out the low levels of voltage into the environment, it's going to be interpreted as communication. With the low level of voltage sent out, if you think that's odd for something to do in the air, let's say just look at lightning, but an even better example would be a car battery, as it does push out a small electrical current through the air. If you didn't know, it's just pretty much negligible. If you released its voltage, it could potentially arc. Gabriel is able to communicate via electricity with the same method by putting out low voltage and affecting the microphones of radios and phones to communicate. When Madison became angry, she can't control it as much and ended up probably using the hunter's organ and then forced the electrocytes to fire, likely all at once, which blew out the lights behind her. This would have likely activated Gabriel's almonds, which is why he called shortly after, as also in his best interest, because if they release Madison, they release him too. Of course, after being put in the cell, this would mean that the plan would need to change, and she would have to break out in order for him to complete his work. But I did want to bring to your attention just two things that this movie had to offer. Now, don't get me wrong, it was a cool concept, just kind of stupid. First, the doctor literally cut off a conjoined twin and removed the body but left the brain and then just pushed the face into the skull. Why? I mean, I know brain surgery is likely a little difficult, but why did you leave the eyes and the face? Would it have really been that difficult to cut off? And the second, just absolute, why was this even added? Remember before Husband of the Year got to see what his back looked like firsthand? Why did the couch undepress itself like a ghost? I still don't get that. Unless Gabriel at this point was forcing Madison to see things and didn't want her to see herself. But if it was from that perspective, when Gabriel was sitting on the couch, she did see the back of her head. But then how did Derek not notice it when he flipped on the lights? This part bugged the crap out of me when I saw it in theaters because it clearly says that it's a ghost. But then it turns out to be your mutilated conjoined twin. Like, bro, what? 2016. Remember the world wasn't a complete chaotic dumpster fire filled with plague and pestilence? What a time to be alive. In a small town of Shadow Canyon, or really just a small neighborhood of Shadow Canyon, basically it's a suburb in California, an outbreak of a disease would begin quickly taking over the planet, while the current leader of the free world will just kind of tell us there's no way any sort of illness could ever get a foothold in the United States. And man, I'll tell you, hearing that stuff now is always a trip, because we used to actually hold that belief to be true. But hey, that's life. As the pathogen began to continue to spread across the globe, it would ultimately make its way to the US, beginning in the cities at first. Then everything was kind of relatively quiet, as there didn't seem to be too much information flowing around. But as it hit the small town, it becomes apparent. It was actually everywhere. Information was just being crushed before it had a chance to even get out by cutting communications. As a father goes to pick up his wife, he leaves his $2 behind before getting caught up in the quarantine himself. But unlike Arnold and Maggie, who was a complete boss about it, this dad would never return for his daughters, instead just kind of, going to another state. As the pathogen continued to spread, it would ultimately result in infected students and parents acting aggressively and attacking anyone who was not currently infected to fuel their newfound hunger as they were being controlled by this pathogen. Today's episode, we will discuss why the description of this movie is hilariously wrong, and I quote, following the outbreak of a virus that wipes out the majority of the human population, a young woman documents her family's new life in quarantine and tries to protect her infected sister. First part's wrong. Second part, she didn't document anything. This wasn't a found footage movie. It was just literally a filmed movie. Okay, anyways, she didn't document. It was ridiculous. Like, none of this even happened. The absolute mad lads. But we also talk about the actual disease, what it's doing to everyone's meat suits, and why it inspires the aggression. And honestly, why this doesn't even seem like you would have that much of an issue in terms of actual spread, seeing as a vector, it's not really an efficient one. But first, this episode is sponsored by The Walking Dead Survivors mobile game. The Walking Dead Survivors is the official strategy game based on the Skybound comic series, and as such, all the characters like Rick, Negan, Glenn, and hordes of walkers are there for you to fight against, as well as other clans, as you build your shelter, recruit your army, and grow your reputation as a leader. But you better do it fast, as your shelter is under constant threat from the horde that is attempting to break it down and infiltrate your base. After downloading the game and playing a bit, my favorite aspect is, and always will be, base building against a zombie horde. As to me, it's always a good time building and thriving in bases as zombies beat on the fences. It really makes it feel like a nice island in a storm of seas. So strengthen your walls, place obstacles to slow them down, and build your defense towers to keep home base safe. You can also explore around your settlement, adding to the area, growing its power, and collecting heroes that you can then level up and develop to come with you to fight on missions. Seeing as this is the official game as well, you can roleplay as any survivor you'd like, or have the ones you wish didn't get their eyeballs popped out as they're still alive in game, such as Glenn. But it's not just the horde out there. there, other clans are vying for the same resources, meaning you can engage in PvP and war games with other survivors in the area. Using the link in my description or scanning the QR code up on screen right now, you can join me in The Walking Dead. And using my special redeem code, you can get exclusive bonuses in-game. You can download the game and try it for yourself, which is always appreciated as it helps the channel as well. Alright, let's get back to it. So I'm doing something new. Apparently most people here actually just enjoy the breakdowns, and then those who want to see the science stay anyways, so we're just gonna launch into this thing. This will probably just be the new format from here on out, so let's get to why when a disease of any sort is spreading, it's probably in your best interest to take standard precautions, which if you don't know what those are, it's assuming everyone is infected with everything at all times. And no, it definitely doesn't make you paranoid. I mean, look at me. I definitely didn't choose a career path based on me being a hypochondriac and then just accidentally end up on YouTube. So we start off our story much like any other movie that deals with disease, with a ton of talk about diseases. All over Earth, reports of some mystery pathogen are coming over the radio, and there is concern that Chinese officials may not have been telling the whole story as it began there. Thank God that didn't happen in real life. So America begins locking down the borders of the country in order to stop the spread, dealing with the political fallout. And here's the first example of, yeah, this isn't even a virus. They literally just straight call it worm flu in like the first 2 minutes of the video, because it's actually a parasite, which is definitely not a virus. But the description says outbreak of a virus. Why not just call it what it is? Honestly, I think something may have gotten lost in translation here, but it results in a bloody cough, fever, and in some cases seizures, likely indicating this would be a respiratory parasite to some degree. Though we will see later, it's not just completely bound to that area, it's just all over the place. They also mention how it's only spread through the transmission of blood, making it a bloodborne illness as well, or at least able to infect you via blood. So we start our morning with birds singing and horrible close-up of two kids rounding second base in a hallway as Emma watches on creepily. Now, I remember high school, somewhat, and I don't remember kids doing like this in the hallways at all. Everyone was mostly just an awkward mass of hormones, but as Gracie comes up to Emma, she asks if she has any food. She's apparently hungrier than normal, but then again, when are teenagers not hungry? My sister and I actually went to visit my brother in Colorado a few months ago, and it about broke the frickin' bank with all the food I had to go buy. So Gracie continues talking about how she's still hungry, but I mean, she also mentions how she just polished off like double stuffed Oreos. I mean, it's not very nutritious, so I think I'd be hungry too. Meanwhile, in biology class, they're dissecting toads. Fun fact, I took human anatomy courses back in high school. We had to dissect a whole cat. Having a cat myself, it was a little sad, but you learned a lot of mammalian structures that way. Emma now gets a call from Lucifer, which turns out to be her sister Stacy, and goes to help her before school ends, and then they all head outside. Emma now meets Stacy's boyfriend CJ as Evan hangs out against the bus like a cool guy back there, and Stacy offers him a ride, knowing Emma has the hots for Evan. As they ride back in awkward silence, because remember, raging hormones, the mom has a meeting in Kansas City, but should be back there that week. Dad says I love you, and the mom just straight up ignores it, fatality, and as the dad finally turns on the radio to break up the freaking monotony of silence. The sister then texts a bunch of crap, like she always tends to do, but now we see the most unbelievable part of this movie, or maybe it's just sad part because we're in reality, you be the judge. Houses in Shadow Canyon in California are starting at $175,000 for like a 4-bedroom house with a 3-car garage. Bro, we need to go back. Later that night, Gracie is talking to Emma over, I don't know, it's probably Skype, because it's back then, as they're watching some dude in China cough blood all over a woman's face and baby. While Gracie just mentioned that her mom was actually coughing in her face all day. Yes, definitely nothing to be concerned about there, moving on. But as they talk, Emma gets a paper airplane through her window with a frog drawing. She looks out and it's Loverboy out there, and she says, call me, then writes down her phone number and throws it back. Hopefully their young love doesn't horribly end, but I guess we'll find out. So here's what I don't get. Emma then heads outside, which, why not just give him the note yourself rather than throwing it? But now Evan's intoxicated stepfather walks out, and as Emma makes the first move on Evan, it now pretty much cements that they're together. As she walks in, there's a green screen thing on the TV that looks really bad. I mean, if you look closely at that, it looks terrible. Emma and her old man have a heart-to-heart, and the next day they are watching something about botflies. The dad is talking about the illness going around and how they suspect it's actually a parasite and not a virus. Although he suspects it's single-cell, but we will find out probably they're all wrong. That said, he begins talking about my personal favorite parasite, Toxoplasmosis gondii, but as the teacher talks, Gracie begins coughing up a bit of blood and then runs out of the room. Emma's dad then sends her to go check on her. As Emma walks around whispering in a school for some reason, I mean, it's a hallway, there's no need to whisper. She goes into the bathroom, but she's not there. She then heads outside and sees Gracie convulsing on the ground. As she runs over, another student does so as well to help. Emma then runs to go get the nurse, as the other student has Gracie just cough blood all over his face and mouth, which is literally my nightmare. Other people's blood, like I can see blood, don't touch me with it. Emma gets checked out by the school nurse and probably just gets a bag of ice and a 10-minute nap, but Emma tells the nurse that Gracie's mom just got back from San Francisco yesterday. Since then, her throat has been hurting and she's been really hungry. The dad now leaves to go pick up the mom from the airport as families are packing up and getting ready to throw deuces. excuses. Emma looks up on the computer about the mutating strain of worm, which I don't know. I don't think it's really a mutating strain of worm, but she calls Gracie but gets no answer. Then Emma looks out and sees a random deer that has nothing to do with anything, by the way, before a helicopter flies way too close overhead with humanitarian aid. The dad then calls back and tells the daughters that the whole county is under quarantine at this point and he can't get back. So now we get an address from Obama telling us there's no evidence to suggest human-to-human transmission and there's no reason to start panicking yet. Oh wait, we already know how that turns out. Never forget, all it takes is 140 characters to completely trash your reputation and look like the biggest group of idiots known to man. Shade aside, they're all talking about containing the outbreak, but they need to take more aggressive steps to mitigate it. As Emma goes to the kitchen, she begins hearing a clicking noise and then goes to check the front door to see what that was. As she looks through the mail slot, she sees someone at the front door run by. As Stacy goes to check, she just straight opens the door, doesn't even look. Like, don't get me wrong, I get that she thinks Emma is being too cautious, but she doesn't know who's out there. She didn't even bother to check. Just instantly, oh, you're wrong, Emma, which is not a great way to ensure the stability of your lifespan. Bad things happen all the time. Never assume you're safe just because you think someone else is being overcautious. But anyhow, CJ then broke into the house and scares both of them, which still means Stacy didn't know that he was in the house, which means she did not know who was outside. Literally, she could have got because of her ego. Anyways, so then Stacy and CJ decide it's time to go upstairs. The next morning, Emma is awoken by military trucks moving through the town with some big nerds at the CDC, dropping off MREs for everyone, as well as disaster kits. Stacy gets a call from their mom, and she's still stuck at the airport. Later on, there's a report about infected people going missing, which, you know, is probably a little alarming as the disease is known to make people attack one another. So now with all that going on, we get the most teenage thing. So, there's a disease that is actively in their town. It's been at your school, everything's shutting down and the military is there. So what do? Well, of course, you go to a party. Emma was basically voluntold to go to the party because Evan was going as well. As she walks around with her mask on, most people aren't really sharing the same sentiment. So everyone is dancing, raging, party at the end of the world, am I right? Stacy goes to look for CJ as he's ghosted as Evan and Emma go upstairs. Also, Mr. Edgy in the hoodie is the guy who got blood on his face earlier who then went missing. As Evan and Emma pull back some plastic, we see the blonde from way earlier in the bathroom with someone. Who could it be? As Emma and Evan sit in the bathtub, he talks about how he likes her before hearing Stacy yelling at the blonde chick because CJ was getting frisky. Also, I want to know how this 18-year-old has so many tattoos. Like, I get, like, you know, time-wise, it's not a big deal, it doesn't take that long, but how could you afford them? So in Smoker's Corner, one girl looks freaked out by the guy in the hoodie as he grabs her. Stoner Bro gets up to see what's happening as he turns around and then spits blood all over everyone. This causes the party to basically reach its conclusion as Stacy and Emma hide, as Emma then sees one girl get grabbed and then we hear her get spit on. As Infection Boy clicks around the party, he manages to find them and then spits on Stacy, who has some of the worms crawl in her eyes. Whoa. Evan shows up to save Emma as the cops then show up to break up the fun. Actually, I suppose the fun was over at this point anyhow. Stacy goes and showers as Emma watches a broadcast on how Ness are communicating and talking on some unknown frequency, which is pretty interesting actually. Use social parasites. The next morning, the CDC has arrived to check everyone. Seems the process is a little flawed, however, as they check the neck and eyes, and that brings back no information despite the fact that Stacy is absolutely infected. So now things aren't going so well. Their dad calls them to tell them basically lock everything down. The Chinese are wiping out their own towns off the map, as now they get a final warning of martial law being declared. Fun times. That night, flares start getting popped left, right, and center, like at Gracie's house. As Emma goes to text her dad, it's not delivered because the whole area is being blocked off from making calls. The military shows up to take Gracie as other flares begin being popped as well. Emma and Stacy now begin thinking that they need to basically GTFO, which if you've ever played GTFO, I've actually done a video on that a little while back if you haven't seen it. Emma attempts to see if Ethan wants to come, but his stepdad answers the window and then closes it. As Stacy and Emma drive out, the military put up a restricted zone in like literally pitch blackness. Now, why would they actively hide that in the middle of the road? Why are they hanging out in total darkness? No idea. But Stacy does the smart thing and gets out after the military tells her to actively turn around. That's a great way to get your brain some fresh air, by the way. She says that they need to get by and get their dad, but the soldiers are becoming increasingly agitated, mainly because she's not listening to very simple and basic commands. Just remember, the military is not like cops. Anyways, so a truck now shows up and tries to run the barricade before getting lit up. The next morning, Stacy's neck isn't feeling so good. The military drives by saying it's a felony now to harbor an infected individual. And Stacy is most definitely infected, having a little hole in her neck where the parasite is growing. That night, she gets pretty hungry and finally decides to spill the spaghetti out of her pocket about how their dad cheated on their mom. Real stand-up guy, it seems. Nobody told Emma because they thought that she couldn't handle it for some reason. And now Stacy starts coughing as someone begins pounding on the door, and it's our boy Evan. As he gets in, his stepdad keeps pounding on the door, but as Emma goes to look, it's almost like he knows that she's there and then spits blood all over the peephole. They then all put on their masks, although if these worms can crawl into your eyes, I mean, the masks don't really seem to do that much. Evan then takes the force multiplier as stepdad jumps in through the window, clearly mega infected. Worms exit out of his ears, and they also begin clicking, looking for them. They operate on sound only, it appears. As the stepdad finds her, he takes one to the dome from Stacy, and then Stacy drops, coughing up blood. So now they lock her in the bathroom. Emma tells Evan to go, and he just says, nah, I'll stick around anyways. I mean, where's he gonna go? At this point, Emma goes and then tags her garage door with the same symbol in order to throw the nerds off her trail. Meanwhile, Stacy is yelling about how she's so hungry, and she can feel the worms behind her eyes wanting her to do things. She tells Emma and Evan that they really need to leave, but they're totally sticking around anyways. So she underlines a bunch of stuff in like a book about how to like get a botfly out of your back. And I mean, really, she could have just read it and committed it to memory, but whichever. So as they head to the roof to take some selfies, Evan then shows up to talk to her. Emma resigns to her fate that she's not seeing her parents anymore, which may be correct, but out in the distance also, most of the towns are already on fire because they just been straight up destroyed. And now our boy CJ arrives after cheating on Stacy, who wrote, you know, I'm just gonna go out on a limb, I don't think she wants to see you, or maybe she does, because as he goes to tell her that the army has split and everyone is leaving, which that's never a good sign, he puts his arm in there to hold Stacy, and she just begins ripping off his arm and eating it like chicken wing style. So after walking in on that, they go and unceremoniously bury CJ in the yard as Emma resolves to remove the parasite. So they knock out Stacy with probably ungodly amounts of Z-Quil and canned chicken. Emma does something stupid also and puts her hand in there. I mean, I get the whole bonding thing, but you don't know what this parasite is capable of. Stacy now asks Emma to find their dad and tell her she's sorry if she doesn't make it. So after Stacy then passes out, the operation begins. They enter the bathroom and pull back her hair to find the hole in her neck. She puts some tape over it to suffocate the parasite, forcing it out as then she grabs it. But as she does, it activates Stacy's almonds as she grabs the rest of it and they start stomping it out. Well, that's a nice shock to the central nervous system, which then makes Stacy pass out momentarily. Also, CJ said that the army left, but it looks like the army is like literally outside their window. So nice job on the info there, bro. So now things look better for Stacy as she starts eating the soup. Then overhead, we see the military is using heat signature tech to find that most of the neighborhood has now gathered in two central houses. Which, where's all the people who weren't infected? I mean, I know a lot of them did leave, but I'm kind of wondering why, like, Evan and Emma haven't left yet. I know there's mountains around them, easily walkable mountains. Get some water and start hoofing it, man. So Emma now has a nice scary dream about Stacy turning, and then she hears Evan yelling about how all the food is gone, so that's not good. But they see Stacy going for a marathon run, so they decide to run her down to one house with all the lights off. They find a family in there. Well, Dad of the Year decided to call it quits early in the game with his family, so I mean, I can't say I do the same thing, but hey, maybe that's just me. As they move through the house, they find a ton of the neighborhood is actually in the back room, all linking up with Gracie laying on the ground, as she's apparently the patient zero nest. Now everyone is awake and chasing them through the house. Stacy is upstairs holding her head, and Stacy tells her to end her, as then she begins to change and Emma is forced to take her out. Apparently just that one worm in the neck ain't it. And I mean, if the cure was that easy, I'm pretty sure that would have already been done by now. So now Emma is basically an orphan and siblingless, bummer dude. So then they burst out onto the roof to get away from everyone else. And as they look over to the next neighborhood and spot the military concussively blasting neighborhoods, that's probably not going to be good for their life expectancy. Then they spot one of them is literally heading towards them. They then jump into the pool as the whole area is engulfed in flames. They head back out of the pool and the entire neighborhood has been destroyed. Walking out of town, oh look, military equipment left behind. Hopefully that doesn't happen again. Emma then finds a picture of the family telling them to meet at Uncle Peter's, indicating that actually they did make it. So now they head to Washington State, which is a pretty good drive through an infected wasteland. And honestly, I would like to see a viral too, as this was a pretty cool movie, but it's still definitely not a virus. So first things first, worm flu, as I've complained about several times, is, as I just said, isn't a virus. So that being said, while a single-celled larval parasite is in fact a eukaryotic cell, it is also larger than a virus, but that doesn't mean in some of the earliest stages it doesn't act similar to a virus in some capacity. Now, it's really more in relation to how our body deals with the parasitic infection than the actual function of the parasite, because the parasites are not invading your cells and replicating themselves using cellular and internal structures and mechanisms. Instead, I would say drifting through your body, stealing nutrients along the way, and altering your behavior. Now, I do believe there is a specific parasite that this creature is related to, but I don't want to spill the beans immediately because Susan requests that the people watch these videos for longer, so it's time to get into some science. I think the first place we should start is the actual life cycle of this pathogen, seeing as there are quite a few distinct stages before moving on to the discussion about their eusocial behavior and how this affects the central nervous system, as these things are clearly able to operate the human body like a meat mech and turn them quite aggressive should the need arise. However, they also seem incredibly focused on obtaining outside nutrition, which appears to be something of a new trick, as usually this this is just a byproduct concerning parasitic actions and survival. Now, where does this whole thing start? Well, as the father mentioned previously, the parasite at the beginning was believed to be a single-celled organism infecting people. Now, parasites like this exist all over. In fact, there's a brain-eating parasite in most of the lakes in the southern United States and in the coastal regions known as Naegleria fowleri, which I just annoyed my wife for about 2 weeks with because I recently got lake water up my nose and then had allergies coincide with what was happening, leading me to spiral thinking I had a brain-eating amoeba. So, I'll tell you, that was a blast. But these particular parasites are single-celled and will enter through the nasal passages before following the nerves to the olfactory bulb and then consuming the rest of your brain. Well, attempting to anyhow. Because you see, your body goes nuclear freak-out mode concerning the immune response, and when the body isn't able to control the infection, this leads to something horrible known as primary amoebic meningoencephalitis, which basically means your brain is swelling while your meninges are swelling, so everything's putting pressure on your brain, which can lead to seizures, lack of awareness, coma, and eventually you will meet your end. But the point is, single-celled organisms like this do exist already in the world, but their infection rate is incredibly low. So low that since 2011, only 33 people in the United States have actually been infected. And this is from likely millions of exposures. So I don't tell you this to freak you out or anything, but it's important to know your enemy. The thing I would like to point out is single-celled parasitic infections by themselves have a huge range of infectivity. What we see in viral is something that is well outside the normal range of what we could expect a parasite to infect by. Because believe it or not, compared to this movie, by again comparison, parasites would not be as great at spreading over this wide of a range and vast of an area. I mean, it could maybe do it if it was waterborne and everyone was taking virtually zero precautions. But once identified, however, parasites are usually overcome rather quickly. Because of this, the parasite in viral would need to do something deviating from the typical parasitic behavior, but not something that is wholly unheard of. I would direct you, once again, towards my favorite parasite, Toxoplasmosis gondii. I actually did my senior seminar paper over this parasite to obtain my degree because it's absolutely fascinating to think about. What Toxoplasmosis does is control the central nervous system by entering the brain itself, but not inspiring a nuclear option scenario with the immune system. In fact, it may calm the immune system of rodents in order to live within them. Once entering the brain, it will alter the behavior of rodents to their own detriment. How it does this is by affecting the neural tissue itself and decreasing communication in some areas associated with fear and anxiety, which would be the amygdala, and it does this by forming cysts within the brain, or at least lesions. This stops the mouse from being afraid of the smell of cats, but the parasite will continue to the point of the mouse becoming actually sexually attracted to the smell of cat urine. By doing so, this would cause the rodent to approach areas where cats have been or move out into the open where birds of prey are. This will inevitably spark an interaction where the mouse will be eaten. From here, Toxoplasmosis will go on to reproduce in its primary host if it's eaten by a cat, or just continue through the digestive system of a bird of prey. And then they are excreted out via waste, which other rodents will then find and start the process all over again. But this is all predicated on eggs being eaten by the correct animal for this process to function properly. Now, where it gets complicated is when humans get involved. If you have outdoor cats, and this is just for your information, if you're pregnant or your significant other is pregnant, you should never let them scoop cat boxes, as this can make them become infected with toxoplasmosis, which could result in the child expiring. But when it comes to our regular brains, we can also be infected, and it will make us do the exact same thing. Not expire, but really like cats. People will become attracted to the scent of cat urine, or in general, just not mind it as much. This may also make a person start hoarding cats, which may be the crazy cat lady down the street. Legitimately, the person may actually have parasites in their brain altering their behavior. And if you think you're safe, guess again. I know, I'm just hitting you with all the worst facts today. In the US, 11% of the population has been infected at some point 6 years and older, and in the world, this is as high as 60%. So it's an incredibly common parasitic infection, mainly because of our love for cats, but your body typically clears it on its own without too much detriment. Now, as a single-celled organism, it's much easier to move into a host, but Toxoplasmosis does not turn into what we see in viral. It will remain single-celled throughout its life cycle, never changing into a worm-like creature that we see. Which, let's hit up the next stage of its life cycle, shall we? We see when Stacy gets spit on, this appears to be the point where the disease has entered the respiratory system, such as the lungs and trachea, in a large enough capacity to be infected. In the blood, likely the parasite is single-celled, floating around the body, or a very, very small multicellular organism. But after a few days has passed and the person continues eating and fueling the new growths, they will likely turn into the larval worms. Here, they will enter the lungs, likely chewing their way through the tissue into the alveolar sacs, as these are easily accessible from the circulatory system, and then further up into the bronchi, and then lie in wait. As they continue to grow and amass in the lungs, this would cause the host to begin coughing up blood, as, well, now there's holes in their lung tissue. From here, things rapidly progress. As the person begins feeling unwell, their drive to eat would still be rather high, likely by the other smaller forms of the parasite parasite within the bloodstream, ransacking nutrition and growing. But also, the larval worms within the lungs are doing the same thing. This would inspire the host to eat more and more to fuel them, growing the parasite faster. Eventually, this continued growth would annoy the lung tissue to the point that coughing would become pretty standard, injecting more of the parasite. However, the parasite isn't like a virus or bacteria. It cannot just be sprayed out and dripped through the air. Direct contact with bodily fluid is necessary for its propagation. Because of this, there likely must be some sort of trigger shortly after the seizure process where it infects others. So what it looks like to me is when the seizure happens, that's when the worm is officially in a larger control of the mind, or at least the body, as either the multicellular parasites have either bypassed the blood-brain barrier, entered the cerebral spinal fluid, or entered the brain in some sort of capacity, or there is the adult version of the parasite on the body that has begun knocking the host out of conscious commission, which I believe really it's probably a combination of all three. There's a reason for this, but to get there, we must first wrap up its second stage of the life cycle. When the seizure stage has happened, the body is now under control of the parasite. As this happens, the younger larval forms in the lungs are primed and ready to rock. Upon finding another person who is uninfected, a spasm in the diaphragm and contraction of the intercostal muscles would take place, pushing air out more forcibly than normal from the lungs. And this would bring up with it blood and worms. These adolescent worms would then crawl either into the eyes of the person or have already entered the mouth, infecting them. But we can also assume, considering there is blood in the lungs and the more multicellular small forms that are in the blood, likely the blood itself does also have the parasite. Now, where does this violent spasm come from? Well, getting to the adult stage, we actually see what's happening concerning this parasite, or at least its late stage. After entering the body, the parasite will continue to grow within that body, likely contained within the blood that was spit on by the person. Smaller versions of the parasite also exist in the bloodstream, as said. It appears as though one dominant adult, however, would take control or a larger control of the body. Moving around to the back of the neck, just above the thoracic vertebrae and at the bottom of the cervical vertebrae, the parasite will sit and continue to grow. It seems at this point it will begin tapping into the spinal cord itself, where everything at this point goes wrong. Interacting with the spinal cord, at first it can control the body in some ways, but the host will still resist the input of the parasite if the emotional bond with another is strong enough, such as with Stacy and Emma. However, should the emotional bond just not be there, such as with Stacy and CJ, the parasite can override what the host wants to do, forcing them to eat anything if they haven't eaten in a while, leading to things like cannibalism. When it comes to infecting others, the parasite would be able to manipulate the spinal cord via likely pressure, causing a massive contraction of the diaphragm and again intercostal muscles. And I believe this shows the parasite to some degree does have control over that spinal cord function. Now, before getting too far ahead, I can hear you saying, "Oh, Roanoke, why isn't the body actually doing something about this?" Well, let's discuss my favorite topic to ruin everyone's day. So we actually need parasites, it turns out. There is evidence to suggest that allergies in the first world countries are becoming worse because we lack parasites in our diet. Parasites are known to have calming effects on our immune systems, and without them, our immune systems can become overactive. And that's the key point. They can literally calm our immune systems in some capacity to not attack them as readily. I believe this particular parasite is most definitely lulling our immune systems into a more docile state. But even if it's not, something you need to know about parasites are our bodies are really not that adept at dealing with them. Regularly, parasites completely sidestep our immune system as they are just faster than our eosinophils and neutrophils, or when it comes down to our neutrophils, they can just completely rip them apart, such as with Naegleria fowleri. The point is, parasites are just jerks, but we need them for the time being until we learn how to take the effects that parasites have on our bodies and create something that we don't need the parasites for, but will still allow our bodies to exist as such. So, moving on. The typical input by the adult parasite, though, is to find the uninfected and spit on them, infecting them with their young. So we see when Stacy takes the parasite out of her neck, the adult was several feet in length, or roughly about 1 meter. This would be wrapped around her brainstem and spinal cord, and likely also go up into her skull in some capacity, but also up into her eustachian tubes, which run to drain your ears. So ripping that out of your neck, it's wrapped around all that stuff, ooh, that's gotta be bad. But using the eustachian tubes is interesting as it can actually enter the middle ear and reside here, waiting for sound to be picked up, which it can use to hunt. We see the adult does not have full access to the brain or an understanding of what signals mean concerning chemoelectric signals from neuron to neuron, as the eyes are just virtually never used. In fact, the host is rendered blind late in the infection process, which we will discuss why that is. But we see with Evan's stepdad that his eyes have completely glazed over, and we hear Stacy talk about how she feels the parasites behind her eyes. Well, this is proof to me that the multicellular, smaller version of the parasite are still all over the body and in the brain, altering behavior. behavior, even though she is infected with an adult who seems to be controlling things from her neck. So the point of this is, removing the parasite did very little besides removing one point of control. But considering what comes out of Stacy's mouth later, other adult parasites would have likely been able to take its place after removal, they just hadn't gotten there yet. Once detecting a noise using the mechanical sensory information provided by the inner ears of humans, the parasite exits the ears and starts clicking. This would appear to be a form of echolocation. However, if you don't move, then there is no new information to display your location, but the eye is virtually destroyed by the parasite, likely crowding it, and with too many nutrients being taken from the eyes, this can lead to tissue destruction, and that means the worm itself has to use your body in order to hunt, but must use its own sensory information to actually complete that hunt. Which again, this says to me, once you know this, it's actually really easy to move around the infected. So internally, what is actually happening with this parasite? I can hear you asking that now, and that's a great question, viewer. Well, much like toxoplasmosis, considering we see a change in the behavior at first, which unlike toxoplasmosis becomes hunger, then eventually progressing into falling back on baser instincts with no recollection of your prior life, it appears to me that the infection takes a similar pathway. Lesions in the brain can alter behavior dramatically if you didn't know. By having lesions formed in the amygdala in mice, they can completely change everything they know concerning survival. Once infected with this parasite and viral, these lesions would show up slowly at first due to the parasites actually in the bloodstream that have now moved into the brain. Once here, this would induce hunger, which means likely these lesions would first form in the hypothalamus. As the hunger continued and the parasite reproduced, this would eventually cause more lesions in the brain until finally so much of the tissue was destroyed, the brain would be operating in eco mode, and you would just kind of turn into an animal driven by hunger and the need to consume anything as the parasite is telling you that you're starving, which likely you are, as nutrition you take in is being used to fuel the parasite, which in turn would cause more ghrelin, or the hunger hormone, to be released to keep telling you that you're starving. At this point, once controlled, what I find most interesting is not so much how it controls you, which, I mean, that still is pretty cool, as it's literally pulling on your spinal cord like a puppet string to just move you around while your brain slowly withers and becomes more animalistic, leading to less and less resistance from your conscious being, but also how the parasite interacts with one another. It seems that there is a familial bond amongst the parasites as they will return back to a central nest of whoever started the infection. Its original helminth is the one who oversees the entire process of infection, as they all answer locally to her, making the species eusocial, much like ants are. New queen, or it could even be a king, we don't really know, would go out leaving the old nest behind and begin forming its own colony. In this case, however, rather than just moving dirt and laying eggs, humans are the ones that are essentially the colony. Being that they are social, this helminth would needed to have actually changed from its typical behavior that we could expect from parasites into something totally different. However, as the adults grow and continue to take over the body, they too will increase in size, compelling the host to return to the original progenitor of their nest. Once there, the parasite will exit out of the mouth or ears and enter the mouth of the original host, where the worms could communicate with one another. Now, what are they saying? Well, it's hard to tell, really. Information could be relayed about potential new prey, general health of the bodies that they are in, if it's time to just move on to another area for more food, things such as that, which, considering the whole neighborhood at this point is infected, I would like to point out, did you notice that there were two houses with a collection of people, meaning that possibly a new queen or king may have already been created and set up as second infection process in the area, meaning that they too would leave on their own fairly soon. So we finally arrived at my last point that I would like to cover. Judging by what we see, how these worms affect human behavior, their life cycles, and what they literally look like. What sort of parasite are they then? Well, it's clear to me that, as I've already said, they're a helminth parasite. They're essentially worms, and in this case, I would be hesitant to say that they're a roundworm and are more likely a flatworm. Because of this, I believe that they are actually related in some capacity to a tapeworm. Now, there are some things that would need to happen for this to function correctly. The first is, tapeworms are not actually all that friendly if you didn't know. When another tapeworm is in the body, they will compete and attempt to get rid of it. They will also try to oust different species of parasites as well. Basically, they are incredibly greedy for the body's resources. For this species to work properly, they would need to become a much more social species, which after hundreds of thousands of years of living in our guts, that may be possible should enough of an interaction happen. But just know this, tapeworms will actively sabotage one another if they get in the way. Potentially the ones that broke off from the standard tapeworm family were ones that were successful and much better at reproducing in this new way, forcibly infecting other hosts, which in nature would make them fill a niche that doesn't yet exist. exist, which would give them an edge to spread faster and further than standard tapeworms. The main thing that supports this idea of them being an offshoot of a tapeworm is actually their life cycles. When you think of tapeworms, you probably imagine the massive several feet in length worm in the guts, right? Well, that's not actually how they start. There's actually an infection known as cysticercosis, and this is basically what happens when you ingest tapeworm eggs. They will hatch and the larvae are released. While they are still multicellular, they are incredibly small and as such can infect large areas of your body, such as your brain, muscle, and epithelial tissues. I'd also like to point out that the parasite in viral is suggested to be single cellular, but it's also possible that it's just really small, much like the tapeworm, and is able to spread throughout the body using the circulatory system. We can actually see this is the case with Evan's stepdad, who has the parasites all over his neck just below the skin. Anyhow, once this infection has started, this has the capability to create cysts all over the integument system, which then can spread to the brain and spinal cord, leading to things like headaches, altered behavior, and in some cases, seizures. But on top of this, it can lead to swelling of the optic disc, affecting the eyesight of a person. The pathophysiology of the parasite tracks with what the tapeworm is capable of, down to the destruction of the body to a large degree, but also concerning its life cycle as well. Because of this, I personally believe it to be an offshoot of the tapeworm family, one that was more successful in conquering a host. And you know what that means? We actually have several medications that are capable of paralyzing the tapeworms. However, it's not 100% effective because in general, the effect is paralysis that allows you to pass the parasite. If it's wrapped up in your brainstem, then where does it go after paralysis? This may be why the parasite has not yet been stopped, as medications that immobilize tapeworms are not as effective on this species. I cannot believe they brought Morbius back into theaters. Completely misread the memes, which is actually how I got tricked into pondering the morbs. So I guess it's time to actually start covering superhero movies at this point, but that's neither here nor there. As a young boy struggles with his own sense of mortality in an attempt to save his new friend, he discovered that he actually had a talent for literally just being smart, 1000 IQ writing. Once discovered, this would lead him to attempt to discover the cure for both of them concerning their blood disease. However, in doing so, he would inadvertently change his own genetic makeup, making him reliant on others for sustenance. As time would go on, the edgiest of doctors would attempt to quell the bloodlust that he would develop, but not everyone around would feel that the same methods were necessary for their own personal survival. In today's episode, we will discuss the actual plot of Morbs, what sort of disease he had that resulted in the drive to cure himself as well as the world, why this movie must have been super awkward to film for the actors, why Jared Leto has actually finally linked the DCU to the MCU, or in association with the MCU, in terms of the worst movies running through one guy, and ultimately, what were the effects of just cramming in new genetic material into your DNA with little to no thought of the process behind it. Oh yeah, it's gonna be one of those. Although I have to say, I mean, if you just turn off your brain and you don't think too much about it, it really is just dumb fun. So curveball time. There is no time step up on screen. The video is still set up the same way, so all the OGs know where the sign starts, but I noticed on the analytics there is a drop off of a lot of people just actually watching the summaries, which is surprising to see, but you know, you might enjoy the science if you stay and watch. But then again, hey, you know, you like what you like. The science will always be included in these breakdowns though, so don't worry about that. But anyhow, let's get to when you have an extremely highly experimental cure, or really you think it's a cure, maybe conducting one lab test on one surviving mouse out of like 116 other bodied mice isn't really enough to go off of. I don't know. Should have thought about that one a little bit more, Morbius. So we start off our story with this being Sony and a new movie indicating that your boy is totally screwed on copyright. Also, again, this is in association with Marvel, and it's said like 9 times, and I have no idea why. Coattail riding maybe, but it doesn't matter, because it's time to head to Costa Rica, where Jurassic Park was filmed, I'm pretty sure. A helicopter is flying towards a cave system. As we phase through the ground from the waterfall, now there's bats everywhere. Vampire bats. The helicopter lands, and we meet the doctor himself. Getting out with 2 crutches, he appears to have difficulty walking, but is there to set up a trap in front of the mouth of the cave. As the workers get dangerously close to spinning helicopter blades, the trap is set. The Morbster then cuts his hand, attracting the vampire bat's attention. So he mentions later how these things can take out animals like hundreds of times their size, but then they don't eat Morbs alive, and I have no idea why. I guess it's just the rule of cool. Heading over to Greece 20 years prior, young Morbs watches another kid be brought in. I guess I can call him Lucian, or Lucian. I mean, it really just depends. I'm gonna call him Lucian. Actually, I'm not gonna call him any of that, because Morbius is pretty much gonna call the kid Milo, and that's good enough for me. So they discuss kind of their blood disorder. They're missing a specific gene required for anticoagulation, so that their blood needs to be filtered 3 times a day. Otherwise, they drop from a stroke or heart attack, which totally sucks. We get some jump around about how they're friends before for some reason there's kids outside the window calling them freaks just because they're sick. Don't worry, one of those kids will take a crutch in the face later. As Milo sits there though, he sort of like slumps over because his machine stops, and Morbius is able to fix it with a spring, which attracts the attention of Dr. Nicholas, who said, "Oh my god, due to your morbid abilities, you fixed this," which took scientists years to develop. Okay, so I wrote this like a week and a half ago, and I've completely forgotten what I've written. I do not remember writing this. Anyways, so I just want to say, hold on, I mean, I get that he fixed it, but it seems like an electrical issue of something disconnecting, not an entire redesign of a Blood Cleaner 9000. But it doesn't matter, because the doctor is sending Morbius to the gifted kids school in New York. Morbius then leaves Milo a note that then somehow blows out the window, and as he goes to get it, the kids from earlier start messing with him, as Milo then cracks a kid across the face, raw WWF style, with his crutch, which is pretty brutal. So now we kind of jump ahead to the most Jared Leto thing possible. Like, he's not even acting, this is just Jared Leto. He looks very displeased to be given the Nobel Prize, which they call it the Nobel Prize in the movie, which made me cringe a little. Not sure how that made it past testing, but he's receiving the award because of his invention of artificial blood, which he considers to be just a failure. If you didn't know, Jared is a bit of a diva, apparently. I don't know. Never met the dude myself, but it's just what I hear. So I'll be dunking on Jared Leto probably throughout this entire thing. So if you're like his #1 Leto fan, this might not be a good video for you. Back in New York, we learned that Jer Bear here dissed the king of Sweden and all of his subjects as he talks to a child. Dr. Bancroft arrives to scold him, as one does. Dr. Bancroft's pretty upsetty spaghetti at him for snubbing the Nobel Prize, not Nobel Prize. Jesus. Anyhow, I mean, one reshoot. Come on. And the irony isn't lost on me that I'm literally starting to sound like everybody else who says that I pronounce Cadu wrong in Resident Evil Village. But she brings up how Dr. Morbius is mixing bat DNA with human DNA, which, well, you know what? I think I've seen this one before. Yeah, it doesn't turn out too good. Morbius tells her she should ignore it due to plausible deniability because he will be dropping soon anyhow. He then pulls out a bat organ, as a vampire bat has developed a way to actually survive on only blood. So if he can isolate the gene, he can inject it into his own body and produce the same anticoagulants, freeing him of his disease. Sound thinking, but many issues would obviously need to be overcome, like what if you accidentally add in extra genes with similar genetic coding as with the gene that produces the anticoagulants? That's actually kind of one of the issues with CRISPR that we are currently attempting to overcome now. How do we target a specific sequence if further down the DNA chain that you go, there's another functional gene with a similar makeup that's also targeted? Well, old Morbster here is going to figure that out firsthand, and it doesn't really work too well. They'll get some information on how what he's doing is definitely not unethical at all, as viruses insinuate their genetic coding into our DNA all the time, which is actually true. 8% of our coding are actually ancient viruses. But I would hazard a guess as to say adding in other animals' genetic codings, maybe not a good idea. But hey, I'm just a biologist, what do I know? Although I do agree the boundaries do have to be pushed for breakthroughs to be made. So he injects a mouse with his gene sequence and it drops. Test 117 did not go very well, but now a nurse arrives to tell him that Anna is about to drop due to a stroke, so they put her in a coma. Not really sure how that helps blood clots, actually. I mean, I guess it would calm your rapid heartbeat and hopefully not break apart any more blood clots. So basically less circulatory stress, I would suppose. But as Dr. Bancroft turns around, Mouse 117 is reporting for duty. Dr. Morbius realizes that he needs money, so he goes to the only place he knows where he can get his testing funded, Milo's house. I have no idea why Milo is so rich. I'm guessing something like his parents are rich. You know, it's never really explained in the movie, probably in the comics though it is. So Milo and Morb go for a walk while discussing his findings. They stop at a park and he lays out what he needs: international waters, large ship, medical equipment. Milo's able to provide all this for him. That's what moves this movie along, money. Now the testing commences. The sequence is then added into the DNA of Morbius' blood as the genetic sequence is forever altered. Dr. Bancroft whips up electrodes and gives him a spinal tap. Oh god. But Dr. Morbius also looks ultra frail. After the injection, he has a mild seizure, and as Goon number 1 goes to randomly talk to Bancroft, they have this like hostile interaction for some reason. Not really sure why, as then they check Morbius' chair to see that he's gone. They then enter the room and find that he's in the Spider-Man universe and hanging from the ceiling. Goon number 1 calls on the Goon Squad, and he's attacked and has his neck opened up for some fresh air. It's officially Morbin time. Bancroft attempts to talk to Morbius, but yeah, you know, I don't think he's in the right frame of mind right now. An alarm then goes off as he jumps around the room, freaking out, as Bancroft then gets knocked unconscious. This upsets Mr. Morbs as he hunts down every man in there, exsanguinating them with the greatest of ease. After going on a bloodbender, Morbius then comes back too as his body changes back into the real monster known as Jared Leto. And now he's Spider-Man ripped too. He goes to check on Bancroft as she's still alive, just, you know, if you're knocked out for this long, the threat of brain damage is very real. Morbius watches what he did on cameras, then wipes the footage, calls it a mayday, and then jumps off the boat into the water. The boat is then towed in as detectives have arrived. These guys are not even remotely important, I'm going to be real. They really just kind of serve as exposition central. As Milo watches the boat that Morbius was on being towed in, he assumes that he's done so. Morbius goes to the hospital where Bancroft is and checks her chart, seeing that she's probably going to be okay. But as Morbius enters his own lab, his ailments immediately begin coming back. So he heads to the fruit punch cooler and gets some of that fake blood that he created a while back. Now he begins testing to see how long he has. So I wonder if like cow blood would work in all honesty, maybe even pig blood, but artificial blood gives him about 6 hours to survive, but it's waning. Also, due to the other genes that were grafted onto Morbius's coating, he now has echolocation, which makes his ears look just like eye bleachable, but he's able to control it and literally catch a ball with his eyes closed. So now Morbius tries to quit the red stuff and traps himself in a room to see what the effects are. While he does this, Milo comes in the lab to say hey, and as he enters, he sees some of the injections, then finds Morbius withdrawing from the blood. Milo goes and grabs blood for him as Morbius drinks it, but then in Jared fashion, he starts throwing a temper tantrum. So Milo sees this, right? Just watched a man drink artificial blood and have this seizure-like freak out and is like, hey bro, give me that cure too. It definitely seems to be like in its first stages. So rather than telling Milo that it's actually horrible and the reason that it's horrible, he just vaguely says stuff about bodying the guards and blood and being edgy, which predictably upsets Milo because he wants a cure. Bro, this looks nothing like a cure. I guess because Morbius is up and walking, Milo's a little jealous, but Morbius then yells at Milo with his face morbing with every yell. He then yells for Milo as Milo like literally leaves. He's doing what he asked. I don't really understand why he did this, but it makes zero sense. So as the dynamic duo shows up to question Bancroft, she says that she has no memory of any of this. They question her about Morbius and then leave. Later that night, as one of the nurses is in the creepiest hallways I've ever seen. I mean, really, look at this. She sees someone down the hallway jump onto the roof and she keeps just sitting there like, hello? Like, no way, bro. So she runs to the light switch before getting grabbed by Graveyard Smash Hand and then bitten. The next morning, Morbius wakes up and uses echolocation to hear what's going on. He finds that one of the nurses he knows is drained for blood at the end of the hallway, which alarms him as he doesn't even remember doing that. He grabs some blood and decides that it's probably time to throw deuces. However, the gruesome twosome are out in front waiting for him. So they chat him up. Oh, your artificial blood helped me. Roll Tide. But with Morbius's super special hearing, he gets a hold of their earpiece broadcast and they're being told to shut the building down, which then causes him to flee after punching one of the detectives. He ends up bullet dodging up the stairs and gets up there in like 3 seconds, and as he runs, he ditches the bag, which here's what I don't get. So he almost gets blown off the roof, like hard. I just don't understand. I suppose if he's like super light, like the Bat, but I don't know, man. But the other officer is able to make it up there in just record time, which someone's gonna comment and will tell me like he's a superhero or something, because dude, that was like 12 stories. Morbius had way more of a head start. It doesn't make any sense. So anyways, this basically puts him in jail now. In the interrogation room, the agents accuse him of offing the nurse from earlier. Morbius tells the agents that he needs the artificial blood as they wouldn't like him when he's hungry. Sounds like my wife. But now Milo appears to meet with Morbs. They discuss how Morbius is basically screwed and how he blacked out when he attacked the nurse. Milo tries to tell him that he doesn't belong in there, that he wouldn't do that, and then leaves him some blood. Then as Milo walks out, well, look at that miraculous recovery. Morbius finds he left his cane behind, basically confirming that Milo actually got frisky with that nurse. So Morbius takes the blood and then breaks out to go chase down his friend. So the cops like attempt to chase him down, which is hilarious. I mean, are you seeing this? It's like, yo, no, he's getting away. Like, bro, you aren't gonna catch him. So in broad nightlight, Milo then bites a dude selling newspapers, very smart. Then Morbius confronts Milo using his super hearing to track him down. Milo tries to tell him that he ended the nurse because he blacked out and couldn't control it. So this starts a lover's quarrel between the two in the subway system. They discuss how they have evolved as the cops now show up to arrest literal vampires. Milo then takes everyone out and dances. And as Milo yells after Morbius, a subway train shows up. Okay, so here's the thing. Remember how fast Milo can move? Well, in comparison with the train, he's actually not moving that quickly. But Morbius is able to ride the wind currents in front of the train? I don't know anymore. So the agents are now angry at Morbius for taking out the cops as Milo stands outside of Bancroft's apartment like a total weirdo. The agents decide Bancroft is in on it and begin tailing her. But she's able to get on a bus, which just so happens to contain Morbius. Like, what are the chances of that working out? I mean, I get that he was probably tailing her too, but bruh, like, no. They then do the smart thing and go to the coffee shop to discuss how Morbius is basically screwed with the artificial blood. It just so happens two counterfeiters show up with $100 bills and try to get the cashier to take the money, which she doesn't want to, then all of a sudden she does. Really gave it her all, didn't she? Anyhow, so this attracts the attention of Morbius because, of course it does. Morbius then sends Bancroft back to the lab to grab stuff while he follows the goon squad and also randomly finds blood in a paramedic's bag. Why would a paramedic leave their bag of blood outside of the building that they need to go into to probably help somebody? It's beyond me. I mean, I did third riders and those things were pretty much strapped to your sides. I'm pretty sure the blood is just always actually in the ambulance. Don't take it with you. I could be wrong though. Entering the lab in what appears to be an abandoned shopping mall, he comes in and tells everyone he needs their lab before breaking the guy in charge's hand, which sends the others running. And here we go with this next part. I guess it was like an Easter egg, I'm not sure. He calls himself Venom. Why? Well, who knows? That's the fun. I'm sure that means something to someone. Morbius now uses his Morbin skills to morb the room. Getting tired of that joke yet? Me too. And here's where the movie just gets awkward, right? So we see Doctor Who now is pretty pumped about his new body. Well, he's dancing around with his shirt off, making faces in the mirror. How awkward do you think this was to film? I mean, this movie was probably like 197% CGI, which this part in particular was big cringe to me. But his whole montage was just to go to the bar. He then meets a girl there and hits on her with his new persona, but some random dude tells him that her drinks are spoken for. It's like not her boyfriend. It appears to just be a random dude, but she treats him like she knows him. She's like, oh, you jerk. Like, do you know him or not? As him and his buddies leave for the night, Milo needs his man-witch time and then attacks all three of them. Back in the lab, Milo is waiting for Bancroft. He wants to know where Morbius is, and he can't seem to find him anywhere. He hears Bancroft's heartbeat and figures out that she's lying to him, but elects not to eat her neck meat and grumpily leaves by pulling down the police tape, which is pretty hilarious. So the cops now search Bancroft's apartment. Now I have to hit you with a question. Have you ever walked into someone's house that you don't know, shuffle the litter box of a cat, and because it doesn't immediately come running, you assume it's gone? Cats don't come to the shaking of a litter box. They come to the shaking of like treat bags. What even is this? Like, does this guy know cats? Does this movie know cats? Does this movie know human interactions? I don't think so. Back at the super secret lab, Bancroft almost gets straight up eaten, which causes Morbius to go to the roof. Bancroft comes up and talks to him, blah, blah, blah. They kiss, because, you know, you need that to happen, and Milo watches voyeur style from the train bridge. The agents now go and check the bar parking lot where the three guys were attacked and realize there's another vampire in town. The media urges people to stay in their homes after sundown, which they base this on nothing, because these aren't even real vampires. That's just the beauty of media sometimes. But as Dr. Nicholas sees the broadcast, he goes to confront Milo as, yep, that's definitely him. Milo at this point has a bit of an ego about this. He gets angry at Dr. Nicholas. So they have a spat over that, and it is hilarious listening to Milo be angry, as he sounds like a huge nerd arguing over like which World of Warcraft faction is the most Chad-like. Alliance Paladins, by the way. But as Dr. Nicholas says for the Horde, this spurs Milo to slice open his stomach and have a freak out. Pretty sure that's what happened. That's what I recollect. Back in the lab, Morbius designs a way to basically take out himself. Inject him with something that will basically cause too much of a buildup of ferrite in his bloodstream, which will send him into organ failure shortly after, but he's also going to take Milo out as well. Just then, Nicholas calls Morbius, saying that he went to go see Milo and that he needs help. He finds him bleeding out on the ground, which for some reason doesn't activate his Dracula powers like it did with the drop of blood that Bancroft had, but using his hearing, Morbius can hear Milo telling Bancroft to call out for Morbius. He then sort of like stabs or something, like Milo stabs Bancroft. Following his waypoint, he's able to fly over the building and come down the location that she's at. He kisses her and gets a drop of blood in her mouth, which, gross. She drinks it, and then she passes out from blood loss, so Morbius does the good thing and then bites her to help remove the last of her blood. What a guy. Now a fight ensues between Milo and Morbius. Honestly, Morbius was getting rocked during this whole thing. Should have gone for the werewolf route, I guess, but their fight leads them to under, like, the city. Like, what is this area? But this causes Morbius to let out a yell as he falls down and his hands send out a resonating wave. This activates the almonds of the nearby bats, which now are under Morbius's control. Okay, sure, why not? Here we get the next awkward scene, which must have been hilarious. As Milo jumps to try to stab Morbius, he uses the bats to hold Milo down. And for some reason, Morbius can control these bats, but not Milo. Morbius is able to get Milo and then stab him with the ferrite overload, causing his organs to begin shutting down. All because they they couldn't have just even tried drinking pig blood. Classic. I mean, Milo could have afforded a farm, I'm just saying. But Morbius now exits a hole in the ground in a cloud of bats and then heads into the sky as Bancroft also wakes up having become a vampire. Holy Lord, what a stupid ride that was. We get some post-credit stuff because everyone wants to be Marvel right now, or in association with Marvel, as a tear in the sky opens up. Look, I'm not the most up-to-date guy, but there's this other guy from another universe appearing in a cell, the Vulture as he's known. Then we get another one where Toomes is then set free, and he approaches Morbius to make the Sinister Six. Of course, Morbius is supposed to be the anti-hero, but he sort of just acts like a quasi-hero. I don't know. The personality didn't really match up. So first things first, I would like to tell you, don't go and inject yourself with animal DNA into your body because A, you're likely to just catch some sort of bloodborne illness, and B, you would not inherit the powers of said animal. Which, speaking of bloodborne illnesses, Dr. Morbius clearly has one, which is the whole premise. I know, it took me a while to put together those pieces, but here we are. So what sort of illness does he have? Well, based on the context clues that we were given, there is an issue with the actual genetic coding. This results in pain in the legs and the rest of the body, hindered movement likely due to nervous tissue damage and problems with motor neurons, and the constant threat of a heart attack or stroke, as seen with the little girl in Dr. Morbius' lab, who then ends up having almost a stroke before being placed in a medically induced coma. Is there a modern disease that we know of that can relate to this? And the answer is yes, which is horrible, but it is what it is. Life can be a nightmare sometimes. There can arise a mutation within the F5 gene of us that can result in blood clot issues. Known as factor V Leiden thrombophilia, or Leiden, it really doesn't matter, the main result of this genetic issue would cause blood clots to begin forming within the legs of a person, but the reality is it can form all over the body. The reason the legs are typically the area where this would happen more regularly is because as the heart pushes blood through the body, it will enter the legs on the downhill via the arteries. So high pressure. Then on the way back up, it enters the veins, which is a much lower pressure. It's sort of a design flaw if you actually think about it, but because of the thrombocytes and how they cannot be deactivated normally by the activated protein C or APC, it's going to lead to blood clots in this more slow-moving blood. Now, even without genetic diseases, those with sedentary lifestyles who are overweight or just aging can have a propensity towards developing something known as DVT or deep vein thrombosis. Basically, it's just blood clots in your veins of your leg. You can help mitigate these issues by drinking nature's blood thinner, known as water, and staying hydrated, making sure to get up and walk around when you can, as well as exercise. With this disease, though, only roughly about 10% of people will actually develop blood clot disorders associated with mutation, but likely the children in the group home with Dr. Morbius would have other mutations associated with the clotting factors that would lead them to have major issues with their blood, but the main gene mutation would likely be the F5. So, what exactly are they doing to address this issue, and why does this leave them in the state that it does? Well, blood clots aren't just mysterious things that never have any signs or symptoms. People will regularly report pain around the area where a blood clot is, as it puts internal pressure on the circulatory system, as well as deprives the surrounding tissue of oxygen, which can lead to something like neuropathy in that area, causing pain. Now, there's a caveat to this. Blood clots are not always felt. Sometimes you'll just throw a clot that you never even knew you had. But this is not only just as children, but with adults too. Their legs are not as functional as one would expect, and a contributing factor to this would be basically multiple blood clots within the legs, not so much necrosing the tissue, but stopping nerves from receiving the oxygen they need, likely making them oxygen deprived, as well as the muscle tissue, because that's going to be experiencing the same thing. And that means now they cannot contract appropriately, resulting in the reliance of crutches. Whereas in the arms, they do not suffer the same issue, so the muscle and nervous tissue is more on par with what we would expect someone without this genetic issue to have. Ultimately, this makes them quite reliant on filtering out their blood 3 times a day, as without it, blood clots would build up within their body. So the machine is running the blood through, having the liquid blood pass, while capturing any large clots and removing them from the body. Obviously, this would have another issue which you may not really think of. The fact is, it really does take a lot for our bodies to build blood. Iron deficiencies would likely be quite common as blood cells get caught up in the machine and taken out, as to defeat the clotting issue, which would require the body to produce more hemoglobin on a near constant basis, which it already does to a degree, but it would basically become overworked because it's working at this increased rate, which in turn would put more stress on the body than normal and bones for this production. Think about giving blood like almost every day, but not so much that after 4 days you just drop. Just enough to be noticeable to you that you lost blood. You would constantly be run down. The other side is the creation of thrombocytes, constantly being taken out as well, which would almost lead to you probably entering a hemophiliac status, as you would have less than normal amounts to stop you from clotting when needed, as it's always being used in problematic clotting, and you're probably also on blood thinners as well. Basically, you're constantly just drained by this disease, which in turn would have long-standing issues for the body and likely decrease your life expectancy, which is exactly why Dr. Morbius went with the artificial blood as a potential cure. Make a blood substitute that would keep a person alive in the event they lost blood, but with likely the added benefit of anticoagulants for Dr. Morbius and Milo. The issue is, however, the body will do what the body always does and attempt to filter anything out that's not supposed to be there, which would mean that over time, the blood would become less and less capable, which means that they would need to be added, or more would need to be added to them. This would say to Dr. Morbius that the experiment was a failure despite it definitely increasing their lifespan and stopping the constant filtering of their blood. With our understanding of this disease, you can start to see, yeah, I think I would probably want to cure this thing too. Nothing like getting needles in your arms on an almost constant basis. And what do you do when you need to sleep? Probably wake up in the middle of the night and have your blood filtered. All in all, not a great way to live. So this would spur Dr. Morbius on in an attempt to find a cure for this genetic disease, which is where we get into something a little bit ridiculous. Now, if you don't actually have this disease, congratulations, you do have a normal clotting factor. And if you have a normal clotting factor, that means you also possess a normal gene for F5, which in turn means that you have that template. So ask yourself, if you were the Morbster, would you splice in random bat genetic coding due to its anticoagulating properties, or would you splice in a functional human gene sequence? If you said the former over the latter, then Godspeed with the pseudo-vampirism. But yes, why would he not take a human genome sequence? We literally have the knowledge now of where the mutation is. Now, I know you may be inclined to say, but Roanoke, how do you know in this universe that they even know about the F5 gene? Well, considering Dr. Morbius quite literally took out a piece of his own coding in order to place in the bat coding, I would have to assume that's where the genetic sequence is. And just by that, then clearly he could conduct the test to find the faulty gene on himself and find it within others. And then the counter is, what if that's not actually the faulty gene? Then how would he find the correct gene sequence in the bat? You see, it's things like that. When I was watching, I was just scratching my head. Why not just implant a sequence to correct the issue rather than go with the bat theory? It's like if you have a house and you buy the wrong door, you're like, oh crap, let me tear down the house and build the house correctly to match the door rather than just removing the door and putting in the door you like. Rule of cool strikes again. So now moving on to the bats before getting to the actual physiology of Dr. Morbius, why would he choose bats in the first place, I can hear you asking? Well, bats are kind of an interesting animal anyhow for several reasons, several annoying reasons if you stop to think about it, which is going to have to result in a side tangent to learn more about bats for a moment. This has nothing to do with Dr. Morbius, by the way. I just want to tell you about the bat immune system. You ever notice how a ton of viruses come from bats? Well, if you didn't, then now you do. And regularly, if this specific virus jumps to humans, you know how that goes. Or if an experiment takes place with the viruses being used on bats and then that gets out, that's also pretty bad. But the reason bats don't have as many issues is because it comes down to the actual bat's tolerance for viral infections and ability to address them. In its most basic form, bats' inflammation in response to a virus is lower and also runs at a constant low level, with low-level responses switched on should a virus arise. In humans, we usually have a larger inflammatory response, and our innate, while looking for invaders, isn't primed in the same way. This has allowed for bats to regularly live with things like SARS, Ebola, and even rabies. In fact, if we could graft anything onto our bodies that would be nice, the best thing I think to do would be to put the immune system functions of bats into our bodies, which would make us more adept at dealing with viruses and also decrease our aging. Well, aging speed. Bats are known to, despite being a smaller animal, which typically leads to a shorter lifespan, live 10 times longer than mice, which are double their size. Anyhow, apart from that zoonotic discussion, just know this: bats have a lot of desirable genetics within their bodies that if someday we could harness would be quite beneficial for humanity as a whole, which may have been what Dr. Morbius was going for overall, but the issue would arise. Clearly, he didn't just implant one gene, but several genes that had morphological impacts as well. Now, there was one specific gene that Dr. Morbius was actually going for that was successful in implanting into his own coding, which resulted in his disease all but evaporating from his meat suit. The sequence coded for something known as Draculin, or Draculin, or however you want to pronounce it. I know, right? It's literally Dracula. We'll go with Dracula. This glycoprotein is found specifically in vampire bat saliva. When it bites into an animal, this is released into the bloodstream of that animal to prevent it from clotting for a short time, allowing the vampire to drink any blood that comes out. Despite popular belief, they don't just stay attached in drinking, they'll actually just drink what dribbles out. This enzyme, known as desmodopilase, has many medical applications as well, and upon being injected into the brains of mice who have experienced a stroke, there's like a window where you can destroy the blood clot, which with this particular enzyme increased it from about 3 to 9 hours. The goal is to dissolve the clot and lower the risk of bleeding in the brain. And if you think that's weird, we actually have something known as a clot buster now that can be administered, I believe, by paramedics, and if I remember correctly, it is derived from copperhead venom. But, so as you can see this would have all been of great interest. So rather than having the APC take over and naturally break apart the blood clots, that would arise within the body, Draculin could have been used to forcibly break them up. And if the body naturally produced it in its own coating, then at all times blood clots would be destroyed. Now this sounds great in theory, until you remember that people on blood thinners currently, or those that have issues forming blood clots, become hemophiliacs and can literally bleed out if cut in a way that should normally just seal up. So then the idea would have to have been, how do you control it? Where should the gene actually go so that when blood clots arise, you could activate it in a way that would not express all the time and make you bleed out from, say, a paper cut, but that you could also use in times of stress? Well, it's dependent on when the stress is really. So we see with Dr. Morbius, he will change into basically this vampire form whenever he becomes hungry enough. That is the uncontrollable variable that we have seen in him, but there's also times when he can control it at will in order to fly or fight Milo. When he is turned, however, the process remains until he decides that he basically needs to come down. This would say to me that it's likely based on a stress response, and with that stress response, we would need to look at a hormone called cortisol. Cortisol can be great in some ways, but usually horrible in most ways. Being that it's a stress hormone, it puts your body on high alert and is associated with anxiety and brain chemistry alteration to a degree if not controlled. Chronic stress is known to actually disrupt synapse regulation, resulting in a loss of social ability and avoidance of others. Cortisol itself is released from the adrenal glands of the body, and now this will be important because it will explain why there are two versions of Dr. Morbius, the one that's in control and the one that's just basically an animal feeding. The stress response that he has means that at will, he could have his body release the Draculin into his body by having that area specifically on his adrenal glands altered in a way concerning the genetic coding implantation. By basically amping himself up, it would serve as a clot buster in his body with potentially just low levels being released anyhow. But by calming himself, the Draculin levels would fall, ensuring that he doesn't bleed out if injured. Now this all sounds well and good, but an issue arose. Cross-contamination. Now, sort of anyhow. It's apparent that it was not only the gene containing the glycoprotein Draculin that was implanted onto his DNA, but also likely several other genes that would interestingly cause a gene expression problem during times of stress and at will. Now, the Draculin appears to have expressed correctly in the adrenal areas, but here's where something conflicting happens. When Dr. Morbius gets hungry enough for food, his disease will return to him. Seeing as this is the case when you enter starvation mode, your body will release more cortisol, activating the adrenal glands as it's time to eat, and really, you need to go find something. So in theory, it should release more Draculin, but as blood clots build up in the body due to this disease taking place once more, this means that something else is happening, which now we see the hunger hormone come into play along with gene expression of the extra coating from the bat. The only thing that would make sense to me is that when he has officially become hungry enough for food, there must be something within the blood he consumes that helps him produce Draculin. So when he has gone long enough without artificial or real blood, his ability to produce Draculin wanes considerably, allowing his disease to return. But Ghrelin has another purpose, seeing as it's the hunger hormone. It would appear that Ghrelin, upon being released, letting him know that he's hungry, would go to the brain as its normal pathway of being secreted by the stomach, activating the vagus nerve, and then crossing the blood-brain barrier to get to the hypothalamus to let the brain know that the body is hungry and that it's time to eat. So this is where the issues arose for Dr. Morbius. It would appear to me that the other genes associated with the bat had worked their way into the implantation process, causing several changes for Morbius. These genes can either be activated by Ghrelin, which is hunger, which in turn causes him to forcibly turn into the creature where he has less control as he's driven by this hunger, or he can control the transformation process by hyping himself up by activating the adrenal glands to a degree, which will release the adrenaline into his body, increasing Draculin levels as well. With adrenaline increasing, this would also have an impact on the hypothalamus, causing the same changes that we see. Now, the endocrine system is fairly complicated, but I believe at its core, this is how it would work concerning his transformation process. Likely there are other hormones he would be relying on, but by accidentally allowing other bat genetic sequences into his body, this in turn would cause his body to change overall. So speaking of that, let's take a look at those changes real quick and see where they hail from. First, we see the musculature overall changes upon his genetic alteration. While being quite scrawny beforehand, after his growth in muscle is noted, this would mean that the muscle strands themselves have grown in thickness. This would be necessary, but it's likely coming from genes associated with muscle growth in bats, as considering they must fly despite them being quite small, they're still relatively muscular creatures, more so upon the torso, as this area is critical to flight. It's a literal peck fly the whole time for them. That's why they call it a peck fly. Next we see, not always, but upon his change, the actual skeletal structures change somewhat in his face, with the cheeks increasing in size and jutting more outwards, and the teeth growing considerably. Now I think we all know once this happens, this would just not go away in a matter of seconds, as it would require bodily processes to take over and erode away the cheekbones via osteoclasts and forming them via osteoblasts. The teeth are also once again rule of cool, but clearly hail from the vampire bat's genetic sequence concerning his own teeth. Expression of this gene would require all new teeth, and then for human teeth to come back afterwards is just a little hilarious. The nose changes, however, to mimic that of a vampire bat, which likely also means that Dr. Morbius is able to sense via specialized systems in this area using infrared to hone in on warm-blooded vertebrates. And that might be why he is able to not just use echolocation to see the city around him and the waypoint to find Dr. Bancroft, but also his nose. The eyes will change to a bright red, indicating that potentially the blood vessels in the eyes and likely all over the body are dilating to a degree, but also because of the bat genes, they take on this sort of hue as blood flows through them. And when they're coming back to human form, the vessels will likely shrink back down, revealing the natural eye color once again. The hands do have some changes, as the nails can grow several inches in length and be used for offensive purposes such as slashing and stabbing, which is great if you're trying to get to someone's blood. And finally, we get to the ears. Good God, these things look gross. I don't know, man, they just sort of like freak me out. But anyway, so obviously Dr. Morbius is able to search his surroundings using this echolocation, much like a real bat, but there is a common misbelief that bats actually have poor eyesight. Vampire bats use a combination of echolocation and their eyesight to hunt, as well as the infrared sensors in their nose, which I guess is great for Jared. Otherwise, after that injection, he might not be able to see anymore when he turns. This echolocation is allowed by the bat's own genes for him to pick up noise by bouncing sound he creates off of objects and listening to that sound. Which I do have to say, I seriously doubt his hearing is so good that he can hear Bancroft whispering miles away in a city. There's so much noise, it would probably be debilitating in real life if he acquired this ability, as the noise would be too much for his brain to process. I'm just throwing that out there for a moment. But I do want to talk about his perception of time for a moment. Now, every animal has a different perception of the world around them. Take flies, for instance. Have you ever tried to smack one? Well, it always seems like at the last moment that they fly away. This is because their perception of the world around them is much faster than a human's. To them, it looks like we are slowly moving towards them with our hand, so they take off. To us, it seems so much faster. It's because our processing of incoming information from our senses is slower. So, if you ever want to catch a fly, go slow. It'll look like you aren't even moving it. Sort of like how you don't really notice trees actually growing, because to us, our perception is so much faster than their growth, but they're definitely growing. With bats, they perceive much faster than humans as well. Because of this, when Morbius enters Morbin time, his perception of the world around him matches that of a bat, or at least close to it, making others seem slower and allowing him to react, sort of like how he's able to dodge lead fairly regularly. The next to last trait that you can see Morbius do that somehow just exists, and I'm going to be honest with you here, is only because he's supposed to be the anti-hero superhero thing, is his flight. Now, vampire bats are incredibly light and agile flyers. It's because of their size that they're able to do this. Humans are not that light. We're actually relatively heavy. It is implied that because of the bat coating, he can feel air currents due to his echolocation and then ride them because he's super light. I mean, make of that what you will. Sometimes superhero stuff just has to be supernatural. And finally, what's the deal with the need for blood? Now, blood is low in nutrients, funnily enough, and high in protein, which means changes to Dr. Morbius's kidneys would also need to be done so that he could filter his own blood in the first place. But this could help him with the ability to grow muscle quickly, like he does upon feeding on others on the ship. The issue is, the vampire bats actually possess the gut flora necessary for the blood to be properly broken down and turned into nutrients that their body can then use. As far as I know, Dr. Morbius does not possess this unless he intentionally infected himself with the flora prior to his transformation, and the human gut microbiome would not support this diet. However, since this was done, this would push him towards getting blood to be broken down properly to allow him to survive. But what's hilarious is, he doesn't need human blood all the time. The artificial blood works somewhat, but decreases in effectiveness as it's clearly lacking something that the real thing has. But again, why not start a cow farm, or a pig farm, or an animal farm, and then just have the blood shipped to you to drink? Like I said, Milo is friggin' rich. He probably already has farms. If vampire bats can survive on warm-blooded animals and don't have to eat each other to survive, then so too could Morbius, having been altered by bat genes and possessing the same gut microbiome. To sum this thing up, he morbed too hard and lost the edge. What do you get when you take a bunch of hungover teenagers, we'll say, or 20-something-year-olds? I mean, really, I think we all know that they're 30. Throw a monster that has a neurotoxin capable of completely locking up your meat suit and put them all on a beach together? Well, if you answered a buffet, then you are correct. Mainly because every decision made in this movie virtually makes no sense and is based on nothing. And likely that's probably because this is on a beach in California and it's spring break. And if you remember anything about spring break, then you must be a nerd who cares about their body's well-being. And you're actually probably doing pretty well right now. But for the rest of us dregs of society, basically your brain switches off off and the hormones run wild with ethanol. And this beach is no different. After a large group of friends head out there to party on the beach and then hand over their phones as to not end up on the internet, a few of the dude bros end up finding something slimy on the beach. Doing the smart thing, they bring it back to the party and then continue to party. Awakening the next morning, the remaining group realizes that they are alone and something is actively stalking them underneath their feet. In today's episode, we'll be discussing this creature, why it's horribly adapted to hunting virtually a large chunk of animals on this planet, what is happening to the human body once you get touched, and let's also talk about how to beat this thing, because my god. But first, this episode is sponsored by Audible. Are you ready to start listening with a free 30-day Audible trial to get full access to thousands and thousands of all-you-can-listen-to audiobooks, original entertainment, and podcasts that are included in the Plus catalog? Well, by visiting audible.com/Roanoke or texting Roanoke to 500-500, you too can achieve greatness. So this week, I'm actually currently driving across the country to visit family out in Colorado from Georgia, and as you might guess, it's kind of a trek. I found that music is nice for the first 4 hours of a trip, but eventually your mind begins to wander, and you really just kind of want to listen to a story. Audible's selection of every genre you can think of, like mysteries, thrillers, wellness, business, and more, definitely do not have any difficulty finding something that I'll enjoy. Like for instance, I just straight up like mainlining World of Warcraft lore into my brain case because lately I've just gone full nerd at this point. So basically, it just has something for everyone to enjoy. Plus, what's also great is you get rewarded with a free audiobook by using the Vanity URL or text message code. So choose a title that you've been wanting to listen to and test it out for yourself. So again, as new members, you can try Audible for free for 30 days by visiting audible.com/Roanoke or texting Roanoke to 500-500. All right, let's get back to it. So we kick off this thing the same way we kick off all spring break movies, with some partying. So let me set the stage. Super drunk hot girl, city of the way distance to denote how far they are away from everyone. Ex-girlfriend shows up for some reason, and she doesn't want to drink till she sees her ex show up in his BMW on sand, which is 100% getting stuck, as if I recall, this is rear-wheel drive, and that sand looks really soft, so no kidding, that dude just straight up beached this when they had to film it. But as they continue to rage, Mitch yells out to everyone that they need to put their phone in the bag so nobody ends up on the internet. Extra party girl number 3 states that she needs her phone, which sends Mitch into a blind rage about how everyone saw the invite and has to adhere to the rules. So as the night continues, Marsha keeps flashing the camera as one does on spring break. Man, I do miss freshman year. But anyhow, I can't show you this, otherwise Susan will be on me like white on rice, and that's only because it's not associated with, yoga or art. Really, look it up. It's on YouTube. It's insane what's on this platform sometimes. But during the later part, when the firewood begins to run out, 2 people are sent out to find more. Looks like Gilbert and Vance. But instead of coming back with the firewood, they come back with what appears to be a giant gooey egg of some sort. Maybe it's a meteorite, but I can't see any of the burns from entering Earth's atmosphere. So then they set it down remarking that, hey, this thing is pretty gooey, and then they just go back to raging. So Mitch tries to make some moves on Kaylee, but then gets shot down, major oof, and everyone else proceeds to do exactly what everyone does on spring break. So now it's officially the next morning. The car lights are dimming, which will be hilarious later on, and I'll explain why. Also, the night before, Gilbert gets anatomy drawn on his face. Everyone wakes up the next morning to what promises to be an absolutely horrendous day, even if there wasn't anything trying to eat them. Kaylee is the first to wake up and sees basically most of her friends are gone. Her ex and Shonda are passed out in the car along with Vance and Ronnie. Kaylee is fairly upsetty spaghetti, but then sees that her ex is moving, so she walks away and realizes that most of her friends have just basically completely bailed. Or have they? As she watches a bird, something weird starts happening. Looks like the bird can't escape. Also, Marsha is sleeping topless on the picnic table. As she leans over after waking up, she starts puking. Same. So have you ever literally thrown up Pepto-Bismol? It's kind of alarming. Anyhow, Kaylee watches as the bird gets pulled under the sand, which means things aren't probably going to be awesome that day. Kaylee tries to warn Marsha, but she puts her foot in the sand and immediately gets stuck. As she reaches down to unstuck her foot, her hand now also gets stuck as she starts screaming. And I'm pretty sure there's a joke in here somewhere about your hand getting stuck. Help me, step monster. I don't know. Anyways, Jonah is about to go out and help, and I know I'm hitting you with a ton of names right now, but Shonda's like, bro, start the car. So here's how there's a first example of the producers of the movie knowing literally nothing about cars. Despite the battery being completely drained, the starter actually turns over, which that's what the starter runs off of. So no battery, no starter. So the engine turns because of the starter, and it won't completely start, which actually denotes a fuel delivery issue or oxygen issue, not a battery issue. I remember thinking, while I was watching this, bro, what? But then again, it is a BMW. So Ronnie keeps screaming at Vance to look at her as he ran over to help Marsha, but then immediately fell. This gets Mitch to finally go and try to find something to throw to him, but as Vance attempts to get up, we see his face meat has begun to melt. But at that angle, there was no way Ronnie saw, so how could she possibly know what his face looks like? Which is also another head scratcher, but hey, who cares? Because look at that eyeball. It's pretty gross. So now Vance gets completely be pulled under by the Sandman. Jonah says it was quicksand and then they need to get over there to dig him out. But I gotta tell you, I know this was like a well-known meme at this point, but I truly did believe as a kid quicksand was going to be more of a problem as an adult. And actually, I've been in quicksand too, and it is literally so easy to get out of. I feel like I've been lied to virtually all of my life. But Ronnie is spinning facts over here and says the sand devoured him, so it must be like a government spill or some sort of chemical within the sand. And honestly, yeah, I can see it. So now Mitch tries to calm everyone down, and then they ask where the phones are, and it turns out that they're in the trunk of the BMW. Everyone gets upset because you can't pop the trunk with a dead battery. Well, the good news is BMWs literally have access to the trunk through the back seat. You'll see why this was mad annoying later, but this causes everyone to get butthurt because it was Mitch's idea to lock the phones in the trunk. Like again, just pull down the back seat. But of course, everyone is hungover and not thinking straight, I guess. So Jonah keeps trying to turn over the car, and it sounds pretty strong to me. Haley now then heads to the edge of the ramp to try to get the feelers to come out of the sand and touch her hand, which shows her what's underneath. Just then, the trash man wakes up, also known as Gilbert. As he tries to get out, everyone tells him to stop as everyone else has gotten body. He doesn't believe them at first, but he agrees to hang out in the trash can for a little while longer. Why he wouldn't just hop the trash can over to the ramp? Again, decision making in this movie is something to truly behold. So now we play the waiting game, while Little Hares attack the tires, but to no avail. Haley and Mitch keep drinking because what else is there to do, while Ronnie writes notes to her parents about biting the dust, and Gilbert just sort of hangs out in the trash can. I fully believe to get this movie to feature length, they did these long waiting filming shots because otherwise this movie would have been probably about 12 minutes long. Haley finally asks Mitch what happened last night. Why could they walk on the sand then, but they cannot walk on the sand now? As Mitch completely dodges the question or answers it vaguely enough, he finds some sunscreen. So Kaylee goes outside to ask competent people what changed from last night. This makes the realization dawn on them that everyone that crashed out on the sand has basically been eaten at this point, which is a major brummo. They were only saved because they just so happened to choose high up areas out of the sand. So we see this delineation between Shonda and Kaylee, right? So Mitch throws the actual sunblock to the car, and Kaylee's like, oh, Jonah, you can totally make the throw, and Shonda's like, nah, bro, you suck. But then he makes it to Gilbert, and he's able to put on sunscreen because he's just getting blasted throughout the entire day. Over in that direction, somehow Kaylee didn't see it earlier, but they see the gooey egg thing from last night has hatched, so that must be what's underneath the sand. Kaylee has the dumb idea that it can't be that big as it just hatched last night, so they use the last of their food to throw hot dogs to see exactly where the end of this creature is. Mitch throws one to the seagulls like a scrub. Way to go, Mitch. Which, I mean, honestly, why are they even worried about food? They drank the night before. They're already dehydrated to the point that being in direct sunlight, they will dry out in about 2 days. So they really wouldn't starve to death. But as the bird goes to get the hot dog, this shows something really is in the sand as the bird gets eaten. But as they throw it the other way, they see that there is an end to this creature, and they just need to get there. Shonda says to sit tight, but Ronnie tells them that nobody is coming. Jonah at this point has like 1,000 IQ move. Using 2 surfboards, he puts them one over the other and is able to traverse the sand. So now we know how it works. But instead of continuing to walk out of the area, he decides to get upset with Kaylee and accuses Mitch of hitting her up like, bro, not the time. But you'll see this several times because people's timing in this movie is hilarious. So my man Gilbert tells them basically cut the bullshit, but as Jonah goes to step on the picnic table, Jonah had actually skipped core strength that day with planks, and as a result, the creature is able to stab at his stomach, but he's able to get up on the table. However, once there, he's in extreme pain. It sort of knocks out his hearing and gives him megatinnitus for about a moment and then slows his heartbeat. But it wears off quickly enough for him to move. Ronnie says that it must be poison, but actually it's venom. And see, Ronnie actually has, I think, the most brains in this movie. Jonah then drops a banana on the ground, but is able to get it before the tentacles do. So, like, after this, he jumps into the sand and says, it's fire. Like, I really don't get this. I guess the fire from last night maybe stopped the tentacles from going to that specific area, but that should have, like, long since cooled. And why does this even matter? Like, this was a huge risk to jump feet first into something that's literally eating everybody with virtually no payoff. But as he flexes on the tentacle monster, he looks down at his stomach to see that his eczema is flaring up again. He throws up like Marcia did earlier too, which maybe says she had gotten infected or at least poisoned and didn't know it. So now Kaylee tells him to get on the table and that they told him not to go over there, but now that he is, he needs to throw them the food and water. Yeah, he should have just used the surfboards to walk out of the area and go get help. Smart. Or hey, use the surfboards to maybe open the friggin' trunk. But as Jonah goes to throw more Pepsi products to everyone, he misses and Mitch loosens at the railing as Jonah's stomach begins bursting open with blisters. Now Gilbert starts talking about the phones, right? Ronnie tries to go through the back seat to get to the trunk, which you can 100% do in a BMW, but then elects to go and stand on the bumper to open the trunk because she can't get through the seat. Again, I think they all could have survived if they just used that frontal lobe rather than whatever they're using now. So standing on the bumper, Shonda holds onto Ronnie Ronnie, but as Ronnie opens the trunk lid, it hits her shins, so she can't get it open fully. Man, a surfboard would have come in handy right about now. Or, maybe that door for the lifeguard shack, or a floor mat, or even a towel that they are standing on. Mitch finally pulls out the rescue hook, which allows for enough space for Ronnie to open the trunk lid, but in the distance, a beach patrol is approaching. The driver honks the horn, which somehow scares Ronnie as she falls and gets her fingers caught in the trunk lid. So they yell to beach patrol about what's going on, but he really doesn't believe them, and he's like super standoffish. He instead asks everyone where are the hallucinogens, which, honestly, I probably would think the same thing. He steps out, but his shoes protect him from the monster. See, what if you had hooves? This thing, couldn't do anything to you. But he walks around completely immune to the creature's tentacles and neurotoxin. So he keeps walking and making fun of everyone as he tells Kaylee and Mitch to come down. They decline as he threatens to pepper spray them in the face for it. He then drops his keys reaching for the pepper spray, and as he reaches for them, he gets stuck. Kaylee tells him to use the pepper spray on his arm, but it's pulled down, and as he actually uses the pepper spray, he pulls up only half his arm. That kind of sucks. As he sits there meeting his end at the foot of his own hubris, he's pulled under and eaten by the creature. Mitch has another big brain play at this point. He wraps his feet in towels, pulls a Keemstar, and tells us how fast he actually is. As he leans against the railing though, well, oops, he falls in and immediately gets grabbed. But because he fell spine first, his body is immediately immobilized as nobody is able to help him. At this point, he's eaten pretty quickly, worse than the others, and I kind of have an idea why, but still, it seems out of this thing's MO. But eventually he's pulled under as well, and that's all she wrote for Mitch. Kaylee now has an idea. The railing is coming towards Shonda, so she tells her to grab it, and then Kaylee finally starts breaking down the guard shack, which they should have done forever ago. Kaylee then jumps into the car and punches Shonda for stealing her boyfriend. They were already broken up. I'm not sure how that's stealing a boyfriend, but Kaylee's plan is to get Jonah, who's not looking so hot. But just kidding, he's beautiful. So now Operation Free Ronnie's Hand commences as they're able to use the strawberry jam to get her fingers out. Meanwhile, Gilbert is attempting to turn the trash can around so that he can actually see what's going on, but this opens up a deeper cut onto his stomach. Now this has marginal issues as the creature is attracted to blood. Shonda tells Kaylee her and Jonah are the perfect couple, which wrote nobody cares about that at this moment. And then she calls herself a man stealer. It's okay. So as they use the railings to now walk across, as Shonda now talks more crap about how she slept with Jonah, again, what is up with being over the sand, literally over a monster's mouth, and dropping all these confrontational comments? It's very bizarre. Work as a group, get to safety, and then you can talk smack. That's usually what you should do. Now Gilbert starts talking about how he's bleeding. Kaylee gets to Jonah, but he's near unconscious, and it's also Ronnie's turn to cross the plank of wood. And for some reason, she stops and looks at her hand like an idiot, which causes her to fall. The pepper spray works momentarily, but she is also brought down into the sand as the little hairs begin reaching up for the blood of Gilbert that he is dropping. And it does not take those little hairs long. Shonda puts a towel on her feet and makes her way to the beach patrol truck as Gilbert has the creature eat through the metal of the trash can. It reaches up and wraps around Gilbert and appears to be in his body as it then pulls him down into the sand through the trash can. Mega bummer, bro. So now it's Kaylee, Shonda, and a nearly bodied Jonah. The creature then reaches up and shakes the beach patrol truck, causing Shonda to get knocked out somehow, as Kaylee takes a quick nap for the evening. And again, for your own information, the amount of time that Shonda was knocked out, that denotes brain damage. You shouldn't be knocked out for more than a few seconds. If it's minutes, that's a problem. So Shonda gets up on the roof rack because she finally wakes up at this point and then finds a raft. She throws it down and inflates it. And again, now they have the opportunity to, leave, but instead they walk along where the fire was and then go into the raft. They get into the car, but Big Papa under the sand is upsetty as he comes out at night, mostly. So here we get the battle because you knew it was coming. Kaylee grabs a gas can as the creature impales it. So she grabs another and dumps the gas all around the car, and I'm sure that won't catch the car on fire, but she is able to light the matches from earlier as it burns one of the tentacles of this thing. Kaylee runs and gets into the car as the thing tries to open the door, but the door locks exist, so that's not working. And then 100 tentacles show up, and according to the internet, that's not a good thing. But as they sit in there, it just sort of stops. Very anticlimactic. Shonda gives Kaylee Jonah's hand. At this point, the dude isn't doing too well. They then have this nice cry as one does, and this shot goes on for way too long, but now it's the next morning. Jonah is definitely bodied as he's looking gray AF. The guy then knocks on the car door, showing that whatever was in the sand is now gone. Kaylee and Shonda get out of the car and start walking away with no explanation as to why there's a body in the beach patrol car. The guy attempts to check on Jonah, but there's no response. As we pan out, it reveals the sunken area as the creature has now headed out into the ocean, moving towards another area of California, where as soon as it was identified, this thing would be bodied within minutes with a concussive force detonator. So first things first, what exactly is this creature? Well, as made mention in an earlier iteration of this movie's creation, and for some reason not put in this version, it mentions how likely 66% of all life forms in the ocean have not been discovered yet. Obviously, this is our best guesstimation because how can you catalog something you've never seen before. With that said, keep in mind, we find animals all the time in the ocean that we've never seen before simply because when it comes to the ocean, we haven't physically seen most of it. I made mention in one of my videos a while back that we have only really explored about roughly 5% at this point, and sonography doesn't count. I mean, sure, we can bounce sound waves off the bottom of the ocean and then call it explored, but if you haven't seen it and it hasn't like been seen, studied, or really learned about concerning fauna and flora of the area, I wouldn't call that explored. I would call that mapped, which is why we have mapped the surface of Mars and the moon, but barely explored there too. So the point of that rambling is we definitely have not explored a lot of the ocean. We have mapped it, which are big differences. With that said, because we haven't looked into it, when we do, surprise, surprise, we end up finding a lot of animals that we never knew existed. Now, obviously, there's a glaring issue with this creature. It's not in some unmapped area of the ocean, and thusly, we've never really encountered it. It's just straight up adapted to life within the sand itself. And not only that, but it has adaptations specifically designed to help it become more aggressive at night. So let's first discuss here this creature and where it came from. Now, because we don't know everything there is to know about everything in planet Earth and the oceans, it's entirely possible that it did come from Earth and it's a natural organism of this world. But that seems a little suspicious to me. But let's pretend for a moment that it does hail from this planet. Getting a look at its size, that would seem to suggest deep sea gigantism is at play. For all those that don't know what deep sea gigantism is, once you get down into the colder waters where there is less food available, the bodies of animals will increase in size due to efficiency matters. For a larger animal, they could maintain their temperatures more adequately than a smaller creature would be able to. To add to this, a larger body size can improve the ability to forage for widely scattered resources, which this begins to tread into Kleber's rule. And that states that the larger an animal is, the more efficiently its metabolism will run. These two major factors have been shown to increase several animals' mass, including cnidarians, which specifically relate to what we are talking about today. Cnidarians exhibiting deep sea gigantism are freaking gigantic. I know, I possess the descriptive powers to match Stephen King, but floating around down there in the pitch black waters with food scarcely available, they'll have their tendrils and tentacles spreading out to ridiculous proportions. The larger of the jellyfish that we know of can grow to a length of 120 feet or 36.5 meters, which is the size of a blue whale. But remember, the body of the creature isn't this long, it's the tendrils and tentacles themselves. But considering that's what's spread out in the surrounding area to sting and grab any fish that may happen by, this gives them some pretty good real estate to hunt in. But here we run into one major issue that this thing has originating from this planet, its ability to burrow under the sand. We see this thing comes from quite a large egg, and when it's found, the question is, how did this get up here? What a lot of people don't realize is taking an animal from the deep sea to the surface is actually incredibly painful for the animal, sort of like dragging you down to the bottom of the ocean. You're just gonna straight die. And that's because animals are typically adapted to either living in shallow areas of water or the deepest point, with the exception being whales and likely the megalodon back in the day. But for an animal to live full-time at the bottom of the ocean and come up to the surface regularly, it's a bit odd for specifically a cnidarian to do so. But not only that, but for it then to move onto land in the first place, we need to overhaul its entire evolutionary and resulting physiological pathways. See, jellyfish are essentially supported by a hydrostatic skeleton, which is just hydrostatic shape in water. However, when going onto land, they should dry out almost immediately and deflate, and this leads them to meet their end fairly quickly, as their bodies were never designed to live on land in the first place and are critically dependent on the support of water. Sort of like how whales breathe air, but upon beaching themselves without the support of water, they will suffocate with their own weight due to gravity. Land is tough on animals not specifically adapted to it. I mean, being on land even destroys animals that are adapted to it. Take humans, for instance. When we are young, our muscles and bones support us adequately, but as we age, typically it's a fall that will get us, and if you want to know what's horrifying about that, it's not so much a fall breaking your pelvis, with the fall being the culprit. Sometimes you can literally just take a step and your femur head breaks, leading you to fall and then break your pelvis. Not life, it's a nightmare, but hey, you know what? It sure beats the alternative. Anyhow, without this hydrostatic pressure backing the jellyfish, it will lose its ability to move or even maintain its shape, which is another thing that hints at it probably not being from Earth. The tentacles of the jellyfish can be moved within the water, but during the attack in the final scene, we see that the tentacles operate a lot like how a squid or octopus would operate its tentacles. This is also something that jellyfish hailing from Earth would not be able to do once leaving the water. But again, assuming it's from Earth, not only would it need the aforementioned change to its evolution, considering we see no other cnidarians do this, but it also would need to have remained hidden from humans for almost our entire history, which is likely not possible. Currently, about 40% of the Homo sapiens race lives within 100 kilometers of the ocean. There's no reason to also think that wasn't standard back in the day. Humans have always loved and hated the ocean at the same time, probably because of what's down there and our stories, and it's all horrifying. But with this, surely Surely, someone would have come into contact with this specific species at some point and written about it. The fact is, there is just too much overlap with human habitation for this creature to have flown under the radar for that long. Not to mention, at the end, we see it swimming towards the more populated area of California. This thing is like massive, like way larger than any Nidarian that we have seen before, and it is in shallow waters, which would denote potentially it does not have deep sea gigantism, but maybe it may just be a larger species than what we would expect, indicating completely separate evolutionary pathways from the animals on this planet. Another indicator that there may be some sort of deep sea life at play here, though, is that what happens at night. During the day, you cannot see it, but when the creature's tentacles come up at night, it shows that it possesses the ability of bioluminescence. Now, this may not seem like much, but on Earth, there are actually a lot of creatures that will use this to draw in prey as they are drawn to the light. This hunting technique is a great way to get prey interested in what you are doing, as they may think, hey, that's an easy meal for itself, only to realize that the creature is massive and ultimately ends up eating them. But enough with the jellyfish rating. Let's talk about its durability. I think we can all see at this point that nothing this creature does would indicate it came from Earth, but instead likely came from somewhere else. The most plausible explanation I see is what I usually believe happens with these things. This thing was hanging out in the ocean on its homeworld, or maybe under the sand, that may actually experience either freezing, where having a larger body would be advantageous in terms of metabolic efficiency and ability to hunt. But on this world, it also had the capability of going on the land, specifically in the sand, and attacking creatures that lived there. Then, something happened. Either it was ejected in ice, or an egg somehow was thrown off the planet. Could have been an impact. It could have been aliens flying overhead and accidentally dropped the egg. Who knows? But because of its blatant inability to account for things like materials such as shoes, which means likely would not be able to account for hoofed animals as well, this would mean that while there was life on the surface of that planet, they were not ungulates or possessing hooves. Being underneath the sand, while likely not being as large as it would be in the water itself, this would definitely require more structural support than just having hydrostatic pressure, as mentioned with the earth jellyfish. We can see roughly the size of the body and how much space it took up when it hatched as a youngling, which deflated the sand roughly about 5 feet or so, which I do have to bring something up. While this creature may or may not have been a beneficiary of deep sea gigantism, I do believe to a certain degree, while it can hunt in the sand, this is entirely predicated on something that lies below the sand. So have you ever dug down, like, well, at least a few feet into the sand? When you do, you'll find water mixed with the sand itself. So much water, in fact, that you can dig away the sand and create a little mini pool in which you can sit in. Because of this, that's how I believe this creature is actually surviving down there, and likely survives on its own previous planet. Being in the sand, it is able to use the water to maintain structural support to a degree, along with other internal systems, seeing as it can operate its tentacles outside the influence of water, which allows it to survive. That means those tentacles would need to be able to latch onto support to be able to move in this way. But I also believe it needs this water in the sand because if you notice, the creature never comes out during the day. Only at night does its tentacles breach the surface, likely indicating that it would quickly dry out when exposed to the sun. And this is where the next hunting adaptation comes into play. The creature never actually sends its tentacles up to the surface during the day, except for that one time where it grabbed Gilbert, but it does not drag them down with those tentacles if they touch the sand. Instead, it will send out these little tendrils likely attached to the tentacles lower down in the watery sand. When these things detect anything on the surface, it will go up and sting it. So how does this hunting technique work? Well, it actually appears to work in several ways. On the tentacles themselves, there are likely pressure sensing hairs. These hairs can feel when something is stepping on the sand as compaction increases in that specific spot. This is why when you put your foot down in the sand, it can detect that you are there. If you do it for just a few seconds, it can commence its attack. However, if the movement is too quick, like with the first few steps that Vance took, you might be able to get by. However, it does appear to learn somewhat and will predict your next move and bring you down quickly. Seeing as this creature is predatory in nature, this means it actively hunts, so it's not too surprising to see it predicting movements of its intended prey. But once these little hairs have detected your presence, it's all ogre now. The second way the creature hunts appears to be detecting chemicals or potentially body heat. I don't believe so much to be body heat, as the sand itself would be much warmer than the body of a person, so when it's reaching for Jonah, it may be reaching out as it felt the two surfboards and was predicting where he would be based on pressure. And after stabbing the surfboards with the little hairs, being that that was unsuccessful, it may have understood that there was a better target further up. But the clearest indication that it may be able to detect animals by chemical is when Gilbert is bleeding on the barrel and it finds his blood. This appears to send it somewhat into a feeding frenzy, much like a shark detecting blood in the water. And this may hint at what it was doing in the alien oceans. It may have buried itself in shallow waters where the sand was, that may have had like tidal differences oscillating between covered up with water and exposed to air where animals would happen by, and it would hunt via pressure. In fact, we know in Earth's history there was a lot of instances where tiny islands would would crop up and there was a super shallow ocean. And sometimes creatures would walk across sand land bridges, and this would be the perfect place for it to hunt. However, once in the water, it could hunt like most other predators. By moving into deeper water, it could pick up injured prey if they were bleeding, or even carcasses, and consuming them, which is why it became so aggressive when it came into contact with blood. But with anyone who fell into the sand, it didn't react as aggressively, except, completely tearing them apart on a cellular level. But speaking of hunting techniques, knowing where your prey is all well and good, but then the question is, what is this creature actively using to hunt? Well, much like most of the jellyfish out there, this creature appears to have a venom that, depending on where it hits, can give you some operation of your body, but not much. For instance, when it hits Vance as he runs over, because it hits his abdominal muscles, quadriceps, and biceps, those were completely inoperable. He was able to use his back muscle to pull himself up and his triceps to push off the ground, but fleetingly as the venom moved deeper into his system. With Mitch, when he fell, he screwed up bad. Going spine first, his spinal cord was immediately shut down, likely along several areas, not only stopping him from moving, but he could not even feel his entire body at that point, which that totally blows. But we see something interesting concerning Marcia and the beach patrol. Their hands and feet were first to get attacked, which in theory they should have been able to retract that limb. However, they appear to have been stuck and were then pulled under as they sat there trying to remove their hand from the sand. Because of this, not only do the tendrils inject venom into their targets, but they also appear to hold on as well, likely wrapping around the limb or extremity and pulling under while injecting. As honestly, everyone who had just been stung on the hand should have been able to remove their hands from the sand. Now, what is the venom and how does it disrupt the nervous system functioning of humans or animals in general? The most closely related neurotoxin that exists on Earth right now would be known as tetrodotoxin. This poison is produced by organisms such as the pufferfish, ocean sunfish, and porcupine fish. If it's consumed, it can be fatal. So we can only assume if it's injected, it can basically go the same way given the dosage. But what's interesting is this specific neurotoxin can cause things like muscle weakness, nausea, vomiting, along with some other symptoms that usually happen within 30 minutes of ingesting. But with a direct shot to the body and bloodstream, the effects would be much quicker. The primary mechanism by which tetrodotoxin is toxic is through the inhibition of sodium channel functions, which reduces the functional capacity of neuron communication. This inhibition largely affects the susceptible subset of sodium channels known as TTX sensitive, which also happens to be largely responsible for the sodium current that drives depolarization phase of neuron action potentials. Basically, it'll disrupt polarization of the nervous system cells by inhibiting the cell to produce the voltage necessary to relay a signal. Because of this, the muscle will never receive a strong enough signal to move via the motor neuron's control. This ultimately renders the person paralyzed on the ground. As you may imagine, it's not really good to disrupt your nervous system functions. But wait, there's more. It appears with the cnidocytes, which are the stinging cells on the jellyfish tendrils, there's also a fluid released with each sting that appears to break down the actual tissue given time. This digestive enzyme may serve a purpose of breaking into the circulatory system on the intended prey, exposing the blood to the actual venom. Because remember, if you've been bitten by something venomous, it doesn't automatically mean it's in your bloodstream. A lot of times it can be relegated to simply just the integumentary system, rendering it painful but not deadly. With these cnidocytes, they release this fluid that immediately begins to break down the skin of Jonah as he gets just a few stings on his stomach, which allows the venom to enter the bloodstream, which we can hear when he lays down. His heartbeat slows and his tinnitus begins ringing in his ear as blood pressure likely drops considerably as the heart is subdued. Eventually, though, it wears off, but it isn't the last of the venom issue. It appears that if the jellyfish is, say, hunting an area with, like, rocks, the prey may be able to make it to a rock. However, once the venom has entered the body, even if it's a small amount, this will ultimately destroy the prey, at least with humans. The body may not have a good way of breaking down this venom, and because of that, as Jonah's venom continues to circulate around his body, it's likely destroying more nervous system tissue along the way. The biggest issue is it's already gotten to his heart. Considering what it did to his stomach, we can assume at this point it has damaged his heart to a degree and eventually will begin screwing with the sinus rhythm of the heart. It can do this by moving into the interior of the atrium and ventricle areas to the sinoatrial node, as well as the atrioventricular node. This appears to take some time as Jonah survives for a while, but by morning he flatlines out, likely due to cardiac arrest, as his heart went into fibrillation, as the heart's conduction system was interrupted due to the sodium channels being altered by the neurotoxin. Because if you didn't know, while we receive information for our heart to beat by the brainstem, the heart will actually beat on its own without a brain or body, as it possesses this electrical system to keep it moving. This is why you can completely snap your spinal cord in half at the neck, but your heart will keep beating without the influence of the brainstem. Also, I should put a caveat in this, there are still other nerves that connect to the area, but the point is, your heart can absolutely beat without your brain. Once your body is immobilized, it's basically game over at this point. You will be pulled down into the sand and eaten. You get a glimpse of this with Mitch when he's not even pulled down yet. The tendrils work their way through the body, dissolving your insides quickly once getting past the integument system. It's much like that of a bite of a spider dissolving the insects on the inside. And I have to tell you, I had to do 3 takes for just that one statement because I kept saying bite or spite. Anyhow, this fast-acting method allows for the tendrils to take pieces and then relay it back to the creature underneath the sand, allowing it to eat and obtain nutrition from the end. We've also seen when Gilbert is pulled into the trash can that likely this dissolving liquid was used at the base of the can to get past it. When the tentacles came up, there appears to possibly be some mouths attached to the ends, which could actually be how the creature eats. So ultimately, how do you beat this thing? Well, unfortunately, it's going to take about 5 minutes of thought and the ability to break down things around you. I know, it's a tough one. You see, everyone in this movie is a complete idiot. Like, I cannot believe what I was seeing half the time. Actually, I can't believe what I was seeing most of the time. Scratch that. I can't believe what I was seeing. First things first, they did the smart thing and test where the edge of the creature's influence was. So A+ there. So that's what you would also want to end up doing. But on top of that, given the same exact sequences with the same materials around you, see that nice lifeguard stand? First, check to see if there's a radio. If there's no radio, get into the trunk of the BMW. You can absolutely access the trunk by the back seat, and if the seat doesn't move, pull harder. I've literally ripped apart the interior of a car with my bare hands, and if I was scared of being eaten by a creature under the sand, you best believe I'm getting through that back seat. Tear off the rearview mirror and break it to produce something sharp and start cutting into the seats to get to the trunk. So let's say it's not possible because someone had like a crackhead idea to literally weld it up for some reason. I don't know, it could happen. So go back to the guard shack since you have people in there, and in the guard shack you have a door. Remove the door from its hinges. See if there's any wood that is loose and then throw it onto the sand. That's literally the easiest way to get to the trunk. They also had 2 surfboards. Use that to get to the trunk. Or after noticing what happens, the creature will literally push things off of its hunting area, meaning that it can move things. So it's not able to move heavy things like the car, but if you sit on a surfboard and shut up and don't make any sudden movements, the creature will likely just push you off of the hunting area. So basically, it becomes about finding something to stand or sit on that the creature will then instinctually move because it thinks it's inorganic. And then you just ride on top of that. And then you can get out of the area by shutting up. Once outside, you're free to go, because it does not appear that this creature can go very far inland. Every decision made in this movie makes me scratch my head. With the surfboards, why not tell everyone to hang tight and go get help? I mean, Jonah had it. Why not just ride the surfboards out of there? Why not, I don't know, cut through the seats of the trunk? Why not start tearing down the lifeguard shack for more materials to bridge gaps? And most of all, why not keep your feet off the ground and not trusting that, oh, we had a fire here last night, it's somehow a safe zone? Basically, as long as you don't make the choices that you have seen in this movie and you use the thing between your ears, you can absolutely survive this creature. It's almost too easy to survive this creature, which is why it's completely hilarious how many of them dropped. Their working survival instincts must have been like a 9-to-5 job and it was Friday at 4:55. Basically all work had stopped, and I suppose it just wasn't worth stopping and thinking about. But if it were worth thinking about, then it wouldn't have been near as fun to write about. What do you get when you cram politics into actual sciences where it never belonged in the first place? But hey, I guess that's how you get ahead in life when you're stepping on those around you in just a real mad grab for power. Well, apart from one person running his mouth, which is me, you also get the outbreak of a disease that starts burning low and slow at first, but with the possibility of a looming mutation within the strain, you get an unmitigated disaster. In the city of Taipei, a virus simply known as the Alvin virus is one that is just about to completely wreck everything and everyone, just really doesn't know it yet. Seeing as it's an election year, the government is very quiet about the outbreak of the disease. Despite the warning from virologists actively working with the Alvin virus and keeping tabs on it, the politicians decide, hey, screw it, I need them votes, boy! But what good are votes when you're just leading a bunch of people boiled down to their most basic urges? Well, as you might imagine, things don't go too well. As many people become sick, this would ultimately plunge the whole nation into chaos as it continues to spread and ransack all forms of control, whether that be government or just people trying to stay alive. In today's episode, we'll discuss a summary of the movie, how the disease spreads, where it comes from, and ultimately, what are the effects to the human neurological symptoms that would promote the absolute brutality seen in this movie. Oh, and if you haven't seen it yet, it is kind of gory, but I'm not trying to get my channel just yeeted into oblivion. It's definitely worth a watch, but that crap about being mentally scarring, it's like, bro, it's a zombie flick. You're not actually watching people get got. I don't know. People can be big babies. Anyhow, moving on. So we start off our story with credits that actually show a really cool visualization of viruses attacking cells and antibodies being formed in order to stop them. And then we start a story with a couple laying in bed, Kat and Jim. Jim and Kat are supposed to be going on vacation soon, but Jim is going to have to work as he's got a new job lined up, and apparently he's been unemployed for a while. As Kat gets upset at him for breaking this news, she tells him that it takes a lot for her to get out of work, and he makes the cardinal sin of just telling her to tan on the roof. Practical, but not what she wants to hear. Well, they're gonna wish they had probably left for vacation a week earlier by the end of this thing. As he goes to get food for the day, he starts clicking through YouTube, which fourth wall, and he passes by things that I can't even remotely read, but I get the idea. Basically, everyone is talking about this new virus called the Alvin virus. In one show, a virologist, actually chief virologist, is panic-strickenly trying to tell the host about the virus and its potential to mutate, and that they need to take this seriously. But this is the human race, and we never really take stuff serious until it's beating down our doors. As he discusses the virus, he makes the connection that the virus comes from a family of rabies virus, and if it were to change, it could be a massive threat to public health. But again, the host sort of just relates it to the election, so whatever. As Jim goes out on his patio, he looks out and spots an older woman on the roof. As she turns around, her gown has a ton of blood on it, which is always a great sign that everything is going to be fine in the city this morning. Kat ends up startling him, and he asks her if she saw that. He turns around, and she's gone, but now his neighbor is outside, and he is sick. As he waters his plants, he tells Jim that he's not going to go to the doctor and be told to go home and get rest. This man is on a fast track to a medical degree. So here we see the first example of true insanity. Jim didn't charge his phone last night while he slept. He waited till the next morning and charged it before he left, and then he just leaves without it. The absolute mad lad. As Jim and Kat drive along, they spot a cop trying to subdue someone absolutely losing it, while a mom screams and there's like a tiny outline of a person under a sheet, so that's probably not good. As Jim drops Kat off, he says, "My bad for slowing down, but I really think that's just human nature, my dude." And as Jim drives back the way he came, he finds the cop car is still there, but all the cops have left and also left their high-vis jackets, which is a little strange. Stopping off at a local restaurant, well, things are about to go to complete crap. He orders a coffee as the woman from the roof earlier walks in, and she's not here to order the house special. She grabs a deep fryer basket and dumps it on the cook, grabbing at his skin. Now, this is probably going to need to be blurred, but let me tell you, it just turns his face into like Play-Doh, basically. So another guy gets up, and this actually happens before the basket, and gets vomit in his mouth, and then quickly begins turning and attacking his friend, starting the outbreak here. The woman then walks Jim out, as then she's hit by someone who also appears afflicted with the same illness, getting glee from hitting her. So now the whole city is descending into chaos, as the infected are actively either trying to induce great harm to the uninfected, or just straight up ending them for funsies. Jim runs back to his apartment, going and getting an ice-cold Pepsi out of the fridge, which is gross. Actually, I have no idea if he's drinking Pepsi, but he is drinking Pepsi. Nasty. He calls Kat, but it's not going through, as also every channel on the TV has the same emergency message, except for like this cartoon, which I have no clue what is happening. Maybe like a representation of the human sadistic levels, but no, wait a minute. As he gets up and walks away, something is happening on the TV that, it looks like the wolf is doing something to someone. Anyways, moving on. But over the loudspeaker, a voice comes out as someone is clearly giving instructions under the influence of the Alvin virus. Then behind Jim appears a figure. It's your friendly neighborhood hedge clipper man. Jim turns around just before getting got, but loses 2 fingers in the process. He attacks his neighbor with a toaster to defend himself and then throws deuces. Remember to always finish the job and double tap. Zombieland was right about that. But he also makes some gestures indicating that what's most important to humans is still present, even infected. As Jim walks in an alleyway, he hears virtually everyone around him is infected. He spots groups breaking people's arms and in general being mega tools to the uninfected. Getting to his scooter, he hasn't been spotted, but as he starts it, he gets spotted by a group, but is able to get out of there before getting got. Meanwhile, on the train, Kat is sitting next to an older guy who tries to hit on her. She's not interested, which, take a lesson from Papa Roanoke. If she's not interested, she's just not interested. Just move on. Rejection won't kill you, I promise you. We all get rejected from time to time, so who cares? Anyhow, so he shoots his shot and misses, but this leads him to sort of like dwell on it. But as he's sitting there, rather salty, Mr. Cool Guy in the sunglasses begins crying. He then immediately begins attacking the other passengers. As a bloodbath ensues, which, I mean, okay, I get it. You really never know how you're going to react until you're in the moment, but good lord, there's like one of him and so many people. But he's able to infect others in the process, which then turns the tide on the train, leading to Mr. Salt Extraordinaire to also become infected as he attacks the woman where Kat was sitting. As they escape from the train, they run into a tunnel to get out of there. Broham isn't letting it go and continues to follow them as he has other parts of his brain activated and he's attracted to Kat. He continues to follow them as they run into another man who's able to get a hit on the old guy before the dude then just bites off his nose and grabs the axe. Noping out of there, they are able to dive under a closing gate and exit the subway system as the guy tells them that he will see them later, which he does. Spoiler alert, it's not really pretty. Back out in the city of dreams, man, I really can't show you any of this. The roads are just littered with uninfected now body. But it's not only violence. The infected seem to engage in activities the other may not be particularly up for. So basically, baseline instinctual functions have completely overwhelmed the mind. Jim sees one guy and then bolts out of there, but Jim continues to ride out of the main part of the city, but finds the exit through the mountains via a tunnel is completely blocked by cars. So he finally stops to check on his hand, which is probably a little alarming, so he ends up taping it up. As he looks around, he checks his phone, but realizes that he needs something in order to defend himself with before finding what appears to be a scythe. Hearing a scream further on, he goes to investigate it with the scythe in hand. He spots 4 younger guys beating up one guy. They end up knocking him out, but then put up barbed wire and then run his crotch into it, which ugh. As they go to remove his undergarments, Jim shows up and just straight up breaks a kid's sternum, it looks like, before running them off, which is a little strange because usually they don't run. As he goes to check on the guy, he turns him over and says that, the guy says that he was close and asks Jim why he stopped them. Very good. Though that pretty much indicates that he's infected. And as he lumbers towards Jim, the kids then show back up with rocks and start trying to run him off, or just knock him out with rocks so they could probably run his crotch into barbed wire. And that's what you get for helping. So at the hospital, everyone's about to realize how bad it actually is. As Kat gets in with Molly, a broadcast starts. They measure Molly's temperature, which is hilarious, that she's sweating and has stress responses going, which will likely increase her internal temperature anyways, so really measuring her temperature does nothing. But as they treat her, they bring her to the back, and Molly is now mega attached to Kat because she saved her, at least for a moment. It's not going to be good. So now the broadcast officially begins playing. The top generals in China and the president are talking about how this will be overcome and it's just a disease. Now the country itself is Taiwan, so, China and all that. Kat gets the guy's phone, who she punched in the face, who has a background that I think probably most people who watch this channel have, and as the president wraps up his inspirational speech, the general starts in once more, but he has sweat roll down his face. He then immediately turns and grabs a concussive force detonator. Grabbing the president, he gives his spinal cord some fresh air, as that's pretty much all that's left. Once again, I don't think I can show that, but you could use your imagination. We do learn, however, that there is an infection rate of 15 to 20%, which is based on nothing, as it seems way more virulent than that. But broadcast is then cut short as a fight breaks out, and all seems pretty bad. The cop gets everything under control for a moment, but as he does, Kat looks on and spots the old man that's been after her from the train. So we need a name for him. Let's call him Dob, for dirty old bastard. Dob has an axe, and Dobby isn't afraid to use it. He breaks through the glass and subdues the cop, and really nobody, not a single person, goes for the force multiplier. And things from here just sort of suck. The guy with the phone then runs and hides, leaving Molly to her fate as Dob walks back and then finds her, and then he does some stuff to her eye. Again, baser instincts at play, but really just sadism at play. So the hero then hides under the cart and continues to heroically hide. So Jim is still on his tour de Taiwan. He seems a little shaky, which probably isn't good, and we call that foreshadowing. As Kat walks along, she takes off her shoes, but Jim checks his phone to see that he's received text from an unknown number from Kat. He calls, which then gives away Kat's position, but they're able to talk for a moment, and she tells him where she is and that the situation is completely foobar. He tells her to put the phone on silent so it won't give away her position, but then Jim looks on at a mannequin head in the water. And as he does, he kind of just straight up hallucinates, indicating that his brain meat is infected. Kat says, "Really, I love you," and he says it back and then heads to the hospital. But again, he looks shaky, and the city looks scrappy. Finally, Mr. Hero exits out from under the cart to see that a lot of stuff is happening. Shield your virgin eyes, fellow subscribers. But as he moves on, he runs into Molly, who isn't too happy about what just happened to her, and he just let it, and she's also infected. So she's basically maniacally sadistic, so maybe she is happy, I don't know. But she gets the bone saw out and just completely disassembles him from his factory build as he's held down by a group of others. Meanwhile, where Kat was, others find the area that she was in. They then sniff her shoes, which is bizarre, and she blocks the door with a railing, but Dob is able to get through. But just as he does, he then turns around and closes it and lets the others know that this is actually personal and I'm gonna go for her myself. Dob continues talking smack about eyeball fluids on his area as Kat hides. He looks down and notices one of the fire extinguishers is gone as Kat blinds him for a moment and begins smacking him in the face. He then starts into his speech about, "We're not so different, you and I," but really, they are. She's doing it for survival, he's doing it for pleasure. I mean, there's probably a difference there. So she turns his face and brain into cherry oatmeal before a door opens. It's Taiwan's top virologist from earlier, who literally tried to warn everyone, but they didn't listen, so that's pretty standard. Because really, there was nothing to suggest human-to-human contact, which was confirmed within 140 characters, but let me ask you, who would say such a stupid thing? I mean, just the absolute absolute stupidity, hence why you don't mix politics with illness. So she tells her to shower off in disinfecting fluids, as he doesn't know if she's infected or not, which does make sense. As she does, he asks her to get rid of her infected clothing as well. As she goes to throw it away, she spots a baby in the dumpster. He starts monologuing about how he had to do this, and hey girl, what's your blood type? Do you have any antibodies? So he infects her with a surprise infection to see if she will turn. In 5 minutes, he will check on her, but if she's not changed, then he will bring her back up to the roof so that the government can pick them up, and her blood will be used to cure the new virus. Meanwhile, Jim has now entered the building. Walking past the carnage, I don't know man, his shuffling's a little off. The virologist continues to talk about how he tried to warn everyone last year that this thing could mutate and it would drive the country into a recession. Seems like it's driving the country a little worse into that. But I also have to say, nah bro, regardless, countries get driven into recessions because of viruses all the time. I mean, look around you. You'll be in a world of pure regression. Then he goes on to explain that what's actually happening here is going to totally ruin everything, but it doesn't matter because we'll go into a little bit more detail based on this explanation. The virus screws with the limbic systems for humans, to the point that they cannot control anything they do. The logical portion of the brain, like the frontal lobe, is overridden from survival. One man in particular had some brain damage where the limbic system was telling him that he was thirsty, so he literally drank water until he basically drowned, trying to satiate the issue. The people who are infected have all their mental faculties at their disposal, but the limbic system is overriding everything. They know what they are doing is bad, but they cannot help themselves. It's like asking someone not to blink, which might be why they immediately start to cry, as these things that they're doing are horrendous, but they are powerless to stop it, which is a total bummer. But back to the blood test. Kat goes over to her phone, and the 5 minutes and blah blah blah, but while she's in the shower, she's able to breathe on the phone and spots the code to get into the phone to unlock it. She texts Jim her location specifically as he looks and then drops the phone. As the virologist goes to check on Kat, well, she looks good to go, and that's good enough for him, because 5 minutes is definitely enough incubation time. He takes her and then begins exiting the maternity ward. As he walks, his foot breaches a corner and then gets cut off. He's attacked by 2 people as he takes out one, but the other grabs his foot and then vomits on it. He yells at Kat to kind of like pick him up, and she's sort of like, nah, brah. But eventually she does, as they then limp down the hallway. They then hear a smack on the door as here's Jimmy. He talks to Kat, saying he promised that he would make it here, but it looks like she has a new boyfriend. Clearly, Jim is infected. He attacks the virologist as he gets one shot off, but his 3D printed handheld explodes. Jim then uses a scythe on him and takes him out, but he was on the verge of succumbing to his infection anyways, so it really didn't matter. That gives Kat enough time to get behind the locked gate as she talks to Jim. Jim says the infection feels really good, but that to feel better, he's probably going to have to do horrible things to her. He oscillates back and forth between likely his functional brain struggling for control and his limbic system, but if that gate wasn't there, there wouldn't be any control. To tell her he loves her, which he's really just parroting what he said earlier, she's like, yeah, I'm out of here. But as she stands there, she begins drooling, which they've been known to do that. As a helicopter arrives to take her and the virologist off the roof, which the virologist is no longer even there, it's really just her. She exits to the roof, clearly in the early stages of infection. As it focuses on Jim, we hear a scream and a few shots get fired off as the government knew she was infected, and that's that. Then we get something really interesting. Australian metal, which is pretty metal. Never heard of before. The Alvin virus arrived at a very poor time, at least for humans, because for itself it was able to spread and exist quite happily. So you don't let anybody tell you any different. Politics ruins everything. We would let a plague spread through the planet as long as the politics associated with it were correct. And this is exactly what happened here, which created a perfect storm of spread. Now, this is just politics in general, and remember, all of us are human, with the vast majority of us capable of the same stupid decisions. We just don't have them at our disposal, because I know that's going to probably start a flame war in the comments, but we're going to move on. The Alvin virus not only hit at a time when the country was vulnerable, but is also said to be in the family of viruses as the rabies virus. So to understand what the Alvin virus does, we need to understand the neurotrophic diseases and how it affects the body. Look at this, I actually get to talk about rabies, and not just in a hypothetical sense. It's actually like relating to what we're talking about. What a time to be alive. So rabies, if you didn't know, is a nightmare virus. Like most neurotrophic viruses actually, rabies is just a little bit different. So I think on this channel, we are all coming to the understanding that diseases can readily enter our bodies sometimes without us even knowing. But we would like to think that surely, using this timeline, we could correct the issue. Well, first things first, when you start showing symptoms of the rabies virus, it's already too late to get help. It's already gotten to the point where you're pretty much out of time. Now, the fun part about rabies is there's an aspect that if you are bitten, you'll think like, oh, well, you know, I would recognize it from like a dog or a raccoon, right? Because being bitten by those things probably hurts. Well, if you're bitten by bats, this actually happens all the time. People don't even register that they were bitten. They didn't feel it. And a lot of times, the bite is completely asymptomatic. Not only in that scenario, but if you decide that you really aren't worried about it because you're just an ultra Chad and try to outlast the generally recommended 2 weeks of incubation time, it's not even a guarantee. People have randomly begun to show symptoms almost a year later. And again, once you show symptoms, it's game over for your meat mech. Rabies, being a neurotrophic disease, means it will use your nerve cells in order to get to its ultimate goal, your central nervous system, but really also it replicates within your neurons. So let's talk about that for a moment, because there may be some people confused by this process. Rabies has adapted to the mammalian nervous system just flat out. Upon finding that delicious peripheral nervous system tissue, it will bind to a nerve growth factor known as P75. Once it is bound to this, imagine it like other viruses that are neurotrophic. They would be walking around a city to get to downtown. But with rabies, it's like taking an Uber there. In fact, its transport is so fast it beats out the small molecules known as endogenous ligands, which regularly travel along the neuron, keeping it healthy. This mechanism will transport it through the peripheral nervous system to the central nervous system. From here, it will use a lot of the same methods to work its way up to the brain of the person. Once here, you're completely boned. But before getting there, there's actually two forms of rabies if you didn't know. The first form is what we all think about when we think about Cujo. Do you not think about Cujo? Well, he's that giant dog that had rabies, basically foaming at the mouth, aggression levels off the chart, bloodshot eyes, and aversion to water, as well as general restlessness. This is largely due to the encephalitis putting pressure on his brain, causing behavioral changes within the animal. And considering they're also in pain, this causes them to be further confused and lash out, spreading the virus further. The other forms of rabies is what's known as dumb rabies, but it's actually kind of a misnomer. Dumb rabies is when paralysis begins to set in the motor neurons as they become heavily impacted by the presence of the rabies virus and disrupted to the point that the animal will lose functionality of their limbs over time. This causes them to move slowly, or not at all, in the presence of other possible predators. In fact, it's story time. So when I used to do some firefighting youth stuff on the side in my town when I was a teenager, they gave us fire gear that we would show up regularly in and do firefighting stuff and training. So there was a raccoon out in front of my house in the middle of the day, which is a little odd. I knew there was a possibility that it had rabies, so I put on my gear and went out there because there's no way that thing was biting through those gloves and jacket. Well, I get up over to it and it just sort of sits there looking at me. I ended up petting it and then it just sort of slumped over. I could tell that the thing was wild, but something was probably up with its brain. I believe that this was a form of dumb rabies. It may have wanted to run, but the rabies it had resulted in paralysis or slight paralysis. The horrible thing about dumb rabies is, because it stays in the spinal cord and for the most part the peripheral nervous system, the brain is largely unaffected and mental faculties will stay functional, which is important to this discussion. Now that we have an understanding of what rabies does and how there are essentially two types of rabies, now we need to go into an understanding of how it spreads. Rabies is a master spreader. Mammals drool. It's what we like to do, along with really most other animals in some capacity. Using our salivary glands, the virus will replicate in the brain and then move down to these glands. But you want to know what most humans do? Well, humans kiss, or essentially we swap spit. In other animals, rabies can spread through bites and saliva entering that wound. But let me back up for a moment. Why does it matter if humans swap spit? Well, rabies is known before the viral symptoms begin really showing up to wreck you that hypersexuality has been noted in some animals as well as people who get infected. So imagine like the earliest stages of this disease, before you even know that you have it, you just get this sudden urge to go out and make out with a ton of people. Is this virus just not like a complete douche? Remember, bacteria and viruses take all the fun aspects of life and completely ruin it. But I digress. We will cover more of that in the alvin virus portion. Ultimately, as the infection takes deeper hold, moving down to the salivary glands gives the virus the ability to spread, as the most direct form of communicable action is to bite. But also getting spit in the eyes, nose, mouth, or wound from the infected saliva has a chance to ultimately infect you as well. But this infection time is predicated on other factors. If you're, say, bitten in the face, the infection will spread quickly. Like a face bite requires you to run, not walk to the emergency room, get the rabies immunoglobulin, which are antibodies to fight the virus immediately, then get the vaccine for it, which will allow your body to fight it naturally. But the time delay between being exposed to the vaccine and the creation of antibodies requires that synthetic step, the immunoglobulin, otherwise your meat suit will run out of time to fight the virus. If you get bit, say, like on the toe, you have a little more time as it needs to use the nervous system to actually traverse the body, but you still need to go in, obviously. So it's mentioned that alvin is in a family of the rabies virus. So what is that? Belonging to the order of mononegavirales, these viruses are negative-stranded RNA genomes and are also non-segmented. They appear to look like cylinders with a conical top or a bullets, but I'm not supposed to say that on YouTube, and they specifically belong to the family of Rhabdoviridae. In this are three other viruses, known as the lyssavirus, ephemerovirus, and vesiculovirus. And pronunciations may be a little off on that. But basically, alvin would be the fourth virus, and let me just go ahead and correct myself here. There's actually other viruses within this family as well, but in this specific scenario, Alvin will be the 4th virus, having apparently recently been discovered. Now, the thing to know about the family is they don't all do the same thing. You have rabies, which completely destroys you, and you have the Lissa virus, which completely destroys you. I know it's called the ephemerovirus, but I'm going to call it the ephemeral virus because that's also what it's described as. But this results in muscle stiffness, and body issues are abound, but it doesn't always result in your end. And with vesicular virus, it's mostly asymptomatic, but it does have the ability to present, in which case it presents a lot like the flu, but usually it does not result in your end. So despite being in the same family, the outcomes of contracting these diseases are not the same. Enter the 4th virus, known as the Alvin virus. This virus clearly has its roots in the Rhabdoviridae family, but at first it was not that aggressive. It appears as the virus spreads, it was relegated to the, well, you basically need to go home and rest, meaning that it was likely closer to the vesicular virus in terms of pathophysiology. But something happened that nobody saw coming, which is completely dumb because it happens all the time. The virus mutated. See, that's the largest issue with viruses. They too like to propagate, but most importantly, they rely on cellular functions to create more of themselves. And what do our cells do well but not perfect? Basically everything. Even with mitosis, the process isn't 100% perfect, which results in minor issues to build up over time, which leads to aging, and eventually yours and mine's end. A bummer, but we are getting there concerning turning that around, but probably not in our lifetime, or if it is, only the super rich could probably afford it, which is also a total bummer. But regardless of the panic induced by shuffling off our mortal coil, the mutation is what led to the issues seen in the sadness. Prior to this, again, it was more likely around the danger level of the vesicular virus. Mostly asymptomatic, but if you did display it, you could rest up in quarantine as not to spread to others and survive the process as your body clears it. The reason is, while it can infect humans, it doesn't specifically seem adapted to our bodies at the beginning. But you know what wasn't also specifically adapted to us at the beginning? The current virus running around right now. Ever wondered why we can't seem to shake it? Well, it too has mutated several times, and at this point, the dominant strain is better able to infect without destroying the host for the most part. However, that does not mean there weren't strains of said virus that weren't absolutely devastating. In fact, several in South America were so bad that they never made it past just a few people because they ended up destroying their body's function too quickly, like alarmingly quickly. They didn't even have a chance to infect others. Other variants have infected because they produced little symptoms, if any at all, allowing for them to spread to others without the host's knowledge, as they weren't too impacted by the infection. This is exactly what the Alvin virus is. As it spread amongst others, at first, it was not too much so adapted to the human body and probably hailed from either bats, pigs, or other animals in the immediate area. However, once infecting a person, then going to another person, and then to another, it would ultimately begin adapting to the human body in a way that would allow it to grow beyond just being a flu-like virus into something much worse. Likely using the nervous system pathways, its incubation time seems to decrease with each subsequent generation. The earliest generations with the new strain are symptomatic because it was able to move to the brain of a person. The body would begin reacting aggressively to clear this infection, but in futility. The earliest generation probably produced little, if any, symptoms at all, allowing it to spread in Taiwan quickly with little notice, as the reports say nobody yet had dropped from it, which opens up an interesting possibility: immunity. So what could be happening? Well, if you say got the earliest strain and you just cleared it without any issue, this may be why in some we have seen it takes longer to become infected, whereas if you just got exposed to the new virus, then you turn quickly. So potentially Jim, considering he had it for a while, may have actually contracted an earlier version of it, which allowed him to produce the antibodies necessary to combat it. But with this new virus's mutation, the antibodies didn't correctly link up or as effectively, or potentially the virus itself has a new way of skirting around those antibodies through different receptors on its surface via the mutations. As the infection spread, it appears to take less and less time to display these aggressive symptoms, as the virus has now fully adapted to the body. These mutations would have naturally arisen due to the propensity for viruses to mutate to a degree, but also the mistakes the body will occasionally make when creating the virus. Once this shift happened, however, the Alvin virus would go from just the sniffles to a person exhibiting a blood-crazed, sadistic mindset in which they would inflict pain on others for their own pleasure, whether it be just physical damage to the body or, other baser urges, as made mentioned by what rabies can do to our brains. So the question is, how is the virus doing this exactly? Well, it's clear once the virus adapted to probably using similar pathways as the rabies virus in terms of using the neuron growth factor, or P75, to reach our brains as quickly as possible. In some aspects, it would be similar to rabies, but in others, it would also far far outclass its once formerly more aggressive sibling. Upon entering the body through the infected saliva that we see most infected have, this could have been done in a multitude of ways. We see Cat at the end is drooling as she quickly changes, indicating that her infection was assured and aggression followed soon after. But in other instances, we see other people literally spitting and licking other people, as well as drooling on them purposefully to infect them. We also see others will open wounds on people and then fling spit around, and that infects them. This is probably what happened on the train. Should the saliva get into the mouth, nose, eyes, or really any orifice of the person, which it most certainly does, this would cause the rapid infection as well. There is almost no immune response in which the body could launch at this point, as it happens way too fast. Even the innate would be quickly overwhelmed, so the body would not be able to get a handle on the situation. This natural selection of viruses may be why this specific variant became more prominent, as it was fast acting and able to get around the immune system, whereas other variants were clunky and slow and quickly destroyed by the immune system. This would also indicate a high rate of immunogenic behavior. Once exposed, your end is all but secured. Entering the body, it would move to the brain, but here is where it differs from rabies. Rabies, brain damage is induced typically due to encephalitis or inflammation of the brain itself. With the tissue swelling, it has nowhere to go due to the pressure of the skull, which can cause issues like tissue destruction. However, even with rabies, there is a possibility it just paralyzes you and leaves your brain intact. And this is what I believe the Alvin virus is doing in its infection pathway. While using the nerves as a highway to get to the brain, it would travel up to the brain and into the lower portions of it, specifically the old brain, the amygdala, hypothalamus, and you know what they say, the limbic system. But how does that explain the behavior that we see exactly? Well, once entering these areas, you have to understand that the limbic system controls us in a big way. We like to believe that we, the human consciousness, are in control. Well, we aren't. We are controlled by internal processes to survive, reproduce, fight, sleep. I mean, if you think about it, our consciousness is really just a passenger on this meat mech. Now, don't get me wrong, it's highly important, but we are controlled whether we think we are or not. For instance, I have a fear of flying. I actually drove from Georgia to Colorado to visit my brother, and I'm in Colorado actually recording this. And the reason is because my amygdala, which is where fear comes from, tells me that planes can't be trusted, and if I get on one, 100% it's going down. Now, logically, I understand that they're safe. I understand that they're the safest form of transportation and blah, 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 and statistics, and yeah, everything is great, sunshine and rainbows. Yet my brain won't let me just comfortably get on a plane. Now, the other side of this is I really don't have a fear of the open water if I'm on a boat. Being in the water, no thanks. But on a boat, no fear. My brother, on the other hand, is a pilot who trusts planes just to not go down and has no issue flying. But he can't get on a boat in open water, unless it's like a cruise ship. His amygdala tells him the thing is going to sink. Why is fear so different from person to person? Well, I guess you could say it's just personalized to experience. But the point is the amygdala controls fear, and that's what controls a person. So you can overcome it, but it won't be very comfortable, I'll tell you that. Once the Alvin virus has entered the amygdala, it could induce fear, but we really don't see that. Instead, we see it induce aggression. This aggression causes the person to attack others, but even in a blind rage, your conscious mind still does play a role in impacting the actions you do. So if the Alvin virus were to just cause you to be rage afflicted, you might eventually just be able to get a handle on it, which would stop the virus from spreading as effectively, meaning that that line of virus would have met its end within just a few generations. So the question is, how does it keep itself going? Well, it rewards the brain. The virus does something rather interesting. It doesn't just excite the amygdala, it also heads to the hypothalamus, and then once there, unlike rabies, which subdues the spontaneous neuron activation, it instead seems to excite the neurons, causing them to fire more readily. This explains mostly what we see with their sadistic pleasure. The hypothalamus has something that it secretes that if you aren't careful, you can really mess yourself up in real life. Again, we are run by portions of our brain that literally reward us for good behavior. Is that not just totally bizarre? The brain rewarding itself is something when in theory, it could just like remember what made it survive, but it has to reward itself to really make it stick. And this reward is known as dopamine, which is the feel-good hormone. Once released, it can make people feel immense pleasure and in general, pretty good. Humans hijack it all the time with substances and activities to the point that it can actually cause us to essentially burn it out for a time as the dopamine oversaturates the receptors to the point that the brain will create more receptors, and then it takes more and more dopamine to cause the same effect. Seeing as the hypothalamus controls this and the Alvin virus now controls the hypothalamus, which is the pleasure center of the brain, this is what causes people to crack an immediate smile across their face. And when directly asked concerning Jim, he mentions how it feels really, really good to be infected. Because honestly, it probably feels amazing and just like one giant acid trip where everything just feels like 15 out of 10. But this isn't sustainable. The reality is likely because their brains are still consciously functional, the damage to the brain isn't pronounced, meaning that eventually it would adapt. there's a possibility that they could come down from the absolute saturation of dopamine, but only through more receptors being made. But the depression would be massive. I'm talking like life would feel like complete crap for months, if not years. Coupled with the memory of what they've just done, because amygdala excitement actually cements memories more readily within the brain, I'm sure most people would just choose to nope out. But I can hear you already. Roanoke, sure, pleasure is great, and I can see the anger aspect, but what does sadism have to do with any of this, and how does it come to play? Well, you know your boy has you covered on that as well. Sadism is something that I personally don't get. Probably because I don't have a psychiatric disorder, at least as far as I know. But sadism itself is basically deriving pleasure from the act of inflicting pain, suffering, and humiliation onto others. While we don't know everything there is to know about the connections that make it possible, it's documented that some people are really living with this issue. However, what's strange is, well, apart from literally getting pleasure from watching others in pain, is that they don't have a clear understanding of pain itself. Seeing others in pain, they rate it higher than it actually is, and versus what a non-sadist would rate that pain, meaning that their brain perceives it in a more excited way than a normal brain. When tested to see which portions of the brain were activated concerning non-sadists versus sadists, in sadists, the pictures of people in pain had greater activation concerning their amygdalas, but had a positive response in the anterior insula. The anterior insula sits within the brain above the limbic system and is supposed to process our sense of disgust when seeing mutilation and seeing something horrible. In sadists, this was a positive experience. Non-sadists, disgust was processed appropriately. Seeing how close it is to the limbic system, it's pretty clear that it is impacted by the virus, much like the lower portions of the brain as well. And the last connection to this sadist behavior is something known as the frontotemporal disorder. This area of the brain resides essentially right where the temple of your skull would be, which is interesting for a multitude of reasons. Because of its location, it's obvious that it too is impacted by the virus. But by being in this location, it can disrupt the neural firing from the frontal lobe. Communication with this lobe is what gives us reason and control. Look at Phineas Gage. When a pole went through his brain during a dynamite accident, his frontal lobe was separated from the rest of his brain, and he went from being a calm and collected leader to being run by pure emotion for the rest of his life, which is tragic, but it showed us how much the frontal lobe controls the rest of the brain. By the virus causing this disorder, it's almost like a viral pole being shot to the brain, cutting off the frontal lobe's control as it can't communicate, and then it can't stop the actions. Because of this, the person is still in there. They see and understand everything they are doing, but because of the key points of the brain being excited, such as the amygdala and hypothalamus, resulting in aggression and also pleasure, with the anterior insula not processing disgust correctly, along with the sexual aggression coming into play as these areas of the brain are impacted, this causes the person to just completely lose it. And then with the frontal lobe likely being cut off with too much activity in the frontotemporal disorder, with neurons randomly firing, it just all comes together to make this. This could explain why they are crying, as made mention in the movie, as they know they're doing horrible things, but the pleasure of the action coupled with the decreased control of the frontal lobe causes them to literally not be able to control their body. It is said it's like asking someone to not blink, but I'd almost compare it to sleeping. Imagine you haven't slept in days, you're exhausted, but you are told you have to stay awake no matter what. Even without your knowledge, you might still slip into sleep because your brain hijacks control away from you and just forces you to go to sleep. That's a lot like how this virus impacts the brain. So in summation, bro, what did I just watch? You know, it's been a while since we last checked on Russia. I wonder what they've been up to. Okay, so nothing good then. In the deep dig site known as the Kola Super Deep Borehole, the Russians would do what Russians do best and run across something that likely they should have never messed with in the first place. Really can't blame them, the US does it all the time. It's really just kind of a human trait to, I don't know, we just kind of screw around and finding out is divine. As they continue to dig past the 6,000 meter mark, they would ultimately make it to 12,262 meters, or roughly about 8 miles in freedom units. In our universe, they would stop there because of the heat. But the actual story is they found something down there. At first, wholly unsure about what to do, they would bring in more help when people started acting strangely, but this would do very little to mitigate the issue. As time passed, Anna Fedorova, which I'm pretty sure I pronounced that right, would begin to understand just what was down there and also get the concept that if this ever escapes, the human race is pretty much completely boned. So in today's episode, we'll be discussing the findings of the movie Super Deep, as well as how it affects humans, where does it come from, and how it got trapped down there, and ultimately why humans were never really meant to be dwarves digging in the landscape. Because do you want an old god? Because that's how you get an old god. Also, I just wanted to add, I literally got unsubscribed from this channel on my other channel, which is pretty hilarious, so if you want to check that out and see if it happened to you, it probably did. Support is always appreciated, otherwise let's get to it. But first, this episode is sponsored by Upside. So I just drove across the country from like Denver to Atlanta, and I don't know if you've seen the gas prices, but holy sweet God, that was a terrible idea. But you know what actually made it bearable? Using Upside. Upside is a cashback app that enables you to get more value out of your purchases and improves profitability of local businesses. In layman's term, I opened up the app, saw who was offering the cheapest gas in the area, picked the cheapest one, and was able to fill up my car with gas for actually $4.57 instead of it being the advertised $4.89 on the sign out front. Which, that's like 32, that's not like 32 cents, it is 32 cents a gallon, which as you might guess, adds up. I ended up getting $2.35 cash back for the purchase, which if you travel for a living or you drive a lot like me, you could end up saving a lot. But it can also be used at restaurants as well, with over 30,000 businesses and 25,000 gas stations across the 48 states. And honestly, it's actually pretty cool. The businesses get your business, which helps them, and you get cheaper rates. Plus, with no limit on how much you can earn back, you can transfer the Upside cash out, which is actually real money, by the way. It's not a point system, through your bank, PayPal, or just put it on an e-gift card to Amazon, Starbucks, or dozens of other places. Me personally, I'm just going to keep using it from here on out because this is actually pretty sweet. Plus, by sharing Upside with friends, you can increase your earnings by getting an extra 15 cents off a gallon the first time that you use it. Just remember though, you have to use a credit card or debit card. It doesn't work if you just pay cash. So if that interests you like it does to me, then to get started, download the free Upside app in the App Store or Google Play and use my promo code GAMING to get $5 or more cash back on your first purchase of $10 or more. So, we kick off our story in typical Russian fashion. I have no idea if funding for movies is difficult over there, but there's like 20 media companies again. Sort of like what we saw with Sputnik, but with this one, there's literally one called just a media studio. Not suspicious at all, just enjoy the movie. What do you mean, where did the 20 million rubles come from? Although I gotta give it to the Russians, lately they seem to be the only ones with interesting film ideas. So, a doctor approaches a man in a bed who's not doing so hot. As she texts his temp, actually he's doing really hot because he's burning up. He goes to inject him with a vaccine, and as she does, he starts bleeding everywhere and just sort of flatlines out. Other doctors come in to assist, but I'm guessing massive hemorrhages all over the body, leading to exsanguination. There really is no coming back from that unless you just start replacing lost blood. But they have none of that on hand, apparently, and he flatlines permanently. So now we meet Anna Fedorova. She is writing a report on the vaccine being total crap that she just created, discussing how her colleague ran it on himself and just completely bypassed animal testing, which is always a good idea. Also, I know you can't hear it, but this has been translated into English, and I don't know if they hired a bunch of YouTubers to read the lines, but it all sounds extremely disjointed. Like, the sentences absolutely do not translate in emphasis at all. If you haven't seen it, you gotta watch it. But it's like someone slamming on the brakes, literally mid-sentence sometimes. Moving on, she's big sad because, well, her colleague just dropped, and she suggests that the vaccine program needs to be shut down permanently. She's apparently making the vaccine that everyone will need very soon, but isn't actually told anything about it. And then she sort of mentions how she should have run it on herself, which, okay, but that would have totally, like, taken you out too. Then a man tells her, don't worry bro, we've got plenty of meat suits to test on, so it's all gonna be okay. Meanwhile, at a Christmas party, but wait, it's actually a New Year's party, everyone seems really awake for being this late. And now, me officially being 30, I don't even care if I stay up for New Year's. Like, I don't know how they're doing it. But then Anna gets a call on the phone. It turns out the Communist Party was inside the house the whole time. And stupid jokes aside, someone on the phone tells her it's time to get to business. New year, new chance to accidentally exterminate the entire human race, am I right? There was an incident at the Kola Super Deep Borehole. There's apparently a research lab, and they need her to come in to examine an unknown disease. And just like that, she's off with a bunch of Russian soldiers to the Arctic borehole. As they land, people are boarding a bus. Quadrupeds are barking, and in general, it looks pretty cold. But the soldiers get ready as they spot a scientist coming towards a helicopter. Soldiers on the other side then take some pot shots, landing them, but the guy gets back up rather easily. As he continues to approach, he pulls out the old concussive baseball and detonates it in his hand. Then we get the absolute most real version of what tinnitus sounds like, which is panic-inducing, as whenever my tinnitus starts freaking out, that's exactly what it sounds like. Thank you, I hate it. But everyone managed to survive the explosion, except for obviously the scientist, and they go and check on the scientist, who is now just a pile of meat. Now, actually, he's pretty much just a puddle. Anna goes to secure a sample from the meat pile, where she meets Sergey, and I know, his name isn't Sergey, it's Sergey. He asks her where she's from, because he recognizes the accent, and that'll be the running theme here. Next, we meet Hitman, the guy from Hitman. You'll see in a minute. And I'm literally gonna call him Hitman, or maybe Agent 47. I haven't decided yet. Also, when they are standing there talking, you can literally see from the shadows of their face that it doesn't match the area that they're standing in. So it makes me think of like the 60s movies and how they just stood in front of a green screen. So Anna says that they need to examine the people on the bus. Upon entering, you have one guy that just kind of wants to go home and is talking crap to everybody, and then another guy who seems really freaked out and says that everyone needs to leave. She tests everyone and they all come back clean, but they warn her what's underground is literal hell, which actually, yeah, it is. You'll see later. So we now meet Peter. He's simply a nerd who doesn't properly wear his jacket because it's easier to do that for some reason. As they drive into Earth's borehole, they have a nice chat with another doctor who's talking about the Hippocratic Oath and how they're required to not do any harm. Acting suspicious. And I hope this guy doesn't try to, like, you know, sink the facility or anything to save humanity. And again, now you can see what I'm talking about. Inside of the van, the guy does look like the dude from Hitman. So the doctor puts in the wrong code a few times to make a point. For some reason, the elevator will fall if they mess it up 3 times, because why not? Also, you'll learn this is the most unreliable elevator in the world. Peter and Anna talk about the differences between a microbiologist and an epidemiologist, which, if you didn't know, microbiologists study the organism itself and learn about it independent of outside influence, or at least that's what I was typically tasked with. Whereas an epidemiologist are like disease detectives looking for what caused the outbreak and how to prevent it from spreading. To do that, you also need to learn about the organism, but the details aren't as deep. I guess you could probably say that. Your main goal is to stop it. Although, to be honest with you, there's a ton of crossover because as you learn about something, your brain naturally drifts towards, okay, well, how do we stop it? That, or I should take up probably being an epidemiologist in the future because that's what I always thought, which, who knows? You know, YouTube's not forever. So as they descend, it begins to get very cold as they have entered the permafrost layer. But as they descend, they are speeding up, which is not ideal because something is wrong. The doctor gets up and depressurizes the cabin and puts on a mask, leaving everyone to just sort of go unconscious. I don't really understand how he depressurized it when they're underground. There must have been a reason, but you would think the pressure would be greater down there. So he then repressurizes it and everyone eventually wakes back up, and now the hunt begins for Dr. Humanity. Agent 47 checks to see if the key was still in the elevator, but it's missing. And that's when the rest of the soldiers then fan out to go find the doctor. You know, the doctor, if he did want to save his own skin, could just tell everybody, oh, I hit the wrong button, my bad. But as they move through, they enter one room with a man named Nikolai and a woman named Kira, basically an engineer and a doctor. Agent 47 awkwardly stands near a collage as Anna takes samples of the water and then runs tests on Nikolai. Kira. They appear non-infected. So, okay, as Anna sits there, the doctor comes out of the elevator, right, and then tries to tell her about what's happening as she totally narcs on him, and then we hear him take some lead and then do the Wilhelm scream, which was actually pretty hilarious. But as he was able to head down the elevator, that means they don't have the elevator. So soldiers begin then trying to break down the door with writing all over it about demons and hells in there and all that good stuff. And then they find, written in Latin, insatiable hunger. Now, if Dead Space has taught me anything, you never want to open those doors, but they do because of course, and then send a few soldiers down to the area known as Sahara. It's 200 degrees Celsius, which comes out to almost 400 degrees Fahrenheit. Also, Nikolai says, don't get yourself fried with the others. Yeah, that's how long the pause was. It was bizarre. Again, the translation is hilarious. So, as they turn to leave, well, they are sealed in without protection, which, as you might guess, also isn't ideal. The door opens up to reveal a woman has hoofed it up the tunnel. She appears disheveled, and I mean, she did just walk through a literal oven to get there. So, as she sits there, she is shivering but doesn't remember much. Check her temperature and see that she has a severe fever. As they undo the back of her gown, they see that she is completely infected with something. It apparently doesn't hurt, but it looks really gross. They take a sample from her and check it under the microscope. As she looks, she realizes that it's a cellular parasite of some kind. It spreads quickly, but it appears to be a mold, to which now the patient is having the mold go through her body, lighting up the skin red. Anna goes on to say the mold and fungi are some of the most understudied form of life, which arguably, yes. As they go to check on the patient, she's not looking too good. Anna goes to get help, leaving Kira in there to watch the patient, which I think bugs her later because it's like, well, you'll see what happens. Anyways, Nikolai now gets the lift started, and Kira sees Olga standing in the window. So things are about to kick off in the worst way possible. Her hand begins twisting and breaking, which seems kind of painful, and then she begins running into the glass head first to break out. Egorov starts screaming to fall back on the radio to Sergei as the doctor comes over to the intercom talking about how he's going to bring the whole place down. Meanwhile, Anna is having straight up hallucinations, so that's not good. Definitely not a sign of things to come. As the doctor then detonates the fuses in the facility to depressurize it, Nikolai then crushes a Pepsi can because it's Pepsi, and also I guess to demonstrate what's going on and what's going to happen to them once this whole place depressurizes. Sergei wants to head down to get his men, but Agent 47 tells him that they're going up, and that's an order. Anna and Sergei then head in to get Olga and Kira, but find the room is covered in mold. They find the window has been broken and then find Olga on the floor, who's still alive as the mold has taken over her meat suit and she's half melted. Her eyes then glaze over a minute later later, as they grab a sample, Sergei takes a mold shot to the face. Then that continues to just fill up the room as Anna goes and grabs a gas mask so that she can breathe without being infected. As she approaches, oh look, it's Kira. She mentions how her body isn't responding normally, her nervous system is compromised, and her muscles keep making her walk along without her actually wanting to, and that she's extremely cold. She then has her chest burst open with stalks as she attacks Anna. Anna trips and then literally starts tripping, like straight tripping, man, and hallucinating about falling. She sees her colleague as the fire suppression system appears to start working. She grabs the extinguisher and cools off the area to get rid of the mold, having Nikolai spray her with CO2 to get rid of any mold that may be on her clothes. I'm guessing she was running out of air in that mask because she rips it off and starts breathing heavily. Anna now goes to Sergei to see if he's infected, which of course he is. He knows it, Anna knows it, and the mold knows it. 47 now confronts Peter about the fungus. He suggests it's like cordyceps. So pretty much The Last of Us, right? Well, this is all about to get very familiar. Peter says the fungus wants everyone there to return to the nest so it can infect all of humanity. And now Anna has it figured out. The fungus cannot survive in a cold environment. It's controlling humans, telling them that they are cold because it can just barely survive in our bodies. But it still can definitely survive. Outside of the body, the mold quickly crystallizes and expires. Anna suggests that they send a biological team to take this thing out as it's too complex for the group that they have. Anna also blames herself for all of this. I'm not really sure why. And 47 talks about how they're in a war and that they need military dominance before their nation falls apart. Because if it does, and they don't have that dominance, then all of this was for nothing. They plan on taking Sergei to Moscow in a hazmat suit, seeing as he's the sample. So they get ready to leave. Egorov then calls Sergei, telling him that they are meeting up in the tunnel. So an argument breaks out as to what they're supposed to do because they're right behind the door. Peter then shuts the door, opening the tunnel as a few of the soldiers enter the tunnel. Which, yes, very good. Said more into the meat grinder. Well, we hear squelching in the distance as Sergei's infection is also looking worse. And then we hear lead being thrown around the tunnel, but like deeply in the tunnel. Nikolai says that they need to close the door, and then the soldiers come back dragging the sergeant as 47 questions who they were taking pot shots at. They didn't really know, but it was apparently big. As they help the sergeant, another soldier begins walking up. Oh lord, he's got an arm on. He goes walking down the tunnel, looking back. He then decides to create another mouth lower on his neck for extra air, as he knows what's back there, and he's not too keen on hanging out with him. The door then closes as the sergeant cries in the corner, talking about the attack. He says it knows that they are there, and you can hear something on the other side of the door, but you can't, but I could. Sergei continues to look worse. They now know bad there as the creature breaks through the door and inside of the complex, squelching and screaming. God, I hate that word. They now get to the elevators. Nikolai attempts to get it running. Sergei says that he can feel his infection taking hold as he's beginning to morb. Old meme, but it still checks out. Which, also completely unrelated. I said oof in a YouTube comment like back in 2021, and some dude was like, yo, imagine saying oof in 2022. Needless to say, I'm absolutely stunned by people's inability to read dates when things were posted. But back on track, they decide to leave Sergei behind as he's changing too fast. Sergei asks Anna if she's from Yugoslavia, to which she says she'll answer when she gets back, and he's turned into a fungus man or something. So boarding the worst elevator of our time, they go further down into the facility, which I thought they were trying to get out, but I guess not. I mean, it does make sense later, I suppose. But as they descend, oh, well, we look at that. Once again, the elevator sucks and begins breaking apart. So here's the thing. The engineer is doing something with the wires, right? But can't get it to stop. So Anna makes her way over and pulls the emergency brake, saving all of them. Why the engineer wouldn't think of this is well beyond me. And how did she know how to do that? Well, that's beyond my pay grade. As 47 walks in, he finds spent casings and also that the entire place is frozen over. Apparently the cooling system is malfunctioning really bad. Nikolai lights a flare to reveal that on the wall, pretty much everyone who was down there is fused together, which is exactly what the doctor was trying to stop from getting out. The recording goes on to say that the mold is fusing the bodies together for warmth and energy, but this one on the wall still got too cold as it's negative 15 degrees or 5 degrees Fahrenheit, and as a result, the normal human metabolism was not able to keep the mold warm enough. Doctor also sabotaged the cooling suits so they can't go outside to find the doctor's key. Agent 47 now decides that he will go out and get that key. He tells Anna to ask for the general when she gets to the surface as he will take care of her. Anna tells everyone left that they need to keep quiet about what's down here. Peter is looking dejected because he's a giant nerd who's worried about being a great scientist. He starts to panic that maybe the Soviet government would just leave him there, which, I mean, it's not the most unbelievable thing. Anna then checks the watch and realizes that 47 has been gone way too long. Also, he's the colonel. I know, I gotta tell you, he's actually the colonel, which is why he was able to order people around, but 47 is better. She puts on a gas mask and then heads heads out, immediately stopping because it's pretty freaking hot down there. In fact, it is said that the rocks in the borehole at this depth were more like plastic instead of rocks. Walking across the bridge, he finds 47 crawling, but he's basically done at this point as his ocular cavities are ruined and he's burning. She grabs the key from him and begins her painful trek back across the bridge before ripping off her mask so she can see, revealing the worst sunburn I've ever seen. Meanwhile, the mold is upset at her presence, or maybe happy at her presence, and begins turning red. She's able to make it back inside and in great pain. Basically, her outer layer of skin is cooked. So at this point, Peter completely loses his mind and pops Nikolai in the leg. Peter goes on about how everyone will know him and they won't think he's a dork anymore, and maybe a woman might actually kiss him someday. You know, standard scientist stuff. And as they all head back to the elevator. But Big Scary Monster Thing is still in the room somewhere upstairs. Peter orders Nikolai to go, the man he just put lead in his leg, but he can't, so Anna decides to go. She ends up spotting a lead dispenser in the elevator, grabbing it as Peter walks up because he decided to follow her, even though she was supposed to basically be the bait. She asks where Nikolai is, and he's like, oh, you should go check to see if he's still alive. And as he does this, the thing then just falls on him, absorbing him into the pile. We see a bunch of screaming faces as everyone literally is just connected to this meat machine. Anna completely nopes out of there like anyone would. This thing is aware of where she just ran. It begins tracking her as it enters the room in a style almost like really reminiscent of The Last of Us 2, where you find the Rat King. Also, you can't, but in the movie, you can hear everyone who's a part of this thing still consciously there and in an incredible amount of pain, which is a major bummer. I'm gonna go ahead and guess that's why one of the soldiers gave himself a new mouth. So as Anna runs into the freezer to hide, it's a horror movie, so it wouldn't be complete without someone ditching as much clothing as possible. She drinks some of that good Russian vodka and then dumps ice water on herself, which burns really bad if you have a burn, by the way, and she's like 99% burned. So I think she did this to prevent infection because it doesn't like to be actually on anything cold, or possibly lower her outside body temperature Tremors 2 style so the creature wouldn't notice her. Not really sure which or how she actually figured that out. So she gets underneath the creature and then grabs the key from Peter and then heads outside to the elevator. She finds Nikolai, who's having issues with the blood loss, but as they hobble along, the creature bursts through the wall to begin the hunt once again. We see one of these guys has like chicken wings arms, which is also reminiscent of the GTFO male sleepers. As they get into the elevator, it does this thing where it literally pushes out an entire human spine to try to reach Anna, who doesn't attempt to roll out of the way. I can't say that I would do the same, just straight up do a barrel roll, but they're able to get out of there before they turn around and spot Sergei, who, well, you know, he's not actually looking too good, but he still has some functionality mentally, Captain Keyes style. He's essentially completely fused to the center pillar. He begins talking to Anna as he coughs up spores as this thing is in his lungs. He tells her to do something because this is honestly probably worse than meeting your end. So she elects to drop the elevator. Nikolai is like, no bro, I'm not meeting my end down here, which is kind of a reasonable response. I mean, honestly, Anna has been playing it fast and loose the whole time with her life since like her partner dropped. She grabs the key as Nikolai grabs the key also, which activates Sergei's almonds. She tries kicking, but as he goes for the old air deprival method, Sergei has reached full activation and hits Nikolai through the neck with sort of like his radius, or what was left of his radius and ulnar bone, taking him out in the process. Sergei tells Anna to crash the elevator as she kisses him, but he's pretty much gone at this point, and leaking lots of spores. As the elevator continues to ascend, she realizes that she just infected herself like a complete putz. With the mold taking over, she attempts to turn off the elevator, but it's already up too high and continues. She attempts to put in the wrong code to send it crashing, but she's grabbed and pulled out before the elevator can fall. Bro, why didn't you just type 1 like a bunch of times, 3 times over? No idea. So the elevator falls and she's brought into the van to be taken to the surface. While in there, she's able to grab the spicy egg from a soldier and exits out of the van to basically reenact what the scientist did earlier. They try to tell her to calm down, which is about the last thing you want to do, and it appears they then knock her out with an injection before she can pull the pin and count to what? So, with new information comes new ideas and new explanations. One of the greatest inventions that humans, or at least one of, not like the greatest, but one of the greatest inventions that humans have come up with has to be the electron microscope. This machine has made it possible to look at things as tiny as a virus in a very large way, shown detailed rendering of cells, and in general has opened up our species' eyes to the micro-universe that exists all around us in the way the compound microscope never could. Because of this, it's time we learn what could actually happen to your meat suit when it gets jacked with you still still at the helm. Our bodies are complex machines. If everything doesn't work together just so, or something influences certain actions in their operations, then that can completely alter how everything operates further downstream. Now, how are these two things related to one another? Well, because now we have the capability to explore and understand the actual pathophysiology of a disease in a way like never before. Not only in ourselves through things like sample taking, but through other animals and how diseases specifically affect them, which would have some merit concerning our own bodies. But to understand how this mold is afflicting humanity, which I guarantee is not in the way that you think it is, we must first quantify the actual symptoms of this disease as it takes hold within the Homo sapiens race. The first thing to happen to a person is the initial exposure. Once exposed, the mold will enter the usual pathways, that being the respiratory system. It appears as though the mold does not have the capability of entering the body through the skin, as this remains a viable barrier, barring likely some massive wound, but even still, a person would likely succumb before the infection spread far enough to convert them, although likely they would just be turned into pure energy or essentially biomass for the mold at that point. Upon getting into the oral or nasal passages, it would then spread to the lungs. Now, typically, when a fungus or mold enters the lung, the immune system is primed and ready and already patrolling the area to specifically stop this. I mean, think about it. Your lungs are dark, warm, and moist, the perfect breeding ground for mold to grow. Without the immunity in this area, your lungs would be overwhelmed in days, which, as you might guess, if we were all like this, that would be the extinction of our species. In fact, everybody always thinks like aliens and stuff would have to come down and fight us for Earth, but all they would really have to do is basically just release something into our atmosphere that would suppress the lungs' innate immunity, and we would just drop in a few days. That has nothing to do with anything, but this is a science fiction science channel. Anyhow, once in the lungs, one of two things would happen. Either the innate immunity would be overcome, as this is a mold and the body has never really encountered it before, or something is released that suppresses the local immunity. I believe it to be the latter over the former. Cordyceps, for instance, is known in some ways to soothe the immune system response with a bidirectional modulator that will not only calm, but in other ways can also boost the immune system. In this scenario, however, it appears to just straight up suppress the immune response. Once this is done, the cells would no longer attack the incoming mold spores in any great capacity, and as a result, they're free to move deeper into the lungs. This all happens very quickly, as when Anna is exposed to the spores from Sergei, minutes later, she already has the mold bioluminescence moving through her body via the circulatory system. It is possible she was infected earlier, but there is no clear point that you can look at and suggest that this happened. The hallucinations experienced do not seem to track with any other person who was infected, and likely could just be a result of the trauma that she experienced. Once entering the lungs, they would then move into the alveolar sacs, and from there, they would have a straight shot at the capillaries, then to the pulmonary veins. Using this highway, they were quickly pumped around the body, where the infection would move into the musculature of the person, as well as potentially the brain. However, the brain itself may be spared in some capacity, at least at the beginning, due to the blood-brain barrier being in place. This would make it difficult for the cordyceps within the bloodstream to actually cross over into the neural area. However, regardless of the brain's resistance at first, the infection would still hijack the body despite host intervention, or I suppose lack of host intervention. As the mold spreads, the immune system would likely become more and more suppressed to this ancient cordyceps influence on the macrophages and T cells in general, based on what we have seen. This would allow it to rapidly spread, as seen when Anna looks under the microscope. Using the body's tissues as fuel, it would ultimately find its way into the musculature of a person prior to finding itself into the brain, and this is important to understanding not only its infection route, but how we even know that it might be cordyceps in the first place. To take you back, there's an idea that cordyceps infects the brain and controls the body, but again, with newfound information comes new ideas. Utilizing electron microscopes, we've actually found that cordyceps doesn't so much take over the neurons as it does the actual musculature. Within ant jaws, when they are forced to leave the nest and then bite onto a leaf high up to spread the spores of cordyceps, a muscle tissue sample was taken to find that the cordyceps filaments were actually penetrating the muscle itself and not the neuromuscular junctions, which relays information from the brain. This is huge, as it suggests the muscles are having a material secreted into them, causing the muscles to contract, but the brain is still functional. Cordyceps is just at the wheel. How this translates in importance is when we hear Kira say before she begins the attack, stating her nervous system was compromised and her muscles are forcing her to walk, means that her brain is still functional. She is talking, understanding that something is up with her body, but unable to actually influence and control. Sort of like an electrical shock causing your muscles to seize up or a cramp. Your brain is still technically in control, but the muscle is operating independently. Because of this, we can assume, like with this information gathered from the muscles within ant jaws, so too is the cordyceps moving into the body and sending out filaments into the muscles of humans on a massive scale, leaving the neuromuscular junctions in place and functional, but seizing this control. The horrible part about this means that your sensory neurons are still quite intact, which means when Olga's fingers break, yep, she probably definitely felt that. When Kira has filaments break through her chest, she also feels that. When the giant meat monster shows up and everyone is screaming, it's likely because their nervous systems are linked in some capacity, so if anybody feels any pain at all, it is transferred to all of them. And considering the state of their bodies, imagine just exposed, wet muscle being walked on with like the weight of 10 people. It's probably incredibly painful. Ultimately, however, the brain would likely be in a state of shock, as the cordyceps really doesn't appear to be overly interested in the actual neurological functions of humans, more with just their muscle. Every person you've seen trying to return home, so to speak, may be compelled to do so, but more likely it's just the cordyceps controlling the muscle. However, I do believe at a certain point for the cordyceps to compel the person to return home, it would need to become acquainted with the central nervous system. And if you'd like to know more about how this may be possible, I've actually covered the 4 stages of infection concerning the cordyceps in the Last of Us videos, which are pretty extensive. So if you'd like to watch those, I will post, I think, the first one at the end of this video, so you can just watch them all or do whatever you want to do. But to keep this succinct, the overall process would, as you've seen, require fusion of many different people, which historically is not what an independent multicellular organism wants to do. Look no further than an organ transplant for proof of that. I believe this is another supporting fact when it comes to it being cordyceps. Again, due to the cordyceps' natural ability to subdue the human immune system, this would be step 1 towards creating the meat machine. With the immune system in a calm state, another person nearby could begin the process of fusing with another without the host's immune system attacking that other person, as this can even be inspired by something as simple as a blood transfusion. We see the fungus will begin breaking down the integument system, sending out filaments, which would then link up with another person nearby, drawing them closer together. Once this happens, considering the fungus's ability to alter the physiology of a person, bone would be snapped, ligaments torn, and muscle would take on a new shape that would then start connecting to another host skeletal system. And again, as you might imagine, that's pretty painful. Once the process is complete, this would give the mold the ability to exist as a sort of platform running through the body with several brains attached and likely internal organs as well, because they are still able to scream. In Sergei's case, because he was alone, we see in the early stages where the mold will actually fuse a person to the wall and have branching mycelium reach out looking for other colonies of mold in which they can link up, as then they will begin drawing the bodies together. Clearly, this has the capability to create a giant meatball in Central Park that would likely look like what we would all see if humanity was consumed. And I really hope you've seen that graphic, because actually, Matt, can you put that up on the screen? Yeah, see, you're a part of this meatball if this gets out. Thanks, Russia. But lastly, I bet you're asking yourself, what is this even doing down there in the first place? You aren't? Well, we're going to be nerding out on this channel, so let's wrap that up before we finish this thing out. A long time ago, Earth was a pretty warm place. So warm that even places like Antarctica had rainforests that actually then were snowed out, and it looks like it is today. There's an entire continent that we can't even use. It kind of sucks. But specifically with the Kola borehole and where it is located is next to the Norwegian Sea. As you might guess, it's pretty cold, so what did we have there? Well, we'll have to go all the way back to Pangaea and prior to it breaking up. And this was actually an area of Earth, or at least an area of landmass that was way further south than it is now, almost residing near the Tropic of Capricorn. Because of this, it would have been likely considerably warmer than it is today, and as a result, this cordyceps may have done better in this area than it would currently. Over time, as Pangaea broke apart, any cordyceps on the surface that was able to survive would have found itself struggling more and more as the climate shifted to be colder. Now, typically, an adaptive response would have kicked in, but this didn't seem to happen with this specific strain of cordyceps. Other strains survived, which we see today. The cordyceps in super deep, however, would retreat underground towards the warmth, where it would ultimately move so deep that the air temperature would rise to 200 degrees Celsius. Once here, it's unclear how it obtained nutrients, but it was likely due to the brittleness of the rocks, or at least because they were in a softer state. The cordyceps may have actually been able to extract minerals and nutrients from the surrounding rocks more readily, which is why that cavern may actually be cleared out as it's eating everything, but ultimately the cordyceps adapted to this environment, which also, don't forget, we do have extremophiles that live near ocean hydrothermal vents right now, where the water can regularly reach over 700 degrees Fahrenheit, which comes out to 371 degrees Celsius. So a paltry 200 degrees Celsius would be completely survivable to a species that was adapted to it. But because the temperature is so high upon infecting humans, the mold would have some difficulty. Being just warm enough to survive, it's almost like humans entering the area where the mold lives. Sure, Sure, we can survive in it for a time, but it's not comfortable. The mold would feel the same way likely living within our bodies, and subsequently this would make us feel cold, as the mold does appear to have control over specifically the hypothalamus, which controls the body's thermostat. And this is why I believe there is some interaction with the brain, possibly indirectly at first, as the hypothalamus receives information from temperature-sensitive receptors in the skin and circulatory system, in which, considering the mold is cold and also subduing the immune system, would indicate that it's not the immune system spiking the body temperature due to the infection, but that it's actually the mold screwing with these cells and receptors, telling the brain to crank up the heat in order to warm the mold. It can do this by secreting substances that affect the nerves themselves. Ultimately, I do not believe the mold to be sentient or anything. It is simply doing what life does, wanting to survive. And as such, any stimuli in the area, which would be human activity, is noted and infected in order to spread the colony. From here, the mold would control the bodies, but not with conscious thought. Instead, with something as comparable as to breathing automatically, which, by the way, you're breathing manually now, because at first, you really don't have to think about it. You just do it. Same with the mold. It doesn't think about infecting and spreading, it just does it. Linguistics can actually be pretty confusing if you think about it. More confusing than that is how our brains even work. One day we went from grunting and understanding those grunts, which were exceedingly basic, which by the way, we actually kind of still do that now, to be honest with you. What's that noise that you make when you're eating food and you have food in your mouth and then someone asks if it's good? You're gonna tell me you don't sit there and make the same exact satiated caveman or cavewoman noise. Exactly. But after going from a bunch of regular apes to a bunch of anxiety-ridden hyper-intelligent apes, at some point we eventually created language. Upon doing so, we immediately started using it to figure out how to convey ideas, tell where the saber-tooths were, where the caribou wasn't, until it finally culminated into its ultimate pinnacle that we know that it would reach, talking smack in Call of Duty lobbies in 2008. But the concept of language itself is something that, as long as you really don't think about how it works, why it works, or even how it started working in the first place, it doesn't seem that deep, but it really is. Taking into consideration things like aphasia, for instance, where you almost forget how to communicate and can't understand languages you once knew as the most basic portion of life, you begin to understand how fragile its being actually is. In Ontario, in a small town of Pontypool, which everyone and their mother for some reason was asking me to cover this all of a sudden, an unknown disease would begin infecting the actual English language. Nobody is quite sure about what is happening, but it appears as though there are trigger words that will send people into a trance of some sort before ultimately turning them into shambling destructive masses known as conversationalists, who go on spreading the good word to others to convert them. So obviously the question is, how did this happen? Well, currently, I have to tell you, my work is kind of cut out for me on this one. So let's get into exactly what is happening with the language disease, what may have been the catalyst for all this, and how the human brain may have been tricked into harming itself. But first, this episode is sponsored by Factor. Are you ready for wholesome eating made simple? Well, with their menus updated weekly with more than 27 meals and 33 add-on options, you can choose your favorite meal, whether it be keto, calorie smart, chef's choice, vegan, and veggie options, along with seafood, meat, and plant-based meats. So look, we all know, abs aren't made in the gym, they're actually made in the kitchen. And it being summer, there's quite a few pictures of me floating around where I'm like, man, I probably should start eating better. If not just for pure vanity, then also from a health perspective, as I've crossed a threshold into my 30s, which is horrifying how fast time passes. But anyhow, with Factor, I can achieve healthy eating at an affordable price. That's because Factor makes meeting your diet and nutrition goals a snap by delivering fresh, never frozen, dietitian-designed meals right to your doorstep. Plus, considering it only takes 2 minutes to reheat the food, I'm never that far away from a completely nutritious meal. It's also pretty filling. And considering that I also enjoy weightlifting, I can amp up my Factor order with add-ons like protein, juices, energy bites, veggie sides, and even desserts. So, heading to go.factor75.com/Roanoke 120 and using code Roanoke 120, you can get $120 off. Plus, you've probably seen me work with HelloFresh before. Well, Factor is now owned by HelloFresh, so it's literally that easy to order these meals. So again, heading to go.factor75.com/Roanoke 120 and using code Roanoke 120, you can get $120 off your order today. All right, let's get back to it. So we kick off our story like we usually do, but you can't see the scripts I write. It begins with a typo, but in reality, it's just Pontypool. Our main character, Grant Mazzy, begins talking about how a lost cat named Honey is being looked for. Honey has gone missing across a bridge, but then he starts breaking down the surname of the cat, and honestly, it starts sounding like gibberish if you don't have a point of reference, which I'm fairly certain it's designed to be this way to warm up your Wernicke's area, to go ahead and put that area on high alert as to why what he's saying sounds strange. Probably because it's a mixture of French and English. But anyhow, as Grant drives along in a snowstorm, he's yelling at his agent as he fires him over the phone, as apparently it's not been enough for Grant to just be working. As he pulls up to a red light, he begins trying to reach for his phone again as he's receiving a call. But then a woman appears at his window, yelling into it, but Grant can't understand her. As he asks who she is, she begins repeating what he says before disappearing back out into the snow. This is important as it disproves an idea discussed as a possible vector for the disease. Grant then pulls up into work, which is just the basement of a church, which this is basically where we'll be hanging out the rest of the time. As he walks in, we meet Laurel Ann, who appears to be the sound engineer, as Grant then heads into the booth to start the morning show. Knowing that the people are still listening because radio isn't actually a complete joke at this point, because now it's really nothing but commercials, or you know what, maybe it was, I don't know, I just refuse to listen to radio now. Spotify and Bluetooth FTW. But Grant immediately begins launching into the story about the strange experience he had with the woman this morning. He then goes on about the weather, where we now meet Sydney, who appears to be the manager of said radio station, and then Ken, who is said to be hovering above the clouds right now in the Sunshine Chopper. But he's really just sitting on top of a hill overlooking the city in his Dodge Dart. How can he see the rest of the town during a snowstorm? Well, they don't pay me enough to discern that information. Sydney yells at Grant to basically leave Ken alone, but as he does, they apparently just had a marijuana bust with 2 people. Sydney attempts to get Grant to stop once more as it's a small town and everyone knows one another. And Grant is just making pretty much everyone angry at this point, but really though, that's not important. Or it is. There's a ton of different metaphors in this movie that you'll see. It's kind of hard to figure out which ones are important and which ones aren't. Grant now goes back to his original story about the woman he saw on the way to work. He gives his number to call the station to give him information on it. As people begin calling, Laurel Ann is the first to identify people are not making sense. Over the police scanner, a hostage situation begins to be broadcasted, except it turns out to not really be a situation at all, as literally as the story is breaking, it just sort of resolves itself, except also not really. As Sydney talks to Laurel Ann, she tells her that the sheriff is absolutely freaked out over what happened and wants them to drop the story entirely. Laurel Ann now gets a call from Ken. A large group of people have gathered outside of Dr. Mendez's office. As Ken goes over the radio, he talks about how 100 people are outside of the office attempting to break in, which they end up doing. It sounds like some sort of outbreak of something, but again, we are stuck in the church's basement, which that doesn't sound nefarious at all, but Ken appears quite distraught over what he's seeing. Grant seems to believe it's some sort of riot, but then we get the worst timing imaginable. Lawrence and the Arabians have come all this way to sing. This causes a bit of discussion over which is more important. Obviously, Lawrence and the Arabians are the most important. As they continue to sing, one girl appears to be having issues exactly remembering how the song ends. She discusses how it's just repeating over and over again in her mind, but she can't remember its ending. She begins repeating the word, but she's just sort of stuck. Grant discusses how it was a little weird, but it's about to get a whole lot more weird out there. Grant goes live to a man named Steve, but all they hear is yelling in the background. Sydney tries to tell Grant she thinks people are screwing with them, and then Laurel Ann gets a call, but again, she can't understand them. As the story develops further, 75 people have dropped so far. The constable comes on to say people were repeating things, talking crazy, and in general, just not making any sense. Now a herd has formed near the edge of the forest. People are getting trapped in their cars under literal mountains of people. The BBC has now contacted the small radio station, and oh thank God, this should clear up everything with no biases. The BBC launches into what they're saying is due to disagreements between the English-speaking Canadians and the French-speaking Canadians. The BBC relates it back to that, basically just assuming it's what it is. And by the way, I will always crap on the BBC because 3 years ago they copyright hit one of my videos over the Metro Bear because I used a 3-second clip of a hyena. It was pretty outrageous. I mean, it was just a hyena sitting there. Anyhow, they suggest it's an insurgency of some kind, but Grant talks them off that point, but it's the news, so they just kind of sensationalize it and say that's what it is anyways. Grant now gets back in contact with Ken, who says it's not safe there. He ran from his Dodge Dart as the people are after him. The infected apparently have wild eyes and they look terrified. The group finds a person and then turns basically into a frenzy of piranha and tear them apart. Ken keeps running through the silo where he finds a teenager. Ken then approaches him despite Grant saying it's probably not a good idea. The teenager is repeating something as then a French broadcast interrupts. It says to stay away from family members and refrain from all terms of endearment such as honey, talking with children, and rhetorical discourse. Then at the end, it says do not translate this message into English. Whoops. So on air, Grant just said a term of endearment as Sydney immediately gets on her phone and talks with a man named Bob Roseland, who then tells her that they have to stay quarantined. So Ken is now back on the radio. Ken is next to the teenager, and apparently it sounds like a child screaming when he breathes. Now what even is this? Honestly, I'm gonna go ahead and tell you, I have no idea. Unless his meat suit is so broken that that's just the only thing he can do between wheezing, which I mean, it is entirely possible. Ken does talk about how he's basically completely screwed up. This could possibly be due to a regression caused by a traumatic brain injury. But as Grant sits there, he appears to look rather confused as to what's happening. Sydney goes in there to tell him that Nigel is healing, apparently, which doesn't seem like a sentence. This causes Grant to freak out, telling her she's not making any sense, which appears to bring her back. Grant continues to have a freak out and says that he needs to get out of there. Laurel Ann posts the missing cat tape as Grant then goes to GTFO. He begins to think that basically because this is a new job, everyone everyone has to be screwing with him. He yells at the women and then goes to leave, but as he does, he heads outside and little Anne spots people coming towards them. On the outside of the church, they begin repeating what Grant says. They decide to now head back down to the radio room, where Grant now reads off everyone else who has gotten got by everyone else. As Laurel Ann and Sydney talk with one another, Laurel Ann starts slowly at first, but then begins messing up the placement of words. As Sydney goes to take the kettle off the burner, Laurel Ann starts monotoning in the corner like a total weirdo as a man crawls through the window like a total weirdo. Turns out to be Dr. Mendez, who has crawled through town. He spots what Laurel Ann is doing and then says she's about to turn. This is what they do before they want to spread the influence of the disease. Heading into the radio booth, they really don't know what is happening, but Laurel Ann comes up to the door, talking complete nonsense once more, as her Broca's area appears to be completely wrecked at this point. Dr. Mendez says that she's actually hunting them at this point, and she needs to spread what she is feeling. But it's soundproof, so she can't hear them, and they can't hear her, so she loses track of them and then walks off. As they continue to talk, Laurel Ann begins running into the glass to get everyone else. Mendez begins talking about what he's seeing. He says that he's actually seen this at his clinic, but has no idea if they will end up just expiring if they can't transfer the sickness. Ken finally gets back on the phone with Sydney, as crowds have been passing him apparently for the last hour, yelling about looking out for U-boats and repeating these things, and it must be a symbol of the disorder. Dr. Mendez retorts that he means symptom, which now Ken is suffering from the same disease. He begins stumbling over his words as he loses his grasp of the English language and just repeats the last thing he hears, which is simple. As they hang up, Sydney begins crying, but says that she knew him, but she would never let his kids go near him, which was completely at random. But this also appears to not be what she wanted to say. Little Ann is outside the window now, bleeding and foaming at the mouth. Mendez now has a breakthrough as he figures out that the words themselves are contaminated. This would create an entire new order of life, is something that never existed simply came to be as it sprung out of consciousness by communication. Which, hey, they say ideas can be infectious. Mendez goes on to say it requires us to understand the word for the virus to take hold. So now things continue to devolve as people are getting more desperate to break through the doors. At this point, Sydney gets a call from her child, breaking the second rule of the French broadcast, as Laurel Ann continues to run at the window. Having physical manifestations of this conscious disease, it appears as though, being the sound engineer, she does still possess knowledge of how things work and rips the wires on the radio. As they continue to watch Laurel Ann, we now see what happens if you can't infect others, as she vomits up blood all over the glass. Now others have arrived to take Laurel Ann's place as they begin beating on the glass trying to get in and infect the other three. They now decide to write to one another rather than speak, as not to attract too much attention. They decide that throwing their voice is going to be the best option, as Grant gets on the radio saying that Sydney Breyer is alive and it's played over the loudspeaker, and then gets the attention of the conversationalist beating on the booth. But the doctor then begins having issues, but as he speaks, he switches back over to his native language, which excites him. He's able to talk his way out of the effects of the disease as long as he moves back into his native language, which now Grant and Sydney begin speaking in French to one another. As they walk upstairs, one of the Arabians from earlier begins her attack, repeating the last thing that she heard Sydney just say, and then they're forced to end her before she's able to infect. Grant blames Sydney for taking out the kid and says that, well, since you already took her out, you should take out the doctor as well. She basically says no, and then Grant's like, okay, well, I'll take credit for ending the kid, and then tells Sydney, so now you have to take out the doctor. I don't know, it made me laugh. But just then the Canadian national anthem starts playing, which then breaks up the loop that they were using to attract the crowd. So now the crowd is coming back towards them. Dr. Mendez at this point nopes out, but only to save them. So now the group is chanting Sydney Breyer is alive. So as Sydney and Grant sit in the storage room, they begin discussing how they even understand language and why people are repeating it. Well, they track it down to it must be an immune response of some sort. They're repeating to words to make it not make sense anymore, but that's not stopping the understanding of the word. So because of that, they need to change the meaning of the word itself in order to get the understanding of it to cease, thus ending the disease associated with that word. But as Sydney states this, she starts getting stuck on the word kill. So she starts freaking out, as anyone would, but Grant is trying to figure out how to stop it. Kill isn't kill doesn't work. Then he goes for the opposite. Kill is good, but that doesn't work. So then he goes with kill is kiss. This gets her off the ledge before she completely loses it. Rather than taking Grant out, which was kill, it's now kiss. So you can't go the opposite. You can't just really forget the word. You literally have to change your understanding of the word. So they head back to the booth. He goes on the mic talking about how terms of endearment are the danger, and so is baby talk. As a result, he begins disproving all the words that we know. Meanwhile, on the surface, everything is going to crap as the military is moving in to contain the infection. As Grant yells stop, the military then listens, apparently, as the battle stops above. He begins talking gibberish, which appears to work as it's the end of the day. But while that's happening, a countdown begins playing in French, leaving us unsure of what happened. Or does it? We get some radio signals of others who have come to because of what Grant pulled off that requires people to completely change their understanding of English, as all signals appear to be gibberish as well. Not making much sense sense, but this is the only way for the language to exist as it does now. But Grant and Sydney have survived. In another area of the planet, they are now known as Johnny Deadeyes and Lisa the Killer. So, I'm not gonna lie to you, shortly after writing this, I had to go take a nap and think about how this even would work. With a traditional understanding of biology, pathophysiology of illnesses, and how the brain works and understands the world around it, we're gonna have to get mildly ethereal with this explanation, as it requires something which has no basis, at least with our current understanding of consciousness, so that means what the sweet hell is happening. As always, we will start with what we know about the disease and then move into vectors, along with how the brain deals with this, or really doesn't deal well with it, which should lend some clues on the physical impact it has on the human body before moving into a few possible scenarios as to where this would have even arisen. So let's start from the beginning. What does this disease do exactly? To form this, we need to take a look at what it's doing to those who have become afflicted with this unknown disease. When a person hears the word that triggers their brain to begin its downward spiral, it doesn't immediately happen. In fact, there are a few hints and events that happen just prior to the person completely losing it. While they have a look of fear, this denotes that consciously they are still in there somewhat. Their brains are still functioning, however, they have lost a major corresponding factor associated with hearing. This is the ability to understand. When the disease seeps in, at first it sounds like every once in a while someone misplaced a word, or maybe you just didn't hear them correctly. Because of this, you would likely just ignore it and move on as, hey, we all mishear some things, sometimes it happens. Like, have you ever had someone explain to you something 3 times and you just end up saying screw it because you really don't want to ask for a 4th explanation as their frustration increases? So you just kind of go and you try to figure it out. Likely this would happen. However, this does show us the first mistake versus when the disease symptoms fully hit, meaning it's not an immediate overwhelming of the brain, it may actually be something like into a slow burn that increases in speed over time. So as time goes on, the person who originally heard that trigger word will begin to have more and more difficulty understanding others until they themselves can no longer speak and begin repeating words over and over again to no avail. Once this happens, the person is gone. As made mentioned by Dr. Mendez, they still begin hunting for others in order to spread this auditory disease to sort of like relieve themselves, but their consciousness and say like our capacity is disrupted. By spreading the disease, it's somehow apparently prolonging their own life in some capacity, as when they cannot spread it, in the case of Laurel Ann, they will vomit up blood as their body physically breaks down, meaning that there are 2 versions of this disease. There's the version that turns them into conversationalists, which that means they will try to talk to others. Then there's those that were isolated who literally physically degrade, which will kind of cover both. With the disease outline, the question becomes what really was the vector that caused all of this? After looking into it myself, there seems to be this running theory that Grant was actually the vector that started it all. Coming from somewhere else, he said something that ended up causing the outbreak to begin here first before spreading it to other locations. I half disagree, half agree with this. I think to a degree he helped propagate the spread of the disease by reading off the translated message on the radio, but all that did was warn people about the triggers that were going to cause the disease, which does not suggest the vector was that. Instead, they had a looped message of the cat being lost, its name, where it was last seen, all of that. This is truly what caused the outbreak to begin. While Grant unwittingly played into this, it's not like anyone could have actually known. So why do I believe this is the original vector? Well, Grant is basically cleared at being the cause at the beginning of the movie. When he pulls up to the light, a woman approaches, clearly already influenced by this new form of disease. She's already in the deep stages too, as she attempted to infect Grant, but he couldn't hear her. When he rolled down his window, she began repeating what he said, showing that she was already mentally gone. The relating topic to how this disease started has to be then something that unified people. And we know the missing cat poster was played on the radio, was up all over town, and everyone there had to read it. So the question now becomes, what exactly happens to the brain and why is it producing this result? To understand this, we must understand the anatomy of the brain. And here's where things kind of get a little philosophical, but hang in there. It's gonna get way worse later. Are humans the sum of our parts, or are we something more? Some would say that we are more, others would say that we aren't. But regardless of what you believe, it's truly difficult to wrap your mind around the fact that you know you have a brain, your brain is operating to create consciousness, yet in a lot of instances, the brain refers to itself as a brain rather than as me and you. Now, invariably, there's gonna be somebody in the comments who's like, oh, it's not really that hard to wrap your mind around it. No, it is. You sit down and you really think about it, it can make you go insane. But coupled with that, our brain's operating by chemicals and electricity to produce this consciousness that we enjoy, or if you have anxiety or depression, probably not enjoy. It doesn't really seem to add up either. At what point, with cells interacting, does consciousness spring forth? How many cells would really that take? Well, that's the beauty of the brain, because despite what we think we know about neurology, well, reality is we don't really know that much. But what we do know is that certain areas of the brain are responsible for our perception of the world and how we interact with it. In this instance, I'm referring to specifically the Broca's area, also known as the motor speech area, located in the inferior frontal gyrus. And this area helps us regulate our vocal vocalizations and breathing patterns needed for regular speech. And next, we have the Wernicke's area in the back third upper temporal area in the left hemisphere of the brain, which is known as the auditory cortex. These two areas explain the physical manifestation of what happens internally in a person once being infected. Now, once a person hears a term of endearment in English, this will create a neural firing pattern. This firing pattern, for reasons unknown for now, would assumedly be the same in every person based on what they heard and their understanding of what that word means. It may not be completely the same, but for now, let's at least assume that they're similar. When hearing a word, it produces a real-world physical reaction within the brain of a person. Like right now, for instance, me talking to you is causing your neurons to fire and you to think about what I'm saying on a word-for-word basis. This would be the same thing when hearing these words. Once these words are heard, something different seems to happen though. First, after hearing, it appears that the Broca's area is affected first by causing you to misremember words until it finally resulted in a compromised understanding of all words. The closest thing we have to this would be known as aphasia, which has always been kind of a horrifying prospect. Aphasia is simply brain damage, most times brought on by a stroke, that causes a person to be able to physically hear what people are talking about. However, the brain is no longer auto-translating what is being said into something understandable to the person, as those neurons have been destroyed by the damage. Because of this, they're left in a life of not understanding the meaning of what others are saying or writing. They can try to talk, but most times the words come out mixed up, or they completely lose the ability to talk. Depending on the severity, this may be reversed to a degree, or sometimes spontaneous recovery can take place, but in a lot of people, the person is left in a state of communication being unachievable. And that's likely a very lonely existence, but on top of that, aphasia denotes something more serious, being the underlying cause, which means that life expectancy of the person is affected as well, and this could lead to issues like difficulty swallowing and the decline of the person overall. It seems like with this specific disease, the process is as such. Once contracted by reading or hearing the word, the Wernicke's area is the first to be hit. For some reason, the neurons will fire and then fire again and again in an almost seizure-like pattern. These micro-seizures, however, continue to spread to the rest of the brain until it becomes a full-blown seizure. We see this happening at first with the person repeating words as it spreads to the Broca's area. Here, confusion sets in for the person as they cannot understand exactly why they are repeating the things, but it seems to continue on the same pathway, leaving the person momentarily catatonic, as with Laurel Ann. Now, her expression of the disease may have been different, as this is really only one person we have to go off of, but the way Dr. Mendez made it sound, this is basically the standard. Because of the severity of the seizure, the person after will display symptoms of being almost zombified. Conscious thought as we know it appears to have been completely disrupted, and instead, it will revert back to more animalistic tendencies. Now, the problem here is though, well actually, there are two problems. Why does the changing of words actually stop the process, and why would their natural instinct be to spread the disease? Well, let's start with the first one. Once the seizure has begun, this appears to be a self-replicating signal within the brain, firing more and more, activating more and more areas of the brain towards its eventual end. But remember, if a word and its understanding are intrinsically linked, this means there is a physical link between the two based on neural connections and firing patterns. By breaking the meaning, you are literally rerouting the signal to a new meaning, and by doing so, this may break the self-replicating signal and firing pattern. And there's one way I can sort of make you visualize this. A lot of times we think we have no power over the thoughts in our head, but we actually do. So here's two examples. It is well known that if you're, say, tearing yourself down in your thoughts in your head, the typical process to undergo is to yell stop within your mind. This can actually disrupt the pattern of thinking and put a stop to it. Again, why would the brain do this to itself to hurt itself? Because it's the human brain. It's absolutely ridiculous. The other lesser known thing about the human brain is if, let's say you want to zone out, simply say in your head, my next thought will be. Typically, it takes your brain a few seconds to come up with something, but a lot of times it just won't, and then you can zone out. It seems the process of thinking about thinking and being actively aware that you're thinking can literally disrupt thinking. This is the same process with disrupting the oncoming seizure associated with this new disease. By thinking of something else or relating it, it literally disrupts it, causing it to cease. And this is also why thinking and speaking in a different language disrupts it too, as those actually have physical effects on the brain. The doctor was clearly infected, but by going back to his native language, he was able to disrupt the process before turning. However, by speaking English and understanding that he knew how to connect those words to meaning, he would once again be turned if he continued using English. So, to those who use English exclusively, the only way out was to change the meanings, thus disrupting the thinking pattern and the inevitable change. It seems some people attempted or had a natural inclination towards doing this by repeating the word over and over again, but this was more likely just brought on by the same neurons firing over and over over again, forcing them to say the word. Now, let's say it was a defense, right? The issue is that even if you repeat something, you still know what it is. It may sound weird, but you know what that is. So those neurons are still physically linked to make you understand, water bottle is container for water. There you go. Or visualize a water bottle in your head. Congratulations, you've linked sections of your brain. The next question is, why would you physically want to spread this disease? To understand this, we're gonna have to kind of get a little metaphysical with it, because really it is posited outside of the reality of human sense of perception, at least in a sense of how we would understand and make the world around us make sense. So let me see if I can explain it this way. Taking our understanding of the universe, it can be boiled down to this. 1% is what we know, 2% is what we know we don't know, and 97% is what we don't know that we don't know. The point is, in our brief existence, there is a crazy amount of information that we just don't have any clue is still out there. Antibiotics seem so normalized to us now, but 100 years ago, the very concept would have seemed completely foreign. It would have almost been incomprehensible. Again, explain a TV remote to someone from the Dark Ages, show a caveman a car, have someone from the future come back right now and tell us how time machines work. To us currently, there are either things that are or are not. Surely there's no third thing. Well, it turns out the third thing makes up the bulk of what's out there. Because of this explanation, when it comes to this mystery disease, this means it's a conscious disease, not a physical one, which sounds a little far-fetched, doesn't it? I mean, after all, we are in control of our bodies, right? Now, not exactly. We're absolutely susceptible to physical influence brought on by consciousness. Take the dancing plague of 1518, where in July, a woman began to dance in the streets of the Holy Roman Empire. By September, it finally subsided, but not before 50 to 400 people a day joined in on her dancing. It is said that up to 15 people a day just completely dropped, literally dancing themselves into a horizontal permanent nap. Now, take it with a grain of salt, but if it did happen this way, there's not many things that would likely cause this. Some have hypothesized it that it could have just been, either food poisoning by the chemical products of ergot fungi, or the constant stress from that era caused people to just sort of snap. The point is, something caused people to dance to their alleged end by either physical means, social means, or something else, bringing up the point that humans are quite susceptible to doing things like this given the right circumstances. If the stress factor is to be believed, we all know in the movie that they talked about seasonal affective disorder, meaning that stress from storms in the winter and everything else could have affected them to this level. But I still believe it has something to do more with outside of the human perception. I'm attempting to wrap this bad boy up, but basically, we being three-dimensional creatures struggle to grasp outside dimensions. I know, we're going there, so buckle up on this one. Explaining a line to a dot is impossible. Explaining a cube to a line is impossible. Explaining a tesseract to a cube is impossible. With our minds, we can firmly grasp the third dimension as we see it every day. And we are even aware of the fourth dimension as we feel it passing every day, that being time. So let me ask you, when have you ever noticed the fifth dimension, or the sixth? You are aware of lower dimensions, such as length and height, and of course our own incorporating width, but the higher dimensions you are not so much aware of. And this is what I believe might be happening. A higher dimension could be completely aware of us. Anything located within that could be seeing us, yet we ourselves could never perceive it as it is beyond our understanding. Much like this disease taking off, this suggests that it's a new order of life as it's never been seen before, or really, it doesn't even seem like it should be possible. To me, seeing as this is consciousness and neural firing patterns that we were talking about, it must reside within the third dimension as we know it, when possibly a disease from a higher dimension has bled over into ours. And I'm not literally saying, oh, this higher dimension's attacking us, but if things are around each other long enough, it could track that things could spread, sort of like how SIV became HIV simply because humans were around the virus long enough. And this would make seemingly random certain words become infected. I know this explanation as to what this is may be a little out there, but when it comes to physical biology, explaining this disease is like being asked to describe the color green to someone who's never seen it before. Mind, you know what green is, unless there's like color blindness that runs in your family. But apart from, well, it's green, there's no actual way to describe what you're seeing with the limited form of communication that humans have. This is a lot like the disease. Due to our limited ability to actually describe and comprehend what is happening, I believe that's what makes the words contaminated. It just so happened to be English. It really could have been any word in any language, but with these words contaminated, it has real-world consequences on the human mind and body. These literally become a breakdown of body, inducing madness in anyone who is afflicted, and just like any disease, it wants to spread. By unknown strings, the person is pulled and directed towards spreading it, which again is likely outside of our perception. But by those who figured out to actually change the meaning of the word, the contaminated words no longer induce the same firing pattern as before, and because of that, lose their ability to afflict a person. And should a person not reach another person to infect, then their conscious disease would literally begin breaking down in a way which we just really don't know because the effects of it aren't understood in any capacity. But to wrap this up, hopefully I didn't sound like a complete pompous jackass. It's just literally the disease is unknowable, but the physical effects are definitely observable. Dragons are a concept that has permeated all throughout human history. All across the planet, there are mentions and drawings of them, writings, statues, depictions in general. Yet, I don't know about you guys, but I've only ever seen one, and that is the Komodo dragon, and I was sorely disappointed. Although I guess bearded dragons aren't so bad. They're just really not dragons. So why is this the case with this mythical animal that has never been found? Well, typically it's because an artist told somebody about an animal, and then they attempted to draw it, sort of like how cows and cats look really weird in medieval paintings. That being said, in today's episode, the dragons are very real. Being accidentally released, they would go on to flood the skies and burn the ground, leaving humanity in shambles, with billions subsequently either turned to ash by the dragons or turned to ash from our nuclear capabilities. So in today's episode, let's get to how humanity would actually completely wipe the floor with dragons in our modern tech era. I mean, it's like a boxing match between a gorilla and a toddler. Wrap up for my boy Harambe. But you know, back in the day when men had spears and swords, sure, I could see it then, but not today with what we have. Anyways, we're going to talk about the internal anatomy of these dragons and how they were seemingly able to overcome man. So let's get to dragging these wyverns, because they aren't actually dragons, they're wyverns. Dragons have 4 independent legs and a set of wings on their back, acting as a third pair of limbs. Wyverns have 2 hind legs and front limbs that are actually wings. That was bugging me the whole movie. Yeah, you didn't know that I had like the deep lore on dragons, did you? And I know you may be tempted to call them amphitheres because of their apparent lack of hind limbs, but the back limbs are there, they're just hard to see. Also to that one guy who stopped asking me like to cover this months ago after asking for months. See, I told you I'd get to it. And just as a heads up, I just got back from like a 16-hour drive from like Texas to Georgia. So I'm completely wiped out and I actually don't feel great. So hopefully I don't sound like crap in this video. But first, this episode is sponsored by Raycon. You know, after driving to Texas and coming back, I randomly contracted a cold, which is just currently awesome. So you know what I've been doing? Sitting in the tub with Raycons, attempting to enjoy my life while my body betrays me. But that's what I actually like about them. Their durability means they are sweat and water resistant, so I can actually be in like a steamy environment and not ruin them. Plus, with their 8 hours of playtime and 32 hours utilizing the charging case, I'm going to just continue to sit in there while my body deals with whatever this is. But also with their new custom gel tips, they keep a fantastic connection to your ear, keeping them in and not falling out. So going to buyraycon.com/Roanoke or clicking the link in the description, you can get 15% off your purchase today. But we all know that this will eventually end, and I'll be functional once more. And once that point is reached, I'll be able to head back to the gym, which is perfect considering Raycon's noise isolating fit keeps out unwanted noises while I literally walk into the sauna and sweat. For some reason, there's like always a dude in there trying to talk to you, and I have no idea why. So to avoid that, you can again go to buyraycon.com/Roanoke or click the link in my description to get 15% off your order today. Alright, let's get back to it. So let's start off our story with my editor's neck of the woods, jolly old England. It's not looking so jolly over there, but hey, maybe that's just me. As a boy walks through a construction site, having used to work construction and almost had a 5-ton concrete bucket lowered onto me, this kid is violating a ton of regulations, and everyone there would probably be fired if England's version of OSHA saw a kid walking around without a hard hat, or really at all. This kind of activates my almonds, but Quinn is heading down to a dig site to show his mom that he lost his scholarship like a total nerd. As he gets down there, everyone appears to be somewhat wrapping up for the day. Quinn shows his mom a drawing of what he did, and apparently it's pretty bad. Quinn suggests maybe his dad should pull his weight and, you know, help pay for school, but apparently he's a deadbeat dad, soon to just be dead. As they talk, a man shows up saying that they've hit a void. So they do the smart thing and then hand a kid with no PPE a flashlight to go into an area where it hasn't been mapped at all. They didn't even know it was there, and they don't know if there's noxious fumes, which actually happens all the time. As Quinn enters, he can hear breathing in the background. The walls are covered in a strange overlapping substance, almost like they're scales. Then as fire drips onto the ground behind him, he looks up and spots a wyvern, not a dragon, as it spits a substance in his face, momentarily blinding him and causing blood vessels to burst. He's lucky because the same substance used to, you know, set fire to everything. It's just been spit in his face. So he nopes out, yelling as most of us would, and then goes to his mom. So also, I just want to bring it to your attention, those 2 workers just let him go in there and then walked away. Very good. The mom rushes Quinn to go rinse out his eyes while the workers casually approach the wyvern hole. Doing the smart thing and not knowing what's in there, Brainlet number 1 tries lighting up a cigarette to basically blow up the entire foundation of London for all he knows, but doesn't work as they all get flame broiled extra crispy. The mom says nope and then grabs Quinn and then heads to the elevator being chased by flames. So as they're going up, Mr. Wyvern comes up and says hey, and then just looks in the cage, crushing one side of it. He then flies off to wreak havoc on a species that would absolutely be fertilizing fields with dragon meat in a few days. Nuke's. But somehow it doesn't work. You'll see this, oh, we took out one, but 100 more would take their place. Okay, so then take out 100 more. To quote a man who knows what the ladies like, they're tough, but they ain't invincible. So Quinn looks over, and Mommy Dearest was actually crushed in that attack. That's kind of a bummer. And this starts DragonCon 2008. Truly a cursed year. We get the breakdown of what's been happening for the last 2 years, and it hasn't been good. Humanity was knocked back on its heels entirely. It started with really just one dragon, then it turned into millions. Seems like something that could have been solved with a few Warthog A-10s, but I digress. So humanity does what humanity always does and falls back when losing on the Scorched Earth policy by using nukes. Well, that created more ash, which is really what the wyverns feed on. So really, we just kind of ended up helping them. It also is hinted at that these things kind of wiped out the dinosaurs and then started the Ice Age, as the wyverns descended back into Earth to let it replenish. So now they've come back, and then they talk about humanity surviving and outlasting the wyverns as they're starving. You know, really getting you in the mood for some classic human on wyvern violence. Moving underground, Quinn is getting ready for his Batman role. They are installing water systems to protect themselves against the flames produced by the dragons. Man approaches Quinn, telling him Eddie has completely lost it. This sends Quinn running outside to confront him. Eddie says basically, bro, we are starving. We need to harvest now because he's got kids to feed. Quinn tells him that if they do it now, they won't have any seeds to actually sow next year. So we hear about the other settlements that have already gone dark over the years, but luckily Leonidas is here to back up Quinn, but Eddie doesn't really care. Later that night, as they do a play over Star Wars for the kids, they ask him if he made it up, and he takes credit for it, of course. I mean, who's gonna check him on it? As they say their prayers, basically it's all about running from wyverns like total chads. But deeper in the castle, Eddie goes and gets his boys to exit the camp to go get food. The wind then picks up and wakes up Quinn as a random kid goes in there, freaking out about dragon's breath, though it's really just the wind. The next morning, well, it all looks like crap out there, but our heroic band of farmers heads out to the field. Looks like they just grew tomatoes and maybe some watermelons. What a diet! But because of their movements, this is Russell the Jimmies of a nearby wyvern. As Bird flies overhead, it freaks out and then nopes away, indicating that there is a wyvern in their mountains. So now it comes out to play, basically attacking the farm. It eats one guy and attacks the rest of the group, but luckily for them, well, sort of anyways, Batman and Leonidas show up to pull their asses out of the literal fire. So of course their junker won't start when it needs to, as the dragon then attacks by landing in front of them. They escape as the dragon then just eats the ash off the field. Quinn is now starting to see what Eddie was saying. They might not have a harvest next year. Well, I guess the farm is just completely burned down, so they're definitely not having a harvest next year. Well, later on, as the radio man listens in, he hears American. The patriotism rises. They show up in their tanks and trucks to ask for assistance from Quinn's camp. As Quinn goes down to meet their leader, Van Zandt, I have to say, Matthew McConaughey looks like Detective Baby Legs to me here. I have no idea why. I know they tried to make him look hardcore, it doesn't work with his face, I think. Anyways, his request is they need to restock their ammo as they just landed there. He then T-poses outside the front gate for a while to assert dominance. As Quinn tells him they can stay because they basically just said they would just overrun the place if they wouldn't help, that kind of just cements their introduction. Van Zandt then tells him that he's a dragon killer and hands him a tooth, but really, he's a wyvern killer. He got out of Coffeyville, Kansas, after he and the townsfolk took it down in the golden hour, where the light wasn't so good, which apparently affects their vision. Because of this, Quinn says, sure bro, come in, like he even has a choice. As Leonidas scolds Quinn for letting him in, a helicopter flies overhead to prove that yeah, they actually do take out wyverns, and that this thing would have been destroyed a long time ago if they hadn't. So you're about to witness the most inefficient way you have ever seen taking down animals. And I don't know, the whole thing is just like bizarre. Like I get the necessity, right? But these guys are called archangels whose life expectancy when they exit the chopper is about 17 seconds. Well, that would indicate that a lot of dudes get got this way, right? Well, later Van Zandt gets angry about losing a few guys who were archangels. I mean, what do you expect? Anyways, you'll see. So later that night, as Quinn burns the meatloaf and he talks to a woman named Alex, he got some background that Quinn found a 3-year-old clinging to his mother after she was turned into pot roast, so that's basically his son now. He has regretted it ever since, you know, because kids and moodiness. Quinn then asks Alex what they're really doing there, but as she does, player Wyvern has entered the game. And again, you're about to see like a well-oiled machine with a bunch of sand in between the gears. The Americans now take off to go fight the dragon, because hell yeah, brother. While 3 of the Americans go to put up pylons, basically. This will triangulate everyone, including the Wyvern. And I know I just said dragon, it's tough not to. Wouldn't it make sense to actually already have these set up, though? If you plan on being in an area for a while? I mean, who knows? Maybe a friggin' Wyvern will show up. So, the Archangels realize they've got a Wyvern on their tail while they're up in the air. As Pylon Man number 3 goes to set up his stuff, he just gets completely got. So it's up to Quinn. He grabs a furry 4-wheeler and then heads up to the mountain and gets it set up, allowing for the chopper pilot to actually see, and whoops, the thing is right behind him. So the Archangels bounce out and then get the wings clogged up with nets, but it shakes it free. And then you have one man that just straight runs into the ground, ouchies, and another gets eaten. Van Zandt then tells Quinn about the plan of using the horse as bait and to ride straight towards him. As Quinn does, Van Zandt gets a shot off, hitting the thing in the chest and taking it out. And I mean, I gotta tell you, that didn't really look that hard to take out. It's just fast. Surely a 50 caliber round couldn't couldn't do anything against that, right? I mean, he just harpooned the freaking thing, but a 50 caliber round, nope, it's just not possible. So later that night, the castle broadcast their position to any dragon in the area, or wyvern, and they basically just have a giant party because they took out a wyvern. So the Americans arrived to basically break up the party by saying, envy the country that has heroes, but he pities the country that needs them. He lost 3 people, which he brought wyverns to the sky. I get it's bad, but dangling with these things, that's gotta happen almost every single time at this point. And of course, I mean, that would be pretty disheartening. Anyways, so this goes over like a wet fart in church, and the party is now completely dissolved. All we were missing was the record scratch. So now Quinn and Zan have a proper domestic. Well, almost. He tells Quinn to follow him by saying, I lead, you follow. Very caveman. And this is where Zan tells him everything. They're running out of people, out of ammo, and out of time. He says that they have brought down tons of wyverns, and they were all female. So there is one male fertilizing all the eggs in these things. That's how they were multiplying so fast, because he suggests that the males are just flying over the eggs and fertilizing them. This spooks Quinn, as he knows where the male is. Quinn tells him no, that he won't lend him any people, and Zan reminds him, you're a giant nerd, and our home is already gone, basically. Alex asks why he's putting his tail between his legs, which then it comes out Quinn actually knows exactly where to go. Zan now goes outside and tries to rally Quinn's people, telling them that they're just made of organs. You can destroy organs, or something like that. I'm paraphrasing. 4 people volunteer, and now the voluntold section of the campaign begins. This makes Quinn upsetty as he begins to attack Zan, but this dude appears to be a little better at fighting. He basically whoops Quinn's tail before being pulled off of him as Alex warns Quinn that he's unfeeling. You see, Van Zan didn't get enough hugs as a kid and only wants to destroy wyverns. Quinn worries stem from the fact that a wyvern could come back to their home, which this is actually completely founded. These things are relatively smart, but they still are animals. So as Quinn goes to clean and dress his wounds, his semi-son comes down and says that he joined up with Zan and that Quinn isn't his real dad. You can't stop me, Pops. I was made for fighting wyverns. It's not a phase. Turns out to be a mega phase. So Quinn is like, yeah, you know what? Actually, see ya. Which sends old Jer Bear on his way walking. But because he didn't get the response he wanted, he decided to stay while the Americans head to London to take down the bull wyvern. Later on, Jer Bear meets up with Quinn in the burnt farmyard, and see, look, I told you, he decided to come back, and then he apologizes to Quinn. Later that night, as Quinn goes back to the dragon carcass, he finds an egg with an incubating dragon. So you can actually say this 2 ways, but they are ovoviviparous or ovoviviparous. Doesn't really matter. But that just means that they produce eggs inside of their body, and it develops until they're ready to hatch, which then they hatch. So, heading to London, well, it's pretty much destroyed. Melted cars, human skeletons, the works. Well, remember, these are townspeople from Kansas, so they do the smart thing and line up in a line formation, tightly packed, with a creature that flies overhead and sprays down fire in straight lines. You see where this is going. Alex overhead says that the whole thing is blocked for miles. She flies off to find a way to get across while they see fire. Then they hear the bull flying overhead and really all around. It then begins its attack as Zan gets blasted back and under a tank. The bull then ignites the whole line as Alex calls back to Zan, but nobody is answering. She gets back to the line and discovers that everything is completely melted and Zan is the sole survivor. Everyone was basically turned to ash, and now they head back to the castle. Well, old Mr. Grumpy Wyvern is headed there as well. He begins burning the castle as Quinn then rides back. They get most of the kids and people downstairs in the water dispensed area, but a lot of people are just straight turned to ash. This also suggests the bull knew that they were out there, but never went out there himself, which is kind of interesting. Quinn goes on and grabs a few more kids heading downstairs to the safe area as the place continues to burn. Leonidas then tells Quinn that he'll go back up to get the people, as the wyvern then sends a bolt of flames burning him and shutting everyone in the basement. So they say their prayers as time passes, which gives Alex and Zan and a few others a chance to get them out. Zan tells Quinn he was right about the bull. So now Quinn has the motivation to actually go and take this thing out. He puts on his big boy pants and says they're going to take a chopper to fly along the coast and then use the tunnels in London to get close to the bull. And I'm curious where they are getting all this fuel for the chopper. As they land in London, they realize how many female wyverns there are, like hundreds. Then they all take off as a bull shows up and grabs a female to eat. They're starving and now have begun to eat one another. Zan tells Quinn, you lead, we follow, coming full circle as they make their way into the tunnels and are spotted by a wyvern. As they move into the tunnel, they light the way, making as much noise as humanly possible and discuss what they have. Concussive arrowhead that can take out the bull, but he has to expose his chest first to properly work. Quinn has a PTSD moment with the cage that his mom was in, and they ascend to the surface to confront the bull in a boss battle arena. Zan tells them the plan. Alex is bait, he's going to climb up and hit the bull with the arrowhead, and Quinn is going to stay on the ground in case he misses. So now the man of the hour arrives, and they enact the plan that is sure to work and leave all of them with a massive lifespan. As he attacks, Quinn then drops his arrows like a nerd immediately, nice job bro, and Zan climbs the ladder getting to the rooftop. Alex now begins her run from the wyvern, getting its attention. It begins flying at her, and I don't really know why, but Quinn yells no at this point. I don't know if she knew she was supposed to be bait, but I'm pretty sure Zan told her she was basically bait. Anyways, it begins flying at her as Zan then takes the shot but blows up the arrow, which only injures it. Zan jumps at it with an axe. Not sure what the thought process was there, but then it eats him. Quinn goes and grabs Alex, who's limping to the barn currently, as the bull keeps attacking. Because it's injured, it's a little slower and apparently having some flying issues. Alex spots an arrow next to the truck as Quinn goes out to grab it. He can't get the crossbow pulled, which is hilarious, as Alex then runs by taking pot shots. Finally, he gets it as he waits for the bull to open up its mouth before hitting and detonating its glands in its throat to produce fire. This ends up taking out the bull, ending the threat of the wyverns, well, the reproduction of them anyways, because I'm pretty sure these things still do have a lifespan. 3 months later, there's been no attacks whatsoever. I don't get it, but they're putting up radio towers in the open to try to get people on the radio. The next enemy contacts them as they are speaking French, ensuring another fight is just around the corner because they are English. I mean, can you imagine? Your first contact is somebody speaking French. They walk into the distance as everything is super cool now, and there's no more wyverns, which still doesn't make a lot of sense. I'm not gonna lie to you. So to kick this thing off concerning some science, first we need to classify these animals as clearly they do fall into the realm of what appears to be native to our planet, if not incredibly old. Seeing as though they are ovoviviparous, this would mean they are similar in some respects to animals like sharks, rays, snakes, fishes, and insects. Judging by the fact that they do not appear to hail from the ocean, and also do not really have any insect characteristics, this would likely put them more in line with something related to snakes. Roughly about 150 million years ago, snakes actually used to have legs and would wander the earth on them. Then roughly about 128 million years ago, they became similar to the creatures that we know of today. You can probably see how I'm going to already relate this, but that doesn't matter because it gives me an excuse to talk about Titanoboa. If you don't know what this thing is, back in the day, I mean, everything seemed pretty bad. Animals were and still are in a constant struggle to outdo their predators, and subsequently those predators evolved to outdo their prey's defenses. The Titanoboa is an example of this. Today, the giant anaconda only reaches roughly 1/3 of the size Titanoboa used to be. Roughly 8 times the length of your average adult human, they could grow somewhere between 40 to 50 feet, being 3 feet across and weighing roughly 500 pounds. In non-freedom units, that comes out to a range of 12.1 meters to 15.2 meters, being 1 meter across and roughly 226 kilograms. Basically, it was a huge friggin' snake. Now, why am I telling you this? Well, take a look at the body of wyverns. They have those long tails and almost a wing-like protrusion on their sides that can flex and be manipulated to quickly turn from side to side. Their forelimbs have webbing between each finger, creating a massive wingspan, allowing the creature to fly quickly and proficiently through the air and turn on a dime as well. Their overall body, including their tails, is long and slender. In fact, without their limbs, they would almost be in like a complete straight line, much like that of a snake. However, I do not believe that they came from snakes, but rather maybe a distant cousin or potentially a progenitor of them. Because of the way they develop their eggs internally, this would mean a few things. First, the eggs are protected by not only the mother's body, but by the eggshell itself. Although I will say that the eggshell does appear very thin, much more like a membrane than anything. But second, this has several advantages to the wyvern species because the nutrition they need is within the egg itself, potentially meaning that even after the mother drops, the eggs might still be viable, allowing for the species to continue to thrive despite the mother being out of the game. This may be where the concept of taking one out but like 100 more take its place actually comes from, because they didn't destroy the eggs. They may still be able to hatch after the expiration of the mother. This, however, presents an issue. Ovoviviparous animals exist due to copulation, as we might come to know as the eggs are internal. This would mean that one-on-one interaction with the bull male is needed. However, by the rate that they spread, this would indicate that wyverns are oviparous. The issue is, when Quinn pulls an egg out of the mother, we see the wyvern is already forming in it. This means that if they are ovoviviparous, they would not be able to breed that fast, as it's suggested that they just lay eggs and the male flies over it to fertilize those eggs. So this is a classic case of someone not knowing how birds and the bees work. That said, there is one other possibility. Potentially, due to the spread of wyverns, they may reproduce asexually, with the male providing genetic variability, potentially meaning that back in the day, there were a few males to millions, if not billions, of females. And if that ain't the dream, I don't know what is. Thank God my wife doesn't watch this channel. This also indicates they may be under the ground still, and we should definitely not go digging, as we might actually wake up more males causing the same issue. If this is the case, the male may choose to mate with some females and others just kind of leave alone or really just kind of not get around to it. This may be how the male eventually creates another male to take his place as he enters a stage of life where he gets older, and this may be due to him possibly producing more sperm with Y chromosomes to create more males. This has to be one of the most unsustainable ways to propagate a species, at least concerning a complex species like a wyvern, because let's be real here, insects do it all the time. But this would ultimately result in inbreeding on a massive scale and degradation of genetic stability. But really, if you think about it, this entire species is this way. They arise from the dirt after millions of years of slumber, just to burn and eat everything within a few years, then to just return back to the underground area and continue the process. Like, I'm all for securing your species' future, but this is hilariously destructive. No species would ever become this. Now, I can hear you, oh, what about humans? Even we, to a degree, try to preserve our environment. Not to mention, the wyverns doing this, all they end up doing is making it more and more difficult to propagate with each cycle completed. I've just never seen a self-limiting species of this caliber before. So to round this back to my original point, because of the body shape, the ability to lay eggs, the potential of asexual reproduction, I would say this makes them a very old species, likely closely related to snakes, if not ancestors of them, with potentially some holdout adaptations that may have been present in the earliest forms of life on this planet, such as asexual reproduction, which would explain how they were able to take over the planet and usurp humanity so quickly, and why that was really lost in later species, such as modern snakes. However, it should be known that there is a form of asexual reproduction in copperheads, water snakes, cottonmouths, pit vipers, and some other species of boas. So it's not entirely lost, but the DNA would remain the exact same unless new DNA comes in. Which again, considering there is only one male, that means if he hooks up with a smoking hot mom wyvern, and then she has a kid sexually, but then that kid has a kid asexually, and then that kid has a kid asexually, and then he tries to go after like his great-granddaughter, there's gonna be some conflict with the actual inbreeding process, because his genes are basically gonna be very similar to the grandmother's genes. So yeah, definitely causing some problems. Likely this is the cycle that happens over the course of hundreds of millions of years, where some of the wyvern continue to evolve into other animals that may have actually been a less aggressive version in their environment. This allowed them to not need to go back underground to let life re-flourish, but they were still able to survive as life around them came back to the surface. They may have actually also been smaller as well, leading to animals that we see today. However, we aren't talking about those nerds who continue to evolve. We're talking about the ancient species, which amounts to what is basically planetary AIDS, wiping out the naturally occurring structures before completely depleting a planet and receding back to where it came from so it can destroy more in the future. This species is highly aggressive, like way too aggressive to actually exist in any capacity for several reasons, as it destroys its food source entirely and then somehow is able to sleep for tens of millions of years. Now, it's possible during times of scarcity that the metabolism could slow down to the point that it could hibernate for a while, but unless all chemical reactions stop to what amounts at room temperature under the ground, it's not like there was a severe drop in temperature that allowed their cells to virtually cease all functionality. This would mean we now have stumbled across plot hole number 2, the first one being how exactly do they reproduce, and this one being how exactly do they stay alive? Because there is no way. Metabolism is what ages us as cells get worn out, divide, and die. As the wyvern are stopping their metabolism entirely, then that means shortly after, they're just going to be fossils, because at cave temperature, their bodies would still need to breathe, which means their metabolisms would still be running, which requires nutrition in the first place. Basically, this goes against how bodies work. The case could be made that they're like lobsters and functionally immortal by repairing their own genetic coding. However, they still need nutrition, because here's the whole point of mentioning temperature and nutrition in the first place. If they shut down their metabolisms entirely, what would start it back up? What is the catalyst that brings them back once more? Not to mention, we hear it breathing in the cave, meaning again the metabolism is active and it is using energy in order to survive, which requires expenditure. Wyverns are not bottomless tanks of energy. This part just completely bugged the crap out of me. Now, a case could also be made considering that they eat ash. Maybe that's how they acquire their nutrition. Okay, well, let's go with that line of logic. Well, then couldn't they just eat the cave walls, because they're down there anyways, and that appears to be how they're surviving? So that may be at least like one way to bypass the metabolic issue. However, what would be the point of burning the surface then if you could just eat the minerals from rocks and survive for millions of years on that? But complaining aside, let's get to their internal anatomy for a moment and talk about how humanity would just absolutely smack down this species, because humanity is always number one, baby. The internal anatomy of the wyvern is pretty interesting to say the least. We know for a fact that this creature is mixing two chemicals to create fire, so the question is, how is it doing this? Well, actually more easily than you might imagine, and we see evidence for this based on Quinn's interaction with the male wyvern in the cave system. He actually got incredibly lucky, as this thing is actually trying to ignite him, but failed as one of those glands seemed less capable after such a long hibernation. The mixture is what's known as a hypergolic propellant. Typically, this is something we use for rocket fuel. A hypergolic propellant is a mixture of a fuel source and an oxidizer, and when combined, it creates fire. The important part about a wyvern having access to this would be its ability to actually have this at room temperature, because remember, likely it is a reptile or early ancestor and may not have had the capability of regulating its body temperature internally, which this may also be why when they go to the surface and inadvertently cause an ice age, they have to retreat back to the underground cave systems or freeze. And also, I did just want to point out, it may sound weird for a reptile this large to actually be flying around, but I would have to divert your attention to Quetzalcoatlus, which was the largest species of flying creatures, and they were the ultimate in pterosaur evolution, which means they were reptiles. Basically, these things were like the size of giraffes and could actually fly, which if those things were around today, no, I'm good. But moving back to the hypergolic mixture, this fuel that is used is typically known as a hydrazine, and it is colorless and inorganic, being composed of 2 nitrogens and 4 hydrogens. It is highly flammable, and when mixed with an oxidizer, dinitrogen tetroxide, this creates an exothermic reaction observed with spacecraft or with wyverns. And this is what's actually allowing for their ability to throw fire up to 1200 degrees Celsius or roughly 2192 degrees Fahrenheit. We see one of these chemicals specifically used on Quinn when he's blasted in the face, which I am inclined to believe was the fuel source hydrazine. Considering it was colorless, and when you get hydrazine in your eyes, it can cause temporary blindness, but an incredible amount of irritation to the sclera, resulting in the redness that we see when he ran to his mother. Apparently, though, it wasn't enough to cause blindness, but we do see the results of being hit with this directly. The mixture would also explain why the male didn't immediately concussively detonate into a fireball after the arrowhead went off. This apparently damaged the glands containing the hydrazine and oxidizer, but when the two met in the throat after the explosion as the glands were destroyed, this would ultimately cause the male to meet its end. And the last thing that I did want to throw in here real quick that kind of possibly links these actual wyverns to reptiles is not only the scales that they have, which is the biggest factor, but their vision that you see whenever they actually see a human or they're hunting. We only see it a few times, but there appears to be like color around their actual target. And that's because they are tetrachromats, which means they have 4 types of cones, whereas humans only have 3 types, which is red, green, and blue. But they appear to have a 4th one, which is more on the yellow side. So they can pick up a wider range of coloring than humans can. But finally, let's be real here. Humanity is absolutely winning this fight. We see on some levels that wyverns are intelligent, seeking revenge for the attack on London. This would indicate that the male was actively aware of human activity in the castle and decided that after taking out the Americans, it was time to go after the townsfolk. This connection is something that we can see with other predators, such as humans, but also with something like tigers. There are stories of humans coming into a tiger's territory and being stalked for days by the creature. Highly intelligent and lethal, they are what's known as a man-eater and gives our species a run for its money when it's a one-on-one encounter. There is another story of a poacher, Vladimir Markov, wounding a tiger in the winter of 1997 and taking part of the tiger's kill. It then, even wounded, hunted him down using his scent and destroyed anything that smelled like the poacher. It ultimately would go on to wait at his front door for him to return home, where it would go on to tear this man apart. Basically, this intelligence and almost vengeful behavior is not just specific to humans and can be seen in other animals, but nobody would say a tiger is more intelligent than humans. The point is, however, humans changed the course of the evolutionary arms race between species when we decided to pick up a rock and throw it. We became unbelievably powerful by using our brains, which is why we virtually dominate every corner of this planet. Now, nature itself still messes with us, but I think it won't be long before we honestly master that as well, considering we have subdued all species of this planet. I mean, literally. That's why the whole save the whales thing and don't club baby seals goes on, because every species here is virtually at our mercy. And it's not just like an arrogance thing either with like the whole weather concept. We already created air conditioning because we don't like heat, and then we created homes because we didn't want to be in the weather. So we built microclimates to our liking. We are already changing this on small scale, and I just don't see it being that much longer before we do it on a macro scale. Now, what is a distance of time that's not considered very long? Well, you and I probably won't see it. Our grandkids probably won't see it, but I believe at some point humans are basically going to control the thermostat of Earth. And also, humanity owns the skies. The only thing that could possibly outdo us is if another more advanced species came along to blow us out of those skies with their own technology. The point is, technology does what nature can't. It can counter hypothetical threats, and not just active threats like nature has to. Because of this, wyverns being top dog back in the day, destroying dinosaurs and scorching the earth, may have worked then because the species at that time wouldn't be able to necessarily counter this brand new threat. Humans, on the other hand, can absolutely counter foreign threats. With the arsenal in the air and on the ground, our ability to communicate instantly across vast distances, and even loading people up with the ability to put a round downrange that can punch through an insane amount of armor and tissue. The fact is, I don't care if there's 100 dragons for every 1 dragon downed. Eventually, a person would find the male, and it wouldn't take 2 years, probably not even a few months, because using that big brainy brain our species is known for, someone would point out, you know, that big wyvern over there looks completely different from the other hundreds of wyverns that we have seen. I wonder if it's different for a reason, at which point that would be priority number one. I mean, think about flak rounds going up in the air and blasting wyverns with shrapnel and apart, missiles hitting near the male, and it doesn't even have to be nuclear either. You can absolutely get a big enough boom and a shockwave you need to do the work. Humanity just cannot be outdone by a species who has the intelligence of a tiger, the ability to fly, and just spits fire. Our arsenals are too strong. Now, this is not to say people wouldn't get got, because that's absolutely possible, but the wyverns could be nothing more than a pest species for a while. Absolutely dangerous, but in bringing humanity to its knees and causing us to flee and scatter within 2 years, probably not. Because just like the Quiet Place, I don't care what kind of armor you have on your body, even if you stop the round, the energy continues and will cause a pocket of vacuum to open up behind the armor in the body, resulting in tissue damage. And I mean, we saw the male get injured with C4 arrows, and the other wyvern, they literally brought down and caused it to snap bone on impact with a harpoon. These things are 100% susceptible to high caliber fun. In conclusion, GG easy win wyverns. Because while dinosaurs may not have had a counter, we could have easily and hilariously taken out the dinosaurs with our tech level right now, and I don't care what Jurassic World 2 says about it. We live with predators near us all the time, which typically and rightfully they've learned to avoid humans. Because again, we might be stupid and we might attack ourselves a lot of the time, but it's kept us sharp. Ever since I was a kid, and likely a lot of other people feel the same way, there was just something about the concept of riding a train in inclement weather through a dark forest, knowing that whatever is out there really doesn't matter, because you're comfortable inside the cabin, all while watching it pass by at a high rate of speed that few animals could match. Essentially, you're completely safe from the outside world at that moment, whereas other animals might not be so fortunate. It's great to be human. Well, that is until a 7-foot monstrosity throws a deer at the train, severing the fuel lines and stranding you there as it tries to work its way in and break through the safety of the cabin. As a red-eye train makes its way across the Thornton Forest in England, man, we've been doing a lot of England videos lately. Shout out to my editor dealing with Georgia levels of heat out there. Stay golden, pony boy. The group of passengers would find themselves besieged by something that would stalk just beyond the doors of the train. At first, seeing as they were only a few miles away from the next town, they would begin to wonder why not just open up the doors and leave. But it would become quickly apparent that would be basically a bold strategy, Cotton. They'll see how that works out for them. And not work out for them, indeed it did. As the creatures lurking in the forest became more and more aware of their presence, they would begin to actively hunt the passengers. So in today's episode, we'll be discussing these things in the movie Hal, and not the Little Red Riding Hood version that has the exact same name. Not exactly sure how that works, which actually, come to think of it, there's like 5 or 6 movies with the exact same name. Anyways, what sort of mutations were inspired by the infection? Because I do believe to be an actual infection, and really, why being infected is the ultimate form of games. But first, this episode is sponsored by Audible. Are you ready to have access to thousands and thousands of audiobooks right at your fingertips? Well, I am, because I'm literally about to drive from Georgia to Seattle for PAX West this year, and I have a real phobia of flying, so that's why I'm doing that. Aren't amygdalas great? Well, if that sounds like you, new members can enjoy Audible free for 30 days today by visiting audible.com/Roanoke or texting Roanoke to 500-500. Driving in a car, it can get boring after 4 hours, no matter how awesome your playlist is. By listening to audiobooks, you can stay more engaged mentally while driving and pass the time listening to your favorite titles. Maybe you want to hang out by the pool because it's 3,000 degrees outside currently. Well, you can listen to your audiobooks there as well. Or maybe on the train or at the gym, wherever you want really. And with audiobooks covering almost every genre that you can think of, there's plenty to choose from. As an Audible member, you'll also get a credit every month good for any title in the entire premium selection, which are yours to keep forever. And considering for me personally Wrath Classic is about to drop, I have been enjoying refreshing my memory on World of Warcraft lore because I'm a giant nerd. So again, by heading to audible.com/Roanoke or texting Roanoke to 500-500, new members can enjoy Audible free for 30 days today. All right, let's get back to it. So we kick off our story at a train station. As a man walks through, he is wrapping up his shift for the night and is ready to throw deuces for the evening. As a guy asks him where to go, known affectionately just simply as Man on Platform, and the only reason I really bring this up is because for some reason, the titles of the passengers later were like Assertive Man and Glamorous Woman and Subdued Man and Scared Woman and Man of Steel. You know, all the usual names that really, they have names, but it was just bizarre. No reason to bring it up other than the fact that it made me laugh in the movie if you turn the subtitles on. As Joe goes to his locker, he gets the old "We regret to inform you" letter as another guy walks up gloating about how he's the supervisor now, and he now controls everyone, including Joe, and how his wife keeps disappearing at 7 p.m. every night and not coming home till 3. You know, real alpha male grind set mentality. But literally, so Joe is like wrapping up his shift, but apparently the labor laws are a little lax in the train industry because he informs him that he's actually taking the red eye to Eastboro Eastboro as Ken called in sick. You see, Ken is a Sigma male, and in this dissertation, I plan on explaining the intricacies between the two. This upsets Joe, as it would with anyone, because I'm not trying to do a night shift on top of my day shift, but Joe's apparently really hard up for a job, I suppose. Joe then spots female interest number 1, which changes his mind. The game plan is to get to Eastboro by 1:48 a.m., just in time to do absolutely nothing. Although it's England, so there might be something open by then, but as Joe walks around and checks tickets, he gets got by a chihuahua, which never shows up again, by the way, and stops at a woman named Kate. He asked her for her ticket, and she lost it, and now she's upset about how she has to pay a penalty fare. I guess you should have just kept a hold of your ticket then, huh? The importance of being an adult and keeping track of your own stuff, huh? As Joe continues checking tickets, there is this painful interaction with the teenager, I think, maybe lower 20s, I don't know. I mean, I'm not really honestly sure what she's supposed to represent, although later she's supposed to be a teenager, but as he checks her ticket, she's insufferable. But no worse than Assertive Man, who is looking at his ticket when asked about it. Like, bro, that's when you just start making up like arbitrary rules about how they must be holding their ticket. You can't just glance at it. But Joe then spots Ellen. As he goes to talk to her, they stop in front of the world's #1 soccer fan eating a kebab. Joe asks Ellen if she wants to get a drink after, which honestly goes over like a fart in church. Is it her shooting him down or not reading the situation? It doesn't really matter, but my boy does a big swing and a miss, as in the soccer fan pokes fun, and then disappears in the bathroom for several hours. Well, after that awkward encounter, there's nothing to do but look out the window and contemplate your life choices on why you choose the beginning of a trip to ask and not the end, because now you've got the rest of the time to sit there in the awkwardness. Sometime later, though, the train violently stops. Joe goes to check out what's happening, spotting movement beyond the door, as well as a rummaging noise. The driver comes over to the intercom, telling everyone that something hit the fuel line and that they will be along shortly. Joe opens up the door and has difficulty lifting a 20-pound cart for some reason, so Assertive Man has to. He hands him his keys, and then Joe walks off. The driver now has exited the mobile facility. He takes a look at the fuel line, trying to figure out what may have happened as Joe continues to check on the passengers. Heading to the farthest back cart, Nina is losing her mind because her phone fell out of her hands and landed on the ground, and the back is popped off. Don't worry, you'll absolutely learn to hate Nina. It's fun, trust me. Joe gives her the old calm down, everything will be alright, and then she calls him a pervert for trying to call her now. See, she's annoying. As the conductor we have a problem keeps walking, like all the passengers are upset. I mean, the train stopping didn't really seem that violent to me, but like everyone's on the ground and picking up their stuff. Can trains really stop that fast? I'm not so sure about that one. Joe calls the driver but gets no answer, so he does the only thing he can and sits down while the driver continues looking before finally spotting the issue. It appears as though a 7-foot-tall, half werewolf, half magey thing threw a freaking deer under the wheels of the train and hit the fuel line. So here's my question. How exactly? That thing would have been chewed up by the wheels like you would not imagine. But as the driver tries to free the meaty obstruction, he hears something in the woods around him. So it's time for a PSA. So there's a few people here who watch this channel. If you ever find yourself having music on the speaker of your phone and you're in an enclosed area with others, for the love of God, know that everyone around there wants to take that phone and cram it where the sun doesn't shine. Because look at Nina here. Not only is she listening on speaker, but she's also singing, which nobody wants to hear that either. God, I hope she gets eaten by like a 7-foot-tall hairless monstrosity on top of a train or something. But seriously though, don't do this. It's the biggest cringe imaginable. So the driver has given up on his endeavors because turning around, a werewolf is giving him a big old hug. You know, for warmth, because it's cold out there in the rain. But most everyone felt the hug hit the train, and oh, here's Nina again, smoking in an enclosed train. Yes, very good. Joe at this point goes to check on the driver, not seeing him. Of course, he does the actual smart thing and doesn't just run out there going, oh, Tony, where are you at? He then tells Ellen that they need to keep the passengers calm with 2 sandwiches. Joe continues to walk down using the train as the way to move down rather than the outside of the train. Again, very smart, but we see something is watching him from the wood line. Calling back to the station and letting them know their predicament, the storm has knocked down trees, derailed trains, and put them pretty low in the queue. Because of this, it's going to take no less than 4 hours for them to get out there, which this in turn upsets the passengers. Joe says the driver is working on it by lubricating the tracks with his blood, which upsets the passengers more as the driver is gone. Assertive Man yells and says that they just need to walk it out as it's really not that far, which, okay, honestly, I would have probably suggested the same thing. I don't want to sit on a train for hours when I could easily just walk back to the station in 3 miles. But that's what's crazy, is they're not even that far from civilization. As they all exit, they realize the rain has stopped too, but is looking extra October spooky out there. Joe takes point as they begin entering the forest, but as they walk, they realize something is just beyond the bushes following them, but they can't get a good look at it. Joe and Ellen walk out there to find that the driver is laying on the ground giving his guts some fresh air, you know, for health reasons. Very therapeutic. But as they find this, howls start erupting all around them as everyone runs back to the train. Assertive Man asserts his way to the front as Joe waits for the elderly. See, that's what we call a dichotomy. They help the man inside and then grab Jenny, but she leaves her leg outside for some reason, having learned nothing from being a child and knowing of the boogeyman. Well, that was a pretty bad idea as the creature grabs her calf and bites. It lifts her up in the air trying to tear off her leg, but Granny ain't no chump. They're able to pull her in, but I gotta tell you, judging by that oozing wound, that's definitely the small saphenous vein, and it's been punctured. Maybe not lethal, but you have to kind of get that bleeding under control pretty quickly, because I also doubt she has that much blood to lose. So as she wails, Ellen does the right thing and drops a ton of water on it, which if you didn't know actually does help. There's arguments that it can screw with the ability of the wound to clot, but really it washes away contaminants, and if it's clean water, it can actually reduce the possibility of infection. But really nobody on there has been trained in first aid, so they aren't 100% sure what they're doing. That said, applied pressure is always a standard, more so on a low pressure wound like this. So they get it wrapped up the rest of the way, and the passengers then look outside as something begins banging on the side of the train. Everyone goes quiet as they listen to what this creature is, as it begins rubbing its nails across the side of the train before howling and moving on. Ellen tells Joe that they need to call someone, but he's a little bit in shock. He eventually pulls it together and then heads to the driver's nest. He calls out, but nobody answers as Billy comes up and talks to him. He says there's no fuel pressure, so that's probably the issue. They need to get it fixed before they can do anything. That said, as the camera zooms out, it appears the creature sabotaged the communication at the top of the train, indicating that it's actually pretty intelligent. As they discuss what it was, they try to figure out if it was maybe a bear or wolf, but apparently those have been cleared out for centuries. Ain't enough room on the island for both man and other predators. The older woman mentions how it looked like a man, but also like an animal. They then hear a noise from inside the train. Billy and Joe run to check it out as Assertive Man lags behind because he's lame. Assertive Man then asks if Billy has a knife, which is hilarious because if this was in the US, you'd likely have a lot more than that, and you'll see that would have been really useful in this situation. Like, this movie would have been 5 minutes long. But basically, I don't think Assertive Man thinks very highly of Billy. So as they head to the bathroom, Joe opens up the door as it's the #1 soccer fan extraordinaire falling out of the bathroom. He's upset about being told the news. That means really he missed his stop, but not the flesh-eating beast outside. As Glamorous Woman moans, it's actually her name in the subtitles, I just remember that, they check her wound. It ain't looking too good, and she's going in shock as well as supporting a fashionable fever. Kate then goes to check back on Nina like she deserves it. Kate mentions how Nina is a teenager, so she is definitely a teenager, and that explains the all-around bad attitude. Hormones. There's really nothing like it back in the day. As everyone kind of just hangs out, the beast decides enough train rating, time for a durability test. As they go quiet, Nina gets a call on the phone, and they start swamping her as she just says no please a lot for some reason, but Mr. Werewolf ain't having it, and then rips her out of the window as she starts screeching on the roof. And that ain't looking too good. The car is now officially compromised. Matthew has stopped Kate from going up with Nina, so Kate is now like mad at Matthew, like she could have really done anything against that thing on the roof. All I'm saying is Matthew's the GOAT. So now the old man takes charge. He gets everyone set by saying, quit whining. If you want to go home, act like you want to go home. So we now get like the Dawn of the Dead bus fortification montage. And Kate now apologizes to Joe for being a douche canoe earlier. I mean, it was her fault for losing her own ticket, as the rest of the group elects to just sort of like wait out in the fortified car at this point. Jenny also isn't looking so hot, as they are running low on water and her fever is progressing quickly. Jenny asks what the girl's name was that was pulled onto the roof, and literally nobody knows. What a way to go. Now, Assertive Man starts to flex on Joe for absolutely no reason. He talks about how he has a flat in the city for college girls and a country house for his wife and kids. God, this guy is such a tool. He then goes on to state how everyone there are natural born victims, old, weak, afraid. Basically the mentality that isn't much better than what an animal would sport. Because remember, humans became great when we picked up rocks and threw them at predators to save the weak and old. At this point, Joe goes into the next car to get Paul as it's been too long. Paul tries to get out, but the door is broken again, and that's literally how he got locked in there previously. Now, the rooftop werewolf has noticed this as well and begins attacking him by entering through the roof. He basically wrecks him on the other side of the door as Joe tries to get back into the fortified car. Assertive Man attempts to bolt out of there as the werewolf begins making its way towards Joe. They pull him through and then jam a wrench through the door that opens long ways. I know. What? I'm not even sure how that works. Just like, open the door. It doesn't swing in and out. It literally opens sideways. What is a wrench gonna do? And like the wrench, it is barely even touching the handles on the door. Like, they could easily just pull it apart. Anyways, as the werewolf continues to shake the door, eventually the wrench falls and it's finally able to come through. I know it's dumb. Ooh, there he is. There's my handsome boy. It approaches Joe, and good lord, this thing is weird looking. But the group decides to third party the creature, which honestly, I was not expecting it to work. I mean, look at this thing. It looks completely roided up, but it does work. It grabs Billy as Assertive Man then hits it, and Matthew comes in with an axe to finish the job. So he was going ham on it, but Kate's like, no, stop, it's gone. No, dude, let him keep hitting it. Like, disassemble that thing as much as possible. I mean, go on with your bad self, man. As Joe takes a look at it after, he surmises that it was a man, but its teeth, legs, size, it's all different. So then we get the movie trope, right? Despite everyone here just being a regular common person and literally seeing the creature right in front of them, nobody wants to actually call it what it is. It's like in World War Z when they say, yeah, it's a zombie. And then like all the scientists and top personnel roll their eyes like, okay, well, what would you guys call it? And in this movie, they call it a werewolf and everybody scoffs. Like, look at that thing. I'd be calling that a werewolf too. And anyone who scoffed, oh, did I not identify as genus and species correctly? Like, oh my God, what would you call it, Brainiac? Don't let my colloquialism simplify it. We wouldn't want that. Like, I don't even know why I'm turning up at this point so much. Like, anyways, moving on. This trope is just so dumb as normal people would be like, yep, agreed. That's a werewolf. That's what that thing is. So they find a ring on the werewolf, solidifying that indeed it was a man at one point. They think it's some sort of mutation, as Assertive Man suggests it could be spread by biting, which means Jenny is about to turn. Her husband launches into an explanation of these things. Back in 1963, there was a wreck, and when emergency services finally got to the train, everyone was half-eaten or missing altogether. A lot of talks formed around it, but nothing was ever concrete. As they continue discussing, my handsome boy then gets back up and begins howling. And that is why you should have let Matthew run with the mental break that he just had and completely destroy this thing, because it's calling for help. Joe at this point has now become the alpha human he was always meant to be and introduces the creature's limbic system to the light of day to shut it up. But it's too late as the others begin howling in response. We now see that there's an entire pack out there. As Jenny begins responding to something, Assertive Man tries to tell them that she's infected. Get tells him to go away, but Assertive Man is being too assertive. Some would say even aggressive at this point. Joe tells the group to tie up Aggressive Man after punching him, as well as Jenny. Plan is now devised. Matthew and Billy will head outside to locate the fuel issue. Joe tells everyone in the back that they have this plan and basically that they're getting out of there. Heading outside, it's looking even more spooky. Billy looks along the train to attempt to find the fuel leak. He spots it like massively quick, way quicker than the driver did. So Kate and Subdued Man now share a moment where she's like, oh, don't you remember me? Spoiler, he doesn't. He mentioned something about kids and baby weight and losing the spark. Basically, he's just being a giant tool. There's nothing wrong with hooking up, but bro, you got a wife and kids. That part of your life is over. Subdued Man then tells Kate that they need to get rid of Jenny after that inspiring speech, which she then declines. I know, right? I can't believe his honeyed words didn't work after he just insulted her. Joe and Ellen now have a moment about the promotion Joe didn't get. You wanted to matter, but considering that strikeout earlier, I mean, he kind of talks about how nobody noticed him, and Ellen didn't even notice that he was trying to ask her out. But anyways, back outside, Matthew does a terrible job of keeping the light on Billy so that he can work, but he uses the power of flex tape to patch up the fuel line so everything's good to go. Somewhere Phil Swift is definitely smiling upon this merger of fuel, rubber, and flex tape. But while Billy is doing this, Matthew hears someone say, help me in the woods, and like, no. But he's not me, so he goes out there like a pork tenderloin that he is, trying to find Nina. He apologizes and then spots her in the tree being eaten by another werewolf. So you've heard this one, bro, which by the way, how is she actually still alive? There's like a ton of blood on the window earlier, and her lungs are like literally exposed in that tree. I don't know, man. But the pack now gives chase as Matthew swings away, but it's not enough, and he is overtaken by the werewolves. So he lets out a scream that alerts everybody back on the train, and then they let out a howl as Jenny begins changing and responding to the howls. Billy gets the train working once more with the fuel pressure as they decide it's the perfect time to GTFO. The werewolves now approach where Billy is, but considering he's got fuel all over him, when they look down, they don't really spot him as they can't really locate him because he pulled himself up under the train and they can't smell him. Joe and Ellen wait as long as they can, but they decide nope as the creature appears at the front window. Jenny has officially changed now and begins attacking everyone back in the train. Subdued Man has now morphed into Treacherous Man as the door opens and Kate gets grabbed, which he then Spartan kicks her off the train, but not before taking the wrench. As the train pulls away, look, all I'm saying is this, adrenaline is going to be absolutely coursing through your veins. Who knows? You might be able to outrun these things. Don't just crawl there, start sprinting, at least give it the old college try. But Kate doesn't because the power of kids and survival does nothing apparently, and she tries to reason with the werewolf, but that goes over about as well as reasoning with a werewolf. Interestingly, at this point, Treacherous Man becomes Defensive Man, and he tries to take out Jenny before he gets to the old man, but he then gets punched. So Jenny gets back up and now starts consuming her husband. My wife and I were watching this last night, and I had to inform her I would have to take her out, as I enjoy the arrangement of my carotid and jugular that I have within my neck already. Jenny now turns on Scared Man. Also, Billy is just hanging out under the train and accidentally reopens the fuel line, stopping the train once more. The werewolves have also caught back up to the train, and Joe accidentally saves Cowering Man from Jenny. Joe then punches Cowering Man, who continues to cower like a coward, but they decide that they need to get out of there. Officially, the werewolves are on the train. As Joe goes to open the door, he's hit by Backstabbing Man before Ellen puts a shiv on him, which the hell yeah, Ellen. Of course, Joe left his keys in the door, which allows for Backstabbing Man to become Escape Man. Okay, enough of that joke. Billy now arrives to save Joe and Ellen by burning the werewolves. Joe and Ellen get the door open as they heroically leave Billy behind as he screams while being eaten. And I guess I bet on the wrong horse with that one. The werewolves now give chase to Ellen and Joe, but they realize they're not really gonna make it. Joe decides to stay behind and kisses Ellen, letting her go ahead as he goes to fight the werewolves as they have become aware wolves, get it, aware wolves, anyways, of his location. Ellen Ellen does a half run down the road as Joe begins his final confrontation with the pack. Unfortunately for him, Mama Werewolf is really good at hugs and bites him in the neck, as the rest descend on him as well. Later on at the train station, Ellen has arrived for her shift, as I'm sure the supervisor will tell her she has another red eye towards Eastboro. But we also have to check in with our boy Hiking Man. Joke's not over apparently, so it's weird. As he goes through, he spots Joe's jacket and is like all happy, calling him mate, like, oh, you're here, oh god. Except, he then realizes that it's actually just a straight ambush, and when he goes around the tree, he spots Joe, and on all levels except physical, he's a wolf. Joe then leads the attack, tearing him apart like a meat man, wrapping up our story nicely, with Team Werewolf taking 1 L and Team Human taking like 12 L's. Oh well, there's more of us probably. So first things first, as the kids say, no cap, I enjoyed this movie, and that was painful to say. Actually, I'm not going to say that again. If you haven't seen it, it's definitely worth a watch, despite what I basically just told you. Depictions of the werewolves being somewhat humanly mutated monsters was awesome. Not too many changes to the skull itself, no ridiculous growth overall. I mean, there is a lot of growth. Not changing back to normal in the daylight. I mean, it's pretty cool. So I figure the first place we should start is what exactly this is, and then discuss the physical ramifications of these things turning into these creatures. To start, getting a look at these things, the first thing I'm inclined to believe is that this is a physical disease, potentially an ancient one that would appear to spawn out of the force of Thornton from centuries previous that results in these creatures. Like a continuous line that has dwindled down to just a handful left, seeing as there are not too many of these creatures around. Not to mention, whenever they lose one, they seem to sort of like replenish that lost member instead of attempting to convert as many as possible. Getting a good look at the group, we see that we have 3 females initially with 1 male. Now, obviously, they aren't running around having just werewolf babies or anything, but this small pack seems to be basically the limit it wants to reach. Seeing as when the male is taken out on the train, the pack replaced the missing male with Joe rather than just eating him like they did with all the others. Now, this could be for a multitude of reasons, but it appears to be unrelated to fighting ability, as they had already taken out Matthew, even though he was willing to fight, so it appears that they more likely rely on potential perceived social standing, which sounds complicated, but remember, these things are actually pretty smart, considering it did know what a radio antenna is. So basically, the mentality of Joe at the end would indicate strong pack member. It is also possible that they didn't choose Matthew in the woods, as they didn't actually know the other male had been taken out on the train, but upon entering the train and finding his remains, they needed to replace him. So this has nothing to do with the disease. I just kind of got on a social cue examination side tangent, but basically I think it came down to Joe displaying certain traits such as willingness to fight, his behavior, and their need to replace a lost male. So back to the disease portion. This would be a very old disease that again has likely plagued the area since long before man became the dominant factor within this area. As mentioned by the old man, in 1963 a similar fate befell the people who were on the train heading towards Eastboro, which means the deer ending up on the tracks or being thrown into the tracks was a hunting technique employed by the male in order to get the train to stop, which we will cover how they might be able to maintain their intelligence in a moment. This disease appears to spread specifically through the saliva, as other bodily fluids do not have an impact. For instance, Matthew was absolutely covered in blood, which would definitely have come into contact with his mucous membranes and yet didn't have any issues. Once Jenny was bitten, the disease spreads from the salivary glands of the werewolf, and considering it does not appear as present in the blood based on the aforementioned scenario, this would mean it likely is a nervous system disease, which may bring it into the realm of something which I hope is everyone's favorite disease at this point, rabies. If you haven't seen the sadness video, I go pretty deeply into how rabies actually travels through the body, but here's the quick and dirty for you. Rabies will enter through broken skin, but should the skin be intact, you are more than likely going to be okay. Once in, it will then enter the peripheral nervous system and attach to proteins utilized by the nerve cells known as motor neuron proteins. This process is active and pushes it closer and closer to the central nervous system at an accelerated rate. Once here, it's a quick process, then heading to the brain, replicating until eventually causing acute encephalitis, resulting in the end of the human, but not before moving down into the salivary glands, inducing aggression via the alteration of the limbic system, which is specifically the amygdala, in an attempt to continue spreading. This ancient dreaded disease by humans would absolutely have some parallels with the werewolf disease that we see displayed in Howl. Upon entering the broken skin, like with Jenny, it would appear that due to the proximity it had to the brain, you'd expect the process to happen more slowly, and possibly it did, considering it took hours for her to change, whereas with Joe, it appears like with his neck being bitten, it took less than an hour, as he had already turned by early morning when Assertive Man found him once more. Now, this is not to say that it's just the brain at play, but this appears to be a whole body infection potentially spreading by the actions of the nerve system proteins, which means some of it may actually travel by blood. But upon moving into the rest of the body, it would appear that the virus would utilize the standard method of entering cells based on highly specific cellular receptors that is likely present throughout the entire body, which I base this on several reasons. The main one being that this is a full body infection and appears to affect all the cells of the host, whether it be musculature, integument, skeletal, or nervous. We'll get into why this is the case in a moment, but upon entering the cells, I would be inclined to believe that this is a DNA virus. Essentially, that means that the genome of the virus is made of deoxyribose nucleic acid, which is DNA. So instead of it being ribose nucleic acid, which is RNA, and they can either be double-stranded or single-stranded. They possess their own ability to encode into your DNA utilizing their own polymerase, and as a result, what happens is it becomes a permanent part of your genome until it is either broken by replication or cut off if it encodes in the junk DNA portion, or just something happens to it, right? So in fact, 8% of the human genome is nothing more than ancient viruses, showing that this process is incredibly common. But the benefit of encoding into the DNA is that at random, the body will encode it into mRNA, which is then sent out and built by the cell, potentially leading to spikes in illness and its ability to spread to other organisms, thus infecting them. Now, the issue is, however, accidents happen. By not correctly replicating everything during mitosis, or damage that could occur specifically to that gene in that cell from things like UV radiation, this can lead to variations of the virus. These variations may cause the virus to become more aggressive or induce different changes down the line. So what am I suggesting, I hear you asking? Well, I believe that the virus is likely just a normal virus, but very old. It's possible that back in the past, I mean, the virus could have come from wolves, but it's not like completely necessarily just wolves, but really any digitigrade animal may have been the target, considering that there were wolves, it may have come from them. Now, there is a caveat to all of this. What I'm about to go into, I am not suggesting that like swine flu is going to make you exhibit pig-like qualities, but we are going to talk about how genomes can become a little more messy. But anyways, to continue, the thing to know about viruses is it's not a perfect process. Viruses sometimes carry out their own form of genetic engineering by basically spiking the punch bowl with some of the genetic information from the previous host as it gets incorporated into their viral coding, which is then carried and implanted into the new host's DNA. The thing to know about life is it's exceedingly messy. There are several crossover events and nothing is 100% effective. This is potentially what has happened concerning the physical mutations of the human form when it comes to this disease. Ancient wolf DNA at some point was incorporated into the virus that may have infected a human through a bite that was then encoded into that person's DNA. Probably a little clunky at first. This process would become more and more familiar with the human genome, spreading quickly through those who were infected with each subsequent generation, until finally leading to the incubation time that we see with Jenny and Joe. So with the virus discussed, let's talk about the actual effects of this interaction with the host body. So you know where we have to start, which we have to use our imagination somewhat, as it's like not specifically shown, but considering the structure of the leg has changed into a digitigrade orientation, starting with the feet, we could expect to find the metatarsal bones have been lengthened to a pretty extreme degree. I suppose we are sort of shown it when the bigger werewolf is eating his Tony sandwich, but they would have to increase in size to almost double what they were now, at least on a normal human, indicating that the skeletal system is undergoing a massive amount of growth brought on by the virus, altering the behavior of the osteoclast and osteoblast, reshaping the bone, and potentially the reactivation of the epiphyseal plates, allowing for the increase in height all over the body, judging by the fact that the male werewolf is almost hitting his head when walking around the train. The other impact this virus may have on the body is getting a good look overall. The musculature of the infected is well beyond the normal status of a human body. In no way is this amount of muscle not obtainable by someone who trains every day and gets a fair amount of protein, but what this says to me is that considering the bone growth we see kicking into hyperdrive, along with the skeletal muscle increasing to that of a literal bodybuilder, the metabolism of cells has greatly increased, indicating that likely the mitochondria, which is the powerhouse of the cell, would be kicking it up higher, as well as to support the cell's need for ATP as the body continues to operate at this increased level. We see some evidence to support this idea if we take a look at the integument system. The skin of the person is thick, like weirdly thick, appearing to have calluses with some portions and lines on it appearing thicker than other areas. And this would indicate that the mitosis has increased within this area as to provide protection, but this may also just be a side consequence of the body operating at this increased capacity, and because of this, this also has other cascading effects on the body and how this newly infected would operate. The same system also accounts for nails that we see, which have become razor sharp and used for disemboweling prey, and those are several inches in length, with an increased amount of activity also in the hair follicles all over the body, leading to the lower arm, back, and leg hair, as well as an overgrowth on the top of the head. Strangely, however, we do not see that the beard has been affected in any ways, which is not what you would expect to find, considering beards are incredibly common in humans. But we see that first and foremost, they operate sort of like animals, though, driven by a bloodlust and the need to feed. This is clearly because if you were infected by this virus, the physical requirements would mean caloric intake would really have to match a higher level for your survival. Seemingly, they hunt this this one area of the forest and have long since forgotten their human status. But this may be because the hunger they feel has blinded them and their ability to utilize their frontal lobe properly. Because looking at their faces, we see they have a similar human shape apart from the massive jaw that appears to almost like unhinged, and the teeth are several inches in length, likely brought on by the same effects that cause the bone growth all over the body. But the shape of the skull itself appears relatively unaltered, likely because as an adult, the plates tend to really just fuse together. Although the male werewolf, we do see some evidence that the skull attempted to grow by the large misshapen forehead area with the gash down it, possibly indicating that the skull there cracked, and this also changed the shape of the eye locations to some degree, making them wider apart. For them to operate in a way like they do when dealing with their former brethren, us, more instinctual areas of the brain, such as the limbic system and lower brain, would need to be in control, or at least have a greater control. This suggests that over time, likely there was a reduction in the size of the cerebrum as it became less necessary and may have atrophied to a degree or been altered in some fashion by the DNA of previous wolf hosts when infected. Because again, the nervous system is clearly affected, as for a creature to grow like this from their original human form and not just be completely paralyzed, the nervous system would need to be malleable to the effects of the virus, which clearly it shows it has that ability. But I will still die on this hill. I believe their frontal lobe is still working at a higher capacity than that of wolves, but less than that of humans, considering they still do remember what electronics are. They know how people call for help, they know what the issues are, and they know how to kind of destroy human technology in an appropriate way, which would mean that there's a higher level of thought and understanding. But the last influence of the wolf that we can see, wolf coding being in the viral package, is the eyes themselves. The iris will actually turn an amber pale yellow color, much like that of many wolves that we see in nature, although wolves' eyes can be green as well. But when we actually see these creatures in the dark, it's not just the irises that we are seeing, but the tapetum lucidum, and that is located on the retina in the back of the eye, which helps nocturnal predators hunt in the dark by giving the eye a second chance to absorb light that it may have missed in the first pass. This gives them the ability to see in the dark extremely well, something we humans do not enjoy as much. But overall, this infection would cause a person's cells to essentially kick it into overdrive. All cells would have mitosis induced on them, likely by direction of the virus, containing potentially the growth information of what the wolf would have, as well as altering the person more and more as mitosis continues on, and information on how to grow is again supplied by the virus. And this leads us to a fusion of the two species almost, although clearly they're still having a more human-like characteristic than wolves. But I still do believe this is really more of a mundane and corporeal infection rather than something supernatural that we are used to when it comes to werewolves, like in Dog Soldiers. My reasoning on this is that you can take these werewolves out with common methods. There's no need for a silver bullet. A fire extinguisher will do in the face of these creatures, literally. This means that even a spear would be a viable defense against them. Although, take into consideration, with the increased mitotic abilities, healing factor is going to be higher than that of a normal person. This thing is a literal bodybuilder, and it's towering over you. And also, another reason that I believe it to just be a regular infection is there's no hormone cycle needed by the light of the full moon for the virus's pathophysiology to present itself. Instead, once you turn, that's just it. It doesn't matter if it's day or night, your body will forever be altered and remain altered until you meet your end. And likely, it will progress and become more altered the more time that passes. This may indicate that in 1963, the pack may have been much larger as the years have passed. Its remnants that are left, and even really they themselves, are aging, considering the state the other three pack members are in when they attack Joe. So to sum this whole thing up, furries are scary, but it's less furry ones in the Thornton Forest that are much more scary. On Earth, down in Johannesburg, South Africa, a species would appear over the city and then do absolutely nothing for 3 months. As humanity waited for the doors to open to reveal what sort of creatures had found our planet, the wait became too agonizing. Eventually, humanity would draw a collective consensus on the matter and say, screw it, cut it open. These aliens don't want to come down here and hang out, we'll just go up there. Upon doing so, however, we wouldn't find some blindingly intelligent race with gray skin and big eyes. Instead, the insertion team would come across what appeared to be a refugee situation. The species affectionately known as prawns, or at least in a derogatory way, would be brought down to the surface as humans attempted to feed the cat food addicts. But as always, when dealing with another species, you should really figure out if there's any compatibility issues concerning contagious diseases. One man in particular would find out the hard way when serving eviction notices to the alien refugees. So in today's episode, we'll discuss the species, where they came from, their physiology, and why they appear massively more powerful than humans, and also what may have actually happened to them, because this disease that afflicts our boy on Earth seems to have maybe caused the same issues in the first place for this species. And also, fun fact, the language spoken by the prawns was created by rubbing the surface of a pumpkin. But first, this episode is sponsored by NordVPN. Are you ready to take back control of your internet with NordVPN today? Well, if you aren't, too bad, because people are going goblin mode for your info. Right now, you can get a 2-year plan at a huge discount with an additional month free if you go to nordvpn.com/Roanoke, and considering it's risk-free for 30 days, if you aren't satisfied, you can get your money back guaranteed. So, what are they offering? Well, with threat protection, it steps up your cybersecurity, shielding you from the effects of malicious sites, downloads, trackers, and intrusive ads. Even if you aren't connected to a VPN, it's still keeping an eye out for these issues. On top of that, with its double protection changing your IP address twice to cover web traffic, encrypted servers protecting your data, and the ability to link up with over 5,400 servers in 59 countries, you can appear all over the planet, stopping others from tracking your actual location. And even by doing this, the ultra-fast connection means that you don't have to sacrifice speed for better security, as NordVPN gives you both. If all that sounds good, then heading to nordvpn.com/Roanoke, you can pick yourself up a 2-year plan with an additional month free at a huge discount today. All right, let's get back to it. So we kick off our story with a bunch of interviews and our main boy, Vicus, who's about to basically catch what amounts to space herpes. He basically recaps, along with a lot of others, of what I just mentioned at the beginning about humanity was cutting open the ships like Ultra Chads. But when we did this, they found a species having quite a few issues and extremely malnourished. They were aimless, seemingly having no direction on what to do. So the temporary holding zone became a slum, with the aliens being strictly carnivorous and enjoying meat. Humans at this point started to get rather annoyed at the alien species because they just did like mega crimes. We get some information about one ship falling from the mothership way earlier, but it was never found. As the alien species spent more time on Earth, they would build their own forms of force multipliers, which make human lead throwers look like we were basically using rocks and spears. The takeaway here is that humans bad, aliens worse. In response to this, the MNU, which is a literal force multiplier dealer, would begin raiding the alien slums in order to issue evictions to move them from one area that's far away from the city. Really, they were doing this because they can't access the alien technology, so there was no need for the aliens to stay there. As the interviews continue, we get the hint that Vicus is wanted for something, and also really not that well liked by the military dudes, being sent in with him as he mentions bringing less ammunition. Bureaucracy, am I right? On the ride over, Vicus dons his vest to protect his intestines, which you will actually see it's probably not that useful, but his intern gets none, as Vicus tells him that he'll be fine. So he's actually a little bit of a coward, but what can you do? Entering the prawn area, we see several are armed and others are tearing animals apart. Exiting the vehicle, they immediately get lead on them as prawns are jumping across rooftops at the human movement. Basically, it's working raid style at this point. Vicus goes to serve papers, and the prawns are a little upset. They seem to be able to understand English perfectly, which now we get to the first example of their strength. As I don't know, we'll call them Peacekeeper, approaches one of the prawns to show solidarity by pointing his barrel at him to indicate friendship. The prawn misreads this friendliness and grabs the Peacekeeper's arm, kicks him in the chest, and then just completely rips the arm off. That kind of hurts. This forces the hands of the other humans as they light him up. Vicus throws cat food cans, which distracts them, which we'll actually discuss all that later. As Vicus continues on his task, he begins bribing prawns to sign with cat food. It seems some prawns understand eviction, however, while others really just don't grasp the concept. Also, just so you know, this is Mass Effect rules out here, so humans are definitely hooking up with the prawns. Garrus Vicariate, is that you? And I'm also going to be using that later when it comes to the Space Bro. Later, Vicus finds eggs in a shack illegally. The prawns can't reproduce asexually, and permits are required for them to reproduce, and as you can tell, this is to stop their population from growing completely out of control. They light up the eggs on fire as they pop like popcorn. So the raid continues as normal, busting prawns on handhelds, destroying popcorn eggs, and discussion of how alien tech won't work with humans as it's linked directly to prawn DNA. Later we meet Christopher Johnson, which is hilarious because he's an alien, but we'll call him Garrus, and the little one is known as CJ. And then also expendable friend number 1 is there. They're searching piles of trash for their own technology. Their tech contains some sort of juice allowing them to use it and nobody else. Opening the tech, the liquid pours out and then is condensed to create some sort of fuel. Garrus has been at it for over 20 years calibrating this exact amount needed, and today of all days, the evictions are being served. That kind of sucks. As Vicus goes to serve the papers, Garrus tells expendable friend to be polite, which he isn't, which rustles the jimmies of Vicus, who now thinks that they have something. He finds their chemistry set as Vicus walks around and then begins finding out their tech. He eventually finds the fuel, accidentally opens it, and gets sprayed in the face, which would kind of be alarming. It knocks him back at first, but he bags and tags it for the lab. Vicus goes on to find the other handhelds in the shack as the prawn says it's not his. So it looks like there's already so much being shared between our species, like the ability to lie with a straight face. So Expendable Friend then gets mad and starts throwing around humans like toddlers in a bar fight as the Colonel comes up and domes the prawn. Vicus decides to go against getting help for his wounds, even though his arm may be broken. Garrus returns back to CJ and tells him to go play outside in the slum as the evictions continue. As Vicus approaches, he talks to CJ, who then throws something at him, like an empty can of cat food, I'm pretty sure. Garrus then comes out as Vicus serves him the eviction notice. Garrus protests, saying that they need to give him 24 hours and that this is illegal, indicating that he's a little smarter than the rest. Vicus then threatens to take away CJ as he doesn't have a permit, but actually Garrus does. So then he just basically extorts him. As Vicus enters the shack, he spots all the computer parts and then begins vomiting. They decide to leave for now as Vicus is taken ill. On the way back, Vicus starts getting super hungry and then stops off at Gunter's for some food. As he eats, black goo begins dripping out of his nose, which probably isn't a good sign. Back at his cubicle, he continues to look pretty bad. As he sits there, he loses an entire fingernail, then heads to the bathroom and begins popping off more fingernails, which indicates his meat suit is falling apart. Back in the slums, Garrus and CJ look for the cylinder but can't find it anywhere. We also now see the extent of the cat food addiction. The prawns will literally sell war mechs for 100 cans of food, but humans can't use the tech anyways. Also, people apparently eat the prawns as well because they think that it'll cure their diseases. So now it'll probably just give you some unknown disease. So speaking of disease, as Vicus returns home, he feels like absolute crap. His wife greets him for a surprise party as that commences. His father-in-law then chews his ass out for losing a few peacekeepers, as then they start to cut up the cake. And this honestly seems like the worst party imaginable, like super boring. Like the aesthetic of it seems horrible. Anyways, so Vicus then throws up all over the cake and is brought to the hospital. As a doctor cuts off his bandage, it reveals that he now has a monster hand, or an alien hand. Either way, he's pretty alarmed. So the doctor does the right thing and then runs off. Shortly after, the MNU shows up to keep him warm by putting in what I assume is like a body bag, basically. Obviously, Vicus's wife would be a little upset and then goes to check on him but can't get through as Vicus is then wheeled away for testing. Being brought through a lab, they are poking and prodding his gross arm, seeing really what is up with him. They find the cylinder in his jacket, which apparently he forgot to check in for some reason, and then they spray him with a hose because why not? And as they bring him back to the back labs, there are several prawns being torn apart. They test his arm to find that the nerves have fused with the prawn arm as his father-in-law watches. Man, that guy sucks. Using his arm, they find he's able to operate the prawn technology while no other human was able to do this. They tell him to pull the trigger on stuff, but he won't do it for some reason. I didn't really understand this part. They test several different variants of prawn handhelds before bringing in another prawn. They use his human hand and also find that he can still pull the trigger with that, indicating that prawn DNA has become integrated into almost all of his body, even if it hasn't changed. He then blows apart the prawn in a test that seems a little excessive. As the higher-ups discuss what to do, they elect for harvesting him as nobody has ever survived the process. Vicus asks his father-in-law for help, but he does the right thing and tells his daughter that he has a disease that he got from hooking up with prawns. As they go to cut open Vicus, he hulks out and breaks free, taking the surgeon as hostage before escaping out into the hallway. Then the worst father-in-law in existence is told of the escape as Vicus continues to make said escape. Attempting to go home, it's not happening. Vicus begins calling everyone he can, but really nobody's too keen on helping him, so he's on his own. Heading back to Gunter's, things are about to get a whole lot worse. Ordering some food, a news report comes out saying that Vicus has contracted a highly contagious STD because of prolonged Mass Effect interactions with aliens in District 9, basically ruining his reputation and ensuring that everyone thinks he's a terrible person. So now nobody will serve him food. But I mean, technically concerning his newly acquired disease, if there's anything I've learned from Mass Effect, it's that the enzymes don't match up, and because of that, you can go all natural, it doesn't matter. So now Vicus knows he's basically screwed out there as everyone is looking for him. So he goes to the only one place where nobody will likely look for him, Prawn Central. He gets to an evicted shack and then settles down for the night. The next morning, the prawns are up bright and early, scavenging. It has now been 40 hours since his exposure. Finding a bit of cat food, he eats a snack and then heads outside, much to the confusion of the prawns. He heads to a meat shack, which is also confusing to the cooks. He asks for a burger, but all they have is just cow meat and cat food. He starts chowing down on the cat food and then realizes that it's cat food, so it's pretty gross. Also, his teeth begin falling out, which is a maximum bra moment. His wife now calls him. He attempts to explain to her that he doesn't have a boy toy who's a prawn, and that his father-in-law has lied to her. Considering he told her that he was gone anyway, she probably needs to listen and follow the clues here. She says that she doesn't want him to hold her anymore and then hangs up on him. Why did you call in the first place? I don't know. Heading down to the meat shack, he grabs the hatchet and then cuts one of his monster fingers off, which as you might imagine is probably pretty painful. So he decides that really isn't the best idea. As he looks out on the horizon though, a team of humans has arrived to hunt him down. Running to his shack, well, if it isn't Garrus Vakarian once more. Garrus tells him to get out of his shack as Vicus looks around and sees that the computers are actually operating something before passing out from blood loss, revealing the pranification. Garrus throws him down a deep hole into the ship as he questions Vicus about the cylinder. Vicus tells him that it's back at MNU as it was confiscated. This upsets Garrus, as 20 years of the Academy has now been wasted. CJ spills the beans on why they need the cylinder. Garrus tells Vicus that he could have fixed them with the medical machines on the mothership, and really say that 3 times fast, but now he can't as he doesn't have that fuel. So now we hear Garrus mention something that's pretty interesting, which may explain what has happened to his species. The transformation is accelerating. I'm kind of suspecting at this point that the species of prawn wasn't always like this, which we will discuss later on. Garrus says that they need to actually get into the MNU to retrieve the cylinder as it's their only option, which Vicus relents, but kind of seems to agree, but also says it's pretty much going to end them. 56 hours after exposure, the skin around Vicus's arm and his back are beginning to turn as it starts peeling away, which that hurts. Then his wife calls him once more. She says again she doesn't know what to believe, but she doesn't think he's the monster he's portrayed to be, even though he's literally turning into a monster. She questions how he can go back to normal, but as they talk, the dynamic douche duo are listening in as they have tracked his location. Back at the shack, Garrus and CJ talk about their home planet with 7 moons that apparently is bigger than Earth. However, without the fuel, they're just going to have to go to this new camp instead of their home. Vicus comes in and tells them that they really shouldn't go there, as it's a pretty bad place. He talks to the two, asking them if his arm will go back to normal if they get the fuel. Garrus says yes, but that would take them both out, so there's really no point in going there. But I mean, really, what's the other option? Vicus goes to some handheld dealers in order to obtain some offensive measures to get into the MNU. He's got money as they then bring out the leader, and unfortunately the leader is aware of who he is. They ask him where he's hiding it, and then they find his arm. The leader looks at it and sees that it's actually fused on. The leader then tells his people to cut the arm off as he wants it. Latching onto the alien tech, again, he's able to use it and takes out a few dudes. So here's the mistake. He doesn't take out the leader. The guy's like right there, which is a dumb move. The leader asks how he got that arm and that he will hunt him down as Vicus snopes out of there. And if anybody ever tells you that they're gonna hunt you down and you have a means to get rid of them right there, I mean, let's use our brain. Just go ahead and get rid of them. Back at MNU, the colonel and father-in-law discuss the plan. Go in quietly and grab Vicus. As they discuss how they're going to find them, too late. Vicus has already found them. Breaking into the MNU, they have their phasers set to stun as not to take anyone out. That is until lead starts flying their way, which Vicus then takes out a guard. The prawn mentions how, well, that was a change of plans, but heading into the back, Garrus sees that his people are being torn apart for medical purposes. This is a little concerning as Vicus grabs the cylinder and Garrus just kind of stands over the body of a fellow prawn. Well, no time to mourn as soldiers the entire time are taking pot shots. Vicus is able to hold them off till Garrus gets his head back in the game. The prawn asks about a way out, which Vicus is right. He mentions how the plan was just to get in there. He had no plan to get out. Garrus then constructs a concussive force detonator and blows a hole in the wall as they escape out with a truck with the colonel and soldiers giving chase in a helicopter. Getting back to the shack, they have a bit of a falling out. Vicus asks how long it's going to take to fix his arm, which Garrus says 3 years. He has to use all the fuel to go back to his home planet and then return, as he doesn't want his people being used as a medical experiment. This upsets Vicus, as this is not the deal that he had, and then he knocks him out and descends into the ship himself to go get it fixed, which is extra dumb as he has no clue what the medical machines even are, what they look like, and has no ability to actually operate them. As CJ asks where the old man is, which Vicus says that he had to heroically leave him behind, I mean, man, what a guy. The colonel now finds Garrus and starts questioning how to open the ship hatch, which he doesn't tell him as his son is down there. But before the colonel can do anything, Vicus then takes off with the ship like a complete tool, leaving Garrus behind. At this point, CJ somewhat attacks Vicus as he sees really what's kind of going on. Now the MNU then shoots down the ship, as apparently SAMs are highly effective on alien tech. Who knew? The ship then crashes once again, ruining Garrus's plan on escaping as they take him prisoner. Heading to the downed ship, the colonel then heads inside in an attempt to take Vicus alive as CJ hides in the wires. The colonel grabs Vicus and leads him outside, placing him in a vehicle as they are about to be third-partied. 72 hours after exposure, as they head out, a burning car is pushed in front of them as force multiplier dealers have entered the chat. They begin to attack the MNU to retrieve Vicus for his arm. They begin attacking the truck as MNU attempts to repel them, but unsuccessfully. As they bring him inside, CJ calls for the mothership to come overhead as he's quite intelligent. The leader then begins telling Vicus he's basically an idiot and that they will now cut off his arm. As they hold him down to do the deed, the MNU sends more soldiers to extract him, which results in an all-out war taking place in the slums. As CJ continues to call for the ship, eventually it goes into action, letting out a sonic blast, breaking most of the windows out in the city. This automates all alien tech in the area as the dealers are all taken out, with the leader, good God, getting his entire head inflated, which seems, I mean, momentarily really painful, but I guess it really wouldn't be that painful because I suppose pretty quick. As the ship continues to fly overhead, the colonel looks at Garrus and says he knows what's up with the ship and they need to question him. Pulling him out of the vehicle, they just sort of hit him a a lot, and then also throw tear gas to get Vicus to come outside. Vicus decides nah and jumps into the war mech. At this point, it's a bloodbath. Well, it's almost a bloodbath, we'll get to that, but not before he runs like a coward, leaving Garrus behind. Definitely not Shepard behavior. The Colonel says to take out the prawn, which Vicus then hears, and then finally grows a pair and goes back for Garrus. Like, that took forever. Vicus is in a war mech, and he was still scared. Like, bro, are you for real with that? Anyhow, running through, now it's a bloodbath, as everyone starts taking alien rounds to the face and becoming a blood cloud. Vicus says that he will hold them off, as Garrus says he's not leaving him behind. So, literally, Garrus has way more honor than Vicus. He then promises that he will be back in 3 years, which we never get closure because there was never District 9 to District 10. But that's neither here nor there. As Garrus heads into the smaller ship, he grabs his sun thing, and they begin their ascent as Vicus is getting lit up. The mothership drops a beam onto the smaller ship, bringing it up as the Colonel goes to take a pot shot at it with a rocket-propelled concussive force applicator. Vicus is able to snatch it out of the air, and before he takes the shot on the Colonel, he is hit by a car, which knocks him down. This, however, gave the smaller ship enough time to ascend into the mothership. Vicus now gets back up and begins his ultimate confrontation with the Colonel as he's ejected out of the mech. Attempting to crawl away, he watches the smaller ship dock with the mothership, completely ensuring that they made it, except for that hull breach caused by the humans cutting open the ship. As the Colonel approaches Vicus, we see he's beginning to change, with his eyes having formed into what prawn eye looks like. However, this is attracting the attention of the other prawns. They move in on him, literally tearing off the head of the Colonel and pulling him into pieces as he's made of delicious meat. Garrus then heads back to his planet, ensuring that for the next 3 years at least, Vicus is completely screwed. The city also rejoices watching the aliens leave. However, it's a little bit of an unknown if the aliens will come back to rescue Vicus, their people, or if they'll really come back to declare war on humanity. Probably war, based on what Garrus would tell them. At the end, we get the interviews with one guy in particular, completely screwed. Like, remember intern number 1? He literally revealed that the MNU was doing something incredibly illegal, but now he's on trial for revealing illegal activities. And he's basically been in jail since. Like, bro, what? Actually, then again, let's be real, that happens to our species all the time. So District 9 was destroyed and the aliens were transplanted elsewhere, with them continuing to reproduce, and now are 1 million stronger than they were before, having reached a population of 2.5 million. Also, Vicus keeps dropping off gifts for his wife at her front door that he continues to make after he is completely turned into a prawn. At least they won't be able to recognize him anymore, I suppose. So let's kick things off by first discussing the prawn's home world, as this will help explain their physiological strength that they possess without being much larger than a human. Descending down from the sky and drifting above Earth for a while, nobody really had a clue as to where these things hail from. But after following the story of Garrus and CJ for a while, we do get some information here and there about their home world. Their home world is apparently extremely far from Earth, even in galactic terms. In fact, it's hinted that they may not even be from the same galaxy, which does not bode well for human exploration of space if these creatures had to go that far just to run into Earth. Concerning their home planet itself, they apparently have 7 moons, which appears rather sizable. They also come from something known as a super-Earth. A super-Earth is basically a planet that appears within the habitable range of their parent star that could potentially support life, but it's much more massive than Earth, which you might wonder, why exactly is Earth so small then? Actually, fun fact, a super-Earth may have been in the works in our solar system, which arguably would have made things more difficult for life as we know today, and our attempts to leave Earth. But through protoplanetary collisions and tidal forces enacted on the inner solar system brought on by Saturn, swinging out past Jupiter and Jupiter staying where it was, has caused the protoplanetary disk to stratify more and keep planets smaller in the inner system, because actually super-Earths are more common than our planet being our size. So this in turn may actually kind of inform you of how lucky we are. Jupiter acts as a planetary guard for the inner solar system, keeping asteroids from just routinely wrecking every world here, and also stop the formation of a super-Earth. So don't forget to thank Jupiter for being an absolute baller. Anyhow, our own solar system potential history aside, a super-Earth presents many challenges physically for a species, and then it presents many challenges every step of the way concerning technological progress for a species, which we see both displayed in how the prawns operate on Earth and how capable their technology is as well. A super-Earth would have more gravity, but much less than you might imagine, and it really comes down to how dense the planet actually is. So this might kind of fly in the face of what we would expect, and probably what you would think, but here's how the gravity works out. There is a planet known as HD 40301G. Its mass is 8.2 Earths, with a radius of 2.4 times that of Earth's. Using a formula, surface gravity equals mass divided by radius squared, you actually get a surface gravity of 1.42 times that of Earth. This means that you would absolutely be heavier if you lived there long term, and your joints would start wearing out around your mid-20s rather than your 40s, but still completely survivable by human standards. Now, for a species that lives there, physically this provides extra challenges to their meat suits in the same way it would our bodies. That extra pull means that extra weight would be heavier and would wear them down faster as it's amplified on their home planet, which we will get into the anatomy momentarily, but let's keep discussing their homeworld for a moment because that's always interesting. Now, seeing as it's a super Earth, again, gravity would be higher, but seemingly they would need to also be similar to Earthlings in terms of metabolisms. Coming from their planet and still being able to breathe on our smaller world, this means that their atmospheric pressure would be similar to that, as well as the composition of that atmosphere being roughly 78% nitrogen and 21% oxygen with 1% other gases. Now, I can hear you, and this happens every single time, as someone is bound to say it, nitrogen is not a gas that they can base their metabolism on. The reason for this is that oxygen is extremely reactive, and as a result, it can be combined with other atoms to create the necessary components to form energy-bearing molecules that can be utilized for cellular processes. Nitrogen is a noble gas and is largely inert, and this is because of the triple bond that it has. It is barely reactive to much of anything, and as a result, would make a terrible gas to base your metabolism on. Now, the counter to this is, oh, but Roanoke, they're aliens, and I totally get that, but the rules of if something is reactive, and again, considering nitrogen has triple bonds, it's just incredibly difficult for enzymes to actually break that, and that means it makes it difficult to survive. Not to mention, oxygen, because it is so reactive, would be toxic to a nitrogen-based organism if it were to land on Earth. I mean, oxygen toxicity exists on this planet right now in humans, which can cause lung damage if we even just breathe too much of the stuff naturally. So there are just too many context clues pointing that this is an oxygen-based metabolism rather than a nitrogen-based one. So moving on, with their technology, we also see many challenges presented on trying to leave their home planet. While the gravity wouldn't appear to be that big of a deal, being that it's hypothesized more, I would be inclined to believe that their gravity is actually more rather than less. Because if you take that same equation from earlier and made the planet bigger, eventually you reach a point where the gravity is actually less than that of Earth's because its density isn't keeping up with the size of the planet. Sort of like how Jupiter would actually float if placed in a giant ocean, but Earth would sink. Size doesn't mean higher gravity always. However, their anatomy and strength would suggest that they lived on a higher gravity world, which means when leaving their planet, their technology would also have to be better refined than ours, seeing as we contend with less gravity. This is displayed in their ship, as they actually have anti-gravity abilities rather than just pure propulsion that we rely on, seeing as it really did hover above Earth for over 2 decades. Okay, so enough planet rating, let's talk about the prawns. Now, the prawns are interesting for several reasons. Having come from this planet, which again, their adaptations definitely suggest a higher gravity world, the first thing I would like to note is their ability to leap great distances and move much faster than humans. The design of their body is one that definitely stems from extra weight placed on them, so before getting to the internal and a discussion of why I don't believe these creatures always look like this, let's first talk about their external morphology. Starting with the feet, these creatures have 3 main toes and a 4th toe on the sides, much like where our thumbs would be on our hands. This is highly interesting because it may suggest, much like our foot shape changed from a hand shape to our actual feet, this is what's happening with this species. This could suggest that they too were hanging out in trees and used all 4 limbs to grasp, much like we did back in the day. Of course, it should be noted that they actually have 6 limbs, so there is a 3rd pair of limbs, which we will get to. Pulling back, we see that they walk on the balls of their feet, but considering they have an exoskeleton, it is still in a similar manner to how digitigrade animals on Earth walk. They are, however, still fully upright. The benefit of walking upright with this leg structure would actually put less strain on the knees than our knee orientation, leading to less breakdown in a higher gravity environment, and this would be invaluable. The carapace continues all the way over the whole leg and body, but moving up to the thighs, they are not much larger than the calves themselves, essentially the same size roughly all the way down, indicating not so much a large amount of muscle, but potentially a system of tendons pulling to absorb the forces adequately. Our bodies do something similar with our Achilles tendon when we run. It absorbs mechanical forces like a shock absorber and recoils, allowing us to walk and run quicker with less energy than, say, like a chimp walking upright whose Achilles is not shaped like ours. The pelvis of this creature is shaped actually much like a human pelvis would be, with less covering due to the much smaller abdominal area. The abdominal area really seems to house very few organs and may really just act as a bridge for the nervous system tissue to cross down into the lower extremities. It would appear to me that most of the organs would actually be contained within the thoracic area, judging by the size of the chest. Speaking of which, moving up to the chest, we see this creature has a smaller pair of arms that resides recessed within the chest and may actually be a leftover adaptation from their evolutionary history that hasn't quite gone away yet. Sort of like how humans have pinky fingers which may disappear in the future in a number of ways. The chest is quite large compared to the rest of the body, and extremities, much like with humans, a lot of critical components are housed in here, and so too with the prawns. Moving down to the arms, they are completely human-shaped. On the forearm exists quills, and a carapace appears to be much sharper than the other parts of the body, which may be used for cutting up meat, which could still be a leftover adaptation, but we'll get to that a little later. For now, it just exists. The hands are long, and the prawns have 3 fingers total per hand, which is interesting as this detracts from the feet with the number of toes. Now this isn't impossible, we actually see this with geckos, it's just not as common for the amount of toes to not match the amount of fingers. The fingers also appear to have claw on each tip, which can be used to eviscerate. Moving up to the head of this creature, we can see it has predator roots. Forward-facing eyes do not always denote a predator, but typically it does. And considering this creature is a carnivore to the extreme degree, as it really only eats meat, we can surmise that it did in fact hunt on its home planet. To add to this, with its upright posture allowing for the brain to be better supported by the carapace, at least carapace now, which it may have not always been a carapace, this would mean that eating meat would allow the brain to grow quickly and allow them to become more intelligent. However, they do eat mostly raw meat. Their head is smooth with large eyes and actually have very large irises, and this may indicate that they were effective at hunting at both day and night. Irises would open up at night, allowing them to let in more light, and considering they had 7 moons, there may have been a lot of light reflecting onto the planet, and then they turn into pinpoints during the day, resulting in less acuity, but still an ability to move around during the day. Their mouths appear to be likened to like a small mandible with 2 central small trunk-like protrusions hanging down in the front, which appears to be how they actually speak their language by directing air. The carapace itself does appear to be the skull, which is easily broken by force multiplication. Moving into their internal anatomy, I'm going to explain the cat food obsession in a little bit, but their bodies would still have muscle like you or I, with key areas possessing likely more tendons needed to absorb forces exerted from their home planet. On our planet, however, by using these same tendons, this allows them to move faster, jump higher, and further than we can. This would mean that in open confrontation, humanity would have their hands full with actually dealing with these creatures should they decide to invade. The prawns also need to have a circulatory system like humans do, which let's take a look at that for a moment, as it confirms several things. First, it confirms that they are oxygen-based organisms. The prawns have red blood and would have hemoglobin much like we have, which means they rely on iron from their diet, which is easily absorbed from the meat that they eat. But this iron is used to ferry oxygen around the body, not nitrogen. This also means that they have lungs similar to us as well, taking in oxygen, then handing it over to the circulatory system for it to reach every part of the body, which also indicates a similar atmospheric composition of their planet to us. And this also hints again that maybe they weren't always as they appear now. The circulatory system would also be critical for their brain development, seeing as for the tissue to be adequately saturated with oxygen, they need a way for it to reach all parts of the body, as simply taking in oxygen and letting it diffuse through their body is something that's no longer possible on Earth for the insects of this era due to the lower levels of oxygen than previously when the insects were gigantic. And speaking of brains, socially it would appear that again these creatures are much like humans. In fact, had they not become what they were, humans and prawns would have likely gotten along even in their altered form. And this does still appear to exist, at least to some degree. Their social behaviors is seen as they care for their young and choose to exist in groups, even if it's detrimental to the surrounding area. And this would indicate that in their more primitive days, they would have likely been a purely hunter society, seeing as they exist on only meat, and really there would be no need to gather. And this may be why they had to leave their planet. Now this is going to get into kind of Earth-like issues, but here we go. We as a species have developed farms for animals as well as plants, and this actually could be our downfall or saving factor depending on who you ask. Concerning our downfall, our fruits, vegetables, and grains are becoming less nutritional as we farm year after year and decade after decade and use up the resources of the soil. In fact, we are becoming heavily reliant on synthetic fertilizer to put those nutrients back in the food. And this is presenting an interesting issue for humanity, as will we reach a point where our food is so depleted that we just really can't get what we need anymore? On top of this, the animal farms we have produce kind of a lot of gases, and this isn't a political stance, it's just a reality. Whether that's doing something to the atmosphere or not is just irrelevant to this conversation, but gases are being created. The flip side of this being our saving grace, because of the amount of farmland in the United States and how vast it is and how we use it, that has sucked up more CO2 than the rainforest and is only growing, meaning that every time we plant food, we are actually reversing a lot of issues. So, are plant farms offsetting animal farms considering how much greenhouse gases are being taken in? Again, possibly, but the comparison I'm drawing is that because we are omnivores, it's like a yin and yang scenario. The prawns, seeing as they are pure carnivores and only interested in meat, likely vegetation was really not a concern of theirs, and because of this, they would go on to likely have animal farms, which would present its own challenges for them. This may be why they actually had to leave their planet to attempt to find other worlds worlds in order to stabilize their own population and food issues. This would, however, result in what we have seen, which let's talk about that for a moment. So until we get District 9 2, The Second Coming, which at this point has been almost 13 years, which means Garrus's promise of coming back in 3 years was just a total lie, that means we aren't 100% sure what happened to this species. But we can apply a few things considering what has happened to Vicus and a few context clues. First and foremost, I don't believe these creatures always look like this. Let's talk about how they show up to Earth in the first place, as both of these things are related. Clearly, they have a pretty fair grasp and understanding on spaceflight and how to operate their ship. However, shortly after just sort of listing into Earth's atmosphere, they sort of stayed on their ship until humans literally had to cut into the hull. Upon doing so, the creatures were malnourished and in general didn't know what was going on. So it seems a little strange, doesn't it? How does a species just completely forget about how everything works and why are they even there? Upon being brought back down to Earth, they just sort of seem to exist with really no purpose, despite appearing like an extremely intelligent species. They just do not understand or display an understanding of why they are here or what they are even doing. Very few appear to have a desire to return back home, as no attempts are made by a large majority of them except by Garrus and his buddy. We do, however, see that CJ has an intellect that appears far beyond what most of them around him is, and likely more on par with what his species originally was. Not only does he have a firm grasp on his own technology, but he appears to understand alien languages despite having just recently emerged from an egg. And this says to me something else is going on with the adults of his species that might not be Earth related. A case could be made that after coming down to Earth, something was up with the prawns. Possibly it could have been Earth's atmosphere affecting their ability to think, or maybe it was our food interacting with unknown ways in their physiology, leading them to some sort of nutrient deficit, causing them to behave more animalistic. But if this was the case, then CJ would also exhibit these same traits, as he's been exposed to the same factors, as well as Garrus having the same issues. Yet they seem more conscious and aware than many of the other aggressive prawns. So why is this? Well, I believe this is a disease, but one that the prawns are already aware of, but something has happened. The ship would not have been built, piloted, and maintained by prawns that we see in District 9. Instead, they are simply a shell of their former selves. Something had to have happened to cause them to behave like this. Seeing what has happened to Vicus and his subsequent change to a prawn himself, I would propose the species looked entirely different and behaved differently upon entering their ship and leaving their home planet and then arriving to Earth, which means something happened along the way. We know that technology itself is outside of our current understanding, considering Vicus got sprayed in the face, which ultimately turned him into a prawn-like insect with a humanoid shape. But I kind of feel like there's a point to all this. So here's what I think happened. When they cut open the ship, nothing was working. Like, the ship itself was on life support, and this is after the ship fell to Earth, or the little smaller ship. Inside that ship was Garrus, and that's why his shack is built over that ship, and that's why he knew exactly where it was, as he's been working on restoring it for over 20 years. The others that were inside the ship were not so fortunate. I think all of them were exposed to the same liquid, which altered their original form. Think of it like with Artec being exposed to nuclear radiation by jumping into a cooling tank of a fission reactor. You would be exposed to a fair amount of radiation, which would alter your DNA, leading to cancers and illnesses down the road. The longer you are exposed to it, the worse it would get. The same concept with alien technology. Those that were stuck on the ship were exposed to this fluid for longer than Garrus was. As a result, their issues became more severe, which left them with a decreased mental capacity the longer that they stayed in there. Had humanity actually acted quicker, then likely we would have been dealing with all prawns on a Garrus level and could have actually come to an understanding, whereas because we waited 3 months and just expected them to come out, by then their mental faculties were severely compromised, leaving just Garrus to get things working as he would return home to get help. So what does this mean for this species? Well, I think this can be described in one idea: insects. Did you happen to see the insectoid creatures fighting in the pit of the gambling ring? It's pretty interesting how everything is insectoid, even when it comes to humans being exposed to that technology, isn't it? Well, to me, this clearly shows that something with the alien tech physically causes your body to almost regress. This may mean a few things. First, it could mean that Earth and prawn homeworld had a very similar level in terms of evolution, meaning that insects were quite prevalent from the start. Because of this evolutionary pathway, the alien tech will regress your body back to an insectoid appearance, but you still maintain your overall humanoid form. This is why those smaller creatures also appear like insects but do not have a humanoid form, because they never had a humanoid form to begin with. And this is why Vicus was turned into a prawn but maintained his mental faculties, because he was exposed to very little amounts of that fluid. The second possibility is that the actual fluid somehow contains instructions for the prawn species to be encoded into DNA, or contains something to be encoded in the DNA. And this may be a bleed over effect, but considering all their technology is biolinked, potentially the DNA would need to be altered to a degree to allow for the prawn to operate their own technology. When a human was exposed to it, it changed their appearance like it did with the prawns who were exposed. But the original intention of the DNA alteration was to allow access to the technology, sort of like how altering the coding in the integument system to allow for a new receptor to be formed, which would allow for the machine to interface with the body and even work in the first place. However, it seems like this process went awry at some point. Using the BioLink as the basis for why it all went to crap, the outward appearance of the prawn was severely altered by this technology, and the longer they were exposed to it, the deeper it would enter the body before ultimately changing the internal anatomy to the external anatomy, decreasing the functionality of the brain in some ways, leading to more aggressive, less intelligent prawns, unless you escape the exposure like Garrus did, which would also explain the preservation of self and intellect within Vicus. This could also explain why CJ was seemingly more intelligent, as he was literally the next generation of prawn, meaning that his exposure was more secondary. And this is also why they know how to literally fix what's happening, because this might just be a well-known thing that, oh, if you get exposed to this liquid, you're going to turn into this. Our medical machines can reverse it. But this would ultimately mean that the prawns didn't look like this when they were in their ship at the start, but at some point they had what you could call a reactor breach, which is something like a human ship in the future could have. Once the material began to be released, no part of the ship was untouched, which led to the alteration of the original species and any pet species that may have been on the ship, like the two insectoids that we saw fighting in the pit. Once Garrus dropped off the ship and hid, the others would be found in a severely altered state due to exposure time. Upon returning back to his home planet, the machines there, again, could very well fix Garrus, but it's a gamble because upon getting onto that ship once more, this may ultimately change how he would be, as he's being exposed to the same material that has altered his people. And this is also why humans were able to escape this effect, as when they entered the ship with their suits on, this protected them. So to wrap this up, what's the deal with the cat food? Well, I told you I would tell you. Cats are carnivores, purely carnivores. So if you think you can make a cat vegan, I've got bad news. Because cats are purely carnivores, they need enzymes more so than humans and dogs. In fact, if you feed a cat only dog food, it will have severe issues. One of these enzymes in particular is known as protease, which helps break down proteins. In cats, they eat raw meat, or really, I mean, my cats eat cat food, but in nature, cats eat raw meat, which is typically where protease is found, which tracks with why the prawns still eat raw meat as well. But in a lot of cat foods, protease is an additive because after cooking the food, protease is destroyed. So by adding it, the cat does have the ability to produce its own protease, but they can also strike a balance of them getting it from their diet. The same goes with the prawns. They are obsessed with cat food because remember, they have almost reverted back to being basic animals. By eating cat food, they receive this extra nutrient, probably more so than just with meat itself, which may actually help them feel better when eating. Considering they eat a lot of meat and are always appearing hungry, they would need this enzyme to help them properly digest their meal. Upon receiving the cat food, their hunger is fully satiated, and as a result, they get a burst of what their species comparison to dopamine might be, making them almost addicted to this protease additive. Basically, they are starving, even when they're eating, but by eating cat food, they feel full for a time as their bodies more readily break down the meat, and they are able to consume it more effectively, as they might not actually even produce protease that they need at all. As a former scientist, I do believe Dr. Douglas, or whatever his name is, needs to have some size 10 boots shoved up his. In the country of South Korea, after having been given the most ridiculous order in the year 2000, chemicals would somehow end up in the Han River. Now, humans dump things all the time, but this was like a lot of chemicals, and a lot of them were mixed as well. As time would pass, it would become clear that something was in the river that did not seem to be naturally occurring. As the creature made its way up onto land, it would begin picking up random people as a snack for later, which prompted the government to become highly involved with what was going on. The issue was, there seemed to be some sort of virus associated with the creature, but is there really? And how far would a group of bureaucrats go to protect their own reputations? Well, I think we all know the answer to that. So in today's episode, let's discuss the monster from the host, where it came from, why a fish fell off its body later on, or maybe fell off its body, and why you can't believe everything that you hear, because normally there's other reasons for things happening, more than just what you're being told. We kick off our story, August 8th, 2000. Horrible Doctor Extraordinaire is telling Mr. Kim to pour formaldehyde down the sink. He says they are covered with dust, and that means they're dirty. Now, scientists do absolutely have quirks like this, but the key is to tell them to suck a railroad spike when you're being told that goes against something that's usually the standard operating procedure, or SOP, because that's on you, usually not on them. Mr. Kim protests, but eventually relents, pouring an absolute ton of this stuff down the drain and directly into the Han River, because apparently Dr. Strangelove thinks it'll get diluted. 2 years later, in the same river, a pair of fishermen are hanging out when one spots a really weird looking fish in the water. Showing his friend he doesn't know what element is either, and really just calls it a mutation before losing his grip and releasing it back in the water. They remark about how many tails it had, and then we flash forward to 2006. As a man is about to do a flip, he sees something dark in the water. Nobody else sees it, and then he jumps. And no thanks, that's literally my nightmare fuel. We now move on to our main man, Gangdu Park. Running the snack shack, well, sort of, he's just kind of sleeping on the job. He runs it with his old man, cooking squids, stealing squid tentacles, you know, everything that really comes with running a snack shack. He's also got a daughter named Han Seo, and you're gonna have to just bear with me on the pronunciations. It happens. Gangdu seems to not really be the most attentive father, sending his brother to Parents' Day, who also apparently showed up a little buzzed. Heading inside the shack, they're watching Han Seo's aunt, Namju, participate in the Olympics for bow shooting. At the last second, she pulls her shot and takes the bronze, which that totally sucks. Gangdu then gets pulled away to go out to Mat 4 to give them the new squid, as he stole one of the tentacles, which apparently are pretty good. Never had squid tentacles myself, just calamari. Wait a minute, that is squid. I've had squid tentacles. Going out there, the people aren't really too interested in eating, spotting something that's underneath the bridge. Trying to get a good look at it, they think it must be mechanical at first. That is until it unravels and then falls into the water. People begin thinking that it's some sort of river dolphin, but after watching that thing just, hang out underneath a bridge with a prehensile tail, it's like, bro, what? So they start throwing some beer at it to get it to react, which it then does. So as it goes away, it really didn't go away. The group notices that the thing is charging at them from the side, and this kicks off just a plethora of combat. At first, the creature doesn't really appear to know what to make of humans, not really going after anything, but instead running at them and seeing what they do. Eventually, though, it gets the idea and starts grabbing people up like popcorn shrimp until eventually some others run for a trailer. Well, this was a bad idea because the other side is actually chained up. One American soldier who is stationed there then begins to run and help along with Gangdu. The creature breaks out and runs after another guy next to semi-trailers and then just straight up eats him. And this is all while Gangdu and soldier number 1 attempt to attack. I mean, bro, that's like when you're running, just tuck and roll underneath the trailer. I don't know. Well, this goes over about as well as attacking a creature several times your size, as it then turns on the soldier, pinning him down and destroying his arm in the process. Gangdu attempts to help, but just as the creature turns on him, when he smashes its tail with some concrete, this ends up splattering him with blood from the creature. Because of Namju's pulled shot, Hyun Seo is a little bummed, so she heads outside and she sees, oh, well, everything's going to absolute crap. Gangdu grabs her hand, but they fall as the creature gives chase. Getting back up, he grabs the wrong hand and pulls another girl with him, accidentally leaving his daughter behind. And as she looks on, the Mr. Monkey Fish, it ain't playing. He grabs her and then jumps into the water, appearing to keep her head above the waterline as Gangdu attempts to swim after it to no avail. It then throws up one other guy on the other side before grabbing him as well. Later on, everyone is being rounded up to evacuate, as that seems like the absolute move, with that thing still being in the water. By the way, just so you know, did you know this is a comedy? So as the mass mourning in the gym begins, everyone is feeling pretty down about the situation. As the family goes up to see Han Seo's picture, the uncle has now arrived and apparently is very upset at Gangdu for grabbing the wrong hand. As they continue to wail, pictures begin taken of them as the government officials show up and eats it as he walks. Like, there is comedy throughout, but overall, very depressing. Anyways, getting back up, he starts vaguely talking about if anyone had contact with the creature and to raise their hand. Nam-il asks what they aren't being told about this, which the government official says there should be a report on the TV, which he can't find. Gangdu says that he didn't touch it, but he did get blood on him, which prompts a massive freakout for the hazmat team as they bag and tag him to bring him to quarantine. The news reports say that the one soldier who lost his arm in the fight has now got a strange rash, and they assume it to be potentially a new virus related to SARS. Because of this, the river is locked down. Gangdu at this point has an itchy back, so he starts to think maybe he has the virus. The doctor returns to tell Gangdu do not eat anything, as he has a ton of tests to be run on tomorrow, and then he goes on to eat, honestly, I don't know what this is, but as he's eating, he gets a call from Hyun Seo. She found a phone and calls him to tell him that she's still alive, which prompts a need to actually leave the hospital or at minimum get help. Meanwhile, down at the river, a sterilization team is moving through under the bridge and finds money. Leaving his truck to grab it, he begins looking in the water, but the creature was above him the whole time. It attacks the team, dragging them to a horrible fate down in the sewer with Hyun Seo. It's a fairly deep chasm, and as such, nobody can really escape, including Hyun Seo, who is in the wall. She attempts to search people for their phones, but they're usually broken. The next day, Gangdu talks to a cop, but is talking just completely backwards. I have no idea why he can't explain this, but the cop just begins to think like he's crazy or something and ignores his pleas, despite his family actually stepping in and also trying to explain it. The cop assumes that he's in shock over losing his daughter and nothing more, decides to leave. That is some great detective work. This necessitates the leave to actually now leave the hospital, despite the lockdown that they are currently in, seeing as really nobody's going to help them. Leaving the hospital, Gangdu is spotted by his blonde hair as a nurse yells for him to stop. So they begin noping out of there as Hee Bong talks to someone on the phone when they are in the elevator. That must be a pretty good phone because I always lose signal. Heading to the parking garage, a black van then pulls up as they make their way out, but leave Namju behind mind momentarily before she finally decides to move faster than a slow walk and gets in the van. Making their escape, they're not at a junkyard being told the total for them to get out of this situation and for actually just getting a sewer map comes out to $11,400, which actually comes out to 14,946,769 won in today's money. Good Lord, pain. As the rest of the Park family stays in the van, they see that there's a news report on them as the nurse recounts her story of being jumped on by Gang-do and attacked so that he could escape, which that didn't happen as we've seen, but I mean, nobody would lie in the news, right? At this point, Hee-bong is given a van and a few force multipliers to hunt this thing down as they're headed to the sewers in an attempt to find Hyun-seo. Donning their disguises and heading into a checkpoint, they are weighed forward before a man in particular asks them to roll down their windows. He's actually pretty smart. Having them open the windows, he immediately recognizes them as the Park family. Basically, their giveaway was a truck runs on shifts, and they just so happen to show up randomly in between shifts. But he really doesn't care. Hee-bong then just kind of bribes them and they drive off. Hitting the river, the search begins as they explore sewer after sewer the entire night to really no benefit as they can't seem to find her. Nam-il begins discussing the actual possibility of the virus existing as they have been with Gang-do all night and yet they have no symptoms. Nam-il now questions if Hyun-seo gave any information on what the sewer looked like so that they could narrow it down, which all she said was that it was a big sewer. As they discuss, they see movement. Getting ready, water spooks them as it falls on Nam-ju. They fire into the roof, which then scares the other two that are in the sewer. So if you remember, it's actually the two at the very beginning of the movie. They're participating in something known as Seori, basically stealing food for a time and giving it back later. Breaking into the snack shack, they take the food but leave the money. Heading back outside, the brother attempts to explain Seori, but is interrupted by a giant prehensile tail and a creature running at them. As they take off, they're chased by it, which cuts to the Park family returning to the snack shack. As they warm up their ramen, I didn't get this at first, but as they eat, Hyun-seo materializes and then starts eating with them. But it turns out Gang-do just passed out from exhaustion because she's definitely still down there in the sewer. As she collects water, Monster Mash returns and drops off Si-jin and Si-ju, with Si-jin having met his end, but Si-ju's still alive. As the family gets ready to go, good lord, Nam-il literally points a barrel at Gang-do, and the father explains why Gang-do is different. Something about not getting enough protein as a child as he was running around, or at least the father was acting crazy and didn't feed his kid, but apparently he is smart and just needs to sleep a lot. I don't know about that, but that is the official canonical explanation. He then scolds Nam-il and Nam-ju for scolding Gang-do when he's the one who lost his kid, which yeah, I mean maybe they shouldn't be doing that. But they aren't really even listening as they're falling asleep during the whole thing. As he continues to talk, Gang-do wakes up and spots some creature. He is actually watching them through the window. Hee-bong now becomes a massive baller and takes a shot at it and appears to actually injure it as it runs and flips the shack over. Looking down on them, he lets out another shot, injuring it and shocking it enough to fall onto the ground and not move momentarily. The creature definitely isn't done yet though, as Nam-il fires another shot into it, waking it back up and sending it running for the bridge. They run out of lead to sling as soldiers then begin closing in on their position, with the creature heading into the water. Hee-bong at this point elects for a final confrontation and grabs Gang-do's force multiplier as he apparently had one round left. Well, unfortunately not. He goes to pull the trigger and it doesn't do anything because Gang-do miscounted. Oof. Also imagine saying oof in 2022. So the creature then headbutts the dad, knocking him out. Using its tail, however, it's angry and then it flings him, ending Hee-bong and leaving him there before heading back into the water. Gang-do goes and moves the head around of his father, which is great for a possible spinal injury that probably may have been survivable. I'm not saying he would have survived, but if anybody has a spinal injury, don't touch their head. He then covers his face with a newspaper as the soldiers approach, but he's overwhelmed by grief and then heads back as he's trying to run away. Comedy, am I right? So the soldiers take him in and we get a news report, which is going to be pretty messed up later. The soldier who lost his arm has apparently expired by the virus, which prompts a freak out as this virus has now supposedly officially taken its first life. So the Korean government elects to use chemical compound known as Agent Yellow to neutralize the virus they literally just found. How interesting. This obviously freaks out the people there, as one man is coughing and then spits into the water, having everyone get splashed by a bus that is passing. So basically, everyone is worried at this point. It seems some time has passed, however, but probably not too much time, maybe like a day or so, as Nam-il is meeting up with Pil Sung-yim. Also, again, like I said, pronunciations, I'm not the best at it. So as they meet, apparently, he's there to help Nam-il. Supposedly, Nam-il is there to trace Hyun-seo by using the phone company's ability to trace calls. Sung-yim talks about his credit card debt as Nam-il traces the call. Sung-yim also keeps asking about where Nam-ju is, which is obviously a little suspicious. As Sung-yim then heads into another room, it becomes apparent that they are after the reward for turning in the entire family. The group then gets ready as Nam-il finds Hanseo's location. Using a paperclip, he then shuts off the power and is able to make his escape, heading outside. As the cops arrive, he hangs over the ledge of a bridge, but evidently loses his grip and then falls pretty far, injuring himself, but rolling into the shadows to get away. Calling Namju with no answer, he then sends her to the location before passing out. The next morning, Namju wakes up on the bridge and continues to search. That night, she receives a text from Nam-il, when she finally plugs in her phone and begins heading that way to find her. She calls Nam-il as the creature comes bounding towards her. She pulls her shot once more, like just shoot the arrow, good lord, and then is hit into a small area the creature can't enter, which ends up saving her because she's actually knocked unconscious. Gang-do at this point is at a medical facility. They're about to perform some sort of operation. They anesthetize him, but it doesn't appear to work too well as they begin taking tissue samples. Another doctor comes in, affectionately known as American Doctor, who appears sympathetic to him, but really just doesn't care. After hearing about his daughter, he checks him for the disease, which is now suspected. They said that they need to check his brain, as it must be in there. The American Doctor goes on to explain that there was no virus actually found in the soldier who lost his arm, or anyone that they did the autopsies on. So, it has to be in the brain of the person. So that basically means that American Soldier just totally got screwed. And really, everybody else who got autopsies done, but they didn't need one. Basically, they are getting desperate to cover their ass over something they said existed, but now they're not too really sure if it's actually a thing. So obviously, checking the brain of someone is the best next step. This is literally like The Last of Us Part 1, you know, the good one, where they're like, oh, we need to take a brain tissue sample to figure out, you know, what's in her brain that helps with the spinal fluid and the fungus, and all they really needed to do was a spinal tap, which they wouldn't have to scoop out her brain. Anyways, Gang-do overhears this, and this makes him a loose end. As he tries to tell the doctor about this, they really don't seem that interested in helping him as they prep him for surgery, or it appears like a little bit of a lobotomy. As Hyunseo and Si-ju talk in the sewer about food, seeing as Si-ju is now somewhat of an orphan, he says he wants to live at the food stand as he really has no home. Also, I like how they show that his brother is basically just bodied right there, so I mean really he is on his own. But he seems to be adapting rather well to the situation. Hyunseo says that she just wants cold beer. Using the clothes, they make a ladder to throw up and try to get out. However, this attracts the attention of the creature, who begins throwing up bones in the pit, along with a cold beer. Delicious. It then goes on to eat the next guy as they continue hiding before the creature finds them hiding in the wall. Meanwhile, back at the surgical camp, after the brain tissue was taken, he still seems to be okay. Actually, maybe even a little more focused. He jacks a nurse and then heads outside to find everyone just sort of hanging out. He's able to then steal an ambulance and make his escape to go get his daughter. Meanwhile, Nam-il wakes up under a bridge downtown and tries to pay the homeless man for the bottles and bag before getting smacked in the head. They then catch a ride, making Molotov cocktails along the way, and head to the bridge where the government plans on releasing Agent Yellow to take the creature out. Gang-do at this point has arrived at the correct sewer, as Hyunseo and Si-ju aren't really looking too hot after their encounter with the creature. Hyunseo at this point decides the only way out is to use the creature as a base to climb out. Running and jumping on the creature, she grabs a makeshift rope, but is grabbed by the prehensile tail. It lets her out as her and Si-ju then run for the hole in the wall, but clearly don't make it in time. Gang-do now finds the pit along with all the bones. Climbing down, he finds Hyunseo's name tag and is not really jazzed about this. The creature, however, moves past him as Namju goes to take the shot at it with Gang-do close behind. Apparently, full-on protest is now happening over the Agent Yellow being deployed. Gang-do gives chase to the creature on the bridge as it makes its way towards the protests for some more snacking. The cops attempt to push everyone back as everyone voluntarily disperses, seeing that the creature is now arrived. The cop takes a shot at it, which prompts Gang-do to jump into the water. The Agent Yellow is now released as the creature makes its way there, with everyone caught in a cloud getting blasted with it. The creature, being injured by the concoction, falls to the ground as Gang-do is able to pull his daughter out of the creature's mouth, who is clutching Si-ju. But after all of that, she's a straight goner. Comedy, am I right? Wait, I already said that. This is just depressing. As more Agent Yellow is then put on the creature, it continues to freak out and literally has fish fall off his body, which, okay then, either that or just threw it up. But with Hyunseo gone, everyone is big sad as Gang-do is now super upset at the creature. As mentioned by the grandfather previously, any animal that takes out a human should be torn limb from limb, which I say, hell yeah, brother. Gang-do begins his final confrontation with the creature. Grabbing a metal pole like the one he used earlier, he begins smacking it, which allows for Nam-il to throw Molotovs at the creature, but he misses like every shot. Randomly then, the homeless man shows up with gasoline and pours it on the beast as it begins drinking it too, and you think that would hurt. Nam-il goes on to throw the last one, but drops it like a total Chad. But Namju is there to take the shot with her bow, finally taking the shot, and then igniting the creature. As it burns, it tries to head to the water to extinguish itself, but it's stopped by Gang-do with the pole, stabbing it through the mouth. This results in the end of the creature as it falls and continues to burn. As it go back to Hyunseo's body, someone, could have done CPR. Maybe like an attempt at revival, right? but they just kind of pet her and good lord, okay. Gangdu then goes to check on Si Joe and is able to wake him up, asking who he is and why he was with Hyun-seo. He hugs the kid and just then sort of adopts him, like a Giga Chad would. And those who were exposed to the Agent Yellow get back up, but are definitely bleeding from orifices, which, I'm gonna tell you, long term, that is not a good sign. That winter, Gangdu is now running the snack shack and watching for any more creatures that may come out of the water. Hearing something, there's really just his mind playing tricks on him, as he decides nothing is there. Waking up Si Joe, he makes dinner as both share a meal together as a news report plays about the government messing up, like really bad, and there was actually no virus, and an inquiry is being launched into this misinformation. So great times. So they eat in a massively aesthetic snowfall scene, and there you go. All is well except for the grandfather and granddaughter getting wrecked by this creature, and probably everybody else too. So first things first, let's begin where all good stories begin, the start of this creature. The creature from the host is what you would call a conglomeration of a naturally occurring animal, or at least a mutation of a naturally occurring animal, because conglomeration isn't confirmed. Initially, this creature was actually inspired by something that was really found in the Han River. During a routine fishing trip, a carp with an S-shaped spine was discovered as it had a hump on its back. Now, this could be several things really, as far as to what's causing this, but I'm going on a limb to say any water near a large human settlement with an industrial sector, probably not the type of water that you really want to be hanging out or fishing from. But then again, I live downstream on the Chattahoochee, and it passes near Atlanta, so I tend to stay away from that water entirely because I don't want to mutate into a giant host fish monster. Anyhow, the fish has an S-shaped spine, and this massively influenced the design of this creature. But this creature to me looks like it has to be probably a carp in origin, at least initially based on the face and the beady eyes. To add to this, the carp also tend to swim in schools when younger, which I'll explain in a few minutes, but just know, this to me is probably not a largemouth bass that's commonly found in the Han River, but instead is likely the predatory carp that is commonly also found in the same river. Okay, so to explain how this creature even came into being in the first place with the original organism nailed down, we have to take a look at its overall physiology and a major context clue in the movie itself, figure out what's kind of going on with this thing. Starting with the tail, this creature has a massive prehensile tail, as we have seen, and that can be used to grab onto creatures at will and take them with it. Now, this is a bit bizarre, seeing as the tail's functionality of this magnitude is just really not that apparent in fish. In fact, the standard swimming tail has been completely lost concerning this creature, despite all the tails on its back. For this to be possible, I believe the main organism, again, is predatory carp, but something strange overall has happened with this creature concerning its genome, apart from how the rest of it looks, but we will get there soon enough. Heading up the tail, we see the lower side of the body has several limbs attached to it. On the ventral side of its body, vestigial limbs have sprouted, which do not appear to do much of anything apart from exist, hence the vestigial designation. On the dorsal side of the animal, we see strangely several carp fins that exit out of the area. Now the question is, why exactly? Well, there are two possibilities concerning this. The first is what we have all seen when the Agent Yellow is dropped onto the creature. A fish does appear to literally detach itself from the beast. Either that or it was thrown up, but it's not really shown which. This would possibly mean that the tails coming out the back of this beast are other fish if this is to fall off. And there could possibly be a reason for this. As you may or may not know, carp, when they are just starting out, typically stick in small schools. The reason is there's safety in numbers. However, as they age and grow, they will leave these schools and become more solitary. The fishermen, just a few years prior, actually had already seen this creature when it was much smaller, and yet it still had many tails, which may either hint at the creature being a conglomeration of these carp after having been exposed to these chemicals poured down the drain, or that these mutations were already inspired from virtually the time the creature ventured out into the water by itself. The second option is that this creature has literally existed as a singular organism the whole time, and if this is the case, the tails do still make sense, based on their placement on the body being at the dorsal end towards the back of the body. Naturally occurring processes during the fish's formation would mean that this area would have cells attempting to build fins during its gestational period in the egg. As the creature remained exposed to these chemicals, seeing as the carp also lay their eggs, which they assume to be protected areas, and that's the side of rivers, where likely this was near the sewer drain. Ultimately, this would cause the carp to exhibit several fins being produced on the body, seeing as the genome would be altered, and from the drop, the body's mechanisms for controlling growth and dictating which limb should be where would be completely altered, leaving a fractured direction of body growth as no origin point for the limb could be established, and this would lead to many cells to create their own limb. This would indicate a breakdown of cellular communication at this critical point of formation, which is likely how we see the rest of this creature come to be. Moving further up the body, we have the same indications that this thing is just totally around the torso exists two functional legs, which have gone beyond what we would expect from a fish, as there is no longer fins, but a functional actual pair of limbs that can be used to run at a high rate of speed. Just before this exists a smaller set of arms that curl up, but also appear to be able to hold onto food in front of its mouth. And speaking of mouth, moving back up to the head, they got a real fun house going on in Han's River, don't they? Most of the head looks like a giant giant carp head with little black beady eyes and a slit for the gills around the back of the jaw. However, these gills seem to be capable of taking in oxygen from the surrounding environmental air and sustaining itself. Instead, it would appear that this creature does need to remain wet for it to properly function, much like an amphibian would need to remain in a moist environment for their skin to properly take in oxygen from the air. So, moist gills will facilitate the exchange of oxygen. Moving up to the mouth, there are several just completely whack things. First, the jaw is split down the middle with an internal jaw rounding at the top. The jaw hinges outward with 2 at the top and 2 at the bottom, with the middle and top teeth overhead. These can close around a human and drag them away, but it's very clear that this jaw is inspired by the way a carp mouth looks, as they use a similar method of hunting, literally just opening their rounded mouths and swallowing fish. And also, something to know is that the carp do have teeth further back in their throat, which can be seen when Hanxiu is actually swallowed and holding on to one of the throat teeth. Internally, the mouth has a central esophageal opening, and again, likely teeth further back, which carp are known for, which is still pretty metal. Poor Han River also has a long tongue that's almost able to use as much as its prehensile tail, which is bizarre as fish's tongues are really not that useful in terms of really them doing anything with it. Which begs the question, why do fish have tongues in the first place? Someone who's a marine biologist, sound off on that one. Alright, so getting a look at this creature, there are several things that just aren't right. I mean, apart from virtually everything about it. When we take a look at its genomes and how they operate, while the mutations can happen, typically it's of existing structures rather than the acquisition of brand new features. Now, depending on what you believe, evolution from fish into more complex creatures would indicate that really fish moving from fins to feet isn't completely impossible. However, it takes place over millions of years and has to provide them some sort of benefit so that they can pass on those genes. We still see this to this day. Fish can actually exit water and will attempt to stand on limbs, and because of this, hundreds of millions of years later, after some nerd exited the water, I now have to pay a mortgage. Thanks, bro. The obvious benefit of this was, if the fish can move up onto land, it may be able to otherwise escape a predator that was chasing it, meaning that its survivability goes up. And this is what's so bizarre about this beast. Prior to the exposure of chemicals, it in no way would have had access to the limb pathway of its evolutionary tree, seeing as its parents only had fins. Not to mention, don't even get me started on the tail. So, what happened exactly? Well, seeing as these traits can just mutate into existence in this way, because they most definitely mutate into existence through hundreds and perhaps thousands of generations, which we call evolution, they again had to come from somewhere, at least in this instance. And to this, I direct you back to the year 2000 when the two scientists were talking about the chemicals in the first place. It's pretty subtle, but just prior to being cut off, Mr. Kim mentions how this isn't just formaldehyde and that all these chemicals will run off into the Han River, which doucher extraordinaire didn't care about. What I believe actually happened here is there is some sort of gene editing going on, or at minimum experimentation. Something besides just formaldehyde was poured down the drain, and with it, genetic information or instructions. Now, would this actually survive in real life? Not likely. Not the best, but the information imprinting correctly onto the genetic coding of a fish, it just seems really tough. But I believe this is the most viable outlook on this creature for several reasons. The first being the beast became quadrupedal out of virtually nowhere. Its body still did attempt to make tail fins, but the prehensile tail is a massive giveaway that something else was happening, as the information would not just naturally mutate into the genetic coding of a carp. On top of this, the limbs having almost finger-like protrusions and then ended in fins means that this creature's body was using supplementary information from somewhere else to create literal arms. But other cells on Team Build-A-Fin were still present and continued to grow into a fin. So where does this extra DNA come from? Well, I would like to say just take your pick, honestly, but it's 100% definitely expressing within this creature. Personally, I would be inclined to believe it may actually have come from a rat, considering that they were in a lab, and that would make the most sense. Rats are known to have prehensile tails and can hang off objects for a short while. They also are omnivorous, which means they eat both meat and vegetation. But I believe it's the behavior that is the biggest indicator for this creature. Rats are known to become more active in late summer and autumn timeframes as they begin to prepare for the upcoming winter when food may be more scarce. They will gather food and place it in their burrow so that they will have something to eat as the temperature shifts. This is exactly what the beast was doing. Snatching up humans, it's no surprise it became more active during the later summer, early autumn timeframe. It began to attack humans when it became large enough. But also, I want to point one thing out. Remember when Hanxiu was in the creature's burrow? There were rats just freely moving around. Rats distinguish one another by smells. It's possible that they were hanging around the beast's burrow, not because of just the extra food and location, but because the beast saw rats as something of kin and allowed them to stay due to their shared genetic language. The other reason behind it being related to a mammal in some form or fashion is its ability to exist on land. This creature, being one that curls up underneath bridges for rest or in its burrow, would indicate that it does have the ability to breathe air for way longer than what would be standard for something like a lungfish or any other type of weird fish that makes its way on land. Because of this, some influence from another land-based organism organism would be needed for this creature to survive in an environment above water. This, coupled with all the changes of his body that also appear land-based, would indicate that somehow the chemicals would have moved into the fish egg and have altered the creature from the point that it was just barely fertilized and imprinting early enough to have a major profound effect on the body. Then, as the creature aged, it likely still joined a school of fish, but considering it was on its own when seen by the fishermen, not 100% convinced the fish were attached to it, but again, it is still possible. It could have been like an anglerfish scenario where other fish attached to it and were somewhat absorbed by the body or held on. However, for this to work, the behavior of the unaffected fish would need to be changed, which just doesn't seem likely. And then what would be the purpose and where would this drive to do this come from? To me, likely this conglomeration is actually just one fish with DNA altered by the chemicals, and then it just threw up a fish when the Agent Yellow was dropped. Also, just pointing out, the virus never actually existed. Seeing as they couldn't find it anywhere within anyone, this would likely indicate that the soldier who lost his arm was really just responding to a form, or basically exhibiting a form of topical dermatitis, either due to being allergic to the spit of the creature, or possibly if somehow the water was tainted enough with chemicals and was dripped onto him, it caused an inflammation response. So basically he was taken out because of allergies, and that totally sucks. Ready to feel old yet? Well, time is a relentless march forward, and my god is it accelerating. Way back in the ancient era of 2004, my first introduction into what a horror comedy actually was would be found by me, which arguably had a huge impact on why I cover the movies that are supposed to be horror with a comedic style. This movie had everything, from biologically altered zombies to brains still somewhat functional to a strange explanation to humor where you wouldn't expect it. Really, the video I'm making right now is just more of a love letter to the film than anything. Am I sentimental over this movie? Hell yeah, brother. But sentimental nonsense aside, we'll also be covering the biology anyhow. In England, a man named Sean's life is falling apart due to an extreme case of just wanting to go to the pub every night. An outbreak of a disease would eventually transform almost the entirety of the town overnight. Realizing in the morning what everyone had become, he would go on and try to round up his ex-girlfriend, his mom, Philip, who's not his dad, and any friends he could, in a bid to survive what amounts to basically a lock-in at the pub. However, like most ideas that involve a bar, things tend to kind of go differently in practice. So in today's episode, we'll talk about the actual origins of the disease, what it does neurologically to a person, how time may actually allow for a small bit of recovery within the infected's brain, and ultimately, why this is the most hilarious movie in existence to me. But first, this episode is sponsored by Factor. Are you ready to start eating healthy and getting your life in order? Well, much like how abs are made in the kitchen and not in the gym, so too is a healthier lifestyle. By heading to go.factor75.com/Roanoke130 and using code Roanoke130, you can get $130 off across 6 boxes. What is Factor? Factor is a meal service that sends food directly to your home in recyclable boxes and materials. It makes eating healthier and achieving your goals so much easier, as everything is portioned and measured right there in the microwavable container for ready-to-eat meals. Doing keto to burn fat? They have options for that. Maybe you just want to cut calories? They have low-calorie options. Are you a vegetarian? Hey, they have that too. Basically, they have a choice for every meal type that you would want and every meal prepper. So look, I get it, because I do it myself. You know you should cook dinner, but it's just so much easier to order out. Well, with Factor, you don't have to do that. Putting this meal in a microwave for 2 minutes ensures that you have an easily accessible, delicious plate waiting for you. So if you want to achieve your health goals and this sounds good to you, by heading to go.factor75.com/Roanoke130 and using code Roanoke130, you can get $130 off across 6 boxes. Alright, let's get back to it. So we kick off our story with this being Universal Pictures, which means your boy is once again totally screwed. But apart from the shrekkening about to happen in this video, we meet our main character Sean at the pub with his girlfriend Liz as they're discussing why they're always back at the same pub. They go out with the same friends every night, Ed, who's Sean's longtime friend, and then David and Diane, who are Liz's flatmates. David looks like adult Harry Potter, more than Harry Potter actually looks like Harry Potter. And this is an important but good Lord 2004 style is really shining through. Basically the whole scene is just dunking on our boy Sean here, who again, Liz is concerned because they don't do really anything apart from just go to work, go home, go to the pub, go home, go to work. Sounds like a literal hell, honestly, because I mean, where are you fitting in the playing of several hours of World of Warcraft in there? Anyhow, the conclusion to all this is Sean just kind of agrees to get out of there and do more interesting things with Liz and spend more quality time together. Things will change, he promises. With that painful intro completed, we now see everyone is just sort of zombified already in their functional life. Truly, we do live in a society. But as Sean gets up the next morning to continue his normal day-to-day, we meet his flatmate, Pete. He does not like Ed, as he keeps leaving the front door open every night, which I don't know if that's a thing in England, but in the US, that's not really a thing. Anyways, they all used to be friends like way back with Ed failing to launch, and he's really more of just a drag on everyone in the flat. Sean attempts to get Ed to start doing more around the house as Sean then leaves from work. They get a phone call from Liz that says book the table for 8 instead of 7, but really none of this is gonna matter. As Sean goes to get his breakfast of champions, I love this part because it's like normal day-to-day stuff that will be slightly changed tomorrow, with Git hitting a soccer ball, the homeless man asking for money with his dog, guy cleaning up his car, and other guy out for a morning jog. But as Sean heads into the shop to get his drink, he sees on paper about crops in the area having used GMOs and how horrifying that is, which I break away for a moment to tell you, humans have been using GMO crops for like half a century at this point. I saw a video over how dangerous they were and blah blah blah, but even if you make a tomato fatter by combining it with an extraordinarily fat tomato, that's still considered GMO because it's been genetically modified. Basically, don't fall for that crap with like the scary words and ooh, it's scary. But alright, getting off my soapbox. As Sean heads into work, honestly, everyone looks like, again, they're already zombies. As it goes along, people are dropping out at bus stops as something seems to be amiss. And I'm about to feel incredibly old right now, as Sean is then running a team as their boss is out because he feels bad. The 17-year-old calls him old man because Sean's only 29. God, I remember believing, like when I first saw this movie, that 29 was old, and now I'm past that. Oh God. Anyways, to wrap this up, Philip comes in and tells Sean to bring flowers next time he visits his mom, and then Liz calls, which Sean tells her that everything is good to go at the restaurant, so no sweat. But sweat will be had because that was just a bold-faced lie. But as Sean goes to sell TVs on the TV, a news report comes over with military vehicles and hazmat suits, and people in general looking to take extreme care with something, as it seems to be a bit of an issue with military trucks driving by once Philip leaves. As Sean stops at the flower shop to get flowers for a wonderful mom, spots a man outside in the park going Ozzy Osbourne on a pigeon, then disappears. I mean, literally disappears like Batman style with a bus going by. Riding the bus home, everyone is either coughing or passing out. Kind of sounds like Georgia right now as a cold is sweeping through here and basically putting everyone on their butt, myself included, a few weeks ago. Getting off the bus, a man has passed out in his car as an ambulance arrives, and then he runs into Yvonne, who's also just kind of surviving. She jogs his memory about having to call the restaurant, and then he panic calls them, and they just gave away their last table. He then gets a call from Liz as he suggests, hey, why don't we just go to the Winchester? Which, that was not the right answer. Heading over to her flat, Harry Potter won't let her in as Sean attempts to scale the wall. Harry then scolds Sean, as we get the feeling that maybe Potter has feelings for Liz, which is why he doesn't like Sean. So at this point, Liz then breaks up with Sean as it ceremoniously starts to rain. And man, I've been in there, walking in the rain, watching people make out outside of the bar, then heading in and proceeding to get annihilated. It is a classic. So Ed attempts to cheer Sean up, to really no avail, as they then proceed to get absolutely schlackered. As they talk about the interesting characters at the bar, a man shows up and smacks the glass, but then eventually goes away. Later on, leaving the bar, Sean and Ed walk past the couple who have been outside the whole time, and they're still out there. Man, you think she would have like eaten through his neck by now, which she actually has. In the background, that dude's head just starts falling off, which that sucks. As the two walk along, you can't really hum what they're singing, as I will literally get copyright hit on this video for like a melody being similar to his song. Like the game I'm covering in live streams, The Quarry, I use something that had the melody of a song, and they're like, oh, that's copyright. It's ridiculous. Anyways, but because they're so hammered, when the zombie responds with a groan, they don't really think anything of it. Getting home, they continue the party at 4 a.m. However, Pete isn't too jazzed about this. Coming downstairs, he yells at them, remarking that he's got a splitting headache and their stupid hip-hop isn't helping, which actually is not hip-hop at all, it's electro. But Ed asks him how he was bit on the hand, and Pete says that he was jumped after work and he has no idea why they bit him, but the front door is open again and he's pretty upset. He tells Ed to go live in a shed because he's so thick, and that'll be important later, depending on your definition of important. And Sean writes to get his life sorted out and then passes out in the kitchen. Waking up the next morning, the same stuff is happening in different ways. Car broken, guy sprinting instead of jogging, but also it's the same because of society. Okay, I gotta stop joking about that. Anyhow, as they head into the shop, there's blood on the glass, but Sean really doesn't notice anything. The owner starts walking towards Sean, but he continues to not notice. Walking around with his breakfast of champions once again, he passes the homeless man and then heads back inside his house. We get the station broadcast that literally tells what's happening, which always made me laugh. Basically, as he flips through, it's a continuation of the same sentence, which is everybody's just literally being eaten alive. But then he decides to stop on one channel in particular as Ed tells Sean that there's a girl in the garden. Looking out there, there is indeed a girl in the garden, or really yard in the US. Ed then throws a rock at her as she turns around and they think she's just completely hammered. She falls on Sean as Ed takes a picture, as then Sean pushes her off and she falls on a pipe. But then she gets back up like nothing happened. That kind of sucks. So they both turn to go back inside as another shambler comes towards them. Sean tries to call the cops asking if they're actually still out there, and as Ed checks the window, yep, they're still right outside the window. Turning back to the TV, they are told to barricade all doors and windows as the front door was left open again. And if you ever watch my stream, if someone has an arm off, this is literally where I got got that from, because prom date over here has an arm off. They overpower him as they attempt to defend themselves from the zombies in the backyard next. After expending everything that they had, including the records, they just decide to break into the shed and get the cricket bat and shovel, which is pretty iconic. They then head back inside as the report says that they need to isolate anyone who's been bitten. Sean now realizes that Liz is still a person in the world and zombies are everywhere. Sean gets a call from his mom saying that some men tried to bite them, but only Philip was bitten, much to Sean's relief. So they devise a plan. Take car, go to mom's house, kill Phil, go to the Winchester, have a pint, and wait for all this to blow over. It's honestly the perfect plan, complicated by Harry Potter and his girlfriend and the zombie hordes. Looking out at the mail slot, they spot the horde shambling next to the car. Heading upstairs to clean himself up first, Sean spots Pete in the shower. Having turned in there, he shambles out and attempts to grab Sean, but he's able to escape as they head outside. They're then kicked by the kid with the soccer ball from earlier. Well, they're hit with the soccer ball anyways. And then they drive out into the hellscape of England. Ed puts on some punk rock as they hit someone, and then they check on him. To their relief, he was already infected. Pulling up to Sean's parents, Ed elects to stay in the car as Sean then heads inside to confront Philip. Heading in the living room, he goes to take out Philip, saying he's sorry, but Philip hasn't actually turned yet. Philip seems to think it's just a bunch of drug nuts as Sean tries to convince his mom to leave with him. So at this point, Philip and Barbara both come out and find that Ed has crashed the parked car. The zombies arrive and bite Philip in the neck, and then they all get in as Ed drives. Arriving at Liz's, Sean then exits through the moonroof and then heads into the apartment, or flat. Pushing the button, zombies show up, ruining Sean's chance to talk to them as he has to climb up to Liz's. Harry Potter then scolds Sean over causing more of the zombies to show up, and Sean convinces them to go as they exit the flat and then head back to the car. Ed pulls up as they all jump in and then head towards the Winchester. Philip at this point ain't looking so hot. Ed keeps smashing into everyone as Philip tries to get Sean's attention. Philip tells him that being a father isn't easy and then tells him to do well and look after his mom, and then goes towards the light. Sean tells Ed to pull over as he finally does, and then Sean says that Philip is gone, to which his mom looks back there and no, actually Philip's alright. Music then gets turned on in a scuffle and they have to leave Philip behind. The mom protests as Sean says there's nothing about the man in there that is her husband, as then he leans over and turns off the music to his obvious relief, which again, this whole movie just makes me laugh. But it's interesting as it indicates a piece of everyone is still in there despite meeting their end. Walking through the yards and hearing the chaos, or just with bar patrons in the distance being eaten, they run into Yvonne and her group, which is almost an exact Walmart replica of Sean's group. She wishes them luck on getting to the Winchester as they part ways. Barbara at this point spots one of her friends in the house in another yard as Sean jumps over the fence and gets in a fight with a zombie. Ed and Harry then sit idly by as Sean's able to pin a zombie to a tree. Sean climbs up a slide and looks over the fence to spot the Winchester is completely surrounded. Looking at the zombie, they elect to now study it. Looking at its vacant face with a hint of sadness, they attempt to replicate its movement before heading on in an attempt to survive. Now, it could just be me, but it seems like a bit of a bad idea to pit yourself in the middle of all this, but hey, whatever doesn't work. Moving through, it does seem to be somewhat effective for a time, but as they try to break in, they start to get noticed by other zombies. A fight breaks out between Ed and Sean as Ed gets a phone call and then answers it. In the fight, they have alerted the entire horde that they are just standing there, and Harry has the wonderful idea of breaking the window, which forces Sean to try to lead the crowd away from the rest of the group as they all head inside with Barbara finding flowers in the trash can. Going inside, Harry wants to reparo the window before Sean gets back. Liz tells him that they need to remain quiet as he's basically alerting everyone out there that they are in here. Like a total tool, Harry is bringing up some valid points. Unfortunately, what is it? The worst person you know just made a valid point about basically food and water and what are they going to do. Liz yells at him to stop until Sean returns. Sean has now officially returned and Harry asks him, "How did you get away?" And Sean says, "I just gave him the slip. He got in through the back door," which he tried to tell them before he broke the window, exposing them. So they spend the rest of the night sitting there asking one another if anyone would like a peanut and drinking beer to pass the time. The streetlights end up coming on, which lets everyone know that they actually do still have power. As Sean goes on to turn the power, he spots the window is absolutely filled with infected, as there are in fact zombies inside of the building too as the doorknob turns. Ed then borrows money from Liz as they flip through TV stations. Ed then goes on to a lottery machine or a slot machine or whatever it is, turning it on, letting everyone know outside that they are inside. The bar owner now shows up to begin the attack as Queen plays. You can't hear it because I will absolutely get decimated with copyright, but trust me, they're going to the beat. They attempt to quietly take out the owner, which doesn't go very well because they can't do enough damage. Harry then heads back as he flips the switch, lighting up the whole area, and then throws Sean a force multiplier as they realize this thing is actually loaded. And again, this is kind of funny to me because like in the US, it's just so common, but they now have a successful way of repelling the zombies, but Barbara isn't looking so good. She gives Liz a necklace as Liz then realizes that Barbara was actually bitten early on. Why is there always someone who was bitten that doesn't tell the group? Who knows? So Sean can't aim at all, which again is hilarious, but they're able to repel enough of them as Liz calls over Sean and tells him that she's infected. They give Harry the Elder Winchester as Barbara then begins turning and convulsing in front of Sean. Harry pulls the Winchester on Barbara as Sean breaks a bottle and pulls it on Harry. Harry is speaking facts, but everything he says is tainted because he likes Liz. So this results in a standoff where Barbara is allowed to get back up as she's gone full zombie. Sean takes her out at this point, which Harry doesn't make the situation better. Sean then turns and punches Harry, who grabs the Winchester and pulls the trigger on Sean, but it's empty. Harry then freaks out and tries to leave, but stands in front of a window. Before he can apologize to Sean, the window is then broken and Harry is pulled out, and he's basically just eviscerated, which is kind of brutal. So as his limbs fall off at this point, the whole place is just absolutely inundated because Diane tries to go get Harry. Pete then arrives to the party and bites Ed on the arm as Sean takes out Pete, who responds to his name being called, which means there is some memory. The three of them then end up behind the bar with Ed bleeding and infected as Sean ignites it, but leaves the shells on the counter, which start popping all of them off. Heading down into the cellar, well, things aren't looking too good. They can't get out, and now the whole bar is on fire. Sean asks who idea it was to go to the Winchester anyways, and they decide that their plan has to be to take themselves out of the game, as there's only a few rounds left. Sean then decides that he can't really take out his mom, his girlfriend, and his flatmate all in one day. As they go to light up a cigarette, they spot the lift controls to get out. Sean gives Ed the Winchester as Ed's last parting gift is a terrible one. With the infected breaking through, Liz and Sean take the lift up to the street. Arriving at the surface, there's less of them, but still quite a few. Before they can begin their attack, though, the military finally arrives to take out the infected. Vaughn had come back for them with the military as the infection is then brought under control. We see through the news broadcasts and TV shows that the infected retain some of their mental abilities and prior behaviors. Liz and Sean are back together as their life now is apparently much more simplified as they've had enough adventure for now. Sean says that he's going out to the garden for a bit and then heads to the shed. Sitting down, he begins playing PS2 with Ed, who is now still infected. But he still seems to be somewhat able to play, although I guess it would be like a gorilla playing PS2. Probably not too much help in terms of help, but he's still got his friend who is now officially living in the shed, which was actually Pete's suggestion. Kicking this thing off, for us to understand potentially where this virus came from, as a few possible explanations are given in the movie, with most of them immediately being cast aside, we must first take a look at the physical effects of this virus and what it does to the body to determine if this would be a naturally occurring virus or something that was completely altered by human hands. First and foremost, I would be inclined to believe that this is a virus over any other form of life, although depending on the scientist that you're talking to, viruses may or may not be life themselves, but you're listening to this massive nerd of a scientist right here, and you know, it checks off most of the boxes, so why not? Let's just call it life. The reason I believe it to actually be a virus is how it will move through a population quite rapidly, and shortly after exposure, people begin dropping out. But also that the first generation of the infection seemed to be much slower, with much more varied effects until a few generations down. This virus became more efficient after taking over a host's body the more times it infected. Bacteria and parasites would be ruled out by how quickly it can actually spread and the way it spreads. While bacteria from a human bite can actually make you sick, what would be required to turn you into a cannibalistic monster is well outside of the ability of bacteria, as usually the toxins that bacteria produces as a byproduct of its existence is what makes you sick. This interaction with your body would likely just induce physical symptoms, and anything relating to the brain would likely be inflammation, coma, and ultimately the person's untimely demise.
When tape doesn't pass the test, use Velcro brand Sticky Back Dots. Easy does it with Velcro brand hook and loop fasteners.
there would be nothing to make them get back up after their infection, which means we can probably safely rule bacteria out as being the culprit. As for parasites, the main issue here is the way in which it spreads. Again, humans biting humans is a major thing to get people sick. With that said, due to the speed, likely at first, the virus had a chance of being airborne, if not for a short while, before infecting a few unsuspecting people who immediately had immunological responses to the presence of the virus. Well, not immediately, but soon enough. If this was a parasite, then those that were infected with this small parasite would be incredibly unlucky, but due to the parasite's strength, the disease would meet its end with them. Parasites, while having the ability to interact with our brain, which my favorite example, as you all know, is toxoplasmosis, would not properly fit into this thinking as far as how quickly this spread. But moving back to toxoplasmosis for a moment, in rodents, toxoplasmosis enters the brain of the rodent. It can inspire almost a sexual attraction to the smell of cat urine, which will influence the rodent's behavior to the point that it will seek out cats in hopes of mating, which the cat in turn will then eat the rodent, which is what the parasite actually wants as it continues its life cycle in the cat intestines. Toxoplasmosis gondii also will make the rodent wander out in the open rather than sticking to the corners of tree stumps and logs or sides of buildings, or really anywhere that would give cover like it normally would do. This shows a fundamental alteration of the brain of the rodent. What's interesting is when it infects humans, it still has a lot of the same effects, which, normal PSA time if you watch this channel. If you're pregnant and have an indoor-outdoor cat, get your partner to change out the litter box, as toxoplasmosis can severely harm a gestating child. But anyhow, when humans become infected with toxoplasmosis, this will ultimately influence human behavior, such as making us attracted to the smell of cat urine as well, which in a lot of times causes people to end up hoarding cats. If you think this is crazy, well, think again, nerd. 1 in 10 people in the US have been infected at some point with the parasite, and in some cases in the world, 60% of a nation's population can be infected. So the moral of the story is this: typically, you will clear the parasite, but even with these numbers that I have presented to you, as well as its effects that it has on the brain, I still do not believe that this is parasitic in nature. For a parasite to spread in mass like this, it would need to be something like it being coughed up on a person, and a way to sort of traverse the air to make it initially virulent enough to actually be able to get enough people converted. But the other issue is the slow growing time. Parasites can be either amoebic in nature or multicellular, but seeing as either way it's a eukaryotic organism, this means it takes time for them to grow within the actual host, as eukaryotic cells are fairly complex and it takes a lot for them to replicate effectively. Because of this, they just would not be fast enough to inspire these changes in a person upon their exposure to the illness. On top of this, after they have been converted, the body would have to absolutely be saturated with this parasite to exist within the salivary glands in enough capacity to be transmitted. A virus to me would make the most sense. Viruses are small enough to actually float through the air properly to be airborne, and may have enough flight time to actually reach compatible hosts. To couple with this, a virus upon infecting its host is incredibly varied. Some viruses actually have an incubation period as short as 24 hours, while others have an incubation period of literal years. But once this is over and the viral load has reached a certain point, this will inspire symptoms. In Shaun of the Dead, the virus starts simply enough. Our body will realize it's under attack by an invader quite quickly, as something is produced within the body that is critical for letting the rest of the meat suit know, hey, I'm straight up not having a good time. When the virus enters cells, it begins hijacking cellular processes and forces a cell to create more viral copies of itself. The cell isn't completely unaware that something has just entered that wasn't supposed to. When that happens, the cell will begin producing something known as interferon from its hundreds of interferon-stimulated genes, which does as the name implies. It interferes with virus production, but is also a telltale sign given the rest of the body that something is amiss. In this case, interferon will also tell the natural killer T cells in the body that they are infected, which the NKT cell will then order the cell to undergo apoptosis and destroy itself. The system is incredible if you think about it, but as always, viruses take something good and they just have to control it. A virus in a lot of cases has the ability to control this interferon response and has its own genes that will suppress the interferon response in the body. In fact, the global disease currently, at the beginning, there were quite a few variants, with some more alarming than others because typically they were more aggressive in stopping the interferon response. Right now, the virus on this planet can stop interferon response by up to 90%, stopping the body from realizing the infection is actually worse than it is. And this seems bad until you put it in comparison with other variants that literally died off because they were too aggressive and destroyed the host.
When I used this ab stimulator I found online, my friends laughed at me. But when only 30 days later I was 24 pounds lighter, they shut up. And when you find out what this fat-burning ab machine really is, you'll understand why.
This new Special Forces device turns men into beasts. It burns calories on autopilot by emulating 10,000 crunches in 10 minutes, melting belly fat without rigorous diets or lengthy workouts. It's called Tactical X Abs, and it was created by a former Army officer and a bioengineer, Captain James Snipes. His invention took the military by storm and became a game changer for the Special Forces, boosting their strength and endurance like never before. And now it's helping thousands of people around the world burn belly fat and get in shape quickly. The story began when James was badly injured during a critical mission in the Middle East. After spending 3 months recovering in the hospital, he realized his body had weakened and he wouldn't have enough time to get back in shape for the next mission. That's when James remembered what he learned in the Army about using electric muscle stimulation and had a desperate idea. Using the EIMD phenomenon that powers all the muscle tissue growth in a human's body, he built a revolutionary device that uses military technology and an innovative type of stimulation to ignite rapid fat loss and explosive muscle gain. Having only 3 weeks left for the mission, he started using the device for 20 minutes per day to improve his core, arms, and legs muscles, and the results were incredible. Just after a few days, he began feeling stronger and started losing fat he gained when recovering in the hospital. After only 2 weeks of using the device, he was back in peak physical condition and his muscles were visible like never before. When other soldiers saw the results he achieved, they all asked to try it themselves. Everyone who tried this muscle stimulator reported explosive muscle gain and peak in their strength performance. It was then that James realized the impact his invention could have and quickly partnered with a group of investors. They perfected the device and prepared it for mass production. They named it Tactical X Ab Stimulator, and it's the most powerful tool for getting in shape ever made. It allows anyone to melt belly fat and build muscle fast without spending hours at the gym or giving up their favorite foods. It works by sending gentle electric pulses to exercise the muscles and promote rapid muscle growth while burning belly fat at the same time. When your muscles receive the signal, they contract and flex, burning calories by replicating natural muscle contractions. It's like doing 10,000 crunches in 10 minutes, but from the comfort of your home, while watching TV, doing chores, or whatever you like. Just stick it on your belly, arms, and legs and select one of the 10 intensity levels. For best results, use it for 10 minutes every day, slowly increasing the intensity. No matter your age or fitness level, this fully natural solution will allow you to safely shed pound after pound of belly fat and reveal that six-pack abs you've always dreamed of. Best of all, it saves you hundreds of dollars yearly on gym subscriptions and fitness equipment, not to mention hours of time you could spend with your family instead. James wants everyone to know about this new technology, so he's offering a 60% discount for the next 500 orders. But this has sent demand through the roof, so this amazing offer won't last long. Click the link on this video to order Tactical X from the official website. James is so confident in his product that he's offering a 30-day money-back guarantee with no questions asked. So, don't wait. The sooner you take action, the sooner you'll enjoy all the health benefits of a slim physique. Click the link to get yours with a 60% discount now.
And this resulted in a 99% interferon response basically being stopped, resulting in their bodies in a lot of cases not even realizing that they were infected in the first place until it was so bad that the body would go into stage 5 freakout mode because out of nowhere all these viruses just appeared. Life is a delicate balance with invasive organisms. If a disease is too aggressive, the person will expire, and that line of disease will never progress as it took out the host too quickly. Sure, the virus is undetected, but it will never spread. A virus that announces its presence too early will be wiped out quickly, never spreading either. The virus has to put itself in a position of skirting a line between being eradicated by the body but keeping the host alive and in a position to still move so that it can spread. All the while, the body has to mediate a response to the virus as not to injure and take out itself being the host. Biology is basically a dance, and if your partner sucks at dancing, well, it ruins everything. So I didn't expect to go on that long of a tangent, but dude, just give me start talking about viruses and I can literally go all day. I'm actually debating on getting my master's in immunology, specializing specializing in virology down the line, because clearly I have an interest in it. But anyhow, that's neither here nor there. The point is, with specific diseases in Shaun of the Dead, we see the body does in fact have a response quickly to something indicating that the virus moves into the body, the interferon production is ramped up to alert the immune system that they are under attack. Whereas something like a parasite would likely not inspire this reaction so quickly, unless you take the brain-eating amoeba, which appears to be making a massive comeback in our water sources due to how warm they're getting. But crippling fear aside, once the virus has infected, it's already too late. Once entering the body, the immune system will do what it always does when dealing with any virus. Our macrophages are the first to enter battle with NKT cells, finding and destroying infected cells. Now, the issue is, once the process has begun, your body cannot respond quickly enough. Within you are two versions of the immune system, the innate and the adaptive. The innate system basically being your first line of defense when dealing with incoming pathogens, and then your adaptive immune system coming in 2 to 3 days later with things like antibodies and more T-cell interaction, and basically that's more specialized. But the innate, its purpose is to literally buy your body time if the infection is bad enough to bring out the specialized cells. Or if the infection is incredibly local, it's not that big of a deal, it'll clean it up by itself. Once engaging in battle with a new virus, macrophages would absolutely be destroying at least some of the virus. The issue is, however, that macrophages are cells. Eventually they will tire because they will run out of energy, and they could be overwhelmed because there's only so many of them. They will put out signals to other cells in the area to begin entering an inflammatory stage to get fluid to flood the area that makes it easier to fight the pathogen. But the issue is, the virus is likely already bloodborne as well. Some cells will survive, likely from the bite area first, and then capture pieces of the virus. These pieces of virus are crucial because this allows them to be brought back to B cells for examination. This piece of the virus, or antigen, is shown to every B cell that the dendritic cell can find. The dendritic cell is the one who captures these pieces. Eventually, by chance, one B cell will recognize the virus by the simple fact our body just randomly comes up with receptors in order to read pathogens. The only drawback to this process really is that sometimes we create autoimmune diseases within ourselves, as our body will attack complexes it recognizes as foreign if it's your own cell. And this may be how the virus skirts around the issue, because the typical process is that your body recognizes viruses this way. However, our body will usually destroy those immune cells that might cause autoimmunological interactions. So this is what I think the crux of the issue is. It's clear that this virus does inspire an immune response, but only when it comes to the innate. I believe the virus may have something that causes it to present similar to human tissue in a way that our immune system would recognize it, and then an autoimmune issue would begin to present. But for those whose bodies cleared out the autoimmune cells, there was no response to it on the adaptive front. But this would also have an impact on the functionality of the innate immune system. Due to this virus potentially being similar or having similar recognizable complexes to human complexes, the innate would respond in a way that it does, triggering the inflammatory response that I believe we see, at least in the eyes, or it presents in the eyes. But something to know about viruses, which just is completely just strange, I guess is the best way to put it. There are actually viruses that can trigger diabetes. Enteroviruses have been known to cause this basically because your body then starts attacking your pancreas, which then your body doesn't release as much insulin, and there, you have diabetes. So moving back to the eyes, when a person is infected, they go from clear-eyed to cloudy-eyed. This would indicate that something in the eye itself is amiss. Naturally, or at least in the past, the eyes are known as immune-privileged sites. A special relationship exists when the immune system needs to be really careful, because the eyes have specific functions taking place within them that if the immune cells kind of get involved with, it could disrupt the process, which, as you might guess, wouldn't be great for your eyesight. Sort of like throwing a wrench into an open engine head. Not great. Now, the main issue is again, it's not 100% true that the eyes are immune-privileged. And trust me, I'm running it back to the zombies here momentarily. I just want to prove that the immune response is there first.
Today's special, please. You want peanut butter puffs with that?
Earth's Best. Make good food fun, and kids will love it for life.
When the person is infected, once they turn, their eyes appear to go cloudy, which are likely cataracts. Due to new research, we now believe, or at least it's been proposed, that the immune system does in fact have some activity in the eyes, and this can cause these cataracts. For this to happen as quickly as it is, this process would need to be possible, and with the virus. So the body is attacking itself, also destroying the eyes largely due to this interaction. And this holds, at least in my mind, a lot of weight concerning what happens to the rest of the body. The eyes are considered immune privileged even with new findings, as the immune system may be involved, or at least more involved than we previously thought, but definitely less than with the rest of the body. This would mean other areas of the body that are immune privileged may also be at risk, the main one being the brain itself and also central nervous system as well as peripheral nervous system. You see, the destruction of the eyes gives huge clues as to what's happening internally. With the immune system's innate functions largely unchecked at this point, as potentially the virus is causing the body to basically become autoimmune, this pro-inflammatory response would kick into overdrive again, causing everyone's favorite swelling, meningitis. We see the beginning stages of this with people becoming extremely fatigued, like on the bus, or completely passing out. As pressure is put on the brain, the central nervous system as a whole would basically start exhibiting severe illness rapidly. When Pete's hand was bitten, he mentions how he has a splitting headache, likely because the tissue around his brain is swelling. And as the tissue swells, when a person finally reaches a point where the brain damage is achieved, they will begin convulsing and seizing, much like how Barbara started seizing at the Winchester. But this inflammatory response has long-standing consequences as well. I doubt that these people are actually truly, at least fully gone, just that their bodies aren't reporting correctly back to the brains, and even then the brain is in no condition to actually respond appropriately. Sort of like when Mary is pushed over and falls on a pipe and she gets up, there's an issue with the sensory neurons reporting information, or there's an issue with the brain accepting that information. Once this infection has reached a point where inflammation is ramped up and the eyes are virtually destroyed, the brain has pressure put on it. I believe the cells will also to a degree attack neurons within the brain, the spinal cord, and the peripheral nervous system. Areas that may have had minimal interaction with the innate immune system will now be under attack, which could result in something known as Guillain-Barré syndrome, or GBS. GBS is basically when the immune system attacks the myelin sheath that surrounds the axon, which helps speed up the electrical signals sent to the next neuron. When this happens, it can cause issues with walking coordination of the limbs, making movement strained and clunky, and ultimately result in paralysis if the cause isn't found. Typically, however, we know that the cause can be viral or bacterial, and in this case, it would definitely be viral. The specific syndrome brought on by the body's own response would definitely explain the movement exhibited, which appears uncontrolled and shaky. The nervous system itself is clearly suffering from the results of being infected by the virus, but it's moving up to the brain, and that is where the real issues lie. It's clear that the brain to some degree has been damaged by not only the inflammation of the meningeal layer of tissue surrounding the brain, but also by the immune system and virus itself. It is stated that the cerebral cortex has been heavily damaged. So what is the cerebral cortex? Well, the cerebral cortex being the outer layer of brain tissue, which is responsible for higher level processes such as consciousness, thought, emotions, reasoning, language, and memory. With this area heavily altered by the pressure that's been put on it by meningitis, this would mean that the person that was originally in there would not remember friends, family, have the ability to reason what they are doing, likely cannot even understand what a person is saying to them, as it would be almost like having some form of aphasia, and in general would be largely out of the game. Their body would be running on a sort of autopilot, much like they were living in a society running on autopilot. Okay, but obviously inflammation and destruction of the brain tissue isn't the same across the board. While the body would likely be running on input from baser functions, or as it said, the brainstem, some of the cortex would still be operational, as the entire brain has not been destroyed, and even some of the lower portions of the brain might have been affected as well. Basically, it's all on chance, and this is why we see several examples of people still being in there, such as when Sean says Pete's name and he looks up, Philip turning off the music in the car, the zombies later basically doing things that they did in life, Ed hanging out with Sean at the end, still playing PS2 because that's what he did originally, which this would all indicate that memory is still somewhat intact, the ability to understand language is somewhat intact, and likely there is some consciousness still intact, because again, Sean ends up scolding Ed for almost biting him at the end, to which Ed responds by not trying again, but seems to understand that he shouldn't do that, so he just goes and plays PS2. So this would indicate that some of the cerebral cortex, depending on who you are and how the infection went, is definitely still intact. But moving to the lower portions of the brain, the hypothalamus would likely have been heavily impacted to the point that hunger would be ramped up as misfires cause a constant state of hunger. And due to the hypothalamus being affected by swelling or a direct attack by the immune system, this would open up the door for cannibalism to be more readily accepted. This combined with the pesky cerebral cortex being largely destroyed means means the moral question of eating another person is completely out the window. It just really comes down to being hungry. But it's not just all hypothalamus either. Aggression through overstimulation or damage to the amygdala would be present, making the infected much more apt to bite. In fact, it's kind of interesting. Never in the history of knowing about rabies has a person ever bitten another by accident due to aggression, because of the systems of checks and balances that we have, which is brought on by the functionality of the cerebral cortex. This has largely separated us from animals when it comes to being infected with rabies. Now, destroy the brain to the point that there are really no differences between us and animals, and add on to the extreme hunger brought on by the hypothalamus damage, and this could explain why the infected will just straight up bite anyone. There is nothing preventing the baser urges any longer. Now, this may sound odd, but there's already something within every single one of us, and it's important to us. Think of it like a scale. You have human consciousness and rationalization on one side and baser instincts on the other. These will balance out one another typically, but even with that, sometimes it tends to tip one way or the other. So it's sort of like if you don't have any self-control necessary to distinguish choices, or maybe you're in a life or death scenario. Removing the weight from one side will obviously cause the other side to immediately win, at least win in that balance, which is exactly what the virus is doing when the brain is destroyed, or at least the higher portions of the brain. It being a virus would also mean that it's able to move through the body quite effectively, bypassing blood-brain barriers, and it may actually even infect neurons themselves. From here, it can move actually down into salivary glands, and potentially could also be coughed up into the mouth like many other respiratory diseases. I believe it could largely be a combination of both these things, seeing as we do also see people coughing before the outbreak, but during the outbreak we also see a lot of people salivating. This would seem to support that the possible initial vector is also airborne, because it was able to enter the lungs and infect people from there. Now the question becomes, where did this come from? Well, there are three instances indicating a possible origin point, so let's take a look at them. The first one being on a radio report early in the morning that a deep space probe, Omega 6, had unexpectedly broken apart over southeast England and then entered the atmosphere. Anything from space could have far-reaching implications if not contained, as we have most definitely inadvertently seeded space with bacteria before in the past, with probes, which then we subsequently brought those back and thought there was life on the moon. The second option is the paper that was talking about GMO crops and how they are messing with us, but I don't really believe this to be the case, as the illness that seemed to creep up out of nowhere, it was way too fast, and even though it could possibly hint at a bad crop, why were there others spared in such a capacity? Why would a GMO crop also inspire changes in people become aggressive, and how it will literally deliver an illness to others? And then we have the rage-infected monkeys. However, while listening to another radio report later on, it is stated that that is simply a bunch of bull, and then cuts out. Taking a look at these options, obviously all three are references to other movies. Rage Monkeys being 28 Days Later, the Space Probe being Romero's Night of the Living Dead, and crops being related to the living dead at Manchester's morgue. Then the final report saying that the phenomenon was being a result of the use of something before the channel was changed. I still believe it probably is the Space Probe that holds the most promise. Fact is, we test bacteria, animals, viruses, basically life itself all the time in space, because we need to know how these things are going to respond and how they will behave in low gravity environments or when exposed to different types of radiation from the sun if we're ever going to leave this planet. For instance, we know that the herpes virus, which can be dormant in people for years, can suddenly reactivate once a year in space. So potentially viruses become more aggressive and active when introduced into space. I believe the result is literally us experimenting on things consistently in space to see what happens. When the space probe re-entered our atmosphere, the biohazard team was taking extreme cautions to secure the site of the main probe, as something was known about it that may not be known to others. I believe a test on a standard virus, something that could even be influenza, was done in space to see the effects. However, the virus being exposed to different radiation and being in space itself caused it to become more active, and when breaking apart over southeast London, it rained down on all those below before those would actually go out and then spread it by a direct bite. Breathing in the virus would also give it access to the lungs and subsequently make a bite a really good way in order to spread it, leading to the events that we have seen in Shaun of the Dead.
Bourbon country. Look at that. And that. And those. And wait, where do we get something to eat? Where do we sleep? Where are we gonna hang out? Oh, now we're talking. How about that? And that is everything you ever wanted in a weekend getaway. Plus everything else you'd ever want to. Louisville, Bourbon City.
I want want to start this off by saying if you haven't seen Prey yet, you should definitely go watch it. It was actually really good and really well done. Not like that wretched abomination Aliens vs. Predators. God, what even was that? 300 years ago, back before the United States was coast to coast and the country was the most, but then again I could be biased, a threat would emerge seemingly from nowhere, and to the native people on the ground it seemed like a sign. And unfortunately, they were in modern day Oklahoma. A young woman who wants to become a hunter unlike her mother spots this anomaly in the sky and determines, yep, it's good enough for me, and begins hunting something that can actually hunt her back. You see, the issue is though that unlike a lion or a bear, this thing is likely more intelligent than humans and also can literally fist fight a bear and win. As she becomes more aware that this thing isn't the average sand warrior, it becomes a game of hunter becoming the hunted, becoming the hunter once more. The predator that touched down on Earth, however, seems different. Sure, this is 300 years ago in the past and technology can change, but even still, the physical morphology of this creature is different as well as the different facial structure, and it all seems to point to a new variation of predator, at least prior to the events of the jungle with Arnold. So in today's episode, we'll discuss the movie, the changes to the predator in Prey, and what may have brought on these physical changes through evolutionary pathways being unlocked due to geological location. But first, this episode is sponsored by Audible. Are you ready to start listening to thousands and thousands of all you can listen to audiobooks, original entertainment, and podcasts included in the Plus catalog? Well, I am, because for some reason in a few days I'm driving from Georgia to Washington because flying is an abomination and I don't understand it. By visiting audible.com/Roanoke or texting Roanoke to 500-500, you can start listening with your free 30-day trial, giving you access to the aforementioned. Look, road trips are great, and as great as they are, they can get tedious. By listening to his story as you drive along, it can really help you remain focused and stop you from slipping into autopilot mode. But you don't just have to listen while on road trips. You can listen to it while on the train or maybe even working out. Really, there's no wrong place to actually listen to audiobooks. I personally, as always, with Wrath of the Lich King on the horizon, I've just kind of been mainlining World of Warcraft lore like an ultra Chad. But they have audiobooks for literally everyone of all genres, so there's definitely something for you to enjoy. Plus, Audible members get 1 credit every month, good for any title in the premium selection, and that is yours to keep forever. So if that sounds interesting to you, by heading to audible.com/Roanoke or texting Roanoke to 500-500, you can begin your 30-day free trial today. Alright, let's get back to it. So we kick off our story with another story. A long time ago, a monster came to these people. As a woman sleeps, she is then kicked awake, which that would be kind of annoying. And a dog that was actually rescued IRL, the county above me in Georgia, looks on. This will be her hunter/side prey companion. Hopefully nothing really happens to him. As she exits the domicile, she's gathering along with the rest of her tribe. But as she continues to pick the food out of the ground and everything, basically gathering, she's not really feeling it, Mr. Krabs. Can't blame her. So she heads into the forest to practice her axe throwing, and she's actually pretty good at it. Heading behind a log, she then spots a deer, but it gets spooked by a sudden noise in the sky. Giving chase with her dog, she misses her shot, but her dog then gets its tail trapped in probably like a small game trap. It's definitely not a bear trap, because I think that would just take the tail off. This indicates that there are actually trappers in the area. She gives him some medicine before hearing more thunder overhead. Into a clearing, she spots it. In the clouds above, something is moving through, a rather large ship. And then we get it. Prey, you'll see. Later on, she's hanging out with her brother. She's practicing the bow shot, but as she makes fun of her brother, my man literally just nails a trick shot. Good lord. Naru tells Tabe, and I'm like 40% sure I'm saying that correctly, that she saw the Thunderbird this morning in the sky, and it's her turn to prove that she could be a hunter. Now, we get something weird that says that they're in the northern Great Plains in 1789, but it's confirmed that they're also in Oklahoma, and I don't think I would really think that is the northern Great Plains. Heading back into camp, she begins to help with her mom, because apparently they are the medicine-making family of the group. She is sent out as we finally spot the ship flying overhead, and Predator basically using hacks to make himself invisible, or at least really hard to see. And look, moving on a side tangent here, I don't doubt that the Predator is a great hunter. I just think that if they didn't have all that armor and advanced tech, they'd kind of suck. Like, bro, we can't see you because you're a giant nerd who attacks every species. Like, ooh. Like, could I beat a Predator in a fist fight? Probably not. But then again, could a Predator spot me if I was wearing a cold suit? Also no. I'm just saying, if this was like a level-based system, this is like a 70 rogue going after level 5 warriors. Yeah, you can beat them, but you're also a clown for doing so. Basically, Predators easy GG once invisibility is removed, even with our modern tech. Off that soapbox, as Naru returns to camp, a hunting party is heading out to find a lion that has been spotted in the area, because you really don't want mountain lions hanging out with you at your camp, and it appears as though it may have attacked someone. Later, as nature continues to nature, Predator finds a snake and just straight up rips that thing's spine out. God. As the party continues to hunt, the dog is able to find lion scat and ultimately find the injured hunter. Naru applies medicine to him, but holy lord, that doesn't look like it's gonna heal up right. She gives him this like orange medicine, which apparently makes his blood cold. Naru questions why he's still alive and if something scared the lion away, as Tabe elects to just stay out there and then continue hunting for the lion. That said, Naru finds the snake from earlier earlier on the way back with no spine and completely skinned, but it does still have some active nerves in its muscles. Next to it, a giant footprint of something much larger. Naru points out that this is kind of concerning, so she goes back to warn her brother as another is sitting with her. We also see the spine of the snake is actually still up in the tree. Attempting to track her brother, she now spots more tracks. Naru finds her brother and warns him that something she thinks is not a bear is out there, but they are in the lion's hunting grounds now, so they need to focus on that. See, the world is just full of predators right now. Naru says that she thinks the lions aren't actually hunting them, but they elect to just sort of bait the cat in, and her brother tells her that this is her katamiya, basically hunting the thing that's hunting you. So up in the tree, it's her and another guy who's just talking the maddest smack about her, like, oh, you're too scared to fire your bow, and your brother and I will take the lion. I don't know why he sounds like this, but trust me, he just sounds like this. Anyways, as he's talking smack, he gets taken by said lion. Now, Angry Kitty Extraordinaire has climbed up in the tree. Backing Naru up, in the distance, she sees a red light, which kind of distracts her for a moment as the lion jumps at her and she stabs it. Waking back up at camp, her brother has carried her all the way home and then went back out after the lion. A little later on, he returns with its head, even though that was technically Naru's kill, as Tabe is then promoted to war chief, having taken out the lion. Also, some dude in the background is like super upsetty by this news apparently, as he just turns away like really kind of like a douche. Anyways, Naru tries to tell her that they need to go back out there as something else is clearly in the area. She gets into a fight over who killed the lion with her brother, talking about how she couldn't finish the job. The next morning, she's kicked again, at like early morning, which it's gotta be a better way of waking her up. She instead elects to not go and do that, and instead heads out to hunt while everyone else walks the other way. You see, it's a dichotomy. We get the long walkthrough where she spots green blood and large footprints. Something has injured the creature. She measures the print and realizes this ain't no bear. We see the predator watching a wolf give chase to a rabbit before it totally has the wolf bite the predator. The wolf goes to attack, it's then eviscerated, and that's pretty much that. And then takes its head, and again, that's that, Mrs. That's That. Naru at this point probably does the most intelligent thing I think I've ever seen anyone in a movie do, actually attach a rope to the thing that she throws so that she can retrieve it more easily. And by doing so, she is able to catch a few rabbits and eat the night, which actually, if you didn't know, you cannot live off rabbit alone. It's called rabbit starvation. Rabbit meat is so lean that you will become deficient in fat and carbohydrates, which can lead to malnutrition, which is pretty wild. In a cave, we also see the predator is able to completely melt the face meat and hair off of bone. He stands up as he hears the dog barking and begins his next hunt. Naru continues to head to the ridge and then spots a field of bison all missing their skin with their heads still attached. Yeah, things were actually pretty messed up back in the day, that's for sure. She spots a cigar and the traps, meaning that this was a human thing, not a predator thing. We also see that the cloaking system still messes up in water, meaning that after 300 years, they still hadn't addressed that problem. As Naru continues to inspect for signs of what she really doesn't know because she's not sure what she's even hunting, Mr. Predator ends up coming across the same buffalo and finding the cigar and leaf that she put on the creature. Naru still can't get out to what amounts as quicksand, which by the way, quicksand isn't all that quick. Just don't move that much and you can pretty much hang out in it all day. But eventually she's able to pull herself out, which I thought was going to totally be like the original Predator, like, oh, how apropos that you fell in there and then the Predator shows up. But nope, total fake out, and then she goes and gets cleaned up. After cleaning up in a dirty mud puddle, a bear has found itself a deer down by the river. And here's where things are about to go absolutely wild. As the bear catches her scent, she raises her bow but then snaps the line out of place. As the bear climbs up, Sari the dog gets its attention and it gives chase. Now, a dog's top speed, unless it's a greyhound, is around 30 miles per hour, while a grizzly's is around 35 miles per hour. But the dog has got him beat in agility. Also, for the Eurobros out there, and really the rest of the planet, that comes out to the dog running at about 48 kilometers per hour and the grizzly at 56 kilometers per hour. Naru goes to give chase as Sari out-juked the bear, but Barry McBearface is hot on its tail. Running to a beaver dam, she gets inside as the bear attacks it and then stops, turning its attention to something else unseen. Naru can't really see what this thing is, but it's literally whooping the Predator's ass for like just a moment. Right up until Predator punches it so hard, it snaps its neck. Holding the bear above its head, Naru then elects to GTFO because nope, like literally anything that just took out a bear with its bare hands, yeah, I'm probably running too. Moving downstream, she gets out of the water and has nothing. She hears some twigs snap and it's the rest of the tribe. Naru says that she saw this thing basically take out out a bear. They ask how come it didn't take out her then, and the party is basically done with Naru at this point. They have a right proper domestic over the fact that they need to bring her home. Predator then watches from the treetops and spots a spear, understanding that, hey, these things that I just found have the ability to attack. As one of the group goes to take a squat Jurassic Park 2 style when he's eating by compies, a bunch of possums come running towards the group. Naru asks, what does she think was driving the possums this way? Mr. Leader of the group goes out there to see what exactly this is, as laser sights appear on his body. 3 bolts fly out and take him out pretty quickly. The rest of the group waits, as then something just straight walks up to the body and starts pulling out the bolts. The Preds has arrived as the rest of the group attack and square up with this thing. And actually, I mean, they aren't doing great, but they're not really doing terrible either. One guy gets thrown while the other gets his arm cut off before his head gets taken. Another then runs up and stabs him in the foot before he's stabbed and just basically stapled to a log, as then the Predator turns on Naru. She bolts out into a clearing as the squat man from earlier grabs her. This thing can see through heat as they're really hiding in the grass, and that's not helping. As it walks towards them, they attempt to blend in, but it's really having no issue identifying exactly where they are. The guy then draws an arrow as the thing easily outruns him and takes him out, to which she just keeps running. It begins giving chase to her before she's captured by a trap from the real villain of our story, the French. And I'm legally required to say that's a joke. Oh my god. You know, I made this joke before, and this dude wrote me like a dissertation in the comments about Lord knows what. It was literally the meme, that's a lot of words. Too bad I'm not reading them. The Predator then finds the chain, seeing that she's trapped, and elects to leave her alone as there's no glory in the kill. She is then knocked out and taken to their camp. As Naru wakes up in a cage, they're yelling at her dog like true villains. This guy's name is simply Big Beard, and his group is the one who killed the buffalo. He then pokes her with a stick a few times like an absolute weirdo, as one guy then asks what she saw. He can speak Comanche, so there's communication. They have come into contact with the Predator just prior, and they need to know what it is. They then show her that they have her brother and slice him across his chest and stomach. The trap is set. They use him as bait. Tabi found that Naru was hunting this thing the whole time, and also, man, you know, the horses appear a little agitated behind the Frenchmen. As the French continue to watch their bait, the two on the ground look back and spot that everyone are now gone and the horses have run away. Predator now has found the French. Hearing screams in the background, one guy tries to make a run for it, but gets completely wrecked. Naru says this thing doesn't want to hunt this way as they are tied up. Also, Tabe comes out and says Naru technically killed the lion, it was weaker, and then he goes on to say that if this thing can bleed, we can kill it. God, what a sexual Tyrannosaurus. The French now attempt to just take this thing down as that's not happening. Like open confrontation with this thing, and it's just wrecking everyone. So this counterattack plan failed miserably. Basically, all the trappers were either turned into meat cubes or had their brain stems cut short. This creature also released a small portable concussive force detonator as the rest of the French then ran back to camp to grab what they could and GTFO. One of them literally is like, oh, by the way, take out a dog. Like, why would you waste your time taking out the dog? I have no idea. If this thing was on my tail, I would not care. I don't even think I would go back to camp. You would just catch me like literally sprinting through the woods. Naru, however, takes out the trappers in a fight, which is pretty badass, and then saves the quadruped. All that time, the Predator did take some hits and is forced to cauterize his wounds, which gives Naru some time. As she works on some stuff, the one Frenchman who knows her language from earlier arrives at the camp asking for help for his missing leg. She puts some medicine on his leg in exchange for learning how to use the handheld musket deliverer. Naru then gives him medicine to cool his blood, but as she helps him, she nopes out of there as the Predator has found the camp. He plays dead, but then Predator kind of just spots that he crawled and his blood was warm. Getting over to him, he doesn't really see the heat, and as Naru learns, it can't see him because his blood is cold. But then it stabs the Frenchman and takes him out. So player 3 now has entered the game. Tabe then smacks the Predator in the head, revealing part of a face only a mother could love. Naru goes on to pop a shot as Tabe then is able to spear this thing through the chest. Before it goes invisible mode like a total loser, Tabe is now attacked as the thing shows up behind him and spears him. See, this thing isn't even that good. In that moment, it would have been totally got. It just cheats. As it approaches Naru, Tabe then stabs it in the leg, but is taken out by the Predator as Naru disappears Batman style. Naru and Tabe's mother is now told about the ending of Tabe somehow. I'm not really sure how news traveled that fast, to be honest with you, but Naru has now hidden away next to a river as the Frenchman cleans himself up further upriver. She elects to not attack as he can probably be used as bait. Running up, she then knocks him out, and she cuts off his leg, which, by the way, this is Big Beard, not just some random French dude. As he goes to load his handheld, she takes some of the orange plant, which cools her blood. The Predator then walks past her towards Big Beard, separating his bearded head away from his body. Naru is then able to get a shot off and blows away his mask, keeping it for herself. She then sets up his helmet, and naturally, he wants to find it. She leaves a trail for him to follow and hides in a tree. Jumping down, she's able to get a few hits with the axe, injuring the creature further. It goes to attack as the quadruped begins its attack as well. Now, the Predator is super angry about this whole thing, and in its anger, it accidentally chops off its own arm with its shield. The fight continues with Naru almost losing her head to the shield mechanics, but she's able to get away. Eventually, she's able to grab it and fell the creature into the quicksand. However, this thing is too strong for that, and it's also like 9 feet tall. It pulls out a bolt as it fires, and the bolt misses Naru and circles back around, nailing it through the head. Naru then shows up with this thing's head. It's probably everyone there has no clue what this thing even is, and Naru is now promoted to war chief because, I mean, she did just take out a predator. So the moral of the story is, get a predator mad, and it becomes 300% more dumb, allowing you to take it out. So to kick this thing off, we need to first learn about humans and how in relation to us, we're not so different, you and I. The Yautja are bipedal species as seen. In fact, much like humans, their physiology is strikingly similar if you pass the Sangheili facial features, which I think we all know. Halo took inspiration from Yautja for the creation of Sangheili. I mean, they even cloak. Anyhow, I had a migraine yesterday, so expect this to be a little scattered, because literally that's actually a symptom of the postdrome, which
To end this,